And Tropicana gets its roof torn off, Tropicana Stadium that the Tampa Bay Rays play in. And if you look into it, Tropicana orange juice was created in 1947 at the same time the U.S. military did their first ever experiment on a hurricane. You guys look it up, 1947, first experiment on a hurricane. Bradenton, Florida is where Tropicana orange juice was created, in Bradenton. So you just happen to have Anderson.
I can have non-sexual orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
Fuck yeah. There's another short hat.
You deserve that, wrestler.
It's true. You do deserve it.
It's damn near like a rite of passage in this. Oh my god, it's working.
Mandy says that Dolly grips harder than me. This is fucking unacceptable.
Get pulled out, bitch. You don't grip enough.
I really haven't been grifting hard enough. You guys, I just found out I have cancer.
Bank account cancer?
Got cancer in your pee-pee?
You have cancer.
All right, but seriously, donate some fucking money just because I might have cancer and just not know about it.
And to be fair, that is untreated, unknown cancer is the worst type of cancer because it's untreated.
Right,
So I think
and unknown.
For untreated cancer people, get out your wallets, open your wallets, open your heart.
I can't believe I have the worst type of cancer there is. This is tragic. I just need some money.
God is so good. The stillness is so gentle. The silence is powerful. See, because it's through the silence of our listening and our seeking that God reveals the wisdom. The wisdom is realized in the silence from within you. The silence within you is beyond the mind chatter, behind those gossiping and controlling voices that are always around, whether it's in your ears or around. There's voices and gossip and voices and words that want to control you, want to interrupt your peace, interrupt your silence. You choose what you allow.
You choose what you allow. How you doing, Bumpkin?
It's a beautiful Sunday morning. God is real. God is great.
Did you say is real? Is real? Oh God! Breaking news! Breaking news, Bumpkin! Breaking news!
Breaking
news! Mania has ordered a direct attack against Israel. All right, that's my goofishness done for the day. I'm tired. I'm sleepy even. How's everybody doing? Damn, your Twitter is coming in hot today.
How many?
12 viewers. Let's fucking go.
12 viewers instantly?
Yes.
Let's go. Shout out to the Bumpkins on Twitter.
The Bumpanites.
The Bumpanites. Oh, fuck.
I forgot to post my link everywhere, so I was scrambling to do that in the middle of the intro video. But as you can see by the title, good people, today, on this day of our Lord of Sunday, let me see, hold on real quick. On this, the 6th, the fucking June 8th, 2025, in the year of our Lord 2025. I'm sorry, I too just woke up and I have not had my coffee yet. Oh. So you want to tell us about your weekend? You slut?
My week was fine. I'm just I'm hard chilling. I'm driving back. I got about I'm gonna get home.
Make a mind.
What? Don't do her dirty like that.
Oh no, she actually, I told her, she asked me last night what we're gonna cover, the stuff we're gonna cover today, and I said yes, and she woke up sending me a shit ton of links. It looks like a fucking war zone, so good looking out. Good looking out. Don't make excuses. I just woke up. Haven't even had my made coffee. Look here. All right, nobody asked you. All right, counterpoint. You're a woman.
Oh, it's over.
So anyway, you dirty whore. How was your weekend?
My weekend was fine. I praise God every single day of the weekend,
You're
and that's
lying
all
to me.
I'm gonna
You're
say about
lying to
that.
me. You're
I'm
lying to
back.
me.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm rejuvenated. I had a good weekend. Good relaxing weekend away.
Some would say you found some clarity.
I found some clarity. So much noise around me. I found some clarity.
You sound happier. That is wonderful. That is wunderbar. Yo, what's
What's
up,
the
Ghostface Chris? Lauren in the chat. I forgot to say your name, Megamind. I'm sorry. Welcome. Bumpkin had the sex. I don't know, Lauren. I just think you found some clarity.
Yeah, I found some clarity. Oh, I'm doing good now.
Hey, you guys, remember to share the stream around if you like what you see. We got Bumpkin's Cash App in the back so you can support that Griff No State. Remember, all are welcome, but all must pay.
Listen, I need fucking money, okay? I need money. I need money bad, all right?
He's got Griff cancer. Unfortunately, him and Flo have been diagnosed with Griff cancer.
Fucker gave it to
Cancer
me.
of the wallet.
He fucking gave it to me, all right?
Maybe libertarians and our ideology shouldn't commingle.
Nah, they're fine.
Yeah, no, it's good. I'm just making a joke.
Oh, I have Griff cancer. I need fucking money, all right? If you guys like the streams to continue, I need fucking money. I need some fucking money. Did you say LA is a war zone right now? Is that what I'm hearing? Hello? What is happening? Did the stream get shut down? Like what's going on? Am I?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. You cut out again, buddy. I'm gonna just keep talking now that I know it's dead air. It is raining out. I'm driving through the rain. I need money to guide my path through this side quest I had to complete before I have to go to work tomorrow. Apparently, LA is a war zone. Did not realize that.
Apparently, according to Lauren, you and Flo both have asshole cancer. Sorry, my cord got unplugged and got unplugged right again when I plugged it up. I don't know how that happened. That is wild to me, even.
That's weird.
She says it is from overuse. Is where your asshole cancer came from. Yes, I did die, Lauren, but I have returned. Yeah, no, LA is a fucking war zone right now.
Yes.
And guess what? We have footage. But you gotta be quiet. You gotta be quiet if you want to see the footage. I don't feel like hearing echoes, okay?
You want me to mute?
Yeah. We're gonna watch this first. We're gonna watch this first video. It is of a shitty protest in, and this is happening all over LA. These protests are happening all over LA. They are mass protests. This one we were watching is in Paramount, California. I believe it has happened yesterday. Holding the back, EB3. We're not in the open panel portion yet, but when we are, I'll bring you up. I do have a guest. I'm trying to get Ryan, the Radical Coder, on because I want to hear his take on the stuff happening in LA. Bumpkin, if you're interested. All right, I'm going to play the video now.
Is the video playing, or am I like high?
Sorry about that. I was reaching out. I was in the process of reaching out to Ryan, the Radical Coder. I want to get his takes on this. So, Bumpkin, how does that make you feel hearing the Spanish in that video as they are attacking federal or law enforcement? As a cop, how does that make you feel?
Oh, I think diversity is our strength. I think that we actually need more diversity to counteract this diversity. So that makes perfect fucking sense, right?
Exactly. We got some more people in the chat, so let me shout them out. What's up, Rude Cunt Crab? How you doing there, buddy? Hopefully the technical difficulties will be away. We got Dan Arnold. What's up, Dan Arnold? What's up, Gar? You know you can come up and you can restream if you want to your audience. Yeah, I was reaching out to someone. I am so sorry for that mess up. Yes, Ryan does suffer from TDS ERB. Yes, WTF indeed, Arctic Wolf. What's up, DJ MFB? Mike from Boston. Not laws. California does know how to party. But remember, last time my homeland started this, it did not end up well. So let's hope it ends up the same way for California. Don't just agree with them because they happen to support your politics. This is in Paramount, California. This next video are the rioters. It is a random video of the rioters in California. Again, this is a statewide thing happening in California over the past 2 days. What's up, Stan Lee? In that video, what you witnessed were quote unquote protesters protesting the mass and rapid deportations happening in California right now. They were throwing things at federal and state law enforcement. Yes, Lauren, you're right. Please, everyone, hit the like if you like the show and share it. Hopefully, Ryan, the Radical Coder, will join us in a few. I do want his takes on some of this. All right, here we go.
Those
Here's
are-
the next video. This is
Those
federal law enforcement. Go ahead.
Those were gunshots, right?
No, those were not gunshots. Those were rocks being pelted at the vehicles as they drove by.
Okay. All right. I'll mute up for the next video.
What's up, anti-black? I don't know who you are speaking to on that. What's up, Bluegrass? Yes, that is, but that the left would call that an assault, Arctic, or not assault. They would call that protesting, Arctic Wolf. You know, it's only bad when the right wing does it. I don't know, man. Not laws. It seems that your side is okay with the gulags, just as long as you agree with it. You know, as long as it's your politics, the gulags are okay, right? Hispanic lives matter. No, on this channel, no lives matter. You know what matters, Stanley? The motherfucking Griff No State. That's what matters. Everybody's welcome, but everybody's got to pay. Please hit Bumpkin's Cash App up. So we are definitely about to play this video. This is a random video. It does not give where it is from, but it is from a news website. It is live news. And it says this is law enforcement officers engaging with rioters in California.
So these are federal law enforcement officers that are carrying this out. As we see one more person, that person being dragged across the street for a moment there, being arrested.
But we want to remind folks that viewer discretion is advised.
Oh, yeah. So we're starting to see some of these people being detained by what appears to be federal law enforcement at this point. We believe that these are Border Patrol police.
Remember, not laws, nor Bumpkin nor I are conservatives. Remember that very fact. I want you to understand that we are not conservatives at all, even. And remember, these people wave the flags of their homeland. It goes beyond being proud of your heritage. When you're waving your flag, when you're waving your national flag and you refuse to assimilate to the culture, it goes beyond being proud of where you're from. I quite frequently say I'm German, but you don't see me waving the base German flag, the imperial German flag, or the current German flag at all. You hear me say I'm German and I'm proud of that heritage, but I'm proud to be an American. But yet you see these immigrants waving the flag of their nation, and you see leftist agitators cheering them on. It's almost like they hate this country. All right, Bumpkin, get you some say-so in here before I play the next video.
Yeah. It's crazy. You know, I don't fly the British flag. I don't fly the Scottish flag, right? I fly the American flag. It's all about assimilation, and they have not assimilated. Nor will they ever assimilate. If they're willing to throw rocks and probably more violence at police, then they're not going to assimilate whatsoever. So get them up out of here. I'll be real with you. Get them up out of here. I don't know how many times we have to see clear examples of this happening, and we just go and want to bat the eye for the idea of, you know, diversity being our strength.
As much as I like playing video games and chilling with you and talking to you, not laws, I do not like that you are in a cult, my friend. You are stuck in a cult of ideology. Meanwhile, Trump tards are stuck in a cult of personality. You're both cultists fighting over whose cult is the best. And I find it funny that people like to claim, you know, as long as they agree with me, they're not low IQ or low EQ. I think both groups are incredibly retarded and incredibly emotional. Steven.
Yes.
What's up, Sasquatch? How you doing in the audience? But I mean, I find it absolutely. I think it's absolutely hilarious that. By the way, we got somebody confirming, Tom Horman confirming that the National Guard is about to be called into L.A. because of the riots. L.A., we do got some footage later down in the pipe. L.A. looks like a war zone this weekend. I mean, I don't really see much difference other than government vehicles on the streets, but they say there is a difference. ICE agents got a $65,000 bonus this year. I mean, cry about it, I guess. I don't know what to tell you, Bubba.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Right? So we have a president that was going to power saying, I'm going to do mass deportations. That person was democratically elected to do that. And now you're going to complain that ICE agents get a bonus?
Well, he's angry. He's angry, much like many people throughout history. He forgets that H-Man was elected. He said Trump signed the Insurrection Act. He's literally following Hitler's playbook. I mean, maybe, just maybe, these people should not be causing a ruckus and trying to fight. Maybe they should follow the law. You know, we have laws in this country. We are a nation of laws. Remember, you leftists love utilizing the law when it's someone who disagrees with you. This is from Fox News.
You know, like I said many times, these elected officials or these non-government
Can everyone hear that?
They can't cross the line either. I mean, we got people like, Hakeem Jeffries saying he's going to dox ICE employees. ICE agents out there with masks on. They're wearing masks to protect themselves and their families because they've been doxxed, their families been doxxed, their life's been threatened, their families have been threatened. I know myself, I had over 1,000 protesters in my house. I expect that as the borders are, but these men and women are putting their lives online every day. They arrested a lot of bad people yesterday and today. They arrested child sex offenders. They arrested people convicted of robbery. They arrested...
No, exactly, Sasquatch. Once there becomes violent acts and insurrection, it is no longer a protest. It is, in fact, insurrection. They'll shout what happened in Jan 6th all day is insurrection, but openly engaging federal law enforcement is somehow not insurrection. It's funny with leftists how it works. So it's just annoying as hell. I know, Rick, everything is a crisis actor, right? Well, all wars have been scripted.
Yes, everything is a crisis, right? Because it's so much easier for you to fucking think that everything is fake rather than you to believe that we are literally winging it. That's what that logic is, right? Because if these people genuinely thought, like a normal person, that we are winging it in this society right now, they would fucking lose their minds. They literally can't comprehend that. So therefore, everything's a psyop, everything is fake, wars aren't real, blah, blah, blah. These things don't happen. Because that's the only way they can justify it.
You know what, Squatch? I agree with you. These are not Americans, so not insurrection. It is a violent, armed invasion at this point, apparently. Is my takeaway, but we're going to play some more of this video.
Public safety, not only significant public safety threats, but national security threats. They arrested gang members. We're making Los Angeles safer. And Mayor Bass ought to be thanking us for making her city safer. And the term migrant, as Joe Concha rightfully said earlier, they're illegal aliens. There are illegal aliens in this country, and we welcome. We're the most giving country in the world. But these are illegal aliens who committed a crime by crossing this border illegally, then yet committed another crime. Again, yesterday's about a criminal investigation into money laundering, tax evasion, and some of the funds going through cartels in Mexico and Colombia that fund their operations of sending narcotics to this country, killing American people. This is about enforcing the law. And again, we're not going to apologize for doing it. We're stepping up.
You heard it here, folks. They're not apologizing. They're going to step up. Look, man, it may be hyperbole, but your side started it. I have no problem giving it back. So,
see, I love this.
How do you think this is going to play? How do you think this is going to play out?
Sadly, I think it's probably going to end up being a nothing burger. Or this could be the powder keg. We don't know. Like, that's the part we're at right now. Like, they're throwing rocks right now. And that's obviously not throwing it down. So the violence might escalate. If the violence escalates and you start having, I don't know, let's say MS-13 or cartels start openly shooting at federal agents, how do you think that's going to play out?
I don't think that'll happen. Here's the issue. This is the first time the left or anyone associated with the left has really had the National Guard called on them in the past 20 or 30 years. So we're definitely going to see something that's not a nothing burger. Now, how much meat is actually going to be on this burger, on the steak, we don't know, but it's definitely not a nothing burger.
Because the last time it was Nixon, right?
I believe so. Ever since then, they've had open control of all of our institutions and all platforms. But hey, it's never good enough because they don't get the communist revolution they want. But I digress. I am being intellectually honest with myself. If you pick up a rock and you hit someone with it, it's assault with a deadly weapon. So they are in fact armed and not lost. Oh, by the way, welcome to the show, Philip. So, I mean, like I said, I don't think it's going to be a powder keg Stanley. Bumpkin does got some pushback from me on there, but I agree with Bluegrass. I think there's going to be a lot of deportations. Here's another video. This is where they start to say that LA looks like a war zone, so let's check it out.
Los Angeles. This is live. You see the images.
Oh damn, right off the rip you see law enforcement officers in riot gear getting hit with projectiles and minor explosives. That is wild. The were they though? I thought they talked about a lot about being deployed, but they never actually deployed the National Guard. I could be wrong on that. If someone has some evidence to the contrary, please feel free to post it or reach out. I will admit when I am wrong.
What was that about?
No one's deleting comments. Lauren made the comment and said that the National Guard was deployed during BLM. I remember a bunch of saying they were going to deploy BLM, but they never did. A rock being thrown at the car is a violent assault by an individual who is invading our country. So, I digress. Oh, here is the guest of the hour. How are you doing, Ryan? I wanted some diversity of thought on this conversation. You know where me and Bumpkin stand, and I do want to give you the ability to speak your mind on this. We're currently talking about the riots that are happening. And would you call them riots at this point, or are they still protests? In your eyes?
I would say that there are riots and protests. I don't think it's one or the other. There are thousands of people probably who are protesting, and there are some people who are rioting. I think it's an important distinction.
But that is fair. We went over a few videos. Did you catch them?
I saw you said it was a violent war zone, and you showed some people throwing some stuff at cars.
Well, I'm not making that claim. The Telegram videos and people on the on Fox and other places are definitely saying it looks like a war zone. But as of right now, I stopped the video to make some comments. And since you're here, I want to get your take on the things, since me and Bumpkin's been able to speak, since you would be leftist on the matter, and me and Bumpkin are right wing on the matter.
Yeah, I'd say I'm leftist on the. And well, before I dive into it, I mean, I remember earlier, and we've talked before about this. You guys don't identify as like conservatives, right? You would say you're more like something like third positionist, like you support like National Socialism kind of thing, like Nazis, basically.
Yes, if you must say so. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you would like identify yourself as a Nazi?
Sure, why not? For the sake of argument.
I would. I'm something different, but sure, go ahead.
I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue.
I mean, you don't have to identify as I mean, you don't have to. I'm not gonna force you to identify as a Nazi. I'm just asking if you do openly identify as one.
Well, no, I do openly identify as National Socialist because National Socialism is distinct from Nazism. Nazism is the propaganda and the insult that was the subject to them. The ideological and economic policies are separate entities, and they are good for society. You yourself are a socialist. They are somewhat socialist in nature.
I don't know that I actually identify as a socialist. Maybe a kind of democratic socialist, perhaps.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna let Ryan Sasquatch. I'm gonna let Ryan say his point, and then I'm gonna bring you an EB3 up as well. Okay, Ryan, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, well, what seems to have happened is Trump. He didn't declare the Insurrection Act, just to be clear. And the law he did utilize for this. First of all, none of the three qualifiers that apparently are needed for this law to be utilized have been met, or at least certainly don't seem to be met. And additionally, this law that he's using also requires the governor to agree to it, which is obviously not the case. Governor Newsom and I are in alignment on this, which is not always the case. But we agree that in this case, Donald Trump is using the deployment of the National Guard to try to escalate tensions. I think people like you guys are also doing the same thing when you call it a war zone. When you said you weren't necessarily calling it that yourself, but you were saying it was an invasion, a violent invasion. I think that you guys are Trump are hoping to instill more violence in the streets, and you want to equate protesters with rioters. You want to conflate protesters with looters. You want to anyone who does anything that would be escalatory. You want that to be representative of the entire protest movement, which was, to be clear, out there protesting because ICE was going to Home Depots and other places where people look for work in an area that is very largely there are a lot of undocumented people in. And basically just looking for anyone they can deport because they can't meet their quotas of deporting violent criminals because there simply aren't enough people that they can identify as violent criminals. And so instead, they're just going for ordinary, undocumented, people living in America, we should say, undocumented people living in America, and basically just kidnapping them.
So when the police arrest someone, is that kidnapping them?
It can be. Sometimes.
Yeah, I'll give you that. That's fair. So all the videos that I've seen on Telegram have been violent in nature. And when you engage in violence in a protest, it no longer is a protest, it becomes a riot.
I would say
riots
people
are not
who are doing those people will become rioters, but that doesn't mean that everyone there becomes a rioter, right?
Well, I would agree with that. That is factually and logical. I would agree with that. The issue is all what we're seeing is violence coming from these things. It's not that I'm going out here and I'm trying to manipulate what we see. I'm just seeing on Telegram what people are posting and the videos that are being posted to YouTube and being posted by not just Fox, but MSNBC and other left-wing news sources. So, I mean,
obviously the newsworthy footage is going to be the more extreme stuff.
It's
But
gonna be
have
violent.
you looked and tried to find like footage of just protests of just people?
I actually have. I have. If you have some, I will gladly play it. I mean, look.
Yeah, I mean,
you may want to call me a Nazi, but I like being fair and balanced. That's why I asked you to be here.
I don't want to call you. I don't want you to be a Nazi either, or whatever National Socialist.
Well, I'm a nice guy, National Socialist. There's actually I have a conversation with a black gentleman who identifies as a National Socialist on Truism's channel. If you want to go watch that, me and him have a great conversation. And it was actually, it might be enlightening because I do want to debate you more and engage and talk to you more. You are intelligent. I just like messing with you. But I'm going to bring up the other two guests because this is an open panel. Was that all you wanted to say on your? Because you'll have an ability to talk to more, but it gets harder to moderate with more and more guests.
Yeah. I guess just to kind of round it all up again, like people were protesting because an area that there are a lot of undocumented people living. ICE was going to Home Depots and other areas where people were looking for work and basically just grabbing them off the street, black bagging people essentially. And people were protesting that. And then a lot of media, including yourselves, are actively trying to conflate those protests with the people who take advantage of those protests or who engage in actions I would not endorse. And basically trying to hold the other protesters responsible for their actions in an effort to escalate tensions, which is also why Donald Trump illegally has deployed the National Guard to escalate tensions, because he's interested in that escalation so that he can justify to the American people committing violence against its own people. Yeah.
That's fair. And if you have any links to Telegram videos or videos in general that you want to share that show a peaceful side to these protests, I am more than willing to play them. But I have not been able to find any. I'm going to bring our other guests up, EB3 and Sasquatch.
Oh boy.
And everybody is welcome to join in where they want to. I'm going to finish showing this video. So if anybody's got anything they want to say before I play the rest of this video.
Protest, riot. Protest or riot. Right.
And just that AH wasn't elected in any of the countries he invaded. So saying that AH was elected is a bit of a moot point.
It's a good point, EB3.
Not really. You have elected officials and elected leaders who go to war all the time. You know, George Bush wasn't elected in the Middle East, but he was still elected in the U.S.
No, he was actually. He had counterparts in the Middle East who accepted his proposals. In fact, do you remember that? Do you remember that famous scene where someone stood up and threw a shoe at him? Do you remember that famous scene when someone stood up and threw a shoe at him?
Let's not get stuck in the minutia. I extend this debate to you and Ryan both. We can have it at a later time or towards the end of the show. But everything you can say, I promise you I can counter it from a National Socialist perspective. I'm not here to carry water for World War II. World War II is bad for everybody involved.
But I was actually steelmanning your point of view by saying that I was separating like Nazism from National Socialism, and you tried to cement them back together again, which is fine. You do you, man. I'm
telling you, EB3, I run into the same problem. I know.
I don't see that point. There's historical fact, but it is what it is.
Make that point since it's been tried 2 times and you missed it. I don't care how many smiley faces you put on your swastika; it's not going to change it. That's the point. It's the PR. Terrible PR. Yeah. Absolutely horrible, scary, bad man from history. Yada yada yada. You're not competing with him or against him or joining him or any of that. You're competing against the specter of a boogeyman that has been created in media. That's the problem.
Well, if people want to listen to media that has their worst interests at heart time and time again throughout history, that's on them.
Unlike you, right? You have everyone's best interests at heart.
I have my people and my nation's best interests at heart, not everyone's.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not my job to take care of everyone. Nor is it my country's.
Is it your job to take care of anyone other than yourself?
I do believe it's my job to take care of my family, my community. But again, we can debate these topics at a later date. We're covering a specific topic right now.
Yeah.
And roll the video, son.
All righty, I got it.
It's continuing right now. Less than lethal rounds as we speak. These crowd dispersal tactics being used
Rubber bullet
protesting in Paramount, California. Those in the area basically call this Compton. It's outside of a Home Depot where protests began earlier today, and there we see those gas canisters.
Gas canisters from the police, right?
Their noses.
Oh, is that going?
Yeah, it echoes the way because I got to play the desktop audio to get any audio. Yes, I believe it is tear gas canisters being fired because it has been labeled an illegal riot, and they were asked to disperse or demanded to be dispersed.
Mm-hmm. So, but that's not them rioting, right? That's them being.
Well, if law enforcement is shooting tear gas, it is because there is a riot going on.
Okay, but this footage doesn't show that riot; it shows the tear gas being thrown at them, right?
Well, it's because it's the most inflammatory. So yeah,
you're a funny guy.
I'm just saying. Well, I'm just saying, like this. If this footage is supposed to prove to us that there's riots going on, all this proves is that police are throwing tear gas at people.
Oh, I thought, are you looking for proof or having a discussion? I didn't know we were actually trying to peg down some particular thing the way you like it.
Well, I think that if we're going to come, I mean, we came in here and like there was claims that it was like a war zone. There were claims that there's a violent invasion going on, and I suspect that we would have a lot of footage of those riots and violent invasions rather than just police throwing tear gas at people.
Well, there is one issue with that, sir. You are on YouTube, and if you show violent footage on YouTube, you run the risk of running afoul of the YouTube gods. So coming on a platform you can't show specific images and asking for those specific images is not exactly a very genuine decision.
Okay, so to be clear, I'm not saying that we have to watch those clips on stream, but I mean, are we saying those clips exist and that we can?
Oh, I will gladly show them up until they. I will gladly show them up until they get too violent for YouTube, because I have recently been studying the YouTube policies. And while Sasquatch is generally correct, you can't show obscene violence. You can get up to a certain point, and then you have to cut it as long as you give educational or informative context. So, and I do plan on doing that to the best of my ability. But even with certain things, it is possible to run afoul of YouTube despite your political views. You could be 100% lockstep with them and still get hit because you're not in a quote unquote authoritative source. So, and since I'm not in LA myself, I don't have these videos. I would love to go do it, but hey, you guys, if you want to send me to LA or to do in real life news, support the Griffno state. All right, everybody's welcome, but everybody's got to pay.
I think we should send him to LA. I think that would help everyone out.
I truly believe as well there ought to be more confidence in the legal authorities that are claiming there is a riot. I mean, you tried to Ryan. You tried to say Trump is acting illegally, but that's for he's got a legal team around him that have told him he can do this, right? Yeah. So obviously there are legal experts out there that think you are in error, in the wrong. So all right, there's one thing. Unless I see it myself on video on YouTube, then I'm not going to believe there's a riot. But the legal professionals are saying there is one, and they've instituted.
What legal professionals are saying that? Just to be clear, do you have source like any specific legal professionals you're referring to, or you're just saying that because they're throwing tear gas?
If the National Guard has been, if the National Guard has been deployed, forgive me and forgive my ignorance. I assume or presume that it's been granted via legal authority.
You mean Donald Trump? Yes, saying
so,
deploy the National Guard.
Ryan?
Are you claiming Donald Trump doesn't have a legal team around him saying what he can and cannot do?
You said
I think that Donald Trump regularly pushes the edges of the law in a way that is arguably breaking them most of the time.
Right. So it being actionable and able to be contested, his actions being able to be contested in a court of law is something separate to him dealing with the issue as being legally advised to in the now, isn't it?
I think it will come. I think I will be proven correct about this, that this was an illegal usage of the National Guard.
Okay, so you said something about asking the governor to do stuff, and there is a courtesy. It's not legally binding. It's not policy. It's just like what you do when you're dealing with somebody that's, has a certain amount of power in an area that you're operating in, right? You notify them. Typically, the way this goes, at least since I think it was Nixon, they notify the White House will state that something needs to happen. It's usually a private message. They communicate publicly in the sense that I have talked to the governor of such and such a state, and they have talked to us. We've exchanged information and whatnot, right? Typically, there is a process that takes place before any deployment takes place, right? And so the legal issues get a chance to be hashed out. But when you're talking about something that popped off last night, sometimes things have to take place a little faster than others. And do you think this is a situation that might need some more hands-on attention than it's getting?
I don't think so. I think
hold that thought, Ryan. Let me welcome to the panel Melanie Cosmic Fox. Melanie.
Welcome,
Hey.
Melanie, be chill. We're going to try not to interrupt each other. We're going to try to have a decent conversation. So
just to bounce off Caucasian there. Just to bounce off Caucasian there, there is a...
I wanted to point out, by the way, that, Ryan, I watched like 12 hours of the footage last night on multiple lives, including lives that had multiple lives inside of them. There was rioting, including throwing fireworks at the police and looting a gas station. However, I'll say this much: I'm pretty sure that protests would have been relatively peaceful, aside from the direct action of preventing ICE officers from executing those arrests. Had the police not stepped in, pushed them away, and angered that group, that escalated tensions and caused people to riot. The police are often the source of a riot.
I agree, and. Well, to bounce off that, I would, like I said earlier, like I'm not saying there were no riots, so rude, there was no looting. I also watched the gas station looting.
Rude
I think oftentimes in situations like this, there are a lot of opportunistic people who are not associated with the protests at all, who take advantage of the chaos to like loot stores and stuff. And people, again, like many of our fellow panelists here will try to conflate those with the protesters because they want to demonize protests in general and encourage violence.
I actually agree with you there, but let's get EB3 in. Go ahead and say your point, Bubba.
Just to bounce off Sasquatch's point, there is a statute or law of necessity which supersedes all other statutes and laws for current action. So if Trump is being legally advised, there's a riot going on here, he can send in the National Guard legally, free from consequence because it's necessary. It falls under the law of necessity. Look it up, Ryan, if you doubt.
Yeah, but ought he be able to do that?
It doesn't matter. He's free from he's free from being prosecuted from it. For anyway, put it that way.
I think this scene here is why people are saying it looks like a war zone. You know, you don't see this much smoke and chemical, what are defined as chemical weapons in the streets of anything other than a war torn area.
Oh no, even
usually war zones have like multiple competing people doing war, right? It's not just like one side throwing tear gas. I'm not saying there weren't riots. Again, like to be clear, I think there were. I think there were people throwing fireworks and stuff, police and stuff. But I mean,
and
so therefore the National Guard was invoked legally, then, wasn't it? Deployed legally.
No. So actually, I posted the law, the specific law that was cited in terms of this deployment, and I think it's important to note that it actually orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states. In this case, or of the District of Columbia, blah, blah, blah. So obviously the governor in this case of California did not agree with this. He tweeted about it. I posted about it saying that he believes, like I do, that Donald Trump is intentionally trying to escalate and that he encourages people not to give him a chance.
One question. I have one question. Is the National Guard a part of the military?
Are you asking? Do you not know?
You. I'm asking you. Is
obviously yes, and so turning them on the American people is a very should have a very high bar, right?
But it is a part of the United States military, right?
Yes, and turning the United States military on the United States people should have a very high bar, right?
We're not doing opinions at the moment. I was looking
for
illegal
immigrants, United States.
I'm not asking
people?
about opinions. I'm asking legally. Do you think there's a high bar for deploying the National Guard against the American people?
An objective point is what you're asking me to do, and I'm not going to follow you down that garden path, bro. We're not going there.
No, I'm asking you if objectively, if you think subjectively there is an objective standard that would need to be met.
You're asking for my opinion on something, and we're not
on the objectives.
Well, I will say
on the objectives, right? Yeah, illegal immigrants are not U.S. citizens and can be classed as foreign. Invaders.
They cannot be classed as foreign invaders unless
they're not invaders.
Foreign invaders. Illegal immigrants are foreign invaders.
No, they're not.
Certainly not.
Yes, they are.
What would you call a individual? Well, okay, foreign insurgents. That's better, right? Because they're individuals.
No, they're undocumented. They're undocumented.
Foreign invaders and men of military age. 100%.
They're
undocumented people living their lives. They have families. They are oftentimes
criminals. They're foreigners exercising violence in a foreign state.
No, Ryan, if you enter a country illegally, you're a criminal. If you enter any country illegally, you're a criminal. If you enter any country illegally, you're a criminal.
Because like
you enter any country illegally, you're a criminal.
Yeah, we get it, EB3. Let someone else say something. It turns out like America's really easily invaded. So the whole like we're strong, we're America, like that's all bullshit. We can now laugh at that because all it takes is a handful of immigrants, and America's fucked.
No, it only takes.
Well, I appreciate the silliness of that.
It only takes the National Guard to be deployed,
and
you will start crying like snowflakes.
Yeah, there can be silliness on both sides. Like Ryan was saying, we don't need to engage in that.
I love. Hold on, Melanie. Hold the fuck on. Hold on. I love the conflation between a handful to like what was it, like 3 million 2 years ago. I love that conflation. Yeah, that's a handful for sure, bro. Good job.
Yeah,
a million illegal immigrants a year
in LA. You're saying those are all.
I'm talking about in the country as a whole. That's why we're calling it an invasion. There are nation states that have 1 billion people in them that don't have 1 million man strong army. Think about that.
America's biggest threat are like the Jan 6, not immigrants. Like if you
you say that, and I was waiting on one of you to say that. I was waiting on you to say that. How is it that Jan 6 is an insurrection, but this type of stuff is not? Please tell me.
I might be willing to.
There's no consistency. There's no logical consistency with these lefty libtards.
I thought we weren't going to cut each other off.
Yeah, you're speaking over me.
No,
I'll let you know when I finish. I'll let you know when I finish speaking.
I will go into moderator mode and stop putting my points. EB3, let Mel go, and then EB3, you can make a rebuttal.
Go on, you go for it, sir. You go for it.
And then Sasquatch, if you want to get in here, you can go.
Like 1 in a million immigrants have shown up here to do something like spying or some sort of action against the state, and you're trying to pretend like it's all immigrants. It's disgusting.
Well, I mean, it only takes one bad apple to spoil the bunch. Did you have a comment? Did you have a comment, Ron? Was that your EB3?
Yeah,
I was disagreeing.
There isn't one. Not one single freedom protester was arrested for insurrection or charged for insurrection. There was no such thing that happened on January 6th.
They were charged with
and yet, why am I being spoken over? Why are these?
Because I'm a spaz.
You got to let him finish.
If you enter any country in the world illegally, you are a criminal. You are invading that country illegally, and you ought to be dealt with like any other criminal or foreign invader.
Right. So, like, most Americans are also criminals, so we should deport most Americans.
Yeah. Where are you going to deport someone to when they're criminals in their own country? Send them to prison. That's silly.
Australia.
Ryan, go ahead. I saw you on mute. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Well, I mean, where we're going to send American criminals. Well, Donald Trump has said he wants to send homegrown criminals to El Salvador. So those would be American citizens who he alleges have committed crimes. And since he likes to deport people without due process, we won't necessarily be able to go through that process to make sure that they actually are the criminals in question, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
we're not agree with you.
Yeah, we're not forever Trumpers here, bro. Kind of like, Trump bad argument's really not going to work on this side of the field. Yes, he makes bad decisions. That is a bad decision. Oh no, terrible decision.
We also don't like Donald Trump or Elon Musk for that matter.
Okay, but you're falling for the line that like the bigger threat is the people who are coming to America to be Americans versus the homegrown terrorists who cause like mass shootings.
They're not coming to America to be Americans, Mel.
And otherwise, they would have entered legally. They would come into America to be Americans.
They would assimilate. They would be waving their national flag. That's why they get called invaders.
Cultural integration is different than wanting to be there because they think America's awesome, right? Because
America is not a multicultural society.
Bullshit.
Opportunity. Yeah, I'd like to find any American who has full Native American parents who comes on these panels because I doubt there's one.
Native Americans killed and scalped for this land, just like
every single individual born on America.
No one's saying the Native Americans were like perfectly peaceful or whatever, but it doesn't mean they deserve to be genocided.
People win.
Everybody gets what they deserve.
People win and they lose.
That's stupid.
If I want to hear all of you talk about the noble savage when it comes to the Confederacy.
Oh no, we don't need noble savage to point.
Everybody gets what they deserve in life.
But anyway, I want to read out what Ryan.
Myself, so
I want to hear out. I want to read out what Ryan posted in regards to the National Guard. The United States or any Commonwealth or possession is invaded or is in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. There is a rebellion or danger or a rebellion against the authority of government of the United States, or the president is unable with the regular forces to execute the law of the United States. The president may call into federal service members and units of the National Guard of any state in such numbers as he considers necessary to repel the invasion, suppress the rebellion, or execute those laws. Orders from those purposes shall be issued through governors of the states, or in the case of the District of Columbia, through the commanding general of the National Guard of the District of Columbia. Well, you kind of, in my opinion, you kind of proved the opposite of your argument there, because he's being stopped from executing the current law of the land. And he's now using the National Guard to do that.
So just to be clear, you read that last sentence, which was orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states. And you acknowledge, of course, that Gavin Newsom is not agreeing with this at all. He does not consent to this.
You do know that there is provisions alongside that law with the nationalization or the federalization of the National Guard, and that's what Trump is doing. So,
Ryan,
the president can take direct command of the National Guard through federalization.
And I've already explained to Ryan that there's law of necessity statutes that supersede all the. Look up the law of necessity. It supersedes all of the law.
You want me to
everything that you can find it. That's fine. If you're so sure it's there, then you can find it.
Do you want me to look up federalization or the law of necessity?
Wow, man! I don't care if you doubt. I already know. I'm explaining to you what I already know. You can doubt what you want. Let me say what I want to say. The law of necessity supersedes all other statutes and law. That's how like cops go through red lights and stuff in emergencies and that, right? Yeah, through the law of necessity. Now, if Trump is being told there's a necessary problem that needs to be dealt with, it supersedes any governor's consent at that time. It can be contested later and rectified at a later date through the courts. But as it stands in the moment, Trump has jurisdiction to do what he's doing by law.
You're telling me that this is a law that both distinguishes presidential powers and the powers that like something like a police have. Most laws do not have a scope like that. They either focus on presidential powers or the powers of a governor or state, or the powers that like a police officer or an exception to the rule may have. You're kind of conflating two legal domains into a single law. That's showing that you don't actually understand the law, and that's probably not how it's used.
Well, it's actually happening right now, whether you guys like it or not, in real time, and I'm explaining to you how it's happening.
You can't even name
Ryan is don't interrupt me. Ryan is bringing up legislation that says it can't possibly be happening legally because of this, and I'm saying if you look up law of necessity, which explains how, for instance, police officers in their vehicles go through red lights and emergencies and etc.
Yeah,
you will see that when Trump is law, it applies to everything, no matter how magnificent or minute. And Trump is using this.
Let him finish.
To invoke the National Guard in this state of emergency because of bad foreign actors who are invading.
It's very simple. Trump's not a police officer.
Simple as that. Whether you like it or not, this is what's happening.
It's very
Trump
simple.
is the president of the United States and the highest executive officer. So I mean, no, he's not a cop. He is actually the commander-in-chief of all police.
Commander-in-chief. He's like the number one
the
cop.
laws that applies to cops do not apply to the president.
I said the essence of the law. I said the essence of the law of necessity. You only hear because you're speaking over me.
Hold on. You don't know about American law and
Hold on. We're not going to overtalk each other, gentlemen. We're not going to overtalk each other. Let AB3 finish, and Imperius, you have the floor.
He never finishes. He goes on for hours.
Or illegal at any other
He does.
life to be legal for that moment in time because it's necessary.
How do you know that? Are you a counselor here like I am?
Therefore, Trump
have you
can
passed
use the
the
law
law?
of EB3 authority to
Land the
implement
plane,
the
Bubba.
National Guard. Now, it doesn't matter whether you like this, me saying this or not. It's happening right now in real time. You can see it with your own eyes. I'm just explaining to you the law. You don't have to like it.
How are you explaining the law? Where's your expertise?
You can go and look it up for yourself.
All right, go ahead, Imperius. Your turn.
What is he talking about? The Insurrection Act gives the president the ability to supersede and take control of the National Guard. Eisenhower did it, okay, to enforce integration of schools. I don't understand the issue here.
So, to be clear, the Insurrection Act has not been used today or in this recent event. Trump didn't use the Insurrection Act, but I agree that Eisenhower. Sorry, real quick. I agree. Eisenhower used it to protect students and protesters and activists who were helping integrate.
And who do you think the Insurrection Act would be protecting now? Federal agents. Federal agents doing their job.
Yes. And
Did you see that there were people breaking up concrete off the sidewalk and using it to throw it at federal agents, which is attempted murder of a federal agent.
I didn't see that part specifically. I'm sure I'm not.
There are hundreds. You are a dumb fucking liberal.
I'm sorry. I thought we weren't interrupting here. I thought we were not doing the interruption.
Imperius, we are just having a conversation.
There's no conversation with a liberal.
Well, just to be clear, apparently we're having one right now.
For respect for me, just don't overtalk.
The fact is that you as a liberal have no moral epistemology to tell me why those agents shouldn't get up and shoot those protesters dead. If you want my opinion, I think the police line should open fire with fully automatic weapons and kill every single one of those illegal alien invaders.
That's wild.
Now tell me why is that wrong?
Does the government serve the people, Imperius?
It serves United States citizens.
And people
not illegal trash.
So everyone who was at that protest was illegal in your mind?
Yes, they're not human beings as far as I'm concerned. Set them on fire.
That's stupid.
Why is that?
I mean, you guys
tell me where you're
right. This
tell
has got to
me
be
why
you're calling for murder.
They're rioters. They're not protesters. They're rioters.
They're not protesters. They are enemy combatants.
He's calling for the mass murder of illegal immigrants. There's no way to see it.
They are enemy combatants. They're enemy combatants.
All right, I'm going to bring everyone back up in a minute. Ryan is right, Imperius. You do got to keep it in TOS. We are trying to have a conversation. We're not trying to cuck, but we do got to stay within TOS. And out of respect for me, please don't overtalk. That goes for everyone. Respect where you're at and respect the conversation. I'm going to bring everybody back up, all right?
And while we're at it, before you bring them up,
He's still
support
going.
the crypto state. Support the crypto
I need
state.
to reclaim my time. I was interrupted.
Oh my fucking
Now,
god!
hold on a second.
Support the crypto state. Send us money.
Everybody's welcome, but everybody's got to pay.
If you're not with the
I
crypto
still want
state,
to know. I still want
you're
to know
against it.
why that would be wrong in this liberal's ideology, other than, oh my god, because a liberal, as an atheist like you are, doesn't believe human beings have innate value living.
Mod check.
So I need you to tell me why.
Well, do you want Mel or do you want Ryan? To
Either
answer?
one.
Or both. All right, y'all,
Go ahead, Mel,
y'all
and I'll
both
go.
have the floor.
So it's clear that like we don't actually the state isn't granted the powers of humanizing or dehumanizing people. So the way that you described that was disgusting.
What is abortion?
Secondly, if the government is meant to serve the people as it is actually
The
declared
citizenry,
to do
not the
by
people,
your
the
own
citizenry.
document.
Chill.
Well, let
No,
him
it's
answer.
the
Imperious.
people. It's the people. It says we the people, does it not?
Yes, the people is the citizenry of the United States. That's why illegals can't own guns.
Except
that is actually
unless we give
factually
them,
incorrect.
Wait, I'm getting cut off here, so you
Because you're not a human being. You don't
Holy
deserve
crap,
anything.
No. Imperious, let him speak.
Let
Ryan,
it
they're answering
speak.
your
Let
question.
it
Let her
speak.
speak.
Let it speak.
So when it comes to the government serving the people, the purpose of ICE is not to shoot people. The purpose of ICE is to take immigrations into court essentially as safely as possible, to keep the immigrants safe. Unless those immigrants are in danger,
To keep the immigrants safe? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's to arrest them and deport them.
Imperious, let him finish.
I was
He's
just going to
answering
say
your
one more
question.
thing, and that's exactly what I was going to respond to. These people take on jobs that are risks to their own lives. So sucks to be them.
Yeah, and I'm just
ICE
going to
is
say,
not there
as per
to coddle
real quick,
or
'cause
protect
I think I
illegal
had the floor
trash.
also. When you're done, So
Imperious Ryan has the floor. He's answering your question.
Yeah,
And then
what
when he's
I'm not
done,
going to
Imperious
do
will have it
is
again.
what I'm not going to do is sit here and be like framed where I have to like defend the idea that we shouldn't go mass murder illegal immigrants. I think
Why
that's a
is murder
disgusting thing
wrong?
to say. And
Tell
I
me
think
why
the
murder's
Imperious,
wrong,
like,
you fucking pussy.
trying to frame that. I think if you are going to justify that disgusting thing, you should be the one who's trying to.
I will. They're
who has
not
the
human
burden first.
beings.
And
And
yeah, that's
throughout
obviously
the
not true.
Bible,
Obviously,
throughout the
human
Bible,
beings-
enemy invaders were
and
butchered.
yeah, he's going to get your channel.
Enemy invaders.
Imperious, you will get my channel nuke talking like that. I don't want to censor you.
I wish my estrogen levels were as high as theirs.
So just calm down a little bit. I'll bring you back up, but be mindful. We are on YouTube. We are trying to have a discussion. Ryan,
I also
don't
wanted to
press
add-
his buttons. I know that's what you were
No
doing.
promises.
Don't press his buttons.
No
No,
promises.
don't do
But,
that. I'm gonna have to let him talk over you.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
There's
just
no
also wanted
pressing
to add
buttons.
that,
I'm giving
that
this
he was defending
philosophical
earlier.
argument
Okay.
that murder is not wrong because this is not murder. This is not. I want you to tell me why. Again, this is a philosophical question.
Yeah, I'm
this
not going to
isn't
engage with
promoting
this.
hate
This is
or
bullshit.
violence. This is an argument to
This is
tell
absolutely
me.
promoting. You are absolutely promoting hate and violence explicitly. It's actually really disgusting and dangerous to the channel.
My moral
people's
justification in
lives.
the Bible, it talks about killing enemy invaders or illegal migrants.
Okay, same for trying to kill ICE agents then. Have a nice day.
No, it doesn't. It says give the state what is the state's and give Caesar what is Caesar's. It does never say revolt against the state. It never says revolt
It
against
does
the
say
state.
revolt against the state in the Bible if they take away your ability to worship God or try to
Yeah,
stand
but
your
that's
ability
not
of
the
faith.
issue. The issue is that, because it falls against the
Well,
orders of God.
To show that I'm trying to not be biased. If there were Christians out there that believed different than you are, and there are people that believe that the immigrant, it's in line with Jesus' teaching to take care of the immigrant, to help the immigrant. People could then say that you are wrong based on the Bible as well.
Can I have a say?
No, they couldn't,
like,
because
the government.
again, in
Can I have 10
Psalms-
seconds? Can I have
in
10 seconds?
Psalms, it says.
Can I have 10 seconds? The government are implementing those Christendom laws as well. You can enter as an immigrant into America legally and tick all the forms, sign the documentation, and go through the process as a legal, law-abiding individual. Right? Yeah. There's no obligation to enter America illegally and be a criminal. That's a choice that these people take, right? Yeah. So like the Holy Scripture is being adhered to as far as the government's concerned, and legal legislation. They are giving immigrants all over the world a chance to come to America and be lawful and law abiding. These people that are coming over illegally are robbing those innocent law abiding individuals of their place.
Man, it's a good thing all the laws made by governments are perfect, and they're never unjust.
It doesn't matter if they're perfect or not. It's the decision of the citizenry who to allow in their vicinity. That is the citizen. We the people
saying they want
who
to
were the people when the Constitution was formed? White Christian landowners.
You just
so
saw
can we go back to that as the people?
Can you stop taking massive pauses if you don't want to be cut off, dude?
No. Yeah, it was white Christian landowners were the people when the Constitution was formed.
I didn't say it wasn't. I said let's not go back to that.
So why not though? You're talking about the Constitution gave due process, and we the people.
Why are you against that, Ryan? I'm
not gonna be put on the defense where I have to justify revoking rights from women and black people.
You think Andrew Wilson's a debater? I crushed him. You have no idea who you're dealing with here.
Fetterman, you have tried to force things back to that point, and they will lose. You will lose over and over again, you fucking loser.
No, you have no epistemology or ontology to tell me why.
I don't care. Epistemology.
Exactly.
We're not going to
the National Guard roll up with Abrams tanks and roll every one of those. All you can say is, "Oh, that's just not my side. I don't like it." That's all you can say, you idiot.
Why are you so insecure? Why do you?
No, it's not insecure. It's called you guys are pussies. You're giant pussies,
let
dude.
the other side say something is
no. I don't have to allow you to say anything because you're not human being. Again, moral epistemology.
I'm not a human being.
When you
but
have something that can tell me that might doesn't make right, when you have something to tell me that might doesn't equal right in your own paradigm, you can tell me something. Otherwise, shut the f up.
Yeah. Can governments ever be
Ryan,
corrupt?
wait, hold on, Ryan. You have a question from the chat. I don't think it's disingenuous. I don't think it's bad. What is a deportation order? It's from Philip.
I don't have like a formal definition off the top of my head. I can look it up.
He doesn't have a formal definition of ass fucking either.
Imperious.
No,
this
for that one, it's
pussy liberal goes on other shows and talks shit, and then he deals with somebody who actually knows infinitely more than he does. And then who's mean too, who actually
you've been justifying why Trump can use the Insurrection Act.
Yes,
you obviously didn't know that he didn't even use it. He didn't even use the Insurrection Act. You're actually stupid. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Because I can in a fundamentally sound, logical, and moral way. All you can say is, "Oh, I don't like how my pussy feels when I see illegals get rolled over by tanks."
You're justifying him using the Insurrection Act, which he didn't use. That's how lost you are in this conversation.
I said like Eisenhower did. He's going to, you moron.
But the law of necessity means he doesn't have to.
The liberals overplayed their hand. You overplayed your hand, moron. The country wants
protecting black children.
Law and
He
order.
said you overplayed your hand by protecting black children. Just to be clear, what he's talking about.
You did. People are tired of blacks. What do you think about Shiloh?
You shit loser. We're not going to let you take rights away from black people. We're not going to let you. We're not going to let you murder illegal immigrants. We're not going to let you take away rights from women. Eat shit. You lose. Sorry. Go back to the 50s yourself. Build a fucking time machine.
The 50s was when our country was the most successful. You pussy.
Orthodox.
Don't fall for the bait.
Stop one-siding. Stop one-guying him. Like, this is bad moderation.
This guy Ryan is the biggest pussy ever. He can't tell me why anything.
All right, so we got a $5 cash app. Imperious, you are gone for 5 minutes. Thank you, Lauren. And I'm not.
Let me just say this: he doesn't know anything about morality unless his man-made pussy tingles in a wrong way.
Yeah, when you're
all right, that was your final thoughts for the next 5 minutes. You can come back in 5 minutes. No, I wasn't.
I'm telling Ryan not to take
the
bait, but not telling Imperious to not put out bait. Then yeah, you're one-siding it.
Well, I mean,
oh my god!
I literally told Ryan not to put out bait, just like I told Imperious not to put out bait. I told them both
to be fair,
earlier.
A few of you guys ought to be thankful that Imperious is like this, because if he actually controlled himself, he would actually be a formidable adversary.
I gotta do some shaming. I gotta do some shameless shilling because Lauren likes her booty and she wants to see the booty. I'll get angry text messages if she don't get her super chat award.
My money don't
All right, Lauren, again, since you are a donator to the channel, that is some good booty. We appreciate it. But would you like some firemen or something? I'm pretty sure me and Bumpkin can whip something up for the ladies who donate, because believe it or not, women watch my stuff for some reason.
That's gay.
I know y'all like the booty, and Lauren did get mad last time she didn't get her booty for donating, so we want to make sure she gets that booty. All right, Ryan.
I don't know if I can edit that, bro.
Because I never got a chance to say something.
Okay,
I'll give him.
Then Ryan has the floor after you.
I'll give Imperius this much. He knows a bit about the law, but like you should really look up what Trump invoked here. It wasn't the Insurrection Act. It was Title 10.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I have to read this off. From Lauren, Imperius is popping that boy Posey all over the panel like the little slut he is.
So true. Yeah, and like, I mean, we actually read the specific law he used earlier on stream a few times, and as we laid out very clearly, orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states. And also, again, Governor Newsom has obviously not agreed to it. Now, EB3 argues that, of course, because of some other law which he refuses to share with us, that this is actually okay. And the alternative press specifically says that it's unclear whether or not, or it's not immediately clear if the president can activate National Guard troops without the order of that state's governor. So obviously there will be legal challenges regarding this, but I'm quite personally confident that Trump is breaking the law, because I've noticed over and over that Trump has no regard for the law. So
let me
shock me.
Let me respond to that. Let me respond.
I'll let you retort, but I do have to say this, and then Bumpkin is another co-host, so you'll have time to retort. He won't say something. The thing is, and I'm looking for the law, but as it stands right now, I posted it in the back chat. Actually, I looked it up. The president does have the right to federalize, and it's from the same university that you posted. The president does have the right. It's a process that has to be done, but it's a process that can happen quickly, but it does have to be done, where he can federalize the National Guard and take direct control, either himself take direct control or put a general or a commanding officer in charge.
Right, let me retort 30 seconds uninterrupted. Like, I'm obviously an Englishman, and we share similar law systems, but they differ somewhat verbally in language-wise. However, the essence is the same. Really, when you elect a commander-in-chief, you are electing a king for a period of time, rules over your army. Now, let's bring it back to England. When the politicians lose control of their shit in England, and there's riots on the streets, that's when the king can invoke some sort of power. You all know, the whole world knows that the king doesn't run shit over here. It's the politicians. We've got a prime minister and all that jazz. But when those politicians lose control and there's riots on the streets, the king can send in the army to control the streets and bring order back and reset parliament and bring a whole new election in. Similarly, when you elect a similar type of king in America for a period of time, who's commander-in-chief over all the armed forces, when the politicians within their jurisdiction lose control of the streets and there's riots on them, the king, in some fashion, can send in the troops and reset that shit. And as Melanie pointed out, Article 10 was invoked, or whatever that is in America, but it's the same spirit, the same essence of what goes on over here. With the Americans, my ancestors that conquered America, took the English law over with them, and you're using the same shit. It's the same shit being implemented. So excuse me if my words are somehow a little bit different to what you use over there, but the essence and the spirit of the law that I'm talking about is exactly identical.
Yeah, so the spirit might feel similar, but we do have distinct laws for a reason. So, I mean, this is a separate thing. This is about required drills and field exercises, 502. I don't know. I mean, this certainly wasn't cited by Donald Trump when he did this. But I mean, if he did, then I would like to see the justification for it. But this doesn't follow from what I can tell.
But do you understand the logic, Ryan? What? 10 more seconds, Ryan. Do you understand the logic of? It's pointless trying to acquire the consent of a governor or politician, but has lost control of their state. Their consent
not
is
according,
useless.
Not according to the
If
law
there's
that Donald
riots
Trump invoked. So just to be clear, the law
you
that Trump
understand the
actually
logic.
invoked.
You understand the
I understand what you're
logic
saying,
of
but
trying to
according to
acquire
the
the
law,
consent of someone who's lost control of their state.
right. So if there was a law regarding that Trump could have used, which I'm sure there is, then he should have used it instead of using a law that does require the consent of the governor.
Put all
And he
that
should
aside
not have
to
used
1
this
minute.
one, which does again require the consent of the governor.
Brother, man to man, put all that aside to 1 minute. Just logically, me and you in the English language, do you understand the logical felicitousness of acquiring the consent of someone that's lost control of their jurisdiction? They're no longer in control of their jurisdiction, and if someone doesn't assist them, like, they're going to get overrun by whoever's they've lost control to on the streets. So acquiring their consent is irrelevant, isn't it? Because they're not even control of what they're supposed to be governing in the first place. So
yeah, so I can imagine. Oh, I'm sorry.
Right,
I didn't hear you. Yeah, I can imagine a hypothetical where that is the case, and I'm sure that there are laws regarding such situations, and if they are, then Trump should have used them, but he did not. He used one where he required the governor's consent, and he did not have it.
Cool. So as long as we can agree that that is a logical conundrum that would need to be dealt with, now you and I both can rest easy that there are legal professionals that have got all those legal semantics written out, Article 10, whatever it is, that enable that to take place. If you're a governor or a politician that's lost control of your business and state, then someone else is going to come in and mop up for you. How it's legally defined and determined precisely is for you to all argue and summon about, but you must acknowledge the principle that, yeah, this obviously can happen. How does it legally happen from there?
And to be fair, we're not like legal experts, right?
That
We're
is
not.
the warning. Imperius is back.
I mean, Imperius.
We're not like
again, section 502, Title 10. It's not hard.
Trump used that.
This was used in Katrina,
Title
9/11. It's
Title
not that
32.
hard. It's not that hard.
You said section 502 of Title 32, not Title 10.
What did I post? Is it Title 32 or it's Title 32? Not 10.
Yeah,
Title 10 has something. Title 10 is about
You just
deployment.
misspoke, but it's
I
okay.
believe. Title 32 is about taking control and using them for specific means.
No, it's not. It's called required.
That's literally read what it says. What I posted in the back. It talks about other activities. It was used after 9/11 and Katrina. You moron.
I do have a request
now,
from a personal friend. I have a request from a personal friend of mine. I'm giving this to Ryan and Mel. He is a leftist as well, and he's like one of my best friends. Because he's having the issue that I'm having, he's only finding violent insurrectionist activity. He wants to know if y'all have any peaceful protests, because he wants to document everything as much as possible, just in case legitimate protesters get hemmed up.
I mean,
if they're out there, there are no legitimate protesters. Pull them all up, put them in a bag, and strip them in the ocean. Throw them in the ocean.
Again, he's calling for mass murder of protesters, which is
why is mass murder wrong? You can't tell me. Just think it gives you a
Imperious. I'm gonna tell you, like I told
Ryan. No. That's not that is not POS. That is asking a philosophical question.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Tell me why. It is. Tell me why.
We were friends. I thought we were friends, Mayo Monkey. I thought we were friends.
No. Here's the thing, right? And what Imperius is asking is very simple, and you will never be able to
go.
He won't answer it because he knows that everything that he has or he believes in comes down to might makes right, and I'm stronger. So by his own
I think
calculus,
that people like you have lost over and
shit.
over when you try to implement your laws. You lose.
We've won throughout history. Who is the world's oldest, most powerful, and most effective institution, sir? Who has killed more and saved more than any other institution on the planet?
Probably the United States.
No, the Roman Catholic Church. And we will be forever. We have been forever and we will be forever. We have butchered continents and we've saved the entire human population numerous times. So tell me why that justification doesn't allow us to decide who lives and who dies.
Because we'll stop you.
You can't stop shit. You're liberals. Do you see how skinny and pussy you are? You're telling me that you're going to fight grown-ass men? Have you ever seen what happens when a bunch of liberals try to fight a bunch of men?
You are not going. We're not going to let you take away women's rights. We're not going to let you take away black people's rights. We're not going to let you kill
black people and
women
have no rights. Rights don't exist until somebody tells you have them.
That's right.
Rights
yeah,
don't
rights
exist
are
until there's
instituted by
somebody to enforce
rights are
them.
upheld by institutions, and we're going to uphold
they're
those institutions
upheld by the
against
very
freaks
people
like
you think are bad. Who do you think the cops are that uphold it? Who do you think the military is uphold it? Conservative people, you dumb queer.
Yeah, conservative people. They want to conserve the Constitution, the law, because they don't like you either.
Conserve themselves and what is best for them. When it comes down to it, people are going to do what's best for them.
Imperious Sasquatch is trying to get in. Go ahead,
I was just clarifying for Ryan that it's okay. He does have rights. I say so.
Thanks, Caucasian. I agree. You have rights too. And Imperius also has rights.
And that's
he
the whole
has the
thing.
right to be a dumb bitch.
Until the people decide that are violent, that say you have no rights, and then you're not going to do shit. Just like the founding fathers. The founding fathers said there were 1 to 3% of the population said we're going to get violent and assert rights. You queers can't fight. Faggots can't fight.
Hey, whoa,
so you have the very people you rely on.
Both fake news and TOS.
What?
Imperious. Look, TOS, last warning. I don't want to have to censor you.
Okay, that's fine. I get it. Gay people can't fight. Liberals can't
There's
fight.
nothing gay about
you guys are physically weak. And the very people you rely on to protect you from the scary right wing are right wing.
You know there's a lot of gay cops, right?
No, there's no gay cops. Are you talking? 86% of cops are white straight males. What are you talking about?
There are gay cops. There are also closeted cops.
6% of cops are white straight males. You dumbass. The very people you think that could take away your rights, you there get on your knees for and beg them to keep your rights.
Yeah,
you
they're going to
are
stand alongside me
nothing,
against
sir.
freaks like you. Yeah,
You sit there under the good graces of powerful men.
I love my
That's
powerful
all
men.
you
Yeah,
are.
thank you, powerful men, for protecting me from freaks like Imperius.
You know I'm going to clip that, right?
Me. Who do you think I am?
Stanley, there isn't a single American scholar, constitutional law scholar, that disagrees with me. Right? And they know that the American Constitution is written in English law. Your founding fathers,
foundation of English common law. Yes.
Your founding fathers were English lawyers, English scholars of law that took the law with them. Thicko. Right. When I say America is governed by English law, that doesn't mean the laws of England govern America. It means that your founding fathers took the English law with them, drew up the Constitution in English law because they had a discrepancy with the king who wasn't following it. But they loved the English law. They took it with them and drew up a fucking constitution. I'm not saying that England's laws rule America. That's not what's being said.
I don't think that's
Britain's laws rule
No,
America.
the executive was always
You're
intended.
an idiot.
The executive was always intended to have oversight powers in national emergencies. Okay, the fact is, John Adams passed the Alien and Sedition Acts. George Washington, in the first 3 years of his presidency, took up the militia and went and killed American citizens in the Whiskey Rebellion because he didn't ask for Congress's help. Washington himself did not take the constitutional oath on the Constitution. He took it to himself. So you guys don't know anything. This liberal has no idea.
When it God, I think he cornerstone.
The Bible. But that's what I'm saying. He took it to himself. I pledge to Almighty God. He didn't pledge it to the Constitution.
Let me address some
God's not real.
Some messages from some friends and some comments. Gay fighter pilots are a bonus. Homosexuals have better eyesight than 2020. Is that because all the carrots they eat? Firemen.
But no, Imperius.
Some firemen are.
Oh, sorry. Imperius is correct, right? If you remove God, right? If you remove God, what is your philosophical foundation for why murder is wrong?
I don't have to justify why murder is wrong.
Hold on.
I don't want to be murdered, and I can.
Why is slavery wrong? Let's move murder.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. We have a special request.
Wait, did she send me tit pics or what? Boo pics?
I don't know about all that, but apparently, Fly Young Red, throw that boy pussy. I don't know what this is.
You know, on Sexy Red's channel, she play. Whenever I do that, she plays that. What was that movie? Like the Apocalypse movie with all those comedians.
I don't know.
Like this is the end or whatever, already. But there's that scene where she go, "You're popping that pussy, or you're popping finger popping that asshole." The show always plays that for me.
Throw that boy pussy, roll that boy pussy, roll that boy pussy, roll that boy pussy, roll that.
Yeah, no, no, that's getting off my screen.
Pretty funny. No, I'll give her that. That's
funny,
pretty
but that's
funny.
getting off my screen.
No, I'll give her that. That's pretty funny though.
Lauren wanted me to say that is from her. All right, I got my friend Dro. He is the leftist gentleman. He is the one that is archiving as much footage as possible. Mel, if you're out there watching, and Ryan, if you got any footage, if you could send it to me, I will make sure it gets to him. How are you doing, Dro? Friend of the channel.
Yo, Stanley in chat.
Thank you.
Stanley in chat. Come and find me elsewhere on the internet, and let's have a nice debate about constitutional law. I'll teach you some shit, man. Don't worry about that. But carry on, keyboard coward in a way, and achieve nothing. But come find me and have it out open.
I'm gonna also post my Discord link everywhere. Everyone is more than welcome.
Oh yeah, we've got a conversation to have later, haven't we?
Hey, English is the first language.
Yeah.
But Dro, how are you doing? You have the floor. I'm assuming you might want to talk to Ryan or Melody. By the way, be nice to Dro. He is a friend of the channel and one of my closest friends. He is an evil communist, but he is still my bestie.
Nah, I hate him now.
Thanks, man. Yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm only here for a few minutes because I got to go make myself lunch quick and go out with some friends for that. But, it's nice to have you on. Seems you were having a good debate before, Classic Imperious, I found the way to interrupt you most efficiently. I'm just fucking with you, don't worry. But yeah. Hope
no, you got the floor,
having a good day.
Is that all you wanted to say, Bubba?
If you're if you're in LA, it's in Paramount where the issues are going to be. Because let me give you a little hint.
I'm not in LA, but
okay. I was saying if you're looking for
that,
to go to Paramount and Huntington Park, because Paramount and Huntington Park are actual entire communities of illegals where they've created complete alcoves where within the city, the people that service them, the people that work in the utilities that work, everyone's an illegal. The entire city is. That's why you're having entire cities now who are not part of the United States. That's the
basically
issue.
A low-level insurgency at this point.
Yeah,
I've talked specifically with you about this, Orthodox, but I don't know how much I brought it up to the rest of the panelists. I think America is effectively going to enter its own years of lead. If you don't know what that is, that was basically a 2-decade-long period of low to medium level political insurgency that ravaged Italy in the 50s and 70s between far left and far right schizo groups, frankly.
I'm going to turn your volume up, all right?
No worries.
A little low.
Yeah.
This reminds me a lot of the Franco dictatorship in Spain and stuff. The fighting between the fascists and the communists during the Franco rule in Spain.
Are you two going to keep sucking each other off like this, or can we respond?
Yeah.
Melanie Dro is one of your people.
I want to get involved in that.
No, I don't fall for that.
Sound like it.
You have to earn that.
All right.
Well, not just that. This is similar.
Dro, go autistic Rhodesia on him. Own Mel. This is Mel's mating dance.
I want to respond to what you said, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot of these quote-unquote alcos that Imperius referred to that you also seem to think is an insurgency are an effective redlining and housing policies in LA, right? So if it's an insurgency, it seems like, America did it to itself.
I don't mean insurgency
America
strictly in
invited
regards
these
to the
people,
community.
or wait, did they cross the border illegally?
No. We're about to see a tanky versus the post-communist. Let's fucking go.
Yeah,
Papa
please end this guy. I think you have more intelligence than this.
I mean,
Dro's getting his commissar hat on right now.
Don't most Americans agree with me that Stalin?
Dude, you understand, Melanie, that communists didn't like if Dro's communists did not like immigrants. They did not like outside people. Cesar Chavez, Martin Luther King both wrote that the civil rights movement had nothing to do with illegals, that it was for innate black people and innate Latinos that were born into the citizenry of this country and were promised certain things. Illegals and outside people were trash. That's right. Martin Luther King wrote in 1951 in his essay to Harvard that black people not in the United States have their own destiny that they need to deal with. So you need to understand that you have no one on your side.
Still going.
I'm on your side, Mel.
So this is against colonial powers that Chavez was doing this. To be clear, Marxists tend to have a more pro-immigration stance because Marx was also pro-immigration because he was thought that communism should be international.
That's not really the same thing as being pro-immigration in terms of like.
Okay, was Marx against immigration? No, right?
That's.
And most people today would say that the real communists are the Marxists because they're not actually trying to be dictators like Stalin and Mao were, right? So good to make these distinctions.
Shout out to Pol Pot, the greatest leader in human history.
Yeah, as someone who hasn't like done any formal Marxist training, I got a computer science degree instead of a political science one. But from what I understand about Marxism, the things that I align with it are very much not the things that would be in line with like a Stalin character. They're more in line with like a humanist perspective. But I also wanted to say like the counties that we're talking about here, while they do seem to be above average in undocumented populations, it's still only around like 10%. So
okay, well, I wanted to clarify this as distinct from what Imperius is strictly saying. When I mean insurgency, I'm not strictly referring to like any illegal population or undocumented population, since usually if anyone tends to keep their head down, it's them. The insurgency is usually coming from the protesters, I'd say, the thousands gathering up, the fact that the LAPD is deploying flashbangs, the fact that you have these people like, I don't know if you've seen that footage of that one business owner who like let ICE inside to do a search and then locked them all in,
40 agents were locked in. That is kidnapping of a federal agent.
Yeah.
Like, not just that, but let's look at this. Let me give you an example of what he's talking about an insurgency.
Right. Hold on, Imperius. I want to make a quick point. I'll be done real fast. I'm not saying that I agree with kidnapping 40 ICE agents, but you got to give him credit for commitment to the bit. He didn't go.
That's true. Like it is.
No, I mean, he was committed to what he's doing. He's going to serve the time, but he did what he did. He made the choice.
Yeah, listen, I'm no fan of ICE either, but like I just want to say like if like the people who did that, then they should be charged and arrested. I'm not encouraging.
Yeah, I don't think you're a civil. I don't think you're a nut job, dude. I don't think you support that. That's not.
Yeah, and I think that most people who are out there protesting are also not nut jobs. They also don't support people.
Most people out
because
there
they also understand.
They
also understand what Gavin Newsom understands, which is that Donald Trump is trying to use this to escalate. He's trying to escalate tensions. He's trying to make more confrontations between protesters and rioters and police, and he wants this to get worse. He wants spectacle.
Yes, exactly. Because the more this happens, the more the 90% of the population says shut California down in martial law. Number one. Number two, the thing what he's talking about the insurrection is this. Did you guys hear that on Friday, the clerk, the voting agency, and the board of what was it called? The vote counting board for San Bernardino County just released that there are 388,000 illegals on their voter rolls that they know that they will refuse to release until after the 2026 federal elections. So that means that they are acknowledging that 330.
Do you have a source for this?
Yes.
Also, is that enough to swing an election?
Yes, it is. 388,000 for a county for state representatives.
All elections are rigged.
That is one. That is one.
No. For San Bernardino, if you're talking about federal representation
of the electoral body, so
that has nothing to do. What about the election in the district for the federal
so you make
district?
It like one representative from it.
No, sir. Sir, San Bernardino County has like 3.
So, Zero, would you agree that Jan 6 was also an attempted insurrection?
No, I answer the question of why do you think it is legal that the state is acknowledging illegal citizens on the voting rolls and will not remove them until November, after November 2026 election of the federal election?
I want to ask Zero something, dude.
No, you're going to answer my question first before you answer anything.
No, she doesn't have to do that. She can.
No, it will answer the question, no one's your or it doesn't get to answer and ask it.
You're our bitch.
Imperius. Let him ask Joe question.
Do you need me to ask again?
All right, I'm trying to eat breakfast.
In regards to Jan 6, honestly, I'm going to give the unpopular opinion here that I lead towards yes. Like it was extremely retarded and impromptu, but like just because it wasn't coordinated doesn't mean it isn't fundamentally, people marching on federal property in DC, and threatening other people's lives.
I just wanted to see if you be consistent. So that's nice.
Yeah, so just to be clear, it was not impromptu. It was organized by the Proud Boys, by the Oath Keepers. They had stockpiles of weapons across the river. There was tons of text messages that were released like throughout the court ongoings, whatever.
My understanding of what happened is
deeply organized.
My
and they had a
understanding
specific goal. I'm just saying they had a specific goal, which was to stop the steal. They were chanting it. They wanted to prevent Mike Pence from confirming the results of the election because they believed that it had been stolen because Trump lied to them and told them it had been stolen.
Oh, righty. I have a
link in the back. Look
my
at the link in the back.
What happened is like fundamentally the Proud Boys and whatever else organizations there are at the time were organized, but it was fundamentally capitalizing on a mob that was 98% just people unaffiliated with anything and had shown up for
Did anyone
what they
at
thought
the
was a
January
normal
6th
protest.
break cement from the curb and throw
Lauren,
cement bricks?
I have another.
Mel is a pro PDF animal ranking.
I have another.
There's nothing anyone could
introduction
ever
to
say
make.
that would make me get along with that.
Go on, Orthodox.
I have another introduction to make. I have another personal friend. He used to be Wig Nasty. Now he's down with the Tankies. What is up, Bateman? How are you doing, bro?
What's happening?
So
just
you
trying to shake the terrorist accusations. You know, can't do it because the spicy shit I said on the internet has come back to haunt me because they got this dossier on me. Oh God, they're going to call the FBI on me. They got this big dossier on me. I said a bunch of
the FBI's on your side now, right?
Elon Musk probably has it.
Bateman is a contrarian, so now he's a communist.
Yes, exactly.
Unironically,
we just have to make him into a communitarian.
Hey, Orthodox, can you bring that link up that I posted in the back, the X link, so we can show that San Bernardino County is admitting to illegals on their voting rolls and keeping them there until after the November federal elections?
I think you're the only one who cares about this, though, Imperious.
Yeah, exactly, because you're trying to sneak illegals to vote.
Of
course, you're saying,
just
like the liberal media. Just like the liberal media. Oh, it doesn't happen. Then first it becomes this doesn't exist. Then it becomes, it's only a little bit. Then it becomes, you're a racist if you stop it.
Hold on, bro.
Imperious.
To change the congressional district, they can literally just claim residency status and be part of the next census to change the districting and the number of.
It's beyond that. They're on the voting rolls. They're getting sent voting. They're sending voter packets. That's what this document said. They're getting sent voter packets. And they won't be removed until after the federal election next year.
Calm your tits.
Are they being sent ballots?
We need to see the actual. Can we read the actual documents that are there? Yeah, we're just seeing the tweet. We're not seeing the document.
Yeah, let's.
Can everyone see that document? Or do I have to read it?
Yeah, I can read it now.
All right. If somebody would like to read it for the class, I would appreciate it.
I can do it.
Stanley, English law and constitutional law are synonymous. Ultimately,
1 million active voter records. We need the next page because the first page is just the questions that they asked. We need the next page to actually see what it said.
Stanley, just don't ever pick up a mic versus me about.
As of April 10th, 2025, the Registrar of Voters has 234,053 inactive voter registration records. There are no existing reports corresponsive to your request for the number of records placed in the inactive file between the specific dates of March 2024 and March 2025. Instead, the Registrar of Voters offers the 2024 EAVS report that indicates between October 24th, 2022 and October 21st, 2024, there were 370,688 address confirmation notices sent to voters. The action of changing a voter's status from active to inactive causes the mailing of a confirmation notice. 4. The number of inactive voter registration records continuously on the inactive file last A. 2 consecutive general federal elections is at 180,001 inactive records. B, 3 consecutive general federal elections is 144,618 inactive records. C, 4 consecutive general federal elections is 116,995 inactive records. And D, 5 or more consecutive general federal elections is 86,150 inactive records. Huh. 5.
Nothing to do with
no existing reports responsible.
That's who the inactive Okay, this guy, you're willfully ignorant.
Where does it say that? Where does it say that? It says it's talking about people who changed their address.
No, it's talking about inactive voting records because they're not voters. And because in California, you're
Where does it say
automatically
that?
put on
Where
the
does it say
voting
that?
roll.
Where does it say
in
that?
California, you're automatically put on the voting roll when you get a driver's license.
Where does it say what you're saying?
Do you know? Do you want the law that says when you get a driver's license, you're automatically enrolled as a voter in California?
What you're saying.
Is that what you're looking for? I can give you that.
No, hang on.
Yeah,
Chill,
is that what you're
baby girl,
asking
chill.
for?
Baby girl, chill. You're saying there were 380,000 illegal immigrants on the voting roll. Is that right? Am I wrong? Is that not what he was saying?
And you will see at the end of the paper they will say
immigrants.
388 will not be removed until after November 2026.
And this has nothing to do with illegal immigrants.
Okay.
Yes, it does. It absolutely. All those inactive voting records are people that were enrolled, okay, when they were given driver's license and putting the voting
According
records
to you,
sent
not
ballots.
according to this document. To be clear, according to you, according to your fucking feelings, not according to this document.
Imperious, I don't strictly disbelieve you on this, but I would like to see confirmation either like somewhere else on the document instead of just going based off of like,
Okay, read the end of the document. It
saying.
says we will not remove these until after November 2026
That proves the point we're arguing about, dumbass.
Remove these. It says that here, but
the last paragraph
like confirmation.
The last paragraph explains this. Can I read it?
Go ahead.
Despite the amendment to the California Elections Code, Section 2226, the Registrar of Voters Address Confirmation Notices inadvertently did not include the required language, informing recipients that their voter registration would be canceled if they had failed to respond and did not vote in the next two general elections. This oversight led to registration records remaining in inactive status.
Oh.
And how many were there? Go to the next page, and they said, and then look and see.
Wait, I'll read the last one.
When will they be removed? They won't be removed now.
So once again, we've demonstrated over and over this has nothing to do with illegal immigrants.
Yes, it does.
Fact,
it absolutely
tweet doesn't mention illegal immigrants. It says illegal and ineligible voters.
So wait, who do you think are the inactive voting records that haven't voted in the last 5 elections but are still in the voting rolls? Who haven't voted on federal elections but are still in the voting rolls?
Pierce, people who have moved who haven't deregistered.
No, sir. That would be removed, as they said in Title Section 22264. Those would have been removed easily.
Everyone else on the panel sees what's happening right now, right?
No, you don't seem to understand the correlation between putting people on a voting roll when they're illegal and then having more people on the voting roll than actual voters and sending all these ballots out that you can actually fraud.
I'm curious, you just want this to be true.
No, sir. I don't have to know. I don't want anything
very, very
to be
deep
true.
in his core.
In several counties in several counties in California, more votes were cast
Can I read
than
this
people
last
that
page?
live there. More votes were cast.
Let Ryan read the last page.
So it says, after recognizing the oversight, the Registrar of Voters took corrective action in December 2023 by ensuring that address confirmation notices now include the legally required language. As a result, the earliest date for any voter record to be can be canceled for inactivity will be after the federal general election in November 2026. The Registrar of Voters estimates that approximately 218,000 voter registration cancellations will be processed at that time. Looking ahead, the registrar has identified an additional 16,000 records slated for cancellation after the November 2028 election. Again, nothing to do with illegal immigrants.
So again, just like the fact that the California Attorney General's office released all the names accidentally of all CCW holders in the state of California, just like the California voting records just accidentally had oversight, and we won't accidentally remove that until after the federal election. It's just all an accident.
So we do have a question. Zephyr, I did not expect this question. I expect you to be a leftist. The first question is, are you a citizen?
But can I quickly respond and just give like a brief summary for anyone who's not following everything we just read?
Go ahead. Let me shield real quick. Everybody watching on Twitter, I posted the link to the Discord in the comments section of the video. You guys know how to get there. Y'all are more than welcome to join from the Twitter. Everybody on the YouTube side, I posted it in chat. Please join the Discord. We host online games. We're building a streaming network, and we do talk about politics. Everyone is welcome. But go ahead and respond, Mel.
Yeah. So from what I'm reading here, there have been inactive voters, more than probably usual for a lot of places, because they are, in order to cancel these registrations and make them so that way they can't vote, you need to send them a notice in the mail that with the legally required lettering. The problem is that they did not do that, and it seems that you can only do this after you can only make these changes after an election. So I'm just going to assume here that we're past the window.
You're just assuming. I'm not assuming. Don't assume. It makes an ass out of you and me.
You're doing
number one. Number two, when you have consequential stupidity and negligence, it's no longer.
I was going to defend you. I was going to defend you. So chill. Okay.
All right, Joe. You have a good one. Be safe.
Yeah. Have a good stream, everyone. Have fun.
See ya.
Have a good one, Zero.
So
Joe is our local Xanax bar. He brings calmness to the panel. Now that he's gone, it's going to descend into madness.
As I've pointed out, there are at least one reason that has nothing to do with immigration that someone can become an inactive voter. And this seems to be a procedural error that led to this accumulation. Also, Ryan, how dare you crap on Imperius's fantasies? We on the left do not support kink shaming. So that is bad. That is a bad voter.
I do apologize.
Speaking of kink shaming,
this is where they lost the optics. When you have people waving Mexican flags around, that's the optics that they lost. This is a public.
You're allowed to wave whatever flag you want. It's America, dude. Sorry, we have first.
No. Not when you're. No. Hold on.
Whatever
yes,
flag
we have
want,
flags.
Bitch,
Look, my neighbor puts a flag up. He's from Spain. I have that's not the issue. When you have people riding around on motorcycles, around burning cars, throwing rocks at federal agents, waving Mexican flags as Mexican nationals.
That is a problem, Ryan. You have to see that.
Because
I'm not
these
saying it
people
looks
are
good,
not
but it's perfectly legal for them
citizens.
to
They're
fly
illegal
Mexican
Mexicans
flag.
that are waving.
He's
Go to
combining a whole
Mexico
bunch of different
and wave
things there,
American
right?
flag while burning a car.
That is fair. That is fair. You are kind of grouping it all up. The issue is let me cut through the
No,
issue.
I'm just saying this. Go to Mexico, wave a U.S. flag around while you're burning a car. The cop will get out and just shoot you.
Well, the issue is these are illegal non-citizens, undocumented persons, undocumented non-citizens, however you want to word it.
What percentage?
You don't know the individuals in that footage are
40%. They say LA County is not. They say up to 40% of LA County is
They are
illegal
waving a
protesting.
foreign flag. They are waving a foreign flag while committing to property damage and rioting.
And violence against federal agents. It's violence.
Yeah,
it's
again,
not just property damage.
I don't care about arresting those people. I say arrest those people. If you're throwing rocks at fucking
But how can you do that when you have an entire city? Then when you have hold on. This is the issue, Ryan.
Ryan's not being disingenuous. If he says
no, he's not. I believe him. I believe him. But the problem, Ryan, the problem here is because these have now become illegal cities where the entire city population is illegal.
10%.
The entire city will rise up and block, as you saw yesterday, thousands of people blocking federal vehicles, getting in front and then surrounding the vehicle, hitting the dude. You're literally seeing, okay, when you see hundreds of people
outrage
would you support white nationalists?
It's not rage bait. That what else is an insurrection other than blocking federal vehicles, surrounding federal agents?
I have a question for Ryan and Mel. Even though you don't like them, would you support white nationalists' right to protest?
They have it. Yeah, they have it.
Of course they would. They're not disingenuous. Like,
Also,
say
if
what
they're
you want about
throwing
Mel. He's
rocks-
not an idiot. Yes.
If they're throwing rocks at like police and not minority groups, yeah, we have way less of a problem than hate crimes.
True.
Well, I mean, if they were doing either, they would deserve
Mel,
to
have
be
you ever
arrested.
been in
Shut up,
Asheville,
Mel.
Bob, where people are throwing rocks and Molotovs and fireworks and stuff?
Curious.
Hey, Moxie in chat. There's a reason why.
Okay, why
an
are you
American
responding?
lawyer
Dude,
today.
just type in chat.
Hey,
Yeah, no,
EB3.
bring chat into the
EB3,
conversation.
if you're not a host, please don't respond to chat.
What?
If you're not a host,
is
please
the
leave
howling
chat.
madness. Just let the chat insult everyone.
Can I
It's
just
fine.
have 10 seconds to respond to someone?
No, I have a question.
Not if you're talking to chat.
I'm still trying to finish
What
my
the
thing. I have a
fuck
question
is
for
going on
Imperius.
here, man? You just want me to sit here and look pretty?
Simple
Well,
question.
I mean,
for
you can
Imperius.
speak. You can speak to the panel. Just don't address chat if you're not a host for the show.
Can I ask Imperius a simple question, please?
Are you on crack? Are you joking with me?
Orthodox mod. Your
Go type in chat if you want to talk to chat. You can talk to chat. Just don't address chat on panel. Go ahead, Mel.
They're mentioning me in chat. All right, okay.
Well,
Go type to them. Just open your YouTube and type it on them in the chat. Then.
What's up, Lawrence?
So you just brought up chat up. So no one can respond to chat. That's
No, if you're not a host, you need to talk to them in chat by typing.
That's some pussy move, that is, mate. Yeah.
Well, I'm not censoring you. You can go and talk to them. You can.
Obviously, I would have said it all by now. Explaining this bullshit rule to me has took longer than what I wanted the time to say.
Yeah, but now you know. Now you know the fucking rules.
Now you know the rules, so we don't have. Now you know the rules, so we don't have to go over it anymore.
Thanks for taking 10 times as long as it would have took for me to address that, to explain it to me. You fucking idiot.
So much room to do that.
I feel like I'm at my a drunk family reunion.
EB3 is our drunk uncle that yells at us about politics.
Nah, you're just a fucking idiot. You can't talk to a chat. Shut up, blood.
I reclaim my time. Imperious.
My brother in Christ, it's my show. I don't want people insulting and talking shit to my chat.
But that's idiotic, and I wasn't. It was on topic. We're talking about law and semantics, and someone's questioning my.
All right, move on. What, Mel? What do you want to say? Mel, hold on. EB3, just Mel had a question. What do you want, Mel? What do you want to ask?
Do you think American citizens have the right to fight against a tyrannical government?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think that that's plausible? That's what people think that they are doing here?
Yeah, sure. I think but again, I would need excessive proof that not less than 40% of these people are illegal. Number one. Number two,
40?
that they're because they estimate 40% of LA County as illegals.
10%.
Okay.
It's 10%. You're just lying. You're just lying.
No. That's certified. No. That's reported. Actual versus reported. Just like you're seeing people that they're finding that they didn't know would be there, that they have international, that they didn't know any of these people were even here.
Yeah, I guarantee you that if there's like
you have to understand there's a whole enclave where you live under the system in these cities. Because everyone's outside the country, they create enclaves where you can survive outside of the system in that city.
No, it's not.
He's just lying to you guys.
No. Are you kidding me? Go to Vernon. Go to I don't know. Shit. Go to Huntington Park. Go to
white in these communities.
No. I mean, go to Canoga Park. Go to.
Look around. You'll see tons of brown people, and then you can assume they're all illegal.
It's the fact that no, sir. Hold on.
Well, hold on. Right? How about that?
Thank you all for that. That's very honorable of you.
I'm telling you, like I grew up in Southern California.
On that one.
There are cities, just like if you go to Alhambra or San Gabriel, where those are pretty much China, where the federal government had to sue the city back in the day to force business owners to put their signs in English and their addresses in English because they were putting it in Chinese.
Yeah, we have Chinatown here in Toronto.
The problem when you bring illegal people here,
everywhere.
They don't want to assimilate. They bring their own enclave and just bring where they came and put a new there. It's a conquering mechanism. That's why.
In Toronto, Canada. Imperious in Toronto, Canada. There's a place called Chinatown. Is that an invasion?
That's not what I'm talking about.
Wait.
That's not what I'm talking about. There's Chinatown in every city.
I want to point out something. He shifted from talking about 40% illegals to now saying that like people speak Chinese and have Chinese culture in some areas.
I'm giving examples of
he's also not even distinguishing between those people and illegal immigrants. He's just conflating all immigrants together. I posted a report. Well, I posted a report that on page 12 or right after page 11, it talks about data point, which is about 8% are undocumented immigrants in LA County.
And if I show the estimated data point that it's like higher than 35%.
Good for TOS.
I can show you countering data that will show it's higher than 35%.
Let's see your countering data.
The federal government's own
make it not an X post this time. Make an actual source, not an X post.
I know that X post was the first-hand source showing you the images. I didn't care about the X post.
And it didn't support what you were saying at all, which is kind of funny. But I still prefer an image of a first-hand
source. Ryan, if you had to be a colonizer, which type of colonizer would you be? A British or a Spanish colonizer? Me, for one, I choose Spanish colonizer.
Spanish for sure. It's way funner.
Neither.
Probably Spanish. But I'm not going to
Spanish is way funner, dude.
Let's go. I fucking love brown women. And brown women love me.
Although
what did you say? Did you say?
I feel dirty saying that.
Although the English did get like, the Spanish got the Philippines. The Spanish even got the Philippines too. They got the tan Asians and stuff too, man.
All right, so we're gonna pull up Ryan. We're gonna pull up Ryan's sources Ryan, did you say page 12, or do you want to go? Well, this document's a bit.
It's after page 11. There's like a data sheet, and so it's not actually page 12, or maybe it is page 12. It's just not listed as 12 on the document.
Well, we'll go through them, but this is a lot to read. So if you want to,
you don't have to read the whole thing. That's why I'm just saying go to page 12 basically.
All right, cool. We are on page 12, and here we go.
Can I just point out one thing real quick? It's a
Go ahead.
general rule of thumb in immigration that the underreported section portion of a group is smaller than the reported group, because most immigrants actually do want to have legal citizenship.
True. And can you scroll up? It's actually it literally is page 12. I misunderstood. And it's the blue box above this. Yeah.
Oh man.
Right here. So it says, as of 2021, LA County was home to 3.5 million immigrants, equating to 35% of the county. So that's 35% are immigrants, right? That makes sense. 18% are naturalized citizens. So again, legal immigrants. 9% are lawful residents. Again, legal immigrants. And 8% are undocumented immigrants, which would be the only exception.
And what's the source, Ryan?
This is from, let me look at it's the State of Immigrants in LA County 2024 from the Equity Research Institute, California Community Foundation.
Oh, cool.
I posted it in the back chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it in chat. Imperious, if you have anything like an actual source like Ryan does,
let me. I'm looking for the data chart from the feds. Hold on.
All right, Ryan, you're more than welcome to keep going. I'm just showing chat's message and potential questions.
Considering the number that Imperious said showed up in this exact document as all illegal immigrants, and he has a tendency to conflate those two groups, I'm going to go ahead and assume that he just read that number and assumed it meant illegal immigrants.
Yeah, I agree. That also seems to track from everything I've heard from him today.
No, it's that 1.1 million of those 3.5 million are illegal, correct?
Sorry, say that again?
1.1 of those 3.5 are illegal, correct?
No, source up. And again, 3% or 33% of 35% is not 35%.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if there's 1.1 known illegals known in the LA County.
Where do you get that number from?
That means you can triple the amount how there actually are.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
You're just making shit up, dude.
No, it doesn't. No, I'm not. And you're seeing it with the numbers.
Where did you get your math degree from?
You can't. No, sir. You cannot tell me that 20 million people coming across the border in 4 years that you don't.
Give us a source.
Illegal enclaves house these people. Live in 8 to 9 people in a 1-bedroom house.
Give us a source.
Okay. I will give you a source.
So, by the way, oh wait, no, I got my decimals wrong. That's 280,000. 8% of 3.5 million is 280,000, not 1 million. So nice try.
I'm not sure if it's to be fair, Mel. I'm not sure that. I think it says that totaling. So this is breaking down that 35% number, and it's saying 18% of that is naturalized citizens. So 9% are lawful residents. So that goes to 27, and then the 8%, bringing it up to 35, are undocumented. So it is 8% of the. It's not 8% of that 3.5 million. To be clear.
So what's
Bumpkin will return shortly. He just got home from his miniature vacation. He's gonna join on his PC.
County.
So let's take a little break and have a little breather. How's everybody doing today? Everybody doing good today?
Oh yeah, brother.
Hell yeah. This is actually why I like having different opinions on the show.
First, I just posted in the back that in December 2023, California had 1.1 undocumented signups for healthcare. Okay, that's just signups for healthcare.
172,000, not 1 million.
No, 1.1 million. It says in their own document that 1.1 million undocumented immigrants signed up for healthcare through December 2020.
Is that just how many could enroll?
No. That's just how many decided to. Because not all, many of them are scared to do it, because that's why they don't take the census. That's why they don't register for anything.
Just read the source. Don't stop narrativizing. Just tell us what it says.
This paper says that there are more.
Oh my God! I see brown people. I am immediately afraid and want to deport them.
Deport them all.
That's unironically how Imperious feels.
that doctor right there definitely needs to be imported.
This article also says 700,000, which was the 8% of 9.6 million.
It says 1.1 illegal signups, correct?
Imperious, do you want to read your source?
Dude, I can't read that on a phone, dude.
Oh,
You can't read it.
That's way too small, dude.
All right, I got you.
I'm not young like I used to be, man.
Yeah, this is because Medi-Cal goes outside of just LA County.
Yes,
So
that's my
where do I
point.
need
That
to-
is my
where do I need
point.
to-
So
No,
hold
it's
on.
not,
So
Imperious. The
that's
point
my
was about
point.
LA
I'm giving
County.
you examples of just the ones that
moving the
decided
goalposts.
to sign up. You
Yeah, so
need
that's
to
across all of
triple
California?
the amount that are actually there.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait. Are you saying that's the amount
They
that
even
signed up
talk about
across
it in the
California?
report, talking about how they're trying to outreach to the many more that
Morning,
don't
Joe
sign.
Cool. How are you doing today, Bubba?
That's beyond
Please
LA
join the
County.
panel, Joe.
No, yes, that's beyond LA County, but that includes LA County as
Oh,
well.
wait, by the way, Ryan, Mel, whenever y'all call me racist, counterpoint, Joe Cool says I'm not racist.
Well,
Unless
Joe
he's
Cool's been
mad
wrong
at me
about
and we're
things before.
joking.
That's pretty Joe uncool.
That's pretty Joe uncool. Look, I like Joe Cool. Joe Cool's that old school. I want to meet up with him and smoke a blunt. I'm gonna be real with you.
I have to take
Call me a
long
degenerate.
shower after talking to Imperious.
There are
you know-
in LA County, there are 900,000 illegals that have been here more than 10 years.
No, there's not even that many.
It's
illegals
just
at all.
it's just 900,000 that have been there more than 10 years.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Let me address something. Hey, Molly, if you're gonna woo bang from chat, honey, please join and address him. I don't want any drama in my chat because it is a rule that unless there's a direct question to a panelist, that they don't need to address chat. Only hosts can. So if you're gonna woo bang from the chat and encourage it, you need to definitely hit panel, or send a cash app, or ask a question directly. All right, you guys go ahead. I'm sorry.
Imperious, what's 8% of 9.66 million?
I don't know what's 9.66 million, 8%. What would it be, like 960 or something like that?
It's 780,000, well below the number that.
Yeah. But the difference is I'm reading from an updated data set. I'm talking the data set that they're taking from now. You're talking from 10, 12 years ago.
Ryan, how old is your?
Wait, hold on. We got a banger. You may be racist, but you're bad at it.
Many such cases. Yeah, my source was from 2024, by the way.
Oh, 2024.
And my sources from this year, from what you just saw, they signed up that amount.
Wow.
They signed up that amount. You
Yeah,
guys
so
need
all
to.
of California-
I need you. Okay, here, I'll ask a simple question.
What's the
I
difference
need you
between
guys to
LA County and all
somehow.
of California?
I need you guys to somehow.
Imperious, do you know the difference between LA County and all of California?
Yes, I do. But 70 to 80% of California's
article
immigrant
you
community
provided-
lives in LA County.
Right.
Okay.
So again.
So if no, sir. So if that amount, no, sir. What I'm talking about is you do not get that these illegal. They don't register. You don't know how many are here. You have to triple the amount that you are estimating.
What's
It's not 1.1. It's 3 million that are illegal in California.
The StreamYard's link has been posted everywhere. You guys can
I'm
join
not
if you
making up
want.
any numbers, dude.
I'm
You're
about to post
finding
it
it
to the
out
Twitter.
right now. You're finding it out right now.
This is literally
No,
mathematical.
it's not, sir. You're finding it out right now by what they're by who they're finding. You're telling me. So let me ask you a simple question. Where did 20 million people go? Where did the population of 13 states go?
This has nothing to do with what we're talking
It
about.
absolutely does. You're talking about 20 million people who you have no idea where they were, and now that you're finding them, you're thinking, "Oh, where did these people? They don't exist."
I'm curious. What is 7% of?
I don't care about what is 20 million people.
What is
20 million people?
Running, dude.
No, I'm going to ask you the same question. If you're going to ask me a bad faith question, I'll ask you the same thing. What is 20 million people?
Can I pause them and read from the actual source he posted?
You may.
Okay, so it
I'm gonna
says
stop sharing because it's just an article. So, are you reading it from mine, or are you reading it from yours?
I'm reading from my. I've got the same article pulled up. So, if you want to try to find this part, it starts at this expansion is projected to cost. But it says this expansion is projected to cost more than 835 million in the next 6 months and 2.6 billion every year thereafter. Previous expansions, which opened the door to more than 1.1 million undocumented enrollees, cost the state approximately 1.6 billion annually. So that says it opens the door to that 1.1
To those
million
old
undocumented
ones that have
enrollees.
been here more than 10 years. So what about if there's 1.1 that have been here more than 10 years? What about the last that have just come here in the last 4, the 20 million?
Okay, so earlier in the article, it mentions about 700,000 getting becoming eligible through this. So, like in total, we're talking about maybe like still less than.
Yeah,
2 million.
those are the eligible ones, the ones that have been here for 10 years plus.
I don't see that part.
That's the date, the ones that they know that are here. You don't know where those 20 million people went, sir. That's my point. The 20 million that have come across the border in the last 4 years, you don't know where they went, and now you're finding out where they are.
And that's over all of California. Your original claim was
No,
about
I know, and 70 to 80% of illegals live in LA County. In California.
Can I have a moment just to?
So, sir, let me. Do you think these people are stupid that they're going to not go to the places that give them all the shit they know?
Let Imperious let Mel say something. Hold on.
Ghetto birds.
So from what I've seen here,
Imperious. I appreciate it, Imperious. You're doing very well, by the way.
You see all the ghetto birds, man? Look at that.
Imperious started with a claim about LA County's illegal immigration population. We then found that that was the total immigration population, not just illegal immigrants. He then moved it to be all of California through the article he posted. I then pointed out that has nothing to do with LA County. He then wanted to bring it to other states because this is what Imperious does when he loses.
Okay, now I'll respond and say this. No, the argument was
Amazon drone. Oh, wait a minute. This is peak in-stage capitalism.
No, I think that's homemade.
No, I think it's an Amazon drone.
That's 3D printed.
No, that's an Amazon drone.
That's an
carrying
Amazon
a fucking
drone,
package.
What
This
model?
is
I've
peak.
never seen an Amazon drone with that design. What model is that?
I'm not sure, but you can see the package strapped on the
It's got a
bottom of it.
package
No, there's no package on it. It's just got, like,
Amazon's
a
going to
phone.
deliver. Hey, you know,
Got a
I was
phone
watching
camera.
a stream last night, and they had a police line, and they let an Amazon truck through. He was like, "I'm still going to deliver this shit, even there's it's a riot."
No, this is peak in-stage capitalism, though.
Oh
I think
yeah,
we
no,
can
it
all
is for
agree
sure.
about
That is America. Everything's burning down, but somehow Amazon's still got to get the package there.
Yeah, don't tell me about drones.
Man's got to get paid. He's got to get
No,
his
but
rating.
let me respond. The argument from the beginning, what I said was the illegal population is 3 times the estimated number. I showed you that the state is admitting that there are hundreds of thousands of people that are inactive on voting rolls that are larger than the amount that you're talking about that are identifying signing people up on the healthcare rolls, which they admitted last year was the 1.1 million people that have been there for longer than 10 years. My argument was that you are now finding out where 20 million people disperse to and where they're able to survive outside of the system.
Okay, so we were talking about voters in LA County. You then shifted it to broader California and healthcare, which has nothing to do with voters in LA County anymore, by the way. Ryan has already posted something showing that the actual undocumented population is around 8% of 3.5 million, not 3 times 3.5 million. So you have something to, or sorry, 8% of the population, and definitely
those are statistics of people voluntarily presenting information. That is my entire point. My entire point is that you have entire populations that live under the society now. That do not report, that do not, you have no idea where no, sir. When you have 20 million people that you have no idea where they went, who they are, and what they're doing.
No, you don't have 20 million people. You can't point to that number at all.
That's the amount who have crossed the border in the last 4 years.
And how many have been sent back?
What? How many has Trump sent back? 300,000?
And Biden.
Biden didn't send any of those back. He gave them parolee status.
He
gave them parolee status, and that's the entire point of what you're seeing. He let them go anywhere in the country, and they went to the illegal conclaves, and the populations are 3 times what you think they are. That's my entire point. Thank you.
Looking it up right now.
Right.
How about you send some fucking money, chat? How's it going? I'm back. I'm no longer driving. Sorry about that.
Damn, I just switched out the ticker. You want me to put yours back up there, Bubba?
I need some money, dude. I need some money. Gas money, boys.
So I'm still contesting your 20 million number, by the way, but Biden deported or expelled approximately 4.4 million. I mean,
no, he didn't, sir. He paroled half those.
He may have gotten orders for deportation, but he paroled them. He paused the deportation orders.
You never know.
Right, hold on 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. The I see that the gas is code for weed. On God, I need a blunt. But no, so apparently the protests are spreading. This is sometime in the past 2 days in New York at Federal Plaza. Yesterday? All right. And these are these what I'm assuming are leftists because they're using the same chants as leftists. And they force an ICE vent. You'll hear them in a minute.
And you were talking about repatriation, not deportations. Repatriation is way different than a deportation.
They force a ICE van and a member of an ICE squad back into the ICE Plaza building, and this is happening again. This is not LA. This is New York.
Well, hell yeah, dude. Wait, what's leftist about
not like that? That's not
being leftist.
Why? Hold on, wait. Why I think that is incredibly gay. I think that is a legitimate form of protest.
Yeah, they're fine.
Protest. This is not violence, and I would not call these people rioters. Ryan has the floor. You go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about bringing up the footage.
I thought, is your name fucking Ryan?
Ryan has the floor. Let Ryan go. You can go next.
So when they say no fascist, or no ICE, no KKK, no fascist USA, those are all perfectly lowercase L, capital L liberal values. Like even conservatives are against the KKK. Even conservatives are against fascism. So to say that those are leftist, no, we are us leftists on this panel. We stand arm in arm with our lowercase L liberal, capital L liberal, and conservative brothers and sisters and non-binary siblings in arms against these people who want to bring fascism to the United States. Fuck you.
Fuck techno-fascism and Peter Thiel. Fuck Peter Thiel. Fuck Peter Thiel. Fuck techno-fascism.
The thing is a non-binary.
And fuck Elon Musk.
All right.
Say Peter Thiel.
Fuck Elon Musk
Peter
as well.
Thiel and Elon. Yeah, fuck them both.
I have to agree.
I'm talking more about bring up the footage of the guys.
Peter Thiel is the big dog, though. Elon Musk is
what
clown.
I was talking about, Artho, is bring up the video of the guy that was standing and the guys that were holding in front of the ICE vehicle that got knocked to the ground because he was like standing in front while they were driving and stuff. He got a TBI.
Yeah, but I can't play that because that man died due to brain hemorrhage.
Yeah, he got a TBI, dude. Traumatic brain injury. When you stiffen up like that, and your body stiffens up.
Musk is the
but yeah, I don't think anyone's trying to actually say that what that was in New York.
I think this goes
gay protest.
Yeah, this is the image that you're gonna see that's gonna rile like most of America. Even most quote liberals are gonna be like, nah, we're not having this right here.
Exactly. And this is that is literally not American. That is holding a national flag while your country burns and there's political chaos happening in the streets.
Never hold a flag while on a dirt bike. Good point.
They don't have to hold another nation's flag while the city's
I don't
burning.
care if you agree with the political
that is inherently
this is bad messaging is what I'm saying.
Let me handle this. Hold on, let me finish. This is inherently by nature, whenever a perfectly average person sees this, what they are interpreting it as is a victory dance on a tribal essence of victory over your enemy. And that is what people are. That's what people are going to see. That's what the vast majority of people are going to see, and they're going to see Mexican immigrants who wave their own flag, or foreign immigrants in general, whether they're illegal or otherwise. They're going to see them as the enemy, which is not a good thing.
It's the same thing as if the Dodgers go to New York and raise the Dodger flag in New York after the Yankees game.
Wait, gentlemen, 1 second. Melanie had called next. EB3, you can go next, and then Imperious, you have.
Yeah, just let me know when.
I think it's very American that if you support something like Ukraine or Palestine, you wave the Ukrainian flag or the Palestinian flag in support of them. This is no different.
It is inherent. I'm going to reply to that and then give the floor to EB3. It is inherently different Because the issue is foreign immigration and immigration. The American people, by and large, put a mandate, and they want to limit even legal immigration. And there are a foreign element to this nation that is lying against the will of the American people. All right, you go ahead, AB3.
And I'm going to emphasize how powerful and dangerous it is. The law of flags and where it comes from actually means they were first used on the high seas in order to for ships to identify who was vesseling them, who was what ship was under what control, under what law. And when you pulled up alongside these ships, whatever flag was being represented is the law being administered. So when these people are waving the flags of foreign countries on your land, they're saying this is our law.
No, that's stupid.
Dominating yours. Why am I being interrupted by someone that can't handle it?
Mel, to be fair,
Why am I being interrupted by some lefty
EB3 has the
little
floor.
dickhead full of hormone tablets?
Are they under
doesn't like
maritime
what's being
law?
said? Can you
Mel,
shut your fucking
EB3
mouth?
has the floor, Mel.
Shut your fucking mouth. Speak when it's your fucking turn.
Shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
The reason why it's so powerful is because these foreign invaders are trying to say with this law of flags that our law is now superseding yours, and we will burn the streets down, and your law is so weak and pathetic that it cannot do anything.
Yeah, when they're in
about
warships
it is a
overseas,
clear,
then you'll have a point.
sign that you are being invaded by a foreign enemy.
So, yeah, when
Nobody loves Mexico more than illegals who refuse to live there.
When they jump in warships and then like come up to like American warships overseas with like their flags like that, yeah, you'd have a point. But like we're talking about like on land.
It's the same thing, Mel.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
I'll
It's the same-
simplify.
it is
I
the
gotta go to
same
math.
thing.
It's
Same
not
thing.
but
Same thing.
what I'm saying is this: it's very simple. Look, human beings are tribalistic. Okay, we all are. If you, I grew up in LA, and I used to go to Dodger games. You're a Giants fan. You bring Giant flag. People get killed for that shit. Like on a regular basis, people would die at every Dodger Giant game. Okay, if you think that people are going to deal with a foreign flag, and even if they have the right, let's say some of them are citizens and fly flag, great, they have the right to do that. Irregardless, it is a public relations corporate nightmare. If you think that this isn't going to allow Trump and get this big, beautiful bill passed now because it's going to fund all these deportations, he's going to push this bill now saying, look, we're going to have $80 billion for deportations for this bill. You guys got to, good luck. Thanks, Democrats. You lost that thing. And now you don't think that this is going to empower and weaken the swing state Democrats in the Senate to pass more things that Trump wants against immigration? You don't think this is going to push to deport DACA? You don't think this is, dude, this is pushing the Overton window way back. This is the same thing when you overplay your hand. That's all I'm saying. Like, you can say, yeah, they have the right to do a flag if they're sitting. That image right there is the same image as like a Tiananmen Square thing. It is the same thing as the Trump holding his fist up thing. It is a moment in time that is representing something that people have been feeling and bottling up for a long time. People don't like to see that in some of America's largest cities, you have population shutting down streets, burning cars, doing all this. In the greatest, largest, richest country in the world, there should be no civil unrest like this.
Whilst
People
waving
are
a foreign
tired.
flag and burning yours.
Yeah,
92% of those people are legal citizens who support immigration.
I've had my hand up.
Okay, and so what I'm saying is this:
after
you can
Imperius
say
is
what
done,
you
you can
want.
go,
We can.
Ryan.
I'm gonna head out. You can say what you want about if they have the right. Sure, if some of them are citizens flying a flag, you have the right. You are losing for your side, because eventually, like you've seen it, it is already an 80-20 issue. Okay, it's even on CNN they're talking. It's like 79-21 that people support what Trump's doing. Now he's going to have the onus and the popular support to go after all illegals, not just the quote criminals and the ones that have overstayed. Now it's going to be all illegals.
Well, I do before you go, I do have a question that you can
thank
answer.
you guys. I'll be back after
initial
mass, but
point.
thank you guys. Have a good panel, all of you, including the liberals here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming out, and thank you for chilling, Imperius. You have a good day, and you are more than welcome if we're going live. But I do have a question. You feel free to answer it after you state your initial point. But when I go on Twitter or I go into leftist spaces, as you can imagine, I go there all the time because you see the group of friends that I have. I see leftists always talking like this anytime there's anything like Chaz or what's going on with the riots. 12 hours of rebellion. Everything is always a revolution. Now, when people like yourself talk, you don't call it that because of the diversity of tactics, is my opinion of why you don't. But how do you conflate, or how do you, if there are people in your camp, you and Mel's camp, that speak like this, but they don't represent you, how are we supposed to take what you say? Because I don't think you're a disingenuous person. So how are we supposed to
answer instead of doing the CT narration?
What?
You're doing
It's
like
my show, Mel. If you don't like it, I like
CT
being here. If you don't
narration.
like it, you could go.
Letting him answer. Just let him answer and then do your narration.
Well, he can push off my answer to my question till after he states his original thing he wanted to say.
I'm sorry. Do we have any more paragraphs left? Any more text walls?
Oh, we can always have some more. I can always hit.
Would you like me to create some for you, Mel? I can create some.
It's very hard for me to hold all those different thoughts in my head. I'm very neurospicy ADHD, and it's very difficult for me to track them all. So that's why.
My apologies. Go ahead, Ryan.
I want to say this: from the river to
you can say what.
Palestine will be free.
Bateman, let him go. My bad, Ryan.
I just wanted to say that. I've been itching to say that when somebody said free Palestine. I want to say from the river to the sea. Speaking of ADHD, listen. I wanted to say that.
Yeah, so this is a good example of why. I mean, this is going to inspire a whole nother tangent now because he brought this up. But this is an example of like people using. One of the problems with the from the river to the sea is that people use it in bad faith. People who do want to see absolute eradication,
turkeys for Christmas.
Yeah, people who actually do want to see Israel fall for different reasons. At least,
yes, I know anti-Semites.
People who want people who care, people who actually care about the Palestinian people also use that chant, and they don't use it because they're like anti-Semites like you.
I'm not, sir. Are you accusing me of being?
He's a leftist, bro.
Yeah.
Dude,
he's
I don't know who's here.
This is Bateman. He is.
I mean, I'm not. But I'm sure as hell.
I apologize then. I'm sorry. I assume anyone on Orthodoxy show is a fucking fascist, but I apologize.
How do you assume that? I've brought two people that are like close friends of mine.
Well, one of them was like a communist, like a Stalinist communist, and the other one's Mel. Like Mel and I agree on stuff, but.
Sir. I understand. What are you, a progressive liberal? I mean, what are you?
Yeah, I'd say so. I say I'm progressive, left of liberal. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Marxist.
But anyway, so we go going way off track. I wanted to respond to a specific thing that Imperius is saying.
But
okay?
I want to respond.
No. But I want. We'll come back. We'll come back to you. Okay, I had my hand up and everything. I had my hand up and everything.
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. But you can ask him.
Write it down.
No. I can remember in my mind. I don't have ADHD like you, bro. Like I said, I want to address the anti-Semite thing and the Palestine thing, and I want to also address my past as well on here.
Yeah, I have 5 things I want to address too. I'm waiting for Coder to answer before I even try.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and I am actually interested in your answer, and I apologize for labeling you. I actually thought you were someone else talking, and I thought you were like Blumpkin or someone. But anyway, another thing I wanted to say is that like he talked about how this kind of stuff is going to inspire more support for Donald Trump to crack down on people who are just here illegally. What I want to point out is these protests are happening because he was doing exactly that. He wasn't going after violent criminals. He was going after people who are just undocumented, people who were just looking for work, people who are just trying to live their lives peacefully, and who we could instead offer a path to citizenship, and instead we're blackbagging them and throwing them out of the country violently. And so people are protesting that. That's what's going on. It's not so. And so, yes, I agree that a lot of the propaganda that's going to be made from this will encourage more people to support that happening. But that's what they are protesting specifically. And secondly, when you talk about people waving the Mexican flag and how bad it looks, blah, blah, blah. Well, if you want to use this kind of justification, people wave the Confederate flag all around. And I mean, I don't see anyone justifying violence against people waving the Confederate flag. Certainly not you guys, I imagine. So I'd be very
well. As a Southerner, we were our own country and have that right. But go ahead.
May I quickly respond to your original question about rebellion?
Yeah, but I want to make sure Ryan gets all of his point out because
I'm good. I yield my time to Mel and then to the what's his face. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Punch made Pat.
So for the rebellion versus revolution thing, I think a rebellion can be any sort of like semi-organized or even impromptu gathering of rebels. revolution has a more historical meaning, usually meaning somebody standing up against the state and trying to have a new state, right? So it's a huge difference, in my opinion. It's more about like you said, like it's something about diversity of tactics to use misleading language. Like, no, it's actually like there's different levels of protests and stuff like that.
Have you finished? Have you landed your plane?
So
no, since you're asking me.
Oh my God! Just okay. Here's
Yo, what's up, Jess? How you doing in the
What's
chat?
up, Jess? How's it going?
Can I address
Morning,
the
Joe.
accusations
I've
of-
got a
By
point
the
on
way,
Palestine.
by
I've got
the
a point on
way,
Palestine. Let me know when it's my go.
yeah. One second. By the way,
Bumpkin takes precedent because he's a co-host. Then Bateman, you can go, and then we'll get EB3.
yeah. By the way, $1 a minute to remove someone. FYI, just letting everyone know. Letting everyone know.
Is it my go? Yeah.
That bag, Bumpy.
Yeah. Also, the Confederate flag cannot be conflated with the Hispanic flag because the Confederate flag is something that is inherently American.
No,
At least when people are flying the
inherently
it is not
anti-American.
anti-American. It is not anti-American whatsoever. It's not anti-American.
The Confederates were not anti-American.
If the Confederate flag is anti-American, then every single state flag is anti-American. They were fighting against the federal government.
They were
you
seceding.
know that was
Confederacy seceded from the Union.
Yes, and so did
because
Texas.
the Union failed the Union failed to uphold states' rights.
Are
you
you
can
really
say it's over
States'
slavery.
rights to what? States' rights to what? States' rights to do what?
States' rights to property ownership. Boom, baby. I can dance around it too.
What property? Which property? Which property?
Slavery.
All property.
To slaves, to own people. They weren't respecting your right to own people.
Hey, look, man. At the time, they were property, brother.
No, it was
It is what it is. They were property.
Property,
but they weren't banning you from owning all property. They were banning you from owning slaves.
But it was also about taxation. And ever since the government stuck its nose into the right to own people, guess what? They've also limited your right to own automatic weapons. There's also hold on a minute, Mel. The Americans are talking. They also limited your rights to own automatic weapons. They also tried to limit your rights to own alcohol, own and consume alcohol. They put unconstitutional restrictions. Mel, shut the fuck up for a second. Americans are speaking, and it all goes down to states' rights, which is what the Civil War was fought over. So try again. The Confederate battle flag, for one, that you're talking about, is not a actual state flag. It was the flag used by several militaries and military units, and it has been inherited by an act of Congress. The Confederate battle flag and all Confederate symbolism are inherently American, just like Confederate soldiers are American veterans. Yes, that was an act of Congress. Thank you, sir. Try again.
Raiders.
Proof, because like I can guarantee you,
American
that, like,
patriots fighting for the fucking
Confederates
fucking
would not support America, the taxation that America has today.
I was next for about 10 minutes.
There's no way that Confederates support America's taxation policy today. You're lying when you say that's pro-American.
Right, it's my go now.
Today, to the taxation policy today versus
I'm
the
leaving.
1800s.
Bye.
All right, exactly. Have a good one.
America
Thank you for coming.
Is America today American?
What the fuck, man? When's it my go?
Oh no, you can go. EB3 was supposed to have the floor. Hold on, EB3 was supposed to have the floor.
We were on Palestine, and now we're on.
No, I thought you were going to leave. You should go.
I wanted to talk about Palestine and anti-Semitism. God,
I've just got a quick point about Palestine as an individualist that sees the differences between the right and the left, and I see the left like liberals. Like, please don't interrupt me. I see the left liberals like radical.
Sorry, did you say something, EB3?
And Mel. Right, yeah, that are very left-wing LGBT type of individual.
Are you talking to me?
Russian,
Let
stop interrupting
him
me, man.
finish.
Fuck me. Right, I'm going to turn my headphones off so I can't hear you anyway. Right,
Maybe
I see the left like liberals, like LGBT folk, rushing to support
Mel, he can't
Palestine before the right wingers do. Right, yeah. Because if the right wingers start working out and figuring out that actually chucking these type of individuals off rooftops is not an actual bad idea, we should support Palestine doing it, right? Yeah. Then it would undermine these guys' messages. These guys supporting Palestine is like turkeys supporting Christmas.
So in order for countries to have human rights, they need to not be in war and be genocided by another.
Yeah. I'm just going to interrupt you like you interrupted me.
Cool.
Yeah,
no, and I can just wait.
Yeah. Until the mud stops me, I will have to be physically.
You're normally
Yeah.
You're normally.
I got a point.
Yeah.
I want to
You're gonna
address
run out of
something.
oxygen in that room. man.
Oh man, shit.
Like, take a deep breath.
Yeah.
God damn it.
All right, you two.
Oh
knock
my
it
God!
off.
Yeah.
Come on, kids.
All right, take a time
Jesus
out. If you're gonna act like
Christ.
children, we'll treat you like a children. I'll bring you both up in a
All
minute
right,
or two.
I just want to say something
Thank you, Arthur.
and anti-Semitism.
No problem. Got to people manage.
I will make a confession here to Coder and also to the room. I am a former racist. I am a former anti-Semite, and I am a former extremist. And I disavow all of these traits. And I realize the errors of my
When
ways.
did you turn gay?
No, I'm not that. Definitely not that. But I am not racist or an anti-Semite or like any of those things anymore. Primarily because I think a lot of these people that get into these movements or they utilize this as like a surrogate for their own like miscomings. And I know that's like kind of a typical like leftist talking point, but it's actually
So have
true.
I never been racist? Because I've been saying this. Me and you've both been saying this for years now, and we got hated on by white
I'm
nationalists.
kind of using the conventional definition. My qualms mainly with like the left is primarily because they are, all for the global South, which I think we lost the liberals on the panel. We lost what's his name. But my problem
I just
with
brought
like,
them back.
my problem with like a lot of liberals and that harp on about Palestine is that a lot of them like come from extremely privileged kind of trust fund backgrounds. And I mean, that's kind of amaterial when it comes to a lot of things, but I don't think they understand the plight of the global South or quite understand, because I would have no problem living around the people in the global South and also fighting for their struggle and for their liberation. But I think a lot of what Antifa does and a lot of what liberals do, they just want to feel nice. They want a pat on the back. So that's kind of like my qualms with them. And my qualms with like the right wingers is a lot of them are just retarded. And the neo-Nazis are just autistic spurgs that have like family and daddy issues and mommy issues. And they're angry and regressive. That's
If
my
I could
problem with a lot of
respond
them.
real quick.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Mel. I want to respond to that. Bateman, you and I have said that for years. We've encouraged the right wing and the nationalist sphere to reflect, and it's always turned out bad for us.
It can't.
Yeah, no, they're impossible, and that's why ultimately I talk shit on the right wing, because you're stupid. You're stupid. That's why I consider myself a centrist.
So I mean, all this
you
like
need to you need all sides.
All this like placating about how the right is going to put up guns or do all this is just like LARPing and childish like antics of like temper tantrums that man children are just expressing on the internet. That's like all it really is. And truthfully, and don't tell me it's not, because I've been around these like people, and I've been around a lot of like leftists and communists. They're better to hang around. They're much more chill. Like the right wing always tries, when you're in their friend circle, tries to dominate you, one up you, or like, and it's over goofy shit too. It's like they can never get along with one another. It's like whatever. It's like, I honestly,
right wing infighting is gay.
It is gay. It's like they provide a whole entire moral dossier of like stuff that you've done. That's you've transgressed upon them. Oh, I have transgressed upon you because I made some kind of point about like you're going to construe as leftist or communist. Purity spiral until it's no ends. Right wing purity spiraling is gay. Right wingers are secretly gay. The difference between them is they lift weights and they don't eat like soy. That's the difference. So
I need to point something out.
Go ahead.
And the thing you said about the global South, I don't think applies so much to leftists as liberals. You need to make that distinction.
Well, what's the distinction, my friend? Because I have like been in and out.
I was going to get there. I was already going to answer.
Let me just interject. I've been in and out of the extreme right and the extreme left most of my life. When I was like in college or high school, I was a Marxist, and then I flipped because I don't know, I got angry at society, and I thought, I just lashed out at society. So I decided to become an internet racist or whatever. And now I'm kind of back again. So let me ask you, what exactly?
Ryan disproves even the left.
I was literally about to say it right there.
Go ahead.
So
Kind of gay.
Liberals tend to be like pro-capitalism, like private property ownership, whereas actual leftists are against capitalism.
Feel the burn.
And liberals also tend to support neoliberal policy way more than a leftist does.
Not much weight on there.
Chuck, why are you a hate-filled old man?
Talk about the repetition.
Can I say one thing?
Doing nothing. Talk about the repetition.
Go
Good on you, Ryan.
Go ahead, Grimps. Go ahead.
The point I want to make is the wording. I'm going back to the other issue. Is illegal immigration, unauthorized alien. In other words, they have already broken the law. Period. If they done broke the law, then they're eligible for whatever happens to them. You cannot make a defense of somebody that has already broken the law. Because if you do, you might as well start making a defense for people that shoplift or thieves, killers. Pick any of them. And start defending their cause. You know what I'm saying? And you'll find out real fast that people don't like that crap.
These guys already do. What are you on about? These guys got no problem with shoplifters.
Calm down.
Calm
down, EB3.
I love shoplifting.
So when you understand, like, if you understand that kind of event, like shoplifting, as a symptom of capitalism, then it kind of makes sense that, like, the real criminal isn't necessarily the shoplifter, but places like Walmart that get rid of smaller businesses and increase prices once they get rid of all the competition.
No, whose fault is that? It's the shopper's fault. Instead of going to the mom and pop store, they choose to go to Walmart, which helps put mom and pop out of business because mom and pop has to charge a little more.
They have a monopoly to undercut the mom
we need
and
to
pop.
crack down on monopolies.
Right, I agree with that.
Or oligopolies, because really that's what America has, not just a strict monopoly. But yeah, trespassing hasn't been done for a while. But the real point is that when you're just anything that increases the cost of living means you'll have more people who can't afford the cost of living, whereas before they could. And therefore you'll have more people who might have to resort to stealing food to feed their kids.
Stealing shoes because they're handy right now and the place is on fire.
Well, by the way, I only saw a gas station get looted in the latest thing. So,
yeah,
I remember. I lived in St. Louis.
Anyone stealing food because they're hungry?
I lived in St. Louis with the Michael Brown. Everybody remember Michael Brown? Hands up, don't shoot. That's where that came from. The black individual that got shot. It started off as a simple crime. It wasn't until these national organizations came in there, like Antifa, for one, and Black Lives Matter, got in there and stirred up the hornet's nest. It wasn't like that until they brought it in and totally twisted what really happened. And that got lost in the sauce. And it even burned down part of the town because of what Antifa did.
You're against Antifa?
Yes.
But so just to be clear, you probably don't support fascism either.
No, I don't.
So let's say we have fascists marching in the streets and waving their flags. What do you think we should do?
They have a right to protest, right?
Yeah, right to protest. But unless they're breaking a law, let them play their little silly games. But if they're not destroying anything, they're not burning shit up. If they're not
someone on a scooter with waving a flag, fascist. Yeah,
that's how Germany felt. That's how Germany felt before the Third Reich.
We just saw that image about 20 minutes ago.
Remember, H-Man was voted into power.
That was a socialistic. Yes, that was a socialistic movement.
For no reason at all, might I add.
Joseph Stalin did not.
You might want to understand socialism. First of all, it's egalitarian, and when you only apply socialism to like something like the Aryan class, that's not egalitarian, right? So maybe find a better word for it.
That's just what history called me. His party was socialistic.
Could you highlight that?
They used socialist rhetoric, but it was like Mel said, it was like socialist rhetoric specifically for like the Aryan people, right? It wasn't for like people like me and Mel. We are
no, it was against. It wasn't. Didn't have anything to do with Aryan at the start. It was against communism.
Applicable, not just like white people, right?
And just because a bunch of murderers call themselves the Safe Puppy Club doesn't mean that they like are friendly, nice people that go around saving puppies.
Y'all need to
comment,
any other example?
He was out in the city.
Joseph
He was
Stalin didn't
present.
create Antifa. That's like
That man is ancient. Y'all should have respect for someone who survived all those days.
That's historically inaccurate. This way.
Yeah, and old people can be dumb as fuck. They have to earn respect. Just
Excuse me, I was right in the middle of it, dumbass. It wasn't fun.
Okay, but now here's kind of the dilemma of all this. People say fascists marching on the street or whatever, Antifa. Well, yes, according to the Constitution, people can march, people can wave their flags, they can do whatever. But the main qualms that I have with both of these people is that they're mainly just being propped up by intelligence agencies to cause a lot of trouble. That's my problem with both of them.
Secret black budget stuff that nobody could ever prove. I mean, there's bound to be element.
They can't prove it. But there's elements of that. You have PatCon. I mean, Antifa's a little harder because
I've already pointed out that we're
in USAID.
You can prove that black budgets and operations and psyops are going on, but
I've already
you can do a FOIA request. It's not hard to do.
But each individual event is difficult to prove.
Yes, each individual event, but you can investigate every single one of them. I don't know why every time these are brought up, everybody always says, "Oh, it's impossible to improve." No, they keep records, and they do disrupt.
The black budget psyop and the expenditure is possible to prove.
First of all, with the fascists and everything, the Antifa and the fascists kind of play kissy face with one another online, and then dox people, and then the fascists basically get their little competitors squashed. I know how it works, buddy. I've seen both.
It only goes one way.
Antifa,
yeah, of course.
The Antifa have
no, that's literally not what he's saying. If you're gonna be doing that, at least be competent at it.
Yeah,
exactly. He said one side gets squashed.
Mal's a
problem. He did not.
Well, I didn't say that.
Yes, as well.
No. Hold on a minute. Don't play semantic games with me. Don't try to trick around my words. What I said is they both are ring around the rosy with one another until eventually somebody gets squashed, and it's not always the organization because it just reforms itself, because that's fascism and anti-fascism are kind of just tied to civilization and society.
The names have
it's
changed
just
to
a
protect the
byproduct.
innocent. Yeah, that's right. They just changed the names.
Okay, so I want to go back to you saying that
Same
both
budget.
sides are essentially state ops. The funny thing about that is that I have a way easier explanation for why anti-fascists do what they do. They don't want the Third Reich to happen again.
Why do they dox people though?
If
they didn't want the Third Reich to happen, maybe they would stop pushing communism.
What do they
I don't actually know any leftists who dox people, so I can't answer that.
You're right, Ortho. That's what started it all, was the push against communism.
They'll tell you what books. They'll tell you they burned books, but not what books they burned.
I'll just be honest. I don't have a problem.
The World War II anti-fascists with these mugs on the fucking streets
the
in
Third Reich
Blacktown.
is never going to form with a bunch of
retarded
group.
No, but we will get a uniquely American form of fascism / national socialism, and it is definitely on the way, and we'll be better for it.
Not really.
Uniquely American in that only Americans can find such a way to go
It's going
so
to be
far back into the Stone
techno-feudalism.
Age.
It's going to be techno-feudalism, basically. That's
What is this idea of progress for progress' sake? I'm being honest with you.
It's not progress sake. It's progress because we actually know more things.
What are we progressing towards, Melanie?
Enacting a better understanding
of what?
So, for example, psychology and behavior. Now that we have a better
everybody
understanding,
hold on. Everybody, wait a minute. We got a new person in the panel I've never seen before. Who are you? I get it.
I've seen that.
What's up? No, I'm just here for the LA protests. I saw you're going live for the LA protests, correct?
Yeah, we've talked about it this morning. I've never seen you around.
No, I've been around. I hang out in the chat, but this is a big deal. Yeah, I'm all for it, man. Get them out of here. You know what I'm saying? If they're illegal, get them out of here.
You're so brave. You're so brave.
Is that true? Is this the wrong way?
I can't believe how brave you are.
Am I in the wrong show?
Share it.
No, you're in the right show.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Did you enjoy Elon Musk's Hitler salute?
That was not a hit.
I forgot.
It
For
wasn't.
one, it's called a Roman salute, and two, it's not fucking, and it was not even that.
Yeah. If you touch
It was
your
like
breast
give my
first
heart
and
to
do that,
you.
it's a Roman salute. Yeah. You touch your
I guess
heart.
they were all calling Trump a Nazi, so he kind of joked about it. I think that's how they
Hey,
went down.
Ortho, can I make a point though to this whole like Antifa wanting thinking that they're going to stop the Third Reich?
For
First of
one,
all,
yeah. Hold on. For one,
It is a Roman salute.
For one, industrial societies always go fascist.
they just lead. Eventually, it's a cycle. You can't really
Yeah.
stop it. To be honest with you, I mean, everybody.
Watch us.
The right. Listen, the far right is
You
guilty
can
of this
try.
too.
Actually,
Leave it up.
No.
Don't be
Hold
shy.
on a minute. The far right is guilty of this too because they think they can stop communism dead in its tracks or whatever. It's just like a natural regression and like a cyclical history that like time.
Send me
just
that
goes
EB3. Send me that.
Yeah, man. I will.
So
you're talking
put-
about reactionary
I'll put it in Discord. Yeah.
reactionary.
that. The
Hold on a
problem
minute.
with
You said
that.
reactionary.
Yeah.
Boomer ass meme.
Well, no, that's what you mean in that like
There's nothing boomer about it. Stop
that we can get
crying.
rid of fascism.
It's
Well, I
funny
mean, let's
though.
just look, okay, but let's examine this from like a historical.
But the reason it's
perspective,
cyclical, no, I want to finish what I'm saying. The reason
Go
it's
ahead.
cyclical
Go
is
ahead.
because as socialism progresses and merges with democracy into democratic socialism, or sorry, social democracy, then what you see is you see more reactionaries who are against egalitarianism.
Uh-huh.
What you got is the have-nots that want
Well,
something
you
for
do
free.
realize that in order to have a public that embraces any kind of social democracy, you're going to have an educated public, which a lot of stuff that
Who's talking to me right now? I can't see who's on panel.
Gives rise to stuff like fascism and so-called Nazism in America is not what
educated?
Yeah, educated. That's right.
Yes.
But the most people who support the more fascistic policies and stuff are the less educated.
That's what I meant. That's what. No.
That's,
I'm not making a defense for. I'm not making a defense for fascism. I'm saying if you want to fight against it, you're going to have to like have a more educated base to describe what you're talking about with the progression. The problem is that Antifa doesn't know how to fight fascism or Nazism very effectively. So
No, we
it
do.
just not really.
For example, making education free and open for all.
Create more resentment.
You guys
your
are the
methodology.
same. Hold on, wait. You guys are the same low IQ retards that are like dysgenic neo-Nazis, but you're just on the left.
No, I think they're a little smarter.
I can explain how.
I actually think
Give me a
Antifa is
second.
smarter
No,
than
you don't want to hear how.
neo-Nazis.
You just want to keep telling
Well,
yourself.
that's because you're angry at the right wing. Right
I'm
now.
not angry. No. That's an unfair assertion. I'm not angry. I'm angry at certain individuals.
You're always angry, baby.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Here, so you're wrong that the left
taking
specialist,
agency away from me
the
and
fact
trying
that
to describe
the
something
fact that
to me that's,
socialism is
like,
merging with
incorrect.
democracy, by the way, proves that you're wrong. On top of that,
I
there
don't
are
know
easily
how.
things that the left advocate for, which would help exactly what you're talking about, like having free and open education, on top of making democracy more robust and making sure that fascists can't, do things like overturn elections.
Okay, all right. But I mean, I think historically,
I think you got it ass backwards.
Historically, I think the Central Intelligence Agency has done more to overturn elections than like any
abroad, not in the U.S. Not in the U.S.
Yeah, not U.S. elections. But
that's debatable. That's debatable.
Yeah, it is debatable. Sure, we can debate it another time. I want to make a quick little closing, if you don't mind, Orthodox. Can I make like a little closing statement, show off my wiener, and
yeah, sure. Let us see the wiener. Here you go.
Yeah, here's my boy. This is my boy Umbreon. He's the best dog in the world. He's my sidekick. He goes everywhere with me. He kicks ass. He's a very sweet boy. Much love to him.
He's a very good
Is that an emotional support animal?
He doubles as that, thankfully, because
be nice.
I'm the most emotional logic boy you'll ever meet.
Okay,
I put the brain and the brawn together, But yeah, I just wanted to say, well, first of all,
brain and brawn together, based.
Yeah, exactly. And the emotional core of it all. It's a fusion of it's a trifecta, really, the Holy Trinity, if you will. But I wanted to say I have also seen like a lot of the behaviors that he was describing in those like far right spaces. So I kind of wanted to agree with him there. It's I've kind of faced it in a lot of gross ways. You know, like they're pretty disturbing.
Yeah, they are
behaviors,
disturbing. They're
but,
gross people, and they're absolutely people should fight against them. And
Yeah.
I don't care if they like swarm like a mob against me because they've already
let
threatened
him
to
finish.
ruin
Wait,
my life.
this is his
Yeah,
this is his
yeah,
final
sure.
statement. Let him finish.
Yeah, I agree. Like, but so what I was gonna say about that is like when those people are protesting in the street, obviously like they should be allowed to protest, but we should also encourage and allow counter protest, which is why I would support ideology. I don't like. There's no Antifa organization. You know, it's more of a like an idea. Even Joe Biden acknowledges this, and that Antifa, rest in peace, Joe Biden. He acknowledges that Antifa is an idea, not an organization. But we were talking about like everything being a war zone or whatever. But a lot of the footage we showed was like cops throwing tear gas. And I'm not saying there's not like violence happening or riots happening or looting happening. All those things are obviously happening. And I don't encourage people to go out and commit violence and all this. I think that's exactly what Trump wants. I think looting is the kind of thing that's going to happen in like as opportunists take advantage of times like this. And, you know, obviously that's a problem. Those people will generally, if they're identified, they will be followed up with after the fact. The police just usually don't want to escalate the situation in the like they weren't gonna they weren't gonna send ICE to like swarm into that AM/PM, right? While they're dealing with a bunch of other things. People Imperius kept talking about like 40 or even 80%, I think, like illegal immigrants in those areas. It's again, we showed pretty clearly it's much closer to 10%, even in places like Paramount. And the people who are waving Mexican flags, they're waving Mexican flags because people who are of Mexican heritage are the ones who are being targeted. And again, they're being targeted because of their because some of them are undocumented. Most of them are obviously not, but some of them are undocumented. And those peaceful, undocumented immigrants are the ones that Trump is cracking down on. That's what caused these protests. And I really encourage people.
No, they broke the law.
Those peaceful protests. I encourage people to be part of those. I don't encourage any violence. Trump wants to make a spectacle of you. Don't let him. But let's not stay silent either. And I'm Radical Coder. I'll try to get my link dropped in chat, but you can hang out.
Drop your link. Drop a comment chat so I can rinse you up so you can post your link.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on, Orthodox. It's been a pleasure, and I'll come back again another time, I'm sure.
No
cool
problem.
chatting with you again, Ryan.
We should definitely have debates or at least conversations later. You and I.
I just want to know I just want like Antifa, and maybe not you directly, but just in general, someone smarter, a representative of Antifa, such as the people on the Empire Never Ended or someone like that, to address why doxing is effective to destroying fascism and National Socialism. This is not an endorsement of National Socialism or fascism or any of those other.
Can we take me down? I don't want to endorse doxing with me on. Yeah. Anyway,
my apologies, my apologies, Ryan.
But no, I'm not endorsing doxing. I'm asking Antifa in general, like anybody out there, that why they think that's effective to stop.
Remember, comrades, forward to the stop.
Well, okay, so.
I mean, and
I said I was going to go. I'm going to bounce, but I think it's an interesting question to engage with.
Can I tell you also why it's not effective? First of all, it ostracizes people and pushes and alienates people. And if you study anything like the Ears of Lead or any kind of extremism that has like arose historically, you don't want to alienate people to the point where they have no other choice but to go back to their friend circle. And even like people like Spencer Sunshine, who I think wrote about really extreme like fascism, even made this point. But I don't see any Antifa like ever like showing any kind of mercy upon their enemies or whatever.
So I don't think people should dox each other. I think it's a bad idea, and getting involved in that is a recipe for disaster. But I think that like to speak to the emotional core of what's going on, I think people are when they're doxing like Nazis and stuff, like they're doing it because they're like they fear that these people are dangers to the people around them.
They're not.
I might not agree that they are. I'm just saying like
they're mostly just
I'm just speaking to Wiley here in Call of Duty. I don't think it's a good idea. Stop.
Finish.
Come on, please. I'm not. I don't think people should do this. I don't want people to. I'm just saying how I'm empathizing with why someone might feel like it's justified to do, which I don't think it is.
That's fair enough.
That's okay. Anyway, I'm gonna bounce. I appreciate you guys.
How many people voted for Trump? How many millions of Americans voted for Trump?
Thank you for coming, Ryan. Thank you for coming, Ryan.
I got a question for you. How many Americans voted for Trump?
All of them.
A lot of them. So he's following through with what he said to do with why people voted. He's getting rid of people. He's getting rid of.
Shout out to Ryan and ERB for coming through. Their links are posted in the chat. Please join the Discord. Please support the Griffno State. Hit Bumpkin with some cash apps. Let me get these banners up. Right now, the Whippet goal is $30. So remember, join the Griffno State. Everybody is welcome, but everybody must pay. Let's get Bumpkin's banner up here, and we'll get back to it in just a second. Sorry, you got caught in the purge. It's a coup.
I got caught.
I'm gonna let everybody back up here, and we can talk about it in just a second. Again, thank you, Ryan and ERB and EB3. I don't know why I keep calling you ERB for coming through. I do believe these are Ryan's and EB3's links. Please give them a like and a subscription for their videos. If we network it, we all grow together. We all show together. You know what I'm saying?
True.
And if anybody who is a streamer on this panel wants their link shared, post it in the back chat. And everyone, please join the Discord. We are working to improve it. We are trying to network to build a community. We want to start hosting multiplayer events. We did one Zomboid multiplayer event. Me and Not Laws played. I do want to start doing Call of Duty and other video game tournaments and doing some more nerd stuff, culture stuff, and long form non-stream videos, or short form, I should say, videos are coming to the Orthodox Guy channel. So please check those out. I'm going to bring everybody up here. Everybody needed a break. People were starting to talk over each other. So let's fucking go. Let's get it back. Sorry about that, guy. Well, not sorry. Y'all were... Bumpkin got purged again. Y'all were talking over and I was trying to get a message out. So y'all go ahead and finish the conversation. I get it. I believe you were talking about how many people voted for Trump. You can start off.
Yeah, I was just asking, like, so many Americans voted for Trump, and he's doing what he promised he would do. He's getting illegal immigrants out of the country, so just let him do it. That's all I'm saying. What's wrong with that? Does anybody disagree with that?
I waited my turn on the doxing thing. I just want to point out real quick, the right wing does it just as bad, if not worse. So, like, you know,
they're not good at it, though. They're not good at it.
By law, 100% of voters agreed to Trump.
So you're saying the left is?
Yes.
No.
They're much better. I mean, listen,
this is the first time I've encountered that opinion.
Dude,
so
I'm a leftist. Okay, I'm a leftist. I question like Antifa's like connection to the state. That's what I question, and I question also black bloc anarchism as well. I don't know like how close they are attached to the state, and Antifa will say they're an idea, but they seem to always arise whenever there is like a conservative or whatever in the White House. And I'm saying this as a nonpartisan and not as like someone that's tied to electoral politics, because I think it's all like foolish and never going to, if you whatever goal you have, it's never really going to give rise to anything.
Part of that,
you're an old leftist. You're an old leftist.
March in the street whenever there's a right winger in office, right? So
you're an old leftist. If you
get someone like Biden in office,
I am actually an old school leftist. Actually, like
far to the left. You're now probably in the middle.
Post-left.
So it has to do with, like, by the way, when you have a right winger president, then you'll get more right wing groups who support fascism and stuff. So you get more Antifa marching in response. Antifa shows up. Where the fascists are.
This doesn't take into account, sir, that the third spacing of the internet has created kind of phenomenon where people have all these like things where they dress up as Nazis and think they're fascist because they read a couple like really like books, and they automatically arise to the point to where they said, I want to be like Mussolini. I want to be like Hitler. It's like the same
I feel personally attacked.
The same thing goes with the rest of this circus show. Sir, you don't seem to realize America's a big circus show, and like,
well, that's how
everybody
is
in the
like face can get them to second guess their opinions.
Remember killing commies for mommy in that aspect. Then
it doesn't seem fair. Like, can we go to China and just like
I love you to death, bud, but I would pay $1 million to see you punch somebody in the face. I think you would
Mel.
get wrecked in return, Mel.
Mel. Okay, we are ideologically
Waste of
completely
money.
opposite, and we are at ends of each other, right? Between me or you, who do you think is winning in a fight?
I don't know.
I think you know.
I think we know.
I've never seen your
I think
lower
we
half.
know.
Well,
I don't even think you've seen your upper half.
Another point is that
What do I do for
you
work, Mel?
see these quote unquote right wing demonstrations, and then you take the left wing demonstrations. Which one destroys people's livelihood?
Hold on a minute.
The lefties are a little more violent. I think they're a little violent.
Hold on a minute, panel. Hold on a minute. I have to address somebody. First off, Carpenter, you shut your whore mouth. Whippets are fucking amazing. All right.
Who does that?
Go back to the club.
Let me
dude.
ask you though. You don't think that there's no informants in like Antifa or even like pro-Palestinian circles? You think there's no feds?
Wait,
There
informants
are.
are different than handlers. I want to respond to what Bumpkin said. Bumpkin, how far can you bike?
How far can I bike? What are you talking about? I'm very close to the Canadian border. How far?
No. What's the longest distance you can bike?
All right, you two do this mating dance later.
Nobody gives a fuck about Palestine.
Like they want to get
How far
together.
can I bike?
Sounds like they want to get
I don't know. Pretty far, bro. I don't know.
What American gives a fuck about Palestine? No one cares about Palestine.
I care about Palestine.
No, you
Shut the
fucking
hell
don't.
up.
When's the
Yes, I
last time
do.
you fucking cared about Palestine?
people-
Ever since
hell
they
up.
told you to
People
care about it. You
over-
don't give a
Shut the
fuck.
hell up, you
There's some
fucking
cheap
mouth.
Don't
doing
care
that.
about Palestine. The only
Flyover
reason you
shit.
care is because
I care
the
about
lefties
For
told you
anyone who
to.
cares, for
I
anyone who cares
love
about
Nobody
Palestine,
fucking
Bro, I
cares.
love
All right. You got kids.
You don't give a
Kids.
fuck, bro.
Yes, I
Come on.
do.
Kids.
I
Shut
do.
the fuck up.
Yes, I do.
Kids. Quit over talking.
Makes no sense.
do you
I
want me to
do.
buy you a ticket? Who cares
Free
about Palestine?
All of a
Palestine.
sudden, you
I'll buy you
cared
a
about
ticket.
Ukraine
I
and
would go to
Palestine when they told
Palestine
you
if like
to.
Israel would like
Shut
the Israelis
I
would
will
get out
purchase you a plane ticket
Gaza.
to Palestine right now.
No,
if you
you
really
don't
care.
care,
Get out of
bro.
Gaza.
Come on.
Get out of Gaza, Israel. Free the
I will
Palestinians.
purchase you a plane ticket to Palestine
Get
right
out
now
of
if you really
Gaza and
care.
free the
Nobody cares
Palestinians.
about Palestine.
I do.
No,
I'll
you
purchase you a
don't.
plane
Very
ticket.
normal
Yes,
I'll
I
buy you
do.
a plane ticket right now. I'll
Are
buy
you
you a
Sure.
plane
telling,
ticket.
telling me like
The-
something that I'm thinking in my own head? I like Palestine. I like
I'll buy you
Palestine.
a plane ticket right now if you care that much.
And I've
The
like
neighboring
I have
countries want
done
nothing to do
listen,
with
I
Palestine.
have done
Oh,
pro-Palestinian
easy. Quit yelling
like
so much, dude.
protesting. Well, I have to overtalk these
No,
mouth
you
people.
don't. One at a time,
Yes.
man.
Being offered a plane ticket to somewhere you really care about.
Give me
Do
the
you want,
money.
do you want it?
Give me the money. I'll take
You
the
want the
money.
money. You don't want
That's
the plane
right.
ticket.
That's right.
Yeah.
I got a friend at a gas
Right.
station. He's from Palestine. He's nice. His name's Muhammad. That's the only reason I care,
Okay.
because he's from there. He's cool.
Okay.
I mean, but you
Well,
don't really
see,
care about the country.
unlike you,
I too have black friends.
unlike you.
Oh wow,
don't-
black friends.
I mean, unlike you, I actually care about geopolitics and global politics, and also the global South and what people colloquially will call the third world. I'm concerned
Do you
about
travel a lot?
Israeli and
Do you travel
American
much?
imperialism. I have, yes.
Oh, so you're burning up the fucking ozone layer with your fucking extravagant travels.
That's
Okay.
right.
Save
That's
a tree,
right.
bitch.
That's right.
Save a fucking
So you're
tree.
conflating like these multiple.
Nah,
different,
dude. I mean, that's the whole thing.
entities
Like,
in
oh,
Palestine.
I'm so worldwide. I care about the planet so much. Yet I fly around the fucking globe just because I'm a selfish bitch. I mean, stay at your fucking house if you care so much.
Selfish bitch.
Yeah, dude.
Wow. That's
You
quite
want
a-
to be
So do
like,
you.
oh, save the planet,
Quite a
put all this
plan.
shit in there, but you're flying across the fucking
This is
world
like-
to go get some spices and shit. Cuz,
But
calm
so do
down.
you, right,
That's
buddy?
right.
Like you
Right.
definitely do the
That's
same
right.
I'll tear
thing.
into
So
all
you
your
don't have moral
worldwide.
high
Come on,
ground
son.
either. I
Mr.
bike
Worldwide.
everywhere I go, so
Yeah.
I actually
Well,
can
that's
tell
you.
you.
The other guy
You
doesn't.
both suck.
Only because you're banned from driving.
No, I'm not. What the fuck are you talking
You
about?
probably got
fucking liar?
DUIs.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
TV3, do
This
you always
motherfucker got
lie or just
DUIs and shit.
sometimes?
Waving the Antifa flags.
I got
Let's Sasquatch in here.
You just got pwned.
I just want to know: is the victim Olympics
Anything's
over? And have
possible when
y'all
you lie,
decided
dude.
who gets the gold medal of victimhood?
Yes, who gets the gold is a you.
Nice. I wasn't even competing. Fuck yeah, I love this game.
Yeah, you get the gold.
Yeah,
I
like
told
you
you,
You are the
Sasquatch.
champion.
The South will do it. The South will do it again, right, Sasquatch?
Yeah.
At some point earlier in the discussion, Sasquatch literally crybabied and was like inside chat, "This is giving
What?
me colon cancer," and I was like, "Okay, then
Crybaby?
no one's forcing you to stay, right?"
Wow. You gonna let that ride, Sass?
Hey, Ortho,
Oh, I
bro,
don't
are you
really
there?
listen to
Are you there,
irrelevant
Ortho,
people.
bro?
My
Are
bad.
you there?
Yeah, what's up?
I want to say something. I am not doing this. I'm not on a spree because I'm mad at online Nazis or fascists or whatever you call them. Really, honestly, they're just broken, little.
My brother in Christ, I love you to death. I don't give a shit.
All right. I just don't want to be misrepresented.
You know my opinion.
He was saying how you're broken. I want to hear it.
You know my opinion on political dissonance on the left or the right. They're dysgenic people who do stupid shit and.
But no, I'm just saying though. I think even though the right likes to proclaim themselves as being more machismo and masculine than the left. Truthfully, a lot of them are closeted homosexuals. They're non-whites.
Come on now.
And no, it's true. I've seen this online. These people, and I'm not talking about conservative. I'm talking about
he's speaking truth. He's speaking truth. No, let him cook. Let him cook.
I'm just saying though, I've experienced this firsthand because I've seen online fascists, mostly non-whites. A lot of them are non-binary too. A lot of you leftists might be surprised that a lot of Nazis now are non-binary.
No, we've never.
Pumpkin, is that true, Pumpkin?
What the fuck is non-binary even mean?
No, it's fine. I don't know who Blair White is, so it's
fuck
fine.
trans people.
I'm not talking about Blair White. These are just common people on the internet. I mean, this is not Blair White.
You shattered my expectations. Good one.
Oh my God, Melanie, can you just fucking have a normal conversation with someone without being a
Hey, listen, I like this little.
For 5 fucking seconds, he's literally saying, "Hey, there's retards on the side of the people that you are supposed to hate."
It's very brave.
Holy shit! What the fuck? It's like
I could actually argue that
one side is I like this back and forth. I like this back and forth.
I could actually argue that one side is just pull up on a panel to be a condescending dickhead.
Okay, I think you're
probably. I mean, it's okay.
I can actually argue that one side is less retarded than the other because one side actually has more of a point than the other.
That guy sounds gay that's talking right now. Are you gay? You sound gay. But it's okay. It's okay to be gay.
Oh man, all this homophobia in the air.
It's not even phobia. I'm just he sounds homosexual.
Shit.
If you pay me enough, I'll be as gay as you want.
Fine, go suck a dick. I don't give a fuck.
For the record, Cosmic Fox is a pro PDF animal rapist.
You suck penises.
So you're gonna pay to watch me suck a dick.
He's
not just that. He's a pro PDF animal rapist.
Wow, all these
wait, whoa.
Can we just come to a price?
It's okay to be gay. We don't care. I mean, you sound like a bitch.
Wait, EB3.
He's not just that.
I can't allow that slander on stream.
I would probably knock you the fuck out. I would probably knock you out.
It's not slander. I've got proof and evidence on my channel.
If we get one more person on the panel, we can play tic-tac-toe.
They won't deny it. Ask him.
The gay guy.
EV3's right in a sense.
I go online to talk to my gay friends. What's up, dude?
On my channel. It's not slander. Cosmic Fox is a pro PDF animal rapist.
It is slander. Yeah, you're just a liar. You're lying.
You can't say that shit on stream. You can't talk about that kind of stuff. What the fuck's your problem?
So I just want to point out I had the most important revelation ever. You're so triggered. So if we get one more person on panel, we can play tic-tac-toe. Just think about that for a second.
That's awesome.
Hurts my brain.
Like to remind everyone in the chat that we can boot people down for $1 a minute.
I'll be the asshole. This guy right here. Call me Uzi. Call me Uzi.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm a bigger asshole because I literally got the host yelling at me, but whatever.
Wow.
No, one of the hosts yelling at you. Yeah, because
you have to pull your dick out at every literal turn, don't you? That is
it's
weird.
Just so big. It doesn't like staying trapped inside.
It's so big. My dick.
Mel, we've had good conversations.
I got a big package right now, dude.
For the people that cannot dono through the normal means, I also have a power chat as well. It's posted in my chat. If there's a way to make money, I will find out a way to grift.
Let's grift harder.
I'll shake my dick, dude. I'll shake my dick. Not like I won't show it, but like
not the tip, of course.
Quick question, I get it. Are you the Rolex guy?
Yeah.
You the guy that showed his Rolex one time?
How do you know?
Everyone else is inferior because I own a Rolex. Are you
that guy?
I hate you so much, bro.
All right, I'm going to take a small break. Bumpkin is in control.
Hold on, let me show my Rolex again. Hold on. I'll be in the weeds.
Non-biased and nice.
Yeah, baby, let's fucking go. Let's get it.
Base, let's go.
Come on.
I'm gonna take a small break.
Does your life feel complete with your collection of Rolexes?
It's a fake.
Bro, that's not a fake. That's a $35,000
It's
Rolex.
not a collection. It's
Show
just
the
the coin.
papers. I want to see the boxing
Pow!
papers.
Bam! Pow! I got boxing papers. Yeah.
And what does the watch show? Not a damn thing other than time.
Time.
Yeah, my phone
Darn
shows.
it.
And even
in his
the
case,
right
it
wingers are
shows a
hating on
bunch
the
of money
Rolex. Hey, listen,
spent
dude. That's when the Rolex does its
and
job.
wasted.
It just did its
It's
job.
crazy.
I'm not
Oh,
hating on it. I'm
The
just saying,
Rolex
what's
just
the
did
use
its
of
job. He
flexing?
just pulled out
What's
all
the
the fucking haters and just flexed on you
what
guys.
is the use of flexing? What are you trying to
Exactly.
prove?
Listen, I didn't even bring it up.
Trying
Who
to
brought
prove
up
to
Rolex
himself he
first?
doesn't
The
have a
hater.
tiny dick.
No,
Blumpkin did.
not the hater, not the hater. The host of the panel brought it up, okay?
Job,
Right.
period.
Yeah, the host of the panel brought it up, not the hater, the host of the panel. All right.
And let's be real, it was him that brought it up over and over again on
I did
various
not
Oh,
bring it up
not
at
this
all.
guy. Not this guy. Oh, no, run.
We're at
Come on,
Imperious
man.
2.0 now.
Leave Double D alone. He's had a stressful.
Never give Bunkin power. That's for sure.
I wasn't just sure it was him
I've had
because the
power this
banner had
entire
it
time,
covered.
EB3. By the way, shout out to
You're funny
the
with it, bro.
35 people watching on fucking Twitter, sorry, X right now. Shout out to you guys. You guys are awesome. Was not expecting that.
Yo, we
Fuck
should do
yeah.
an X Spaces debate.
We should
Twitter
X
Oh.
Spaces debate.
Twitter
Yeah, that
Spaces.
makes
Well,
that makes me
calm
want to
down.
stay alive for sure. Doing
Calm down
that.
now.
There we go. Next.
Okay, I'm gonna take a break. Him still pulls up comments in the chat. This fucking guy, dude.
You can't trust Ortho no farther than you can throw him. Don't you know that?
I'll trust
Chuck.
him just as far as I can roll him down a mountain.
Chuck, is your arthritis acting up right now, Chuck? The chat would
You
like
can-
to know.
You can
My
trust him like you
arthritis?
can trust a union
Yeah.
leader.
By golly, it is.
By golly,
What-
it is.
What do you suggest I do?
I don't know. What helps arthritis? I'm not old. I have no idea.
Hey, I just want to say
Someday
something. I
you
do
will be.
appreciate you live streamers because there's this I'm following a tranny. She lives in LA. He or she lives in LA. She's been filming the protests, and it's kind of cool watching them get like tear gas and stuff like that. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Is Jessica Palma something, whatever the fuck. It's a tranny.
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
But it's nice
No.
footage. I like it.
I don't follow trainees. I'm sorry.
Oh wow, you
Well, you
tranny
can't put a
phobic
link
now,
in the
dude?
side
I'm just
chat.
Yes. Yes.
Jeez.
You can't put a link.
Yes.
You can't put a link in the back
Like,
I
chat.
appreciate the
fuck
content that you
those things,
trannies do.
man. I don't want them anywhere near me.
No state
You get
does.
up next to one, it might rub off. You know.
Let's refrain.
Yeah, that's what they're really
I
scared
need
of.
you to go get some dance videos of trannies that are hotter than actual women.
Let's
use
That's
them.
wild.
Let's refrain from
Don't
using
use that
We're
word. What's
talking about
TOS?
transmissions.
Yeah.
Oh, transmit. I'm sorry.
Transmissions, yeah.
Okay,
And-
My
transmission.
apologies.
And
My
also catalytic
apologies.
converters. Those are cool too.
What are?
Catalytic converters are cool too. Let's talk about
No,
those.
they're not. Catalytic converters can be all thrown in the ocean. Catalytic converters are fucking terrible.
So is
You're
your
not
mom.
gonna-
But that's not that she still made you, right? So
Ooh.
Mel, I'm a dictator. Reminder. I'm a
Transvestites.
dictator.
Don't say trannies, say transvestites. That word's allowed.
Yeah, maybe.
You
my
can't say
dictator.
tranny.
You can say transvestites. Though.
Okay.
yeah, like if you're like 80. Yeah, if you want to sound like you're 80.
But that's
Hey.
But trannies is an abbreviation of
Chuck
I-
takes offense to the
No.
I call them
Not anymore.
cross dressers. They're cross dressers, is what I call them.
No, it's short
Yeah,
for
not the same
transsexual,
thing.
which is
That's
different.
just you. That's just you being able to understand
CDs.
distinctions.
CDs.
Yes, remember,
Gang.
hit the like button as well. Hit the like button.
CDs nuts, motherfucker.
Yeah, just call them gay.
Not the same thing, but
Gay.
probably can't
Just
be
gay-
bothered to learn
gay
anything new,
people.
right? So
Yeah, gay is gay. I agree with you.
I'm trying to fuck your mom in there. Would you give me a break?
Damn.
But I
My
said,
mom's
"So is your
dead.
mom."
Go ahead.
And then you played that,
Huh?
that clip. I was literally
What?
responding to Chuck with like, "So is your mom?" When
I didn't say so is your mom. That wasn't me.
I mean, a trans individual is a gay man or woman under a state eugenics program.
your mom's under a state eugenics program, but she still made you.
But at least you're smart
Yeah.
enough to know what
Yeah,
that
yeah,
means.
what he said.
Because
What he
of the
said.
truer nature of it. You're smart enough to know what it means because of its truer
Mhm.
nature. That's why.
Melanie, do
Yeah.
you have two dads?
It would be like a really shitty eugenics program considering that like, you know, what's being eliminated.
You guys are being
Your ability to
vaccinated.
reproduce.
You guys are being medically
1% of the
castrated.
population can't reproduce. What are we going to do? We'll never figure
You
out how to
guys,
get
people that think like you.
It's 100% of you, though.
Yeah,
It's
people that think like you are
a
being
form
medically
of
castrated.
genocide.
Trust me, my
It's
squiggly
genocide.
is valuable.
Yes. People like you are being medically castrated by the system. That's you.
Right.
I'm medically castrating myself. Get it right.
Yeah, but you and you're being welcomed. That's what I mean.
Get it right.
Like
Welcome back to the panel.
We
The
can play
first
Take That Phone down. Oh my god!
and the
All
first
right.
match.
forced
Hold on,
television
hold
in
on.
everyone's
Kids,
house. Reason why
one at a
people
time.
say
Hold on, let me
1984
have my
surpassed
fan moment. Let me have my fucking
because
fan
guy's trying
moment.
to
go out
talk.
there
Which one is
voluntarily
he?
buying these listening devices and bring them into their
EB3, are you
own homes
retarded?
and dwelling. The system has controlled
Yes.
you that much where it's got you freaks voluntarily going in and chemically castrating yourself.
The host is trying to talk.
No eggs, there will never be women. We
When-
get
when-
it. Okay.
When
Shout
did
out
you get your lobotomy?
to Pat. Shout out to Pat, the person that personally made me an extremist. How's it going, buddy? What's up?
Did I really? I don't believe that.
Ah,
Why you gotta call EB3 stupid, man?
Legitimately,
I'm
check
sorry.
it out. Before I ever
No, he's part of the
knew
state lobotomization
Orthodox
program.
guy,
I might be
He's
many
just a
things
white
in
guy,
life.
dude.
bro,
Calm
I
down.
can't fucking,
Stupid
can I
isn't one
not
of them.
fucking tell a story. Can I
Oh,
not
why'd
fucking
you
tell a
pick?
story here?
I actually like
Take
that.
everyone down. I promise it'll help.
Guys, calm the
Keep that
fuck
person.
down.
Before I ever met Orthodox guy, right? Anything else, I used to watch Waffen House.
Yeah.
Every fucking time it was live.
It's
I
been used
specifically
against me
remember-
so many times, though.
Dude,
regret it.
I know. Hey, we make mistakes, bro. But that show was personal entertainment.
Because
for
of
me
that show,
for
I
fucking
now
ever.
am affiliated with a bunch of people that went along and did some stupid stuff, and now they're
And
blaming it all on me.
And because of me watching that show, I am as well affiliated with a bunch of people that fucking hate me as well. So
Well, not exactly, because I used to have these people on my live stream. They now affiliate me with like extremist and terrorist, and I now regret that.
Yeah,
It was like
yeah.
I was edgy back then.
It's
You'll have to excuse me, folks. My wife's just cooked me black pepper steak, macaroni cheese with thick cooked chips.
It was like an edgy
Nice.
stage, so my bad.
Nice.
Well, I'm sorry, Bumpkin, for that. I apologize for making your
No.
life more miserable.
No, you didn't make it more miserable, bro. You did not make it more miserable, right? Because check it out.
I
All right.
led you down the dark road.
No, you
Yes,
let.
I did.
You didn't lead me down the Wignatty road. Okay, I was already a Wignat. Okay.
Doesn't he have free will? He could have chose not to do that, but he chose to do that.
Well, I mean,
It-
you need to tell
There's no
all your
such thing as
online
free will,
Nazis
Chuck.
and your conservatives that I didn't influence these people to like
Yeah, yeah.
become extremists or Nazis or fascists or anything like that.
Can I just point out that when Chuck sees two people touching dicks, he just has to get in between them.
Okay.
Huh?
But what did influence
That
me,
was 2 in a row.
right?
No.
What did influence me?
Wow.
I'll give you that one.
I was a Bernie bro.
I heard the state-run lobotomy.
Right? I was a Bernie bro, and then I slowly got desensitized, and I slowly got thrown around, and and that slowly radicalized me into
Gay.
what
And
I
you ran
am now.
into like culture thug.
Yeah. Let's not mention that.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. Had no idea who Culture Thug was prior to joining that
All
organization.
right.
I had no idea.
Sure. He
I
was
mean, he's
in
not
the
a
closet.
not a bad guy, but he's like I don't know. I'm not a part of that community or milieu anymore.
You've grown out of it.
I have. It's toxic. I
Motherfucker,
don't
did
recommend
you really just say
anybody
milieu?
get involved in it.
Yeah. The only people I've ever been doxxed by are other people that supposedly have the same ideology as me. Fun fact.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
I'm-
true.
that's what I've
That's
heard.
100% true.
Yeah, like
Oh,
I've heard
you left?
right wingers getting doxxed, and they don't really.
Yeah, I
affiliate
took
with
a
any
break.
left-wingers.
The dirty little secret about all that is that a lot of the right wingers, or I guess, when people want to make a distinction between conservatives and Nazis, I guess we will. All the
Thank
Nazis
you.
just online, they like to dox one another and feed the information to Antifa. And for years, TRS, the guy from Hill Turn, Joe Chim, and yes, I'm calling out names. Joe Chim was working with some people adjacent or part of Antifa to dox people, especially Anonymous Comrade. There was a person by the name of Anonymous Comrade who runs the site Angry White Men.
Yep.
That was doxing people.
Yep. But I will also say this as well: like doxing is just a problem on dissident spheres. Like I've been at protests and all that when I actually did decide to hide my face, and I've had people trying to rip my mask down and stuff like that. Before prior to me ever just like full just face doxing myself. So because once you're doxed one time, there's no way running away from it. Like it'll just follow you.
You never showed your face on YouTube?
Being doxed doesn't.
No, I show my face all the time, bro.
Oh.
That's literally his face is his profile picture.
Literally my face is my profile.
It doesn't make sense why you're
I
avoiding
thought that was that fucking Leonardo DiCaprio, bro.
But no, okay, so I find it funny. I got to stir the pot a little bit. I find it funny. I took a break. I went and said hey to Brave, and apparently all Hispanics in the country are operating as a hive mind at this point and are upset about the immigration issue.
Correct. Correct.
You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they came here illegally. It broke the law. They're just here for a better life, man. They're just here for a better life, Holmes. And then apparently talking about wages being decreased because of immigration, both legal and illegal. They want to talk about, well, there's plenty of jobs for everybody to do, man.
Nobody's
there's plenty of jobs.
Nobody's ever.
There's plenty of jobs. You can't be an unemployed if you're an American, man. Come on, man. It just gets so fucking tiresome, and that's why I can't fully ever just leave the right. Because every time I do, they pull me right back in.
It's not fair, dude. I can't go to any country and just hop the border. I'd probably get shot. I'd probably get fucking shot.
As soon as
camps and eugenics, it's the
I
way.
need you to come in and do the Mexican accent for me. That was great.
Well, you do realize, Pumpkin, that if you do the camps and eugenics, a lot of Nazis and online fascists are going there.
Good.
Yes.
If they don't fit the standard, myself included, Bumpkin, anybody on this panel, have fun at Fat Camp, have fun at Be Strong Camp, have fun at being a better educated person camp.
Who gets to decide
here in Tennessee, as soon as Trump got elected,
at the Fat Camp and like the Be Fit Strong Camp, are they going to rub oil on each other's like pecs and muscles?
What's wrong with you?
Bateman, why are you gay?
I'm just asking because that's what they do. Like,
why are you gay?
You ever seen like the fat?
Hold the fuck gay.
we lost a chicken processing plant here in Tennessee after Trump got elected because it was staffed entirely by illegals.
Good.
Yeah, but Holmes, they're there for a better life, man. You white boys just don't want to do the job, bro.
I think
so much for the free market, right?
I didn't understand much about moral extortion. I didn't.
Melanie, do you think I give a fuck about the market? What are we talking about here?
Melanie,
you're Canadian.
You're in the wrong room. Read the room.
I thought you were true-blooded
Melanie,
American capitalist.
Immigrants strictly throw wages downwards and they stop unionization.
So if you agree
with the only person here that believes in free market.
This guy's a Nazgul. I mean, he's
I'm free market.
People who are too skinny to like.
Okay, me and Chuck are the only people here that believe in free market.
The rest are communists.
So we found the two bottom IQs that are going to get sent out first.
Hold on. Any of you guys have a Mexican put a roof up for you? Any of you guys had a Mexican do a siding?
Are the dumbest
Absolutely.
people.
They fuck it up, bro.
So if
they fuck up everything they do, they fuck up the flooring, they fuck up everything. You ever had a Mexican do your shit? They fuck it up. Okay, pay the money, pay the white man.
Yeah,
the white boy more money.
It ends up costing you 3 times as much money in the long run.
Okay, well, do it like the first time, bro.
They do it wrong the first time, and they fuck it up worse when they go in to fix it the second time.
Stop LARPing.
The Mexicans, yeah, I know.
So,
man, don't you know they're just here? They're here for a better life.
They don't adhere to any of the standards. They don't do anything by code.
I don't appreciate.
They're here for a better life, man. It's not about economy.
Sometimes when they haven't even done shit. Sometimes when they haven't even done shit before, they're just like, "Oh yeah, I can handle that," because they just look at it and think they can handle it, and then you just fucking wing it.
Yeah, no, dude, it's not even that they think they can handle it. It's that gay ass fucking machismo shit where you're never allowed to back down. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
We're sending fat people to fat camp. Are we also sending skinny people free food so they can gain weight?
Sure, if they need it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Everything's got to be free. Somebody has to pay for it.
Stop. All right. The bottom line to it is immigration only benefits the rich and powerful international corporatists, okay? Corporations,
and the people
all right?
who don't want to have to do the
Wait a minute. They're making me money.
Here's the thing. Here's what's often left out is blue collar people, and I'm going to make this argument for all the conservatards because they can't make this argument. But a lot of contractors, a lot of people that work in blue collar professions, they hire these illegal immigrants, and these people make hand over fist. They're petty bourgeoisie. All the contractors are like petty bourgeoisie kulaks.
So
then they need to enforce the law, and that won't happen.
The way that the working
but when they enforce the law, we get a bunch of Hispanics rioting, and then the fifth column, I mean other Hispanics in this country,
it's really
activate and they get mad.
It's really like politics of spite in most cases with these contracts.
The way that the working class benefits from immigration is when immigration decreases the cost of goods for people to buy.
Okay.
Bullshit.
They
pull more than what they give.
It sounds like it came straight from the Koch brothers' mouth, didn't it? Yeah, so ironic coming from the leftist.
It did.
So you are willing, so Melanie, right?
I mean, truthfully, most leftists are a lot of bootlickers.
Yeah, they're bootlickers.
Establishment.
So you have two companies.
So Melanie, you're willing.
Sewage, right?
You are willing for products and consumerism to be cheaper, so workers don't get paid more. That's what
I'm
you're
trying
saying.
to talk to you at your level with economics, right? So we have two companies who do sewage. They both want to be competitive, but otherwise they'd have a hiring shortage. This is how we make sure they can be competitive, which will also drop their prices.
Do you deny the immigration?
Next on PBS.
Here's the issue, Mel. You hate capitalism and want it destroyed, so you're in favor of immigration.
I'm talking about what we
you know that it fucks up the capitalist economy. You know that it fucks up culture.
They don't pay taxes, guys. They don't pay taxes.
It doesn't fuck up the capitalist economy.
It absolutely does. In the short term, it leads to growth. But what we're seeing now is the long term play out. We've had 50 to 60 years of unlimited immigration into this country.
That's actually H1 and H2.
We've had 50 to 60. I mean, I will drop
Fucked
you.
everything up.
I'm speaking. We've had 50 to 60 years of unlimited immigration of brown hordes coming into this country, and yes, unlimited. We've taken in 1 million a year, and then we have an untold number of illegal immigrants. Immigration, period, legal and illegal, hurts the wages and the economy of your country. You can say, oh, well, it's supposed to be where if we have a labor shortage, we bring in the best of the best, but we're not because we are
what the H1
Mel, it literally fire American workers to hire Indian people in tech.
No, so H1 and H2 programs literally incentivize people who are like those workers that we're talking about.
Look, Mel, I'm not done with my spiel, so you're gonna have to go down for just a second. All right, and then so when that happens, it causes in short term, all this is great for profits because it lowers wages. It's great, right? You don't have to pay Americans. You don't have to pay Americans health care. You don't have to do any of the extra costs. You get to quote unquote trim the fat. Nobody talks about the cultural problems importing different cultures have. Look at the fifth column. I mean, Hispanic Americans. That's going on right now. Every Hispanic is, well, I support their protest. Yeah, because you're Hispanic. You're supporting the immigration of your ethnic kin. It doesn't matter if I consider them white. It's it's an ethnic problem, not a racial problem. It's an ethnic battle, and this is why my conversation with Trey, when we were talking about race, I said you can even have these problems with ethnicities because I consider Hispanics white, but I digress. We're now seeing the cultural problems play out because the economic problems start to manifest first, and now we're seeing the cultural problems. When Ryan was here, I highlighted how Mexican Americans are talking about a reconquista of the former quote unquote Mexican territories that they lost in the American-Mexican War.
La Raza.
So this and you can see it, and here's the game that they play because I witnessed it a couple days ago. I won't talk about it, but I witnessed it. They want to be able to claim racism against the lighter skinned white folks. They want to be able to claim racism. Oh, you don't like me because I'm Hispanic. You don't like me because I work harder. Da 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 da. First off, they're from a Catholic culture. Protestant work culture is higher. First off. Second off, there's favoritism for them. Mel, you will be brought up in just a second when I'm done on my rant. But they want to be able to claim racism. You don't like me because I'm Hispanic. You want to deport me because I'm Hispanic. No, I want to deport you because it's bad for the country. It's bad culturally. It's bad economically. And then when we actually have enough, you say, oh, well, just do it. Just do it. And then when people actually have enough and they attempt to do it, then you want to cry about it. And that's what I've noticed about Hispanic culture in general. Fake machismo, bullshit stuff. It happens all the fucking time, and now we're dealing with the long-term consequences of 60 years of unlimited immigration. It was once only Hispanics for the first, I'd say, 40 to 50 years. For the last 30, it's been literally India and everything else, and Americans have suffered for it.
Word. There's no intellectual principle there either. That's why they can support unfettered immigration. Because when it comes to like whether or not a policy is good, we just have to think about how brown or supposedly marginalized or what percentage of a population somebody makes up.
Like you're just clueless.
Let the man finish,
Melanie,
please.
Melanie,
yeah, I'm gonna have to let everybody finish. Apparently,
Melanie, just admit that you're just a liberal with a capital L, and just admit that you're like the uber enemy. Like
you're fundamentally wrong about immigration.
That is how panels work too.
When
by
Orthodox
the way,
said that there's unlimited
you
immigration
like them so much
at all, there's never been unlimited immigration.
A million people a year.
That's not unlimited. So there's been
a million people a year. How much more is unlimited, bro? A million people a year. Let me put this in perspective for you, Melanie. Let me put this in perspective for you, Melanie. All right. During the Vietnam War, do you know how much Australia gave?
See, you just don't want to learn anything new.
No. Let me
you just want to be wrong, dude.
For you.
You said there's no intellectual stuff to my side, but you're the one who's spouting bullshit.
For you, right? Listen, Australia sent half of their population to help the United States, right? To help the United States during Vietnam. That was a million people. Half of their population.
But not to the United States. So back to let's go back to unlimited immigration. There's only been 2 border crossings between the US and Canada that were ever unguarded, and those are now guarded. Every other border crossing is monitored, or pointing the border is monitored, or in the case of Mexico has a wall. So you could not be more incorrect about
imagine believing it even if you've been told it. Really? You know, like if you just think about it for 3.5 minutes.
That's unmonitored? Can you name one part of the border that's unmonitored?
All right, take it easy, Sasquatch. Take it easy, buddy.
Yeah, bud. Y'all have a joke.
Like every single state that has a border with Mexico.
Yeah, no.
Every single one has unguarded places. Every single one.
There are regularly CBP and National Guard patrols in every state along the border, so that's not true.
They're in every state, and in every state there are also gaps.
In other news, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has elected someone who's not a Kim to office because, it's a democracy.
Wait, did that really happen?
No, it didn't. They say it's a democracy, though. They tell me they watch the border. No, here's the thing, right?
Living on the border will, alleviate any. Sorry for interrupting, but if you've ever lived on the border, that will alleviate any presumption.
Just say you hate the working class. Just say you're an armchair socialist. Just be honest.
Yeah, it's a champagne. We're dealing with modern champagne socialists. My thing is, I'm sick of this.
You're not more knowledgeable.
Sick of this shit.
I'm about to crash out.
Lie and spread.
I'm about to crash out.
You're not more knowledgeable, Melanie. You literally have not displayed any
old school
knowledge on this issue whatsoever.
I've actually
which border crossings are
I've actually laid out the fucking claims, Melanie. I've laid out immigration.
You just hate.
Is it still a crash out when you say I'm about to crash out?
Yes,
I'm not sure how the logistics work there.
You just hate capitalism, so you want to see anything destroyed.
I hate capitalism too. Don't blame people who hate capitalism for the bullshit Mel is spouting.
My argument for immigration falls within capitalism.
It's about intersectionality with Mel. That's why brown people can never be wrong. Sorry,
the border is wide open in Canada, by the way. Absolutely fucking wide open.
No, it's not. Again, all points of the border are monitored by CBP and National Guard.
I got a buddy who actually patrols that border. He's military,
Your audio's burping, Joe.
All people who are across these points are expected to check in with customs and can be charged if they don't.
Expected to be.
I'm sorry.
Can be charged.
Boy,
Don't you love that shit? That was awesome. He just said that like a fucking the White House press secretary.
Who have I got?
Yeah. Now
They're expected to check in and they can be charged.
You're afraid of knowledge. See how quickly you go between like, oh my god, you have
there is no afraid of
now
knowledge.
You're sounding too official.
Melanie, there is no.
Here comes the gaslighting.
We're going to answer this question.
There have been only 2
straightforward
points in the
yes or
Canadian
no.
border.
Does
Holy shit.
Melanie, you're going to answer this question straightforward to me right fucking now, okay? Does immigration lower workers' wages? Go.
That's a very complicated question. Depends.
I swear to God, bro. Answer it yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
Stop kicking him.
You're afraid of nuance, so I'm not going to answer.
No, because it's a very simple. It's a yes answer.
No, it's not. It's a complicated.
Yes, it is. Because all the data shows that's the way it is. If you want to deny,
Can you fit your nuanced answer into 2 sentences?
Yes. Can you fit your nuanced answer into 2 sentences?
You know, I've spent many years not showing statistics because I know I'm right. I've spent many years telling people to do their own research because I could be wrong. But I'm so sick of because I went over on Braves and I saw what I saw, and I'm so sick of this argumentation with people who do half-ass research to get the narrative they want that agrees with them. Yeah, I've looked at the national labor statistics. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you or about you. So right calm down. Dude. It's my goddamn show. All right, goodbye. You didn't want to give it anyway. You can come back up when I'm done. I've looked at the national statistics. There's a reason Hispanics are net tax negative. It's not that it's not. How can you both simultaneously be doing the jobs that the American wants to do, be the hardest working demographic in America, and also be a negative tax on the country?
Hi. I actually came up because you were talking about Hispanics and supporting illegal migrants, and I am totally against illegal migrants in general. I'm totally against with what the government was doing, giving them gift cards, giving them health insurance, free housing. They were taking hotels, giving them, $300 a night hotels. Yeah, I'm not down with that at all. I will tell you this. My parents came to the United States legally during the 60s, during the height of the civil rights movement. We are not down with anyone who comes to this country illegally. And it's not just Hispanics. And yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Bunkin, you're absolutely right. If there's an influx of workers available for work and you are an employer and you've got loads of workers available to you, then you can negotiate on wage more than if there's just a few. And so you're right. It's a simple answer. If there's more workers there, then it drives down wages. It's that simple.
It also puts a strain on public services.
There is no nuance complexity to it. It's that.
One more thing.
And a lot of the income is repatriated.
One more thing, Bumpkin, you mentioned unions. I'm not down with unions. I actually think that they drive up costs, and it's not a free market when unions are involved. I have clients that I represent, and one thing is we always find out, hey, is union labor needed here, with construction? Because it's so much more expensive. And the thing is that these union workers, they end up passing down these union benefits to their children as well. So I'm down with capitalism. I support a free market, and that's where I stand.
I gotta play one clip real fast before I go into full Palpatine mode. Hold on.
I love democracy. I love the Republic.
All right.
Yes.
People capitalizing
It
on
exists.
the government allowing illegal immigrants in is part of capitalism. Saying you support capitalism is saying you support people and companies capitalizing upon illegal immigrants and the government allowing them in.
Oh my
They're
God.
here now.
Listen, your
They're
semantics.
here now. I might as well capitalize on this situation.
Miss
I'm
Moxie,
not.
he
I
ha-
don't think they
Miss
should be here.
Moxie, he has a point. He has a
But if
point.
they
He
are
has
here
a
and
point.
you've got
I
your
don't
voice
care.
about it, you
I
might as well
don't think
capitalize
that they
on
should
it.
be here. I don't think that
But
they should be here.
Okay, well, them being here is free market capitalism. Just so you know.
I don't think they should be here. I don't
Okay,
care.
so
I
just
don't
know
think
what
they
you're
should be here.
endorsing.
Yeah,
No,
know what
they
you're
shouldn't
endorsing,
be here,
though.
but
Would you
they
capitalize?
shouldn't have
You're
I
a
know you are
sellout.
saying,
You are a
right,
sellout.
Nobody wants to hear the question.
Such a strong boss
You are a
lady.
sellout.
Hey, let's
Hey,
let's.
we're not gonna dogpile Miss Moxie. All right,
Holy
y'all calm
shit.
down. Jesus Christ.
They should not have been
I'm the
here
most
to
politest
begin with.
away and
man. I
stop
wait for
simping,
everyone, and I
okay?
don't even get.
You're not going to.
There is certain proper
sellout.
orders that need to take place.
Bateman.
Okay?
All right. Sorry.
Some guy calling me a sellout that I don't even know who you are or what's
EB3, come back up. I just needed
You're
y'all to
in.
stop.
Or what you
You
own.
clearly sound Hispanic, but you're going against your group.
I am Hispanic, but my parents came here legally. My
Miss
entire
Moxie,
family
you
came
are
here
the
legally.
only
I'm born and
you are the
raised
only
here.
doesn't understand.
So you're going to deprive the other people a chance.
you are the only
They need to
Hispanic
come
person
here.
that I have.
No,
You are
that's
the only
because you're not
Hispanic
around
person that I
many
have
of them.
seen.
You're not
Are you
around
kidding
the
me?
Hispanics with
I have
money.
lived
That's
around
right.
Hispanic. I have lived around
You're
non-whites
that's
my
because
entire
you're
life.
grouping. It's by class. That's
I
what you're
have
not
lived
getting.
around non-whites my entire life. I prefer
You're
the
right,
suburban
right.
white.
But you're living
Okay.
around ghetto people. Okay.
I like ghetto people.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm not ghetto, and that's the thing. I don't.
If you're actually
I-
against illegal immigration, you'll make the pathway to citizenship once they do get here easier.
They should come
No.
here.
How about they don't come here?
proper-
They do it in their own countries.
How about you leave?
Right.
Why don't you go
That's a
move to
different
North
story.
Korea? Why don't you go
That's
move
a
to North
different
Korea?
story. I think
Because I'm not
that-
I'm not Korean and they don't want me there. That's how that works, Mel.
I
And
want to
you're
move
you're
to
Canadian.
Palestine.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying, go find a real ethno state. Stop trying to make America into one.
Why is Mel?
How about I make my homeland an ethno state? You know, because
Not
it's
an ethno
my
state.
homeland.
But it's not an ethno state. You have to get over that.
Hey, if you
This
want to
is my
deport me back
homeland
to
too.
Italy, I'm all for it, bro.
Yeah, no, just
Yo,
go now.
Otto, real quick.
Citizenship, bro. She better.
Can you hear me?
By the
Yeah,
way,
well,
I don't
someone's
know
getting
the-
spanked.
Joe Cool, behave. Who you spanking?
Your children being beat. Can someone please put their baby kids on mute?
I was gonna be generous and say it was his girlfriend, but maybe it's just
Joe Cool's just
Wow.
mobbing the cops behind the scenes. We
Did
can't
you-
even, we
did
can't
y'all
even see him
see-
doing it.
Did y'all see what they did to the Kobe?
Whose
the
child is getting
You might wanna
beat?
wait a moment before you say something, Shinard. Just for that to calm down a bit.
Based.
Go ahead, somebody.
Somebody called CPS. Oh Lord.
Don't say that.
It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke.
Capitalism is a
your
race to the lowest common denominator, and that's what importing labor from third world countries is. So if you support free market capitalism or you support unfettered immigration, then you support the problem we're having with lower wages despite increasing productivity and less access to public services, which is what all these people on the left claim they're against.
If they would enforce
Isn't
the
that the
laws on
same
the
shit
book,
they
these
said when-
businesses wouldn't have all these illegal
Oh
immigrant
hell yeah,
problems.
we got a brother man up in here.
Where?
Then as it becomes more. Or to talk to him. Every time I talk to him, more based.
Isn't that the same? Isn't that the same argument motherfuckers been using forever with the fucking blacks? They
Hey,
taking
what's
our
up, Unc?
jobs with the
Hey,
Irish.
what's up,
They
Unc?
taking our
What's up,
jobs. They're taking our jobs. What's
Hey,
good?
what's up, Unc?
Hey,
They
Joe
did.
Cool.
Doing, Unc?
So
How you
now-
They literally did take the jobs.
Hey, Joe Cool. Black
Yeah,
Americans
We
have
got
a
Unc up in
foundation.
here.
Black
What's up, Unc?
Americans have a
The
foundation.
host is
Have like
talking.
a foundational right to the United States, right? But guess what? The Irish did take Anglo and black jobs. The
Right.
Italians did do that when it happened.
I
That
agree.
did fundamentally happen.
Yes,
That's
it's gonna happen now. Suck it up, nigga. You niggas cried.
Nah,
you cried.
nah, they're going back.
Suck it up.
That's right, Unc. You tell them, Unc.
Right, wages keep getting lower. Wages keep getting lower. The quality of life right now is stagnant for the first time in decades.
Three different
Inflation is completely out of control. We have less access to public services, so let's just keep importing people. Who gives a fuck? Because the argument was made over and over again, that somehow means it's false.
Yeah, immigration is not
you're
the cause of
actively
inflation.
being ignored.
Sounds like it's a consistent problem that people keep complaining about. We might want to take a look at it.
All right, here's the alternative, Dennis. And aren't we better off that the Irish came, the black came? You niggas whined it here. It worked out. You're gonna whine again. It's gonna come here. It'll work out.
To be fair,
when I look around, I don't see that it worked out
legally. They came here legally.
One of my sources that talks about immigration and its effects on wages.
I don't think it worked out. I think that we saw continuously stagnating wages and wages
You don't
lowering.
think, do you?
Yeah,
So we get rid of the Irish,
actually,
kick the
Melanie.
Irish, and black out. It'll be better.
I think
There's three links inside chat proving you wrong, so shut the fuck up and read it.
I do it by IQ.
I think that you
learn
hate,
something for once in your
Melanie,
fucking
I
life.
think
Learn
that you
something for
hate
once
to the
in your
fact
life.
that I'm an actual
Time to go to
socialist
school,
and you're
buddy.
not.
Time
I
to go
think
back
that
to
you hate
school.
I think that you hate
I think you just
that
want
you're an armchair.
but you don't want to do any of the work of
that you're an
learning.
armchair socialist that acts like they're fighting
be
for
smart if
liberal
you can't do the
values.
work of actually
In
learning
all
something.
reality, you're just
Like
fighting.
reality of having
to
to
be
learn
oppressed
something to
by
actually
mega
be smart instead of just sounding.
Why are we letting a Canadian come up here and tell us how the United States is supposed to be run?
I've already told him he's being actively ignored because it's an American. This is an American talking point issue.
Yeah, and you're afraid of learning new things.
No, we just
I'm
don't
not
take
afraid of
advice
learning
from
new
people
things.
that are
I'm just not
outside
going to
the
listen to a foreigner on how to run my country.
You're wrong. Go ahead.
Newsflash: importing people actually raises wages.
It also confirms, like I said, that it varies by sector, which is why your question was fucking stupid and clueless.
It's not stupid.
It affected my sector. That's all I really give a fuck
It
about.
lowers wages.
Well, it positively affected
It affects mine. We got immigrants everywhere around here.
The more diversity you add into a workforce, the less chance it has to unionize.
No, because not everyone's like you, Bumpkin. Some people are actually able to work with other people of different.
No, that
cultures.
is a statistical fact.
Tell me how we're going to unionize when half of the crew doesn't speak fucking English.
Through wanting workers' rights. You all need the same workers' rights. It's not hard to figure out if you actually understand unions, idiot.
First step to workers' rights, Melanie. First step to workers' rights is everyone speaking the same fucking language so they can actually unionize. You absolute retard.
Union.
It's the exact opposite of Fight Club. The first step to unionization is talking about unionization.
It's talking about unionization.
That's a fact.
Have you ever fought on the front lines for a union? No, I didn't.
Have you ever worked with a bunch of people you can't communicate with because you don't speak the same language?
Yes, I have.
Unions increase worker solidarity.
Have you ever had to work with a bunch of people you can't communicate with because you don't speak the same fucking language, Mel?
Have you ever been a victim of nepotism based upon that?
Have you ever
unions are
fought
definitely
for a union,
better than
Mel?
others.
Yeah, the nepotism is real.
Name me anything else that can actually fight the upper class better than unions. Go ahead and name it.
Have you ever?
We're seeing white non-socialists, non-communists getting tired of the bullshit from the left and the non-whites, and this is what we're seeing. We're seeing an active push, and it's only going to get worse until people realize that we will not kill ourselves, that we will not lay down and die because of your ideology and your pathological altruism.
So the non-communists and non-socialists are becoming a hive mind.
You'll lose. You lost with the blacks. You lost with the Irish. You'll lose this time.
Joe Cool.
You'll go down fighting, swinging, and struggling, but you'll lose.
Joe
You always do.
Cool. Blacks have been here since the inception of
This time the country will be burned to the ground.
I don't know why you're throwing yourself in with Hispanics and other groups. You have literally been here since the foundation of the nation. Okay,
it's not just immigration. It's also your social policies.
Same with Hispanics in California. In Texas.
Yeah, they should also not be taking the sides of illegal immigrants.
But they do.
But
Yeah, exactly.
ethnicity and race matters more. And when
Exactly.
when white people actually realize that,
You're
it's
asking,
over.
It's not like racists ever tell black people how they should act.
Yo, who do y'all think?
Man, just stop talking about the movies. That's it. You know, it ain't gonna.
Blimkin.
No chance. As my
I
ex-girlfriend.
second
No
Dennis's
chance.
motion on not talking at the movies.
What'd you just call me?
Who do you think replaced that Kobe mural in LA? Who do you think did that? I think it was one of your kind.
No, King Schneider, what'd you just call me?
Your kind?
Blimkin.
Let's get him the fuck up out of here. I'm not doing it today. I'm not doing it today with him. I'm sorry.
By your kind. What does he mean by that?
My kind. I don't know, bro.
This fucking panel is based.
Ashless?
I can't do it with him today, dude. He's like the bad end of the Overton window, bro. I can't fucking.
It's when the kids were screaming, I was like, why isn't Pumpkin putting him backstage? But it worked out anyway.
Yeah. Listen, I'm sure if I'm not gonna say that joke. Never mind. Never mind, dude.
Say it.
I'm sure if the mic was a little bit longer, we would have heard that fucking beat. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Oh my!
I'm glad you said it,
dude. Let's get him. Thank God. Listen, I don't care. Listen, we can have this discussion. We yell at each other. I can't do King Shinar today. All right, he's just too much.
Isn't that philosophy? I don't know, man. This is just preaching bullshit. But that us versus them, we gotta guard our own. It's just scary. Folks scared of fucking change, and isn't that what it is, man? Right?
Well, the system is designed that way, though.
Cool.
I agree that if we weren't in a nationalistic system, there'd be plenty for everyone.
I like it there.
But under a nationalistic system with borders, there's a point.
Great argument. Yeah.
I don't hate.
But I thought America was like super strong, super resilient, super great. Like, biggest.
Melanie, I don't give a fuck. Joe Cool. World. I don't hate immigrants because they're Hispanic. I disagree with all forms of immigration, be it from Europe, India, anywhere, bro. Okay, because no matter what, they are or they are low.
Pumpkin, even if they're here.
I can tell you from personal experience why, Joe.
Because even legal immigration,
I just want big booty
brings down wages because they come from a low.
No,
they on average come from a lower
lower wages
area. They come from a lower socioeconomic.
No, I agree with.
And then they will then take a lower wage to work a job. Whereas
I'll tell you this,
I agree.
Will not work that job.
I agree, but
past a certain wage.
So again, I've already posted proof in the slide chat that it does not lower wages.
You don't have to.
I would like to say something. For not all immigrants have to work those jobs. For instance, the immigration that was going on when my parents came here, there was an incentive to start their own business. So that's why you saw a lot of these Dominicans, owning the grocery stores and the bodegas. My dad owned his own businesses. So they were entrepreneurs. Not all of them take that route. There's also investor visas. I don't know if you know about those. So, there are immigrants that come here and they add value instead of just taking.
Okay. Moxie, why are we giving out investor visas?
Because they need money, clearly.
Why are we not giving loans to American citizens? Well, this is the shit I'm talking about, dude.
No, yeah.
You don't understand what an investor visa is.
I don't agree. Yeah, exactly.
An investor visa is allowing investors from other countries to come to America to invest into your economy. That's a good thing.
Correct.
No, it's not. It's foreign influence onto your national. Why is this?
No, they have to follow your laws, idiot.
Exactly.
Well, you're just clueless.
I'm not clueless. We have a different philosophy, Mel.
You demonstrated this when you keep saying it lowers wages without acknowledging it. Actually, overall, it slightly increases wages, and it varies by sector.
Yeah, they're creating jobs.
Bumpkin, you say you don't dislike
How many
them.
Jobs does a bodega
Bumpkin.
actually
Do you love
create?
them?
2, 3?
My parents, my family never owned.
There are a million of them around here.
My grandpa used to own a bodega back in the day. Yeah.
They all over the place.
What causes inflation?
My dad
Bumpkin, you say you don't. hate
was in the insurance
immigrants?
business
Do you love
and
them?
travel.
Bumpkin, please let him answer.
I'm not answering that
Bumpkin, you say you don't hate all right, because if you love them, it'd be like if you're a brother or you're a family member, we're trying to come over here. You skirt the law, you try to do what it takes to get him to live a better life. If you loved him.
I wouldn't
You don't love
be
them
able
niggas,
to.
man. You only
I
love
wouldn't be able.
motherfuckers that look like you.
Joe, it's not a fair analogy. I can't love a million people the way I love my brother, and I can't love a million of my brothers.
Sure you can.
And no, that's retarded. And I
Well,
can't love a million
only
people.
No.
I can't love a million people to the detriment of my own situation.
And that's not Joe's point.
Bold enough
That a
to you
million
assume that I
people-
want immigration from Europe and people that look like me. I don't want any immigration in this country from Europe or from brown holes.
Same.
I can love my brother and tell him not to break the law as well. I can love my brother and tell him not to break the law.
That's not my point, Melanie.
Joel.
You're right, Melanie.
Joe, cool. I can love my brother and tell him not to break the law.
Yeah.
Let me talk to Dennison. So what Joe is actually
You
saying
don't. That's a horrible argument. You don't really give a fuck about the law, man. You probably voted for Trump. That nigga broke plenty laws.
I've never
You don't give a
voted in
fuck
my
about the
entire
law.
life.
If your brother got weed, if your brother got weed, you ain't calling the police, turning them in. Nonsense.
legal
Stop
now.
it. If it's illegal, stop
There
it.
used to be standards with immigration here,
There still are.
whether it be an
I can
investor
love my
visa
brother and tell him not to enter
or
a country illegally.
a
It's a
lottery.
bit different from smoking a bit of weed, isn't it?
This was a
Don't
free
enter
for all.
Germany.
No,
don't
it's
enter-
not
don't
really.
enter
Only when it's
Pakistan.
no.
Don't enter America. Don't enter
No.
India. Don't
Calm
enter
down,
England.
you're acting
Don't
very
enter
hormonal.
Ireland. Don't enter
You're
these
acting very
countries illegally,
hormonal,
brother.
dude.
I don't mind
Calm
having a zoot with you, innit? I don't mind smoking a blunt with you. But don't enter these countries illegally. I mean, there are
Fork
different
down.
different
Put the
levels
fork
here,
down
aren't there,
once in a
being laid
while.
out?
Put the fork down in between bites kind of thing.
When you enter a country illegally, you're playing with your life.
You're being
It's different than
Exactly.
smoking a blunt.
I
very
agree.
estrogenic.
I agree with EB3 on this one.
So when it comes to
Yes, because a bunch of racist fucks make. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mel. I'm so sorry.
Dennison,
No, it's
Go,
not
man.
about racism. It's about taking proper protocol.
Hold on, wait a minute. I let you guys.
Nationalism has always been considered racism to some.
I let you guys go for the longest. All right.
It is to me.
Here is the most recent data we have on ethnicity and the workforce rate, unemployment.
Can you read it out? I don't want to zoom in on my little phone. Can
So
you tell me
the total unemployment rate is 4% of the country per capita, right? But per capita amongst Mel, you're gonna stop interrupting me. You know I like having you up here, but you're honest. It's my show. It's whatever I talk about, so it's relevant.
So we're switching topics.
I mean, we can go back to it if you want, but the unemployment rate between blacks and African Americans is 8%. Hispanics is 5.8. White is 4.3, and Asian is 3.6. And where this factors into wait, hold on. Where this factors into immigration, they always talk about Hispanics are the most employed, the most hardworking groups. Well, you can see that that's obviously not true from the unemployment aspect. And I'm about to pull
I
up
would say obviously not true.
I'm about to pull up something about welfare and taxes, because Hispanics and blacks are a net negative tax benefit to the U.S. So again, this goes to my argument. This is going into my argument that we don't need immigration, because by far there are two groups that are the largest immigrants into the U.S. That is Hispanics and Indians.
So, and I watched Indians wreck the tech sector from the inside.
Otherwise, I would actually like to go. First of all, the amount of immigrants who are unemployed might not be calculated by that, because with undocumented immigrants, it's much harder to get that sort of data. So you'd want to look at their methods to make sure they actually counted undocumented immigrants as part of their sample. Secondly, I posted 3 links already showing that immigration is a net benefit for society. You're not showing any of those links. As far as I'm concerned, you're dodging any of them.
I told you, you're being actively excluded because you're Canadian.
Damn.
I didn't kick him.
Here's the headline.
Did you kick him?
And a net benefit for society is an arbitrary factor line.
Wait, hold on. Bumpkin, did you kick him or did he leave?
He left. I did not kick him.
Okay.
Society is an arbitrary factor. It cannot be
since we want to go over
isolated.
Sure.
It cannot be measured. You cannot measure what society is or isn't. So saying it's
I just want to read one of the headlines real quick that Mel posted back there. Immigrants raise wages and boost employment of U.S.-born workers.
Still love you, boo boo. You can come back if you want to, but this is an American conversation.
What's the source of that?
They only ever address immigrants, and that meaning legal immigrants. They never address the illegal immigrant aspect of everything and what illegals actually do to your economy.
Correct.
Well, it's the expatriation of currency outside of your country that's the biggest problem with legal or illegal immigrants.
You can tell the sort of individual you're dealing with when they say undocumented instead of illegal. Like they're there illegally. They broke the law. The first act they did when coming to your country was to break the law.
100.
That's it. So anyone that uses
100%.
the terminology undocumented, right? Yeah, you already know their liberal leanings and their bullshit that's about to follow.
Well, another thing that people forget to take into consideration too when it comes to illegal immigration is it doesn't always start out illegal. A lot of these folks come here and they get work visas or they get student visas, and what happens is rather than actually taking the steps to actually become a legal naturalized immigrant, they sit and overstay whatever visa they were given, and now they're here illegally. And even though they came here through legal means, they're still in the country illegal now. And people forget they tend to overlook that a lot. And I know this because I used to work with a lot of them from Honduras, Guatemala, Mexico.
It's disrespectful, man, to your country and your country's laws. And they're robbing law-abiding individuals of their place. They're taking up a spot for that someone. It could be for legitimately. So there's someone in the world that's applying legitimately, going through the legal process to get into America, and they are being robbed through some ignorant, illegal criminal or someone overstaying their welcome.
Correct.
Hey, check this out. Check this out. This is nonsense. No, when let's go back to the segregation and shit. They would tell you that all the laws were in place. Black people could get equal jobs. They got just as much opportunity, but the shit's always been against them. We can recognize that. Nowhere in this conversation are you cats recognizing that the same thing exists for immigrants, people of color.
Because it's not true.
That shit exists.
It's not true.
It's rigged in their favor.
It's easy for
it's way too easy. It's way too easy for an illegal immigrant to get a job in this country, to get an ID in this country, to get medical care or education in this country. They even have places where they call it sanctuary cities, where the city's just like, hey, fuck the law, just come live here.
Yep.
Yeah, like where I live, New York City, and it's
so we
crazy.
know it's not easy if there's laws. If there's laws harassing these folks, we know it's not easy, right?
The laws harass me too, Joe.
Black folks, when they had
the laws harass me more than they harass the illegals because I'm much more easily held accountable.
Yeah, I'm not saying they don't, but I'm not going to argue with you of that. You would argue with me that they don't harass fucking
These people are not citizens of our nations. Fuck them.
Yes.
Joe, how are they harassing? Hold on. Now, explain to me how they're. No, hold on. Legitimately, how are they harassing illegal people if these illegal immigrants are literally standing out in the open protesting and nothing is happening to them?
Really, they're protesting because they're getting immigrants.
They shouldn't, dude. If the law was against them, they would be afraid to stand out in numbers protesting. You moron!
They're not even protesting. This is not a protest.
Did you want to answer? No.
It's a riot.
This shit is not a protest. This shit is not a protest.
They're in your country illegally, and this is an act of war.
Yeah, they're afraid of laws that are against them, right? There's so many laws. None of them are being arrested for that. None of them.
And Joe, that doesn't.
They should arrest you for that, Joe.
The reason I get mad about this shit, the reason I get mad about this shit, in 20 years, you'll have some leftists like Ryan or Mel talking about how fascism or caring about your citizens are responsible for the bad shit that happens because of these stupid fucking low IQ degenerates who go out here and start violence and then have to be put down like the bullshit children they are.
May I say something?
Wow.
I will tell you this. I would like to say something. May I say something? I will tell you this. I'm born and raised in New York City, and I will tell you this. After Trump took office, there are a lot less of these migrants going around stealing and just selling things right outside of the store that they stole it from. Like, you're not seeing that anymore, which is great. I will
And
tell
from an
I will
outsider
give him
looking
that.
in, I have never seen a state or a province or in America right that has actively advertised rounding up veterans off the street and putting them in $300 a night hotels because of respect for their service. But I've seen that for illegal immigrants that entered your country illegally. So
Exactly.
And it's done purely because of the form of government we have, the liberal multicultural democracy. You can't. Here's my problem with a lot of you guys on this panel right now. You say you're for the free market capitalism. You say you're for the democracy or the republic. Blah blah blah. Not all fucking republics are democracies, but not all fucking democracies are republics, but all republics are democracies. Anyway, fucking, you say you're for all this shit, but then you turn around and you give ground to these leftist fucks who do this shit for so fucking long until a fascist comes around and has to put them in the fucking dirt. Because here's the thing: these people will not stop. It's ethnic conflict. You're gonna see this in every empire. Until they get put the fuck down,
take a mile.
Yeah, if they don't get put the fuck down, they will take over and they will make your life shit and they will implement fucking third world, south of the border communism.
Yes. I agree. I don't want them here. They're dangerous.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. Chuck, you say you agree. Moxie, you say you agree. But when people like me and Bumpkin talk about fascism, y'all obfuscate and call us communists. Y'all mess with us. Y'all joke around with us.
I've never called you a communist. So you better back up.
No, I'm saying, Chuck, you have called me a communist on
No,
I didn't.
No, I called Bumpkin a communist because the first time I met Bumpkin was on CTs, and he introduced himself as a communist.
Well, that's why I thought you should never do that.
I never introduced myself as a communist. I said,
ahead.
I said, and I quote, "And what these retards think is communism." That's what I said.
No, you came on one of his shows, and you just got on the panel, and you introduced yourself as Bumpkin, and yes, I'm a communist, is what you said.
I don't remember saying that.
Hell yeah, Joe Cool. Hell yeah. I know you'll protest the right way.
That's the only reason I said it. Anything about it is because it came out of your mouth. Well, I apologize, sir.
Well, no offense to y'all if y'all don't mean to call us communists, but everywhere I go, I get it. Nobody wants to live under a totalitarian douchebag. We're Americans. We have a Second Amendment for that. It doesn't matter if it's left wing or right wing. If you're a tyrant, you deserve a bullet. America is the place where tyrants come to die, and we need to be American. American National Socialism and American fascism will be inherently free and based on the Constitution, whether you like it or not. And my only point, my only point is these leftist fucks are the ones that want to take away the Constitution. We fascists, we American fascists and National Socialists only want the Constitution to apply to citizens because our republic has a duty to its citizens.
Listen, I agree with that. I'm actually a nationalist when it comes to America first. I am American, and I do believe that we should allow immigrants the right way here that are bringing something valuable.
I think honestly, I think that America needs to put America first. There's too many Americans in
No,
America.
I agree.
Oh, hold on, let me finish. There's too many Americans in America right now that are homeless, that have nothing, that are nowhere. There's kids, there's women, there's fucking grown ass men that fought for our country that don't have nowhere to go to, don't have no health care, don't have no job, don't have nothing prosperous to look for. Why we need to stop allowing people coming in this country and getting those benefits that the people in America should be receiving. When American citizens are receiving the benefits that these other nations are getting, then we can start thinking about immigration. But until we start taking care of the Americans in this country first, everyone else needs to come second.
And look, I can't hate on that. You know what I mean? I can't really hate on that.
The reason I give you, not even you specifically, but Hispanics a bad rap is I've tried my best to extend my hand to this Hispanic community in real life and on YouTube. And time again, everybody wants to be American until it's time to put America first and not their ethnic group. And then they want to blame and say white people are just being racist. No, when Abuelita has to leave because she came as an illegal immigrant, that's when they get mad.
No, yeah, look.
Me off.
Yeah, no, and I can't hate on that. Like I said,
my
abuelita came here legally. Rest in peace to her, and so did my abuelito. So, I get that. I think that we need to stop. Hold on, let me just land the plane. I think that we need to stop. Just telling everybody else what to do and focus on America because it's insane.
I'm going to admit something to chat here that not even Bumpkin knows. All right. I myself am not half Mexican, right? But I have my dad's sister, born of a second marriage after my dad's mom and dad split. I have an entire part of my family that is Mexican or some various of actual Hispanic that are descended from.
Did they come here legally?
My grandmother actually went to Mexico.
Did they come here legally?
Yes, my aunt had birthright citizenship because my grandmother was American.
Okay,
her family.
There you go.
Here. But no, that's a little secret. So when I say I don't want immigration from anywhere, that should be the proof. But when I talk to Hispanic folks on YouTube or in real life, I notice that they only want their ethnic group prioritized. And then when I say that's a bad idea, they call me a racist. Well, if their skin was white, no, I don't even want European immigrants over here. You know why? Because those homos would want to get rid of guns. They would support gun buybacks and fucking Second Amendment restrictions. So no, I don't even want the fucking European immigrants over here.
No,
there doesn't even need to be a pathway to citizenship.
I don't even want Canadians over here.
If they increase the amount of traffic it takes when I go to the fucking convenience store, I don't want them here.
I think America should nuke Canada and Mexico and take it over.
You're crazy, bro. You're crazy.
Exactly. Russia's taking Ukraine. Nah. America should take Canada and Mexico. But I'm leaving now.
That's the right one, ain't it?
Thank you.
We should take all that military spending that we're sending over to Ukraine and spend it invading Mexico instead. But Mexico should just be occupied. We don't need to handle it.
AB3 say his final.
But I was going to fix it, but the handle was going to break, so I just stopped.
Bring me up.
I don't think he knows he's on.
I just want to say
I'm going to mute you, Chuck, because I think you're having a best-side conversation. Go ahead, AB3.
Thanks for hosting Orthodox. It's been great chatting about all these world politics, and I'm probably not versed enough in communism to make a formal opinion on it, although I'm pretty versed about capitalism. I will say Karl Marx, who seems to be some sort of leader of communism, did turn capitalist in the end after he made money on the stock exchange. I do know that much. And as someone who doesn't vote, I much prefer, as a man of God, a dictator who is a God-fearing man than an elected official who refuses to acknowledge God. Make it out of what you will. Find me on my YouTube, Englishman Be Free. Until next time, peace, man.
All right, much love. You be safe, ERB3. EB3, thank you for coming. I don't know why I keep calling you ERB3, man. I don't know why, but EB3, thank you for coming. Peace, you have a good one.
You too.
All right, Chuck, I muted you because I thought you was talking to a family member or somebody behind the scenes.
I was on mute Phone was in the pocket and it unmuted on me. I didn't realize that. I apologize.
Oh, that's all good. I just didn't want you to dox your family or say something embarrassing. And I
ain't worried. I got an automatic reloading doorbell.
Based. All right. Most of the riots that we're seeing, I'm going to get off my soapbox about talking shit on Hispanics because I don't hate anybody and half my family is Hispanic, or at least a fourth of my family is Hispanic. So most of the problems are happening on Paramount, California, where these are where the riots are happening.
Is that National Guard?
I believe that is ICE, but it could be the National Guard. The National Guard were deployed to.
No, the 7th? No. What is today? The 9th or the 8th? The Guard just got there. So probably ICE.
It's the 8th. It's the 8th today.
Okay.
The National Guard just got deployed today.
Right.
So it would be ICE.
This looked like what I went through in St. Louis.
That looks like a peaceful protest to me.
Remember, that is democracy manifest. That's what happens.
It's mostly peaceful. Mostly peaceful.
You see what happens, Larry?
This is the bullshit you get without fascism. Our republic is inherently fascist. Go ahead, Chuck.
Do you believe in the Constitution as the document, or the Constitution as a living document?
We got plenty of fascism.
That's hard. That's hard for me, right? Because there are certain things like the Bill of Rights that should never be allowed to be taken away. But we do have to be able to make amendments and changes as we grow with times. Like there should be new rights that are added.
What I'm talking about is the stretching of the verbiage, like happens with, especially on the left.
Yeah, are you an originalist or not?
Yeah, originalist. There we go. Thank you.
I can't. Well, if I was an originalist, I'd have to believe in slavery, honestly, and I don't believe in slavery.
Well, like for instance,
no, because you're gonna
hold on. For instance, like, do you believe that a well-regulated militia, the regulated part? Do you believe in the 1776 version of that, or what they consider the 2025 definition of regulated?
Well, the 1776 definition would mean, well-regulated both within the state, the state legislature and the individual. The separation comes in later terms.
Well, because regulated in 1776 didn't even mean separated. It meant to be in perfect working order.
Well, yeah, but it also meant by a state legislature and the individual citizen. So the state, by the 1776 definition, there were two rights there, right? Every man who was 18 and who was old enough to vote, regardless if they had voting rights or not, because we didn't have universal suffrage back then. You did have to be a landowner and white to vote. Every man who was 18 or older, or who could join the military, was allowed to not join the military, but 18 or older, who had their rights, was allowed to only. Yeah. Anyway, 18 or older. 18. It was actually 16 because you were a man a lot earlier back then. But anybody who is, for all arguments, 18 or older was allowed to have a firearm. But, and there really isn't a need for a but. However, the state legislature, the specific state, not like the government state, but the state legislature also had a saying in what the militia was and how it was regulated.
Well, that's because the state was responsible for actually arming each American citizen with arms and armament.
I think we should get that again. I think the federal government and the state should work together to give every able-bodied, legal American citizen an M16 rifle and teach them how to use it. But that's beside the point.
I'm sorry. I'm not seeing anyone
Fuck the
support
M16 though,
the
really?
Griffno State right now. Hold on. What's up, OTW? I'm sorry. I'm not seeing anyone support the Griffno State right now. All right. I'm not like, how long have we been going for, Orthodox? 4 hours and 16 minutes?
I mean, to be fair, Lauren supported my Griffno State.
Well, I need my Griffno State supported a little bit here, guys. All right. I'm posting that as well.
You are Palestine and I am mighty Israel.
Yeah. I'm posting that for the people that do not have Cash App. You can donate there as well. And my Cash App is rolling on the bottom of the screen. Support the Griffno State. If you do not support the Griffno State, you are a terrorist to the Griffno State. Just want to point that out.
You're an enemy of the state.
You are an enemy of the state. All right. Listen, money is power. Power is absolute.
But okay, so to answer Chuck's question, I find myself being more of an originalist, but there's nuance to it because I understand the Constitution as it was intended to be, because I also read the Federalist Papers, and a lot of things that people don't talk about is there's a Bill of Rights, but there was also discussion on citizens' responsibilities. And this is what I'm talking about. This is what you get without that fascism or national socialism, this type shit right here. Right? You get a bunch of citizens being an ass, shit going, woo, yeah, woo, throwing rocks at the police, being a fucking retard, burning down their cities.
You basically end up with a non-denominational church.
Yeah, they're a bunch of fucking retards that go, my rights, I can be here, Holmes, I can be here, man. I can get my free shit, man. You know, all this stupid fucking shit, right? But they, under the Constitution and under the intention of the Constitution, those people had rights to be decent citizens. This is not authoritarianism. This is a bunch of whiny bitches who want their abuelita and abuelitos to fucking be allowed to be here while being illegal. They want special rights. And this is the end of what we're witnessing is the end of a republic. Whenever interest groups and ethnic groups demand special rights and not equality under the law, it is the end of a republic. We are witnessing the death of our republic. And if there is not a great Caesar, an American Caesar, we're going to live under communism. We're going to live under balkanization or a bloody civil war. That is not fear-mongering. That is a matter of historical fact.
Yeah, we'll be like Venezuela.
Yes, and good. This is exactly what I want. Good, yes. Push the system to its limit. Break the limit of the system so the populace gets so desperate they turn to a man like me, a man they don't truly understand.
I love democracy. I love the republic.
I love democracy because it inevitably gives one man ultimate power. So it's inevitable. People eventually always will choose security over freedom. And when they see cities like that where they feel like, oh my God, I can't drive near there. It's literally a Mad Max environment. Yeah, they're going to be like, okay, let's just end these people. You think that don't happen? Look what happened to the Zoot Suit riots back then. Look what happened to all these riots back in the 60s. What happened at Kent State? Like, people are going to be like, enough's enough.
Like why don't they pull themselves up by the bootstraps, though? That's what I don't get. Why is there so much help?
Miss Moxie, you do understand that saying was meant as like an insult or a jab, because pulling oneself up by the bootstraps is impossible.
Yeah, it's not about pulling your bootstraps.
It's about what I'm saying, though. Like, you can actually make your own money and then actually just not need help from the government.
Yeah, like, but that's not okay. But Moxie, I love you. You're a smart girl, and I'm going to tell you this because you're smart. Human beings always choose the path of least resistance. It doesn't matter if you're smart, you're stupid, you're tall, you're short. People will choose the path of least resistance. And if they have a path where they can sit at home and get a 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment for free and $2,000 a month.
I get it. I'm saying, why does the government allow this shit?
Because
democracy. Because of politics. It doesn't matter what you agree with. Some politicians.
It does. That's why we got rid of this shit. A lot of immigrants actually went to the other side because of this shit. It's just
Here's the thing.
democracy at its finest.
Democracy makes more money when they allow this shit.
Point of information.
Bullshit
It's
and
capitalism.
infuriating, and a big fuck you to everybody who did it the right way.
Miss Moxie, this is free market capitalism at its finest.
No,
This
they
is
shouldn't be
democracy.
allowed in. They don't have the rights that we do.
Moxie,
But
my
point of information.
They shouldn't.
Go ahead, Dennison. Go ahead.
So I've been reading the links Mel put that prove that immigration doesn't affect employment or wages.
Right.
All but one of the links lead to the exact same source. When you actually read them and try to source it, it all goes back to the same exact study. So there's only two sources in all those links. The first source is just a simulation. It's an economic simulation based on projections. There's no real data in it. The other one is just an article about how during the C-19 times, immigration, illegal immigration decreased, obviously because of what was happening at the time, and that unemployment stayed relatively stable. Again, at most, even if you took it on face value, all it's saying is that immigration didn't affect employment numbers during that period after C-19.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Then I was sharing that link earlier, and I was going to click on that and show everyone that, but then like the conversation moved on. Thank you, Denizen, for doing that work. I didn't know it was all of them. I didn't know it was all of them.
I mentioned that earlier. I said the replication crisis in academia. It's the same thing as the Al Gore study. It's the Al Gore study all over again of the increase of climate change and the rising of the oceans. Remember that from 25 years ago?
It just goes to show how lazy the research is, though. These are people who only look until they find the answer that supports their preconceived notions. And then because they took the 2 minutes to do that, then they go around the entire world telling everybody else how uninformed and stupid they are. It's my favorite part of the internet.
You mean the Harvard president who found out that the Harvard president who replicated her studies, the MIT president who replicated the Penn study, the Stanford University, all those studies?
We got thousands of laws on the book.
They're calling this the American Gestapo, by the way.
Are they?
This is the Jorge Floyd riots. The Jorge Floyd riots.
We got thousands of laws on the book that they ought to come down hard on these businesses that are violating the laws about the illegal hiring.
Yeah, every CEO of every business that hires an illegal.
Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Can you hear me?
Do you see what?
No, I don't see it. I don't see it.
You don't see it? Hold on. Let me make.
Was that Venezuela?
No, hold on. Do you see what I see?
Is that Venezuela or Mexico?
That's Mexico. That's Mexico right there.
What did we do? What does every conquering army do?
They plant their flag.
They plant their flag. There you go.
I don't see an American. Yeah, I don't see an American flag on their side.
There was no American flag in that whole thing yesterday.
Unfortunately, the only American flags there were the backwards on the uniforms of the black fascists running around with bats.
Therefore, we're being invaded.
That's what I said. These are foreign nationals. These are foreign national invaders. This is no different.
The sheriffs are involved too at the border.
Oh yeah,
because they have tunnels and stuff. It is insane, and shame on those people here in the United States that are involved because they are definitely involved.
That's why you need to call in the National Guard.
Treason.
Yeah, no, exactly. You're seeing, Moxie, you are seeing the literal insurrection, the beginning of a communist insurrection. Hold on, pause it. Hold on. Hold on. I want you guys to see one thing too. Go look at the videos of this morning, the aftermath, and how all the spray painting on all the walls was anti-capitalism, communist on the wall, like pro-communism. And look at the spray paint, what the messages are. It literally does the anarchist symbol with the C, the communist. They write communist out and the anarchy symbol in the like. No, dude, you don't understand that.
I went through this in St. Louis.
Yeah, gang tags, tattoos, what they wear is symbols of what they're trying to do.
What is
That's
that?
why you look at what they, why do you think in prison they look at your tattoos and what you tag and what all that kind of shit?
This dude's a dumbass, man.
No, motherfucker, you're a dumbass. You've never even. I've represented more people in prison than you know in prison.
Socialism doesn't work either because in theory it sounds great. The problem is that the government ends up
antithetical to the human condition.
They end
Nobody
up
does.
enriching themselves.
The government
while
is enriching themselves under capitalism.
It's
But
both sides.
more so.
You need a. The problem is both sides are wrong. You need a intrinsically
Subdio.
Yeah, you need a capitalist with a socialist implementation with a theological purpose.
So like
See, the
China.
problem is, no, China has no theology. They don't believe in religion.
State capitalists.
Yeah, that's a free for all over there. And
No, they're not
very
pure capitalism.
pro-trans and everything.
Yeah, dude.
There was two towns. There was two towns in Europe that adopted socialist ways. They made their towns as an experiment for socialism. Both of those towns failed miserably.
There was a town in Maryland that did the same thing for capitalism, and it failed miserably as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm getting confused on your capitalism terminology.
They privatized literally everything they could in that town, from trash collecting to sewage to lights to the police to the fire department to medical services, and they wound up with a lot of dead people, a lot of people who had they would lower property values because they just stopped paying for trash delivery and started burning trash. They had a lot of issues to the point where wild animals, like animal control, was privatized, so people just wouldn't pay for it. And they had Flo kind of made fun of me when I pointed this out because a wild bear ate somebody. He's like, "We the bears don't attack people." I'm like, yeah, they don't attack people in fucking town squares. They don't just they don't,
exactly.
They don't eat somebody in a town square.
The bakery.
We had a zebra on the prowl trying to take over Nashville the other day.
I mean, did you Orthodox? Did you play the video?
I don't know where it came from.
Did you play the video?
Was it Snafu Snaps?
The sidewalk and throwing it at the
No. Actual zebra was on the loose, causing havoc.
This morning.
Well, yo, how did this whole thing start though? How did
But help me with your definition of capitalism.
It started because you had a deportation operation in a town of fully.
Yesterday.
Yes, you had. Yes. It happened because they
out of nowhere.
No, they did an ICE operation in a town that is literally an illegal town. All the citizens all the people there are illegal. The town councils are illegal. The cops are illegal. Everyone there is illegal.
In LA.
All I'm saying is, as a national socialist, as a fascist, I'm saying that we need both capitalism and communism. We need to take the ideas from best. We need people on both sides to come together and discuss. So, Shenard, I'm not gonna put up with your shit. You're welcome to be up here, but be quiet when I'm talking. We need people to come together for the betterment of our citizenry in this country. And now, when I say citizenry, I mean the citizens, not a bunch of. We're not citizens of the world. We are citizens of America. And if it does not benefit our fellow citizen, I don't care. If you're not a citizen, you gotta go. I don't care if you're white like me or you're fucking, or you're brown. You gotta go.
My theory with these riots is shoot first, ask second.
really want to agree
we're the
with
rooftop Koreans,
You
man.
gotta stop trying to. You gotta stop playing.
It would stop. It would stop the riot in a heartbeat. Or I call this an invasion. When you're waving another country's flag and you're destroying shit.
I think
It's a literal. It's a foreign national
should have their
operation.
citizenship stripped. Anybody who
Do you got
supports this should have
PayPal,
their citizenship
Oracle?
stripped. Yes, I do.
Okay, put it in the back chat if you would.
I got you. Oh, you got an email? I trust you with my real name, Chuck. You're a real one. I'll just email it to you. Because it's under my real
Are
name.
we only supposed to donate to bumpkins or what?
You can
Let me see what I got. Hold on a minute.
Mine or bumpkins.
I might get booted, but hold on a minute.
No, but Moxie, what you're seeing right now is the result of pathological altruism, of 20 years of people feeling sorry for everyone around the world and saying, whoever you are, it doesn't matter because you're poor, because you don't have what we have, just come here. And the moment you cross that imaginary border, you'll just be better people.
Do you
That's
do
the
you want to? Do
problem,
you
is
know
that
why?
don't you think politics has become so extreme though in like the past?
Do you?
I would
Well,
say
hold on.
10 years.
Hold on. Do you want to know why I've become so anti-immigrant and don't give a fuck anymore?
Why is that?
Because my best friend, his mother is an American, and the way birthright citizenship works, if you have one parent, and this is how it was intended to work, if you have a parent that is an American citizen, you gain citizenship. They made it so hard for my best friend to be able to get his actual paperwork. They fucked up his social security card, or his not a social security card, but what you have when you're not a citizen but you're allowed to
His
be
green
here.
card?
Yeah,
Or
they
a
fucked it
visa?
up. They gave him something that was like designated for Indians. They gave his brother one that was designated for other issues. Like, and they're allowed to legally be here because they're supposed to be citizens because their mother's a citizen. They had to wait
So
till
why
they
do
were
they have a
18 to
green
get their citizenship. Be quiet. I'm speaking. They
Sounds
had
like
to wait to
bullshit.
get citizen. All right.
You're making
bye-bye.
up
You're
shit,
done.
bro.
You're done. They had to wait.
They hate
till
to hear
they're
real world examples. Sorry.
Yeah. They had to wait till they're 18, and because the government messed up because they were too busy prioritizing the brown third world. These guys had to wait. And you know what? My best friend's nephew, he's hanging out here too as well, and I want to share his story. He's having a similar issue because he was born in Canada, right? He's having that same issue
That's
when
the
his mother's an
Hart-Celler
American.
Act. That's the result of the Hart-Celler Act, that in 1965, it made it American law to prioritize ethnic minorities to be immigrated here by law.
Well, the young man cannot even get a job or a social security number, and he's legal to be here. He's allowed to be here. He
Now,
won't be deported.
Moxie, do you find that as racist? That
But
they
he can't
prioritize
get
ethnic minorities?
No. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know that at all, actually. I'm gonna look into that. I don't know if you're aware, but like my parents and my grandparents came here in the US legally, and they actually came during the height of the civil rights movement. So
No,
they
I'm not
also
saying
came
they
were
all came
farm.
illegal.
Yeah, like dude, everyone in my family has come here
My
legally.
godparents
You
were
know?
my grandparents' best friends and next door neighbor, Rosa and Orlando Gutierrez. They came here legally in 1951. Okay, they bought their house. All their kids are American citizens. They were born here.
Where are they from?
Chihuahua, or Chihuahua.
Okay, no,
Chihuahua.
they're from Mexico. They're from Mexico.
Yeah, they're from Mexico.
Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
my
I'm not
aunt is
Mexican,
actually
right?
from Sinaloa.
Okay.
It's either
But
Sonora
yeah.
or Sinaloa.
But what I'm saying is, I'm not
My
talking.
parents are from the DR, by the way.
Most.
And my dad owned farms over there. My dad
What
owned a farm, and a
but what
lot
I'm
of the
saying is,
people that came here owned farms.
Moxie,
Mexico's thing is different, is what I'm
well,
saying. That's
Moxie, what I'm saying is that up until the late 1990s, okay, the people that could even make it here, regardless of ethnicity, I don't care if you were Angolian, Japanese, Mexican, Venezuelan, Argentine, you were the top of the top because it cost a lot to do the process. So the people that came here were people that were educated, had money, and we're able to invest and grow the American economy. That's what we want. It doesn't
No, I
matter.
agree. Wait a second. You said that
When
was
was that,
until the
though?
90s, because I will tell you
No,
this.
up
There was
until the
another
90s.
influx. Okay, because there's an
Up until the
influx also
20th century.
that came in the 80s and 90s that they're just like, they're different than the ones that
But
came
that's what I'm
when
saying.
my
Up until
parents
like
came.
the early 90s was when this whole liberal push started. Because even back in the 80s, if you looked at Feinstein and Clinton and a lot of these, they were actually, Clinton was way anti-immigration in his terms. He deported 5.7 million people and didn't let only let 1.2 million in. So we had an actual reduction of 4 point something million people during Clinton. And I'm talking, President Bill Clinton's term. So no, the Democrats were more anti-immigrant than the Republicans were in the 80s and 90s because they represented unions in the 80s and 90s. Unions hate immigrants. That's what you're
I'm not down with unions. I don't like unions.
I know, but what I'm saying is it forced the Democrats to hate immigrants because their biggest backers were unions in the 70s, 80s, and early 90s.
That makes sense.
Thing. And so once the Democrats traded union workers, blue collar, what they called blue dog Democrat voters in Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania for illegals. That's what they really did in the 90s. And that's what's all went to Trump and the Republicans. And that's why Ohio's turned deep, deep red. That's why Pennsylvania is turning more red. That's why the Rust Belt in general is turning red. You're going to see Michigan this year is probably going to have a Republican senator be elected in this next cycle. So these are the results of political calculations of who you're trying to support and who you're trying to court. The reason why democracy is a failure, as Orthodox was trying to say, is that it has now become a war of American citizens trying to impose their views on other American citizens. And it's no longer a statehood idea where you take your ideas and you understand that it's a negotiation. And the best way to run a country is that nobody gets everything they want and everyone's a little disappointed. That is the old way of statehood.
I just don't think that these illegals should have been allowed here so easily to begin with and given so many benefits. It's insane. My brother knows somebody that was getting $10,000 a month in gift cards.
They're not statesmen, though, Molly.
Moxie. Fuck those people.
Moxie,
I'm not down with those people, man.
But what I'm saying is our politicians are no longer statesmen, so they're paid and bought. They're individual people that just want to get tons of money for their own family so that they can buy private. And so they're no longer statesmen. Yeah, they're crooks. Yeah, they're gang members.
Imperious, did you know that I've always really been to the left? That I am a libertarian, but that I actually voted for, your guy this time. And a lot of people did because of the immigration issues and because the left became so extreme, man. Now I'm kind of regretting maybe my decision. I just think both sides are pieces of shit. The only reason why I voted was because they have a record of who votes. Now they don't have and they put it out publicly.
Right.
Moxie, I showed here earlier. I don't know if you're listening. 388,000 voters, illegal voters, unregistered voters on the San Bernardino County voting list, and they're refusing to remove it until after the federal elections of 2026. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, there's a couple of government lawsuits down in California and Arizona because they won't take the people off the rolls, so the government is suing.
Yeah, you've had to sue these liberal states to take millions of voters off the rolls. Millions. And it's already federal
When I lived in Illinois 5 years ago, before I left Illinois, I lived in a suburb off St. Louis, right across the river. But the Democratic governor and the Democratic Congress that was in Illinois, they allowed illegals to go to the DMV and get a driver's license without any test.
They sure did. Well, no, they gave him a test, but they were giving out IDs.
No, not
that's
where I
in New York
live.
State.
Not where I live.
Test. No. In Southern California here, because they were hiring illegals as the people giving the test. So when an illegal would come in, the illegal was judging them, and they would just pass them. Remember, illegals now count the votes in California.
We got it. By the way, Chuck, I sent that.
Okay.
Let me know if it.
I gotta go to the gym, but I just want to say this to Moxie.
I will.
Moxie,
I
check
will.
this out. Moxie, check this out. Since 2018, in San Francisco and the county of Marin County, an illegal Chinese citizen has been the one counting the votes. How do you feel about that? A communist Chinese citizen.
I think that America has become way too woke, and so I agree with nationalism. And it doesn't mean that I'm racist or that
Racism is not
I look down
nationalism.
on him. Nationalism is America first. It's not about racist. I just think that a lot of people get triggered when they hear nationalist, or they think that because I'm Hispanic, I need to be down with illegals. No one in my family came here illegally. I'm born and raised in this great country. And I understand where you guys are coming from.
Hell yeah,
now,
Moxie.
and that's what I have to say. I have to
Well,
run
I do apologize. I do apologize for going hard on Hispanics. I'm glad to know there are some out there that are patriots.
No,
there are. One of my best friends is a Latino guy.
Forgot about Jay Rillo.
It's refreshing.
You forgot about Jay Rillo, bro.
One of my best friends is a Mexican guy whose parents did come here illegally and felt so bad that they did it. They went in, turned themselves in, paid their back taxes.
Actually, you know what? It's public knowledge. He just said on Be Braves not too long ago that he supports what they're doing in LA. Anybody who supports what they're doing in LA is not. No, this goes against.
Let me finish this.
No, we're not fucking doing this. No. Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem with someone like King Shark. He will specifically try to create more drama after it's even done. So here's what we're doing, right? We're going to kick.
I put him. Yeah, I put him in the back.
Me? What did I do?
No, not you, Imperius.
Not you.
Check your PayPal.
All right, I got you. So
Imperius was like, I was actually behaving myself this time.
I know. I'm so used to being kicked. I just I automatically assume it's me. It's called PTSD, man.
King Benz, how are you? You're new. I haven't seen you here before.
Beans? Is that Beans?
That's Little Beans podcast. I've been over there before. I know.
Anyways, I'm gonna hop off. I'll be back after the gym, guys.
You have a good day, Imperius.
But Moxie, just think about that. Read that about that in San Francisco. San Francisco, a Chinese communist citizen is counting the votes.
Look into it. I don't agree with that shit, and I called in because he was giving so much smoke to Hispanics, and I'm like, look, not everybody is the same, and also there are nuances here. But thank you so much for having me as well.
Most conservative Catholic Latinos all overwhelmingly vote conservative because they cannot, by their own beliefs, vote for anybody that supports abortion. In LA County,
I'm not down with that either, but I did, we already, anyway, I have
But what
to
I'm
run
saying is, I'm talking about that they're not a monolith. Mexicans and Latinos are not a monolith.
No,
So
they're not, and
everyone
I agree.
That's
You never said they were.
Yeah, that's my overthinking for being a nationalist. I appreciate the correction, Mix Moxie. And let me say
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. I'll speak to you soon. Happy Sunday, everyone.
Thank you for coming, Miss Moxie. Thank you for coming, Imperius. Y'all have a good one. Let me say this again, Shenard. We are not going to rehash old drama, but I did answer your question, and I think you're gonna have to have a ban.
Yeah, no. He's going on the jail roster. If you guys want King Shenard back, it has to be $10 via Cash App. You want him back on panel.
All right. Speaking.
Did you get that, Ortho?
Yes, sir. I just accepted it. Speaking of, Chuck got some booty. Thank you for the $23, Chuck. He's got the booty coming.
23.
Here we go. Yeah,
should have been 25.
25. It may have been.
Did I do it wrong?
No, I probably just a little bit.
Yeah, it may have done some. No, it came through. I had some money in here already. It is $26, so I had $1 in here already. Thank you, Chuck, for the 25.
Okay.
My apologies. I misread it like a dumb. Again, thank you, Chuck. You get some booty. You're gonna get it twice.
My money
No,
don't
no,
jiggle,
no.
it folds.
Yo, you don't want the booty. You don't
That's
want the booty.
disgusting. No
You don't want the
booty.
booty. No booty. Oh, that's
No porn.
crazy.
No porn.
All right, you get the money burn. You get the one we don't
There
play
you
that
go.
often. You get it twice.
And thank you.
Once was enough.
You Chuck. Once was enough. All
Was
right.
was that OTW playing the Joker?
It wasn't meant to be.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, hold on. Thank you, Woody Johnson, for the $1 on Cash App. He does not get booty for that.
He's grateful for $1.
He gave it. Yeah, he gave you $1. Look, dollar make you holler.
My money don't jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle, for sure. It make me wanna do.
And
Woody was
disgusting.
Woody
Disgusting.
says, "LOL, paying my brown man tax." Thank you, Woody.
Hell yeah! What is the Muslim tax called, Woody? And by the way, I do want my brown friends and viewers to know I don't hate you. I don't hate you. I have nothing against you. And if you are citizens, you've earned it. You're welcome. I don't want to repatriate you or take your citizenship unless you support these riots. And then even if you're white and you've been here since the Civil War, I think you should have your citizenship taken. Because you can't be against the nation as a traitor and be treasonous. We need to have repercussions.
They did have repercussions.
Well, okay, so I have to ask the chat's opinion, because it is my opinion that if you are out here and you're waving a foreign nation's flag with a bunch of invaders and you're causing these problems, right, that we see here, should you lose your citizenship or should you be tried for treason? Which one? Because treason carries a death penalty if you're found guilty.
Treason.
Treason?
It's an act of war. It's an act of war.
Well, okay. I'm okay with just stripping their citizenship, their rights to citizenship. Maybe not deporting them anywhere, but stripping them of their rights and of their citizenship.
I don't think we can logically.
Well, they got citizenship. They have to leave.
Yeah, I don't think we can logically say that they're not citizens and they don't belong here and charge them with treason. You got to pick one or the other.
That is a fair logical point too. Diogenes, he donated to Denizen's channel. If you want to read that out, Denizen, you can. Or not.
Shout out to Diogenes. That's the homie, my first member, one of my longtime supporters. Thanks for the contribution.
Awesome. There we go.
So my argument is that we should just strip their citizenship. If they are someone who has immigrated here and we strip their citizenship, they go back. If they are a native here, they can stay without citizenship rights. You guys say treason. That carries the death penalty. That to me the risk of taking the death penalty would be even worse than having your citizenship stripped. That's weird. I'm usually the extremist one. Wild. So does the panel agree with that?
No, I don't anyway.
Well, what do you think?
Especially because I'm anti-government too. So, like
I'm anti this government.
Yeah, there's a thin line. You know what I mean?
Thin blue line, brother. No, let's ask.
I'm not back to blue until it happens to you. I'm fuck all pigs, kill all masters. That's
Okay, buddy. Okay. What if it's me though? What if I'm the master? You gonna kill me? You gonna kill me?
Dennison slowly repeats, "Kill all
masters." I love the Republic.
Yeah, hold on. We gotta play it. You fucking men.
I love democracy. I love the Republic.
Yes. I want to ask, Beans, what's your opinion of what's going on in LA right now?
I don't know, man. I'm actually show prepping right now. So I've been, watching a few things, and honestly, man, it seemed kind of staged to me, to be honest, because it don't look as bad as it's being narrated. But maybe I haven't seen enough footage. But as far as like the conversation goes, I think people are hypocritical. Now, me myself personally, I'm uncomfortable with all the immigrants that's in the country. I think it impacts us in a negative way. But at the same time, I should be able to say that about all immigrants. I should be able to say it about anybody, if that's the case. Not just the Hispanic ones, but all of them. And not only that,
welcome, brother.
Be able to have a conversation about the process in itself and what makes the people that you're against the people that you're against. I don't want to hear about the crime shit, gang banging and all that, because you don't know that. So we don't even need to talk about that. We just need to talk about the people that you don't want here and why they don't want them here, and then who else will qualify for that. Why was it okay for anybody else to have immigration status and become a citizen and all this other stuff?
It's not. All people. Stop the immigration. There's too many people. As a matter of fact, if you've got an IQ below 115, you can get deported even if you're a citizen.
Based.
I'm tired of this fucking shit. If you're gonna be a nation, be a nation. Otherwise, quit LARPing. You want to get rid of borders? Get rid of borders. And I'm not mad at immigrants. It's not the immigrants that are the problem. It's the ruling class that deliberately imports them to lower my standard of life while they steal my wealth and export my nation's resources to other countries.
Oh my god.
Okay, now you talking for real.
Base Dennison. Yeah, no, we've been talking like this all for like the past hour because it's time to have that conversation as citizens.
We've been going.
And by the way, it is perfectly fine for you to be brown and proud, but don't be mad at me for being white and proud. And if we're citizens, let's work for the betterment of our nation and our people.
I wish we could, and I know it's probably impossible, but I wish we could have like an actual immigrant / illegal on the panel to have a conversation from their perspective on what they would actually be fighting for. Like, what is it that you actually think you deserve?
True.
Well, you can ask most Hispanics. Most Hispanics, and I have to say most because Miss Moxie came up here and corrected me, rightfully so. She said, I don't stand for this shit. But every time I talk to a Hispanic, mostly a male, every time I talk to a Hispanic, they go, rah, 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 America, until it's time for Abuelita to go home. And then they're like, no, they're just here for a better life. They're here for wealth. They're here for welfare. That's it. I went over the national statistics of employment. Hispanics and African Americans are a net tax drain on the U.S. And where that applies into illegal status is a lot of illegals get welfare and a lot of Hispanics get welfare. Per capita speaking.
They repatriate their money too a lot of the time.
Yeah,
they don't spend their dollars here.
and all immigrants send. I think it's 55% of their wealth or 55% of their money back home.
And the same people who want me to believe that printing more money causes inflation also want me to believe that importing more people doesn't affect public services or wages.
Well, see, here's the thing, right? Where will Americans go? It doesn't matter if you're black, you're white, or you're one of the southeastern Hispanic people that are like native to the U.S. and have been here just as long as whites and blacks. Where do you go when America starts to falter and crumble because of demographic change?
Word.
So where do you go when all these people bring their shitty problems to the U.S.? Because it's not just Hispanics. Hispanics are the largest immigrant group, but it's also Indians. It's Indians and Pakistanis bringing their problems here. It's Jewish folks and Palestinians bringing their problems here. Where do we go when all these ancient blood rivals come here and they start causing problems here? Because like people didn't have. I'm just gonna say people didn't have this problem when they were colonized, got put down, got stopped in the name of progress. Cool. That was real fucking progress, commie fucks.
Trudeau ain't gonna be signing any, what is it, asylum or sanctuary paperwork for us when we need to flee north, just like everybody else is.
Can you do me a favor?
Than we are.
It's gonna be like, sorry, crackers, there's no more room left.
Can you do me a favor? Can you substantiate the claim that Hispanics and blacks are net zero? What did you say?
I absolutely can, but I want you to do your own research because I can be wrong.
I mean, but you made the statement, so I'm just trying to see if you can.
I can be wrong. I could always be a lying propagandist.
What was the statement? I didn't catch
so
that.
Are you saying that's what it is?
Blacks and Mexicans are a net what?
No, I'm not. I'm hosting a show, so I'm not going to take time out of my day to pull up some links about something.
I'm not asking you to put up links. I'm actually to substantiate what you said.
Yes, I can. It is a well-known fact that blacks and Hispanics, as far as population growth goes, are a net negative on taxes. You can look it up in the Labor and Statistics Board of the U.S. right now.
Taxes. Okay.
Did you think I meant net negative on society in general?
And I think he did say immigrants too, not blacks and Mexicans. The word he used was immigrants.
No, he said Hispanics,
legal ones.
No,
I said Hispanic. I said Hispanics and blacks.
But I couldn't.
The way he said. Okay. My apology. And I'm not trying to be hostile. I'm just hosting a show, and a lot of people they'll want you to stop what you're doing. It's a shitty debate tactic. When you're debating, you're not actually supposed to source things to one another. You're supposed to try to get the crowd to believe what you're saying or believe what they're saying. So it's kind of just a shitty debate tactic. Not accusing you of that. I'm just saying, like I said, I'm hosting a show, so I'm not going to host up a bunch of leaks. If you look it up, and I encourage everyone to always do their own research, whether it's me or someone else speaking, you should never even trust their sources. You should do your own research and look it up for yourself. Now, don't just try to seek what your own validation, but actually try to seek the truth. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. Now I'm not trying to change the subject, but I want to ask you a question about that. Like, what is the mentality behind thinking that it's okay? And I'm not accusing you of this, but just in general, what is the mentality behind just blurting out things, like thinking it's okay to just say things that aren't true, like straight up lie? What is the mentality behind that? Because that part I don't understand.
It reinforces people's own beliefs, and that's what they're more comfortable with. People don't give a fuck about the truth. They care about
feelers, what feels good.
They care about their feelings. Truth is a feeling to most human beings, and that's how they process information, which is basically to disregard it altogether.
If it doesn't match my thought, then I ain't paying attention to it. Exactly.
But do you think that, and I don't actually know what Charlie Kirk is, but do you think that as content creators and whatever Charlie Kirk is, that we kind of have a responsibility to be as factual as possible?
Yeah, if you go out and you
I
make
would
it your
agree.
life to be a public speaker, then you have a responsibility to be well
Hold on.
researched.
Hold on, wait a minute. I just like to spread fear and misinformation. Hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all talking about responsibilities and shit. If I gotta back up what I say, I don't want to be a part of it. Hold up.
Well, did you hear about the board of governors that we now have over this channel? You have to report to the board of governors.
Oh no! Help! I'm being repressed. Libertarians, help me!
Dennison is the CEO of the board.
Yeah, my first act as chairman is to lower my own salary to be comparable with the rest of the workers in the corporation.
Bless your heart. You won't get an argument with me on that one.
That's funny because I literally did get an argument out of you the other day from that one.
From that one, you didn't phrase it like that then. If
Well,
I
what
was
I said,
against it.
I said there should be a cap on CEO employees and that they're paid too much. And then that's when everybody's like, "Oh, that's communism."
Well, no, I agreed with that part, but some of the other stuff was kind of socialistic.
That's an interesting question. Someone wants to know: is there a way to get illegals to pay their taxes until they can get citizenship?
Yes, there is. I do believe.
And that someone was Philip. I'm sorry, Philip.
A lot of them do pay taxes too. They just can't be paying taxes at the same rate as someone who's tracked and traced in everything that they do. Unless it be voluntary, in which case, well, then why isn't it voluntary for me? Is it only citizens who don't like to pay their taxes and illegals just voluntarily do it?
No, I don't know of any that voluntarily give it. Because most of the places where I used to live, they paid their employees in cash, and then they worked magic books, if you know what I mean.
Careful thinking you know something in this environment as well. We live in an age of deceit and information. 99 times out of 100.
Anecdotal. Mine was anecdotal.
99 times out of 100, when you read something, there's no source. Or if there is a source, the source turns out to be bullshit if you just look at the methodology. It's a guess. It could go either way, which makes it.
I'll be honest with you. That bothers me probably more than the immigration.
Bumpkin.
Yeah.
Did you just step on that kitty cat?
No.
That was mine.
Yeah,
I was hungry. I needed a snack. He didn't like it.
The ruling class is the real problem. But the immigration is one of the tools they use against us to subvert our vote and our economic choices and our economic power. So they hit us on the end of employment to give us less resources and less power, and then they hit us on the other end, which is voting with dollars. So any spending an illegal immigrant does in your country is not a net benefit to your society just because they're spending money. If anything, depending on how they spend their money, it could be a net negative overall.
And it's a fight against unions also.
But my question would be, again, which I can't seem to get this kind of conversation out of people, but how far do we go back, right? So we say right now it's too many people. Okay, what's too many people? Where do you draw that number at, right?
Right here.
No, I can't.
Right now.
Right here.
Yeah, it's too many people right here.
That's
right
what
now.
that's what Reagan did that in the 80s. He drew a line in the sand and he said, okay, these people, what was it? I forget how many million. He basically allowed them to stay, but put a line that any new ones got the treatment.
Yeah, it was based on securing the border and stuff.
Yeah, it was blanket amnesty. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like 330 million, right? That's, you can't say, well, 330, then that's where we draw the line at. No. Right? Like if it's too many people, that means it's been too many people because people can't reproduce.
It's too many
if we stop importing them, though, if we stop importing, stop importing more people, it will stop exacerbating the problem. So step one is to admit that there's too many people now.
Mm-hmm. So
too many undocumented is what you mean, right?
No, there's too many people, period.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you.
Oh, okay.
So now the question is, it's too many people. So how many is too many? Right? And then when we get to that number, then we start having a conversation about, okay, then who needs to leave? Right?
Well,
and
the first thing you got to do is secure the border before you can do anything else. You have to stop the inflow before you can address.
For the sake of the
No, we're
conversation.
not. Oh, okay.
I'm saying
Gotcha.
Yeah. We're past that.
I'm with you.
Yeah, for our conversation, we're past that. We already know that that's true. So boom, we stopped it. Ain't nobody coming in. That shit's dead. Now we still saying it's too many people, right? So that means what number is too many people? We at 330 now. Is it 300? Is it 280? Is it 250? Is it 220? Right? Whatever number you get to, then it's like, okay, who needs to leave? And here's the thing. This is where it gets really people's feelings in a bunch, because to Bro's point, when he's saying the ruling class is the problem. So how many people are in the ruling class, and what do those people look like? Because if they're the problem, then that's probably who we need to get rid of.
They're less than 1% of the population, and I don't give a fuck what they look like. It's all about incentives and values. You answer these questions based upon what you value. So if you ask me personally, I would make an IQ requirement to stay in the country.
I'll be real with you, man. I'm be honest with you. Like, maybe I'm just, call me a Nazwell, whatever. But the only way to stop this, it's not just to stop illegal immigration. It's to stop all forms of immigration.
Correct.
This is like, I hate to be like, I'm the Sith, I deal in absolutes, but like, it is an absolute problem, right? How they lower wages is immigration in all forms. How do they keep wages lower? How do they keep wages lower? By having them come in the first place. This is
and then the actual racists are the ones who are telling you it's racist to oppose them.
Yes.
That's the beauty of the American system. The Koch brothers are paying the third world brown people shit. They can't barely live. And then when they import them here to make your wages and your standard of living shit to where you can't live, they're like, how dare you tell a brown man he can't have a job, you racist fuck.
Yeah, it's not the fact that they're importing them so they don't have to pay actual American citizens a proper wage. It's not that at all. No, not at all, right? Because we all know the statistical data. We all know this is true, that housing prices and the cost of living has went drastically up as the actual, what we are paid, like the actual minimum wage or what we are paid, has either stagnated or gone down. So
yeah, but there's but bunking. But here's the thing, though. Even though I agree with everything that you're saying, you got to look at it from this perspective. There's this idea that the price of things will always go up, inflation will always happen, right? And they pretend like that isn't based on the greed of the people at the top, right? Until you cure that part, it's not going to matter. If they don't bring any immigrants, then everything is just going to be astronomically high, right? Shit, people won't be able to afford nothing. You bring in the immigrants, okay, cool. Some things can stay sort of low because wages are still sort of low. But to your point now, it's more people from the place that are struggling than should be, right? So it's like until you deal with the 1%, like he was saying, that top class, and the greed problem, which is to me a capitalist problem, right? The basis of capitalism to me is more, always.
In fewer.
Always
more for fewer too.
Right, exactly. More for fewer, right? So if you don't tackle that, then all of it's going to be a waste of time, right?
I think I see your point. Deport the politicians first.
Shit,
yeah. So we have another donation. Bumpkin, I have to get this one to you. This one is from Chuck. It is $25. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you for supporting the Griff No State. Everybody is welcome in the Griff No State, but everybody must pay. We don't want an ethno state. We want a Griff No State. Let's go. I know Chuck doesn't want the booty. So Chuck, it's not about the booty or the money, Chuck. It's about the
Thank you very much, Chuck, for sending.
Right, I'm gonna send you that 20. I'm gonna send you that 25 from them. Can you confirm when you get it?
Yeah, I will.
Y'all can go ahead and can talk. Just confirm.
That's why I usually wait on flows till after the show. That's why he gives me a pass, because every time I try to do it, I get kicked.
You're good, man. Thank you for donating it all. Honestly,
you're welcome.
So I got a couple of questions I need y'all to answer for me. So can I run them down real quick? That we can just go through them. The first one is, is the Chinese people, are they enemies or not?
The government, Chinese government, is the enemy,
that's what
not
I mean.
the people.
That's what I mean.
So the problem, right? The problem is, and this is a very complicated question. I don't think the Chinese people are a problem. I think the Chinese people are being drastically oppressed by their governmental apparatus. I don't think the Chinese people are necessarily like the people are a problem, but their governmental apparatuses. Also, we live in a global market, and like we're trying to compete with basically slave labor, right?
Yeah,
that's what we're trying to compete with. We're trying to compete with basically slave labor. We cannot compete with slave labor unless we start just enacting slavery, right?
But wait, but for what point though, right? Is this about America having the international currency?
King Beans. Hold on, let me
a little bit.
So
Nixon caused it.
The problem with China is that they're a communist country, and if you have a passport, then more than likely you are of the privileged class. And if you're living in the United States, and there's the joke, right, that they don't know how to drive. The reason why they don't know how to drive because they had chauffeurs. They didn't drive when they were in China because they were that rich. So the problem is that like their family is still in China. They're here. They're studying in our universities, and they're holding that family over their heads.
Yes.
So, like, there will be like, well, we could just ruin your whole family financially if you don't do what we say. And then you have the familiar pressure.
Come back. Yep.
Yeah, you have the familiar pressure, like, just do what they say. Because we'll be ruined.
Yeah, by the way. Thank you again.
And I can tell you, my brother and my sister-in-law were offered a job in China to teach English. And it looked like a great opportunity. However, when they got there, they confiscated their passports, so they couldn't leave.
Yeah.
They finally got my sister-in-law out. That was when Hong Kong was still British. They got her out that way. And then it took him another 6 months. He was restricted to a 3-block area of his residence. Every time he left, there was a person following him. And he finally was able to make it to the consulate. And with their help, he was able to get out. Because they wasn't going to.
I think the problem with a lot of our understanding of like Asian cultures is that we want to put our moral, I guess, foundations and apply it to every corners of the world, right? Like, I think it was, what was it? I think it was Whitemeister or something like that. Some dude that went to North Korea from Ohio, and he came back brain dead. He came back brain dead.
What was his name?
Otto Warmbier.
Yeah.
For stealing a poster, just a poster. They did not care that he was an American. They did not care about the backlash. They send them back brain dead.
They tortured that individual to death.
Before they even tortured them, they made him apologize and cry in front of cameras. That's a completely different level of respect that they have for their country. Can you imagine America doing that to anybody that disrespects America?
I support that. Look, if you're going to break laws in somebody's country, you're going to disrespect somebody's country.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying anything about it. I'm just saying that we treat disrespect differently from where other cultures treat disrespect towards our own nation. Like you could say, like try that in Saudi Arabia, try that in China. You know, it won't end up how you think it's going to be, and you'll see like a bunch of pranksters going across the globe and trying stuff, and then they're getting hit with massive penalties because that's not the United States.
So let me tell you why I asked the question. Because I asked the question because I don't understand why so many of them here. Right? Asians in general. I don't understand why so many of them here. We talk about these places as if they are so problematic, but then it's so many of them here. And that's why I just find it very odd that the immigration conversation itself is limited seemingly to Hispanics or people from south of the border.
It's opportunity.
Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, Chuck, thank you for stopping by, man. You're always welcome up on the panel. Oh, he's back. Okay. There we go. He must just bounce off real fast. 1 second. 1 second. Hold the conversation. Denizen, do you want to do it to him? Do you want to do it
I
to
mean,
him?
let me just put it this way. What's the source for that information? When was the last time you went to China and had a job, or can you cite the economic paper you're referring to?
Yeah. Right.
You're referring to what?
That in China they have a 4-day work week and they retire at 54.
Oh, I ain't mentioned that.
Because Denizen, we're just hold on, Outlaws. Let's run it. Denizen. This was merely posted by Denizen in the back chat.
Oh, I see it.
Currently, the standard work schedule in China follows a 5-day work week with typical working hours from Monday to Friday, totaling no more than 44 hours a week, according to the
Ain't no fucking way.
Republic of China.
Ain't no fucking way.
We know that's a lie, but
right, that's already exaggerated.
That's already exaggerated, but he's saying a 4-day work week. Now we go on to the next point, a retirement age at 54.
No, ain't no fucking way.
China has approved a gradual increase in the statutory retirement age starting from January 1st, 2025. The retirement age for men will rise from 60 to 63 by 2040. So I mean, like, why lie?
If you want to know what modern communism is, the next fact would be white collar women actually can retire at 55, but that's being raised to 58. So they actually have a different retirement age for women, and it also depends on what kind of job you have.
Yeah. That's what
Blue collar jobs, for women in blue collar jobs will see their retirement age rise from 50 to 55 over the same period. So the perfect communist nation is increasing its retirement age, has different retirement ages based upon sex, and then even different retirement ages based upon what kind of job you have. So
yeah, also,
and it's not only that. Like the other aspect of it is that there's only so many high-paying jobs that require high level, and there's so many people in China too. So like, I think there was a point where they were just sort of like, we do not want you to go into higher education. We want factory workers, and their whole family was pouring their life savings into getting them to these institutions to become, these big engineers and everything like that. They studied their whole life, poured their whole family earnings into this just to be told, we're not accepting you. We want you to be factory workers. And they were fucking pissed.
Yeah, no one. Also, speaking of factory workers, no one likes to mention the child labor in China for some reason.
No
one likes to mention that. It's funny that like the starting age is never mentioned in any of these statistics when it comes out of China. It's funny that they just don't mention that whatsoever. It's not like they would ever have like 5-year-olds in a sweatshop making Nike shoes at all, right, guys? They wouldn't do that, right?
Look, if we're an empire of lies, they're an empire of pepper mache. Like it's not even close. There's no comparison.
shout out to Diogenes, $2. Diogenes says, "You take no pictures of dear Rita, you pet."
Yeah. Listen, man, I genuinely agree with the Chinese economy. They are a mixture, right, with a lot more like state capitalist things. I like genuinely sort of agree, right? But we're not gonna fucking act like they don't have straight up like pretty much quasi. Yes, they pay the children. Yes, they pay the children $2. Sorry, they pay them like 2 cents an hour, bro. We're not gonna
remember the children yearn for the mines.
Yeah, we're not gonna act
Yeah,
like they don't have slave
let's
labor,
trust
bro.
a one-party system with a dictator and giving us the real numbers.
That's how they're able to retire so
Get the fuck
early.
out of here. They can say whatever numbers they have, but in reality, we know what the fuck it is.
You get to retire early because you start working at like 4.
Pop out.
Numbers are just black lines on a paper for them.
Pop out the womb.
Well, that's kind of my thing. Right? That's kind of my thing. The reason the immigration debate pisses me off so much is like you'll have people that claim they're anti-communist, but they'll use the same communist talking points if they're on the pro-immigration side, because people are not numbers. People are cultures. People are families. People are these entire things of traditions and nations. People are not just interchangeable numbers on a spreadsheet, and they try to pretend it is. They try to dehumanize us all, and then they'll lecture me as a fascist or national socialist about dehumanization and the evil that happened and my ideology is responsible for. And I'm like, you realize, like, in the grand scheme of things, you're the only reason that you are scared of my ideology, and I wanted to bring this up about Snowman, is that the people who have perpetrated the highest amounts of genocides, the highest amounts of killing, literally are afraid of my ideology because it debases their power structure.
And these people are way more racist than we are, too, by the way, as Americans. So they engage in far more nepotism and xenophobia than we do culturally here.
But if you look at capitalism, right, it is responsible for genocides. Look at the worker genocide that happened in the Congo, right, in the rubber fields and the plantations there. Look at Mao and Pol Pot and Stalin's exterminations of.
I'll give you a hidden one, and one that I didn't even know about for a long time, because they hit it really good. But in Mexico, when the revolution happened, and they were starting negotiations with the United States going into World War II. Like Trotsky was over there in Mexico and everything, and I thought that was kind of curious, so I started looking into it. It turns out that the Soviets were like deeply into Mexico, and like the Mexican Constitution is actually a socialist constitution. So they nationalized a bunch of the oil and everything like that, and they did not like the Catholic Church. So when my mom was telling me that her mom was like, praying in secret, and like, they were hiding from the government because the government was like killing priests and stuff like that, I thought she was crazy. And it wasn't until recent that I looked up. They're like, no, literally the Mexican government was a socialist communist government that was trying to finish the revolution, and they saw the Catholic Church as a problem. And it wasn't until the United States, Ireland, and the Catholic Church intervened and made the Mexican government stop and gave them back their property, because you had to get a license to become a priest. And even there was a soldier that even tried to shoot the Mexican president because of that. It was fucking wild. I'm like, how the fuck are you going to take away Christianity from Mexico? I'm like, I thought that was fucking ridiculous. But no, the communists will do that. If you think you hate the communists, you haven't really looked into them enough, because they hide all this stuff from you.
I'll be honest.
And there was a Miss Universe that was Mexican, right? And I think when you look it up, they're called the Cristeros, right? Like the soldiers of Christ. They were going to the ammunition factories in Mexico, right? Like mothers, old ladies hiding bombs and like and bullets, and nobody ever said anything, so they never got caught. And they were like, it was literally like just people like just doing it. It was a civil war that I never even heard about.
Yeah,
like they literally, and it didn't stop until like the 80s, I think it was. And they were like, the Mexican government was hanging them on flagpoles, and that, I think that was like, they said that like that was like their biggest mistake. And like the Miss Universe had like a little, like, I guess it was a ribbon, like remembering them. And they were like, the Mexican like news and everything was just like, why are you bringing up old wounds? Why are you bringing this up? Like, that's messed up. You shouldn't be talking about it. I'm like, I never even heard about it. But never heard about that.
Bunkin, I'm gonna be honest, Bunkin, and I know that ain't Bunkin talking about this.
you know, we used to have a lot of conversations about capitalism, and what I noticed was that I would argue maybe 90% of people who bring up communism, they usually bring it up in a slanderous way, and they usually bring it up as a straw man. Right? I don't think most people even know what that shit really means, to be honest with you.
I know what it means to them.
Can y'all hear me now?
From my
we can hear you now, Chuck.
From my
Okay.
research, most places are like incorporating all versions, right? Like some capitalism, some socialism, some communism, right? But the thing is with us as Americans is like we act like if you just even try to address capitalism, you a communist, you a Marxist, you're socialist.
Well,
right?
I can tell you where that stems from, Beans.
I'm going to touch on the Chinese thing real quick. I was working with a Chinese company about 7-8 years ago, and the girl I was working with, she was required to work 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. She got 1 day off. And the stuff she told me, I don't know if they were monitoring her calls or not, but you could tell she wanted out of there bad. She'd rather come to America where we got freedom. The things she told me were horrible. But yeah, they forced her to work 16 hours a day, 8 hours off, and then back to work. It's crazy. So, yeah, they don't.
I got a question real quick. When you say freedom, what do you mean when you say it, when you use it in the context in that sentence? What does it mean?
Our liberties that we have, our choices that we're allowed to make. We can make damn near any choice we want as long as we stay within the confines of the Constitution and what's laid out.
So you're free to do what you're told.
Well, there's two different versions of freedom. It's free to do whatever you want to do, and it's freedom from being oppressed.
Right.
So it depends on what, like freedom of religion, like freedom of expression, or freedom to do whatever the fuck you want to do is two different things. Absolute freedom cannot be tolerated. There's got to be restrictions and everything.
That would be
so it's not like, really freedom.
Yeah. Well, we can't have absolute freedom. Like you could go out on the boat and enjoy it as much as you want. You can do whatever you want on the boat. But when you're in society amongst other people, there has to be rules and regulations.
Implications.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for those of you who don't watch TV. I had to make that reference. The implications of being on a boat,
We got any new pictures of the National Guard being deployed yet?
I'm doing something real quick, but y'all keep the conversation, and I can look just a second.
Sorry about that.
Man, remember, the Home Depot will be the Alamo in 2025.
That's true.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. I just want to point out, thank you for everyone that is tuning in across all of our platforms. Shout out to Denizen for resharing this stream. The Twitter is popping off. Orthodox Guy is popping off. My channel is popping off. Thank you guys so much. We got 69 total people watching live.
My favorite number.
And we thank all of you for being here. We appreciate all of you. God bless you all. Thank you for being here. And you could be anywhere else, and you chose to be here for our conversation. So we appreciate it. Now support the goddamn Griff No State.
I love democracy. I love the Republic.
Praise God, man.
Praise God, man.
Now remember, everybody's welcome, but everybody's got to pay.
Don't mock the Almighty.
Oh my God, bro.
I'm trying to fuck your mom in there. Would you give me a break?
She's dead. Have at it. She's dead.
I just want to come up with some thinking, everyone, but being.
So,
no man.
You really gonna tell me where do we draw the line at? Let me just say it, man. Can we get rid of the Indians from the Middle East?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Indians from the Middle East or Indians from India?
Yeah, India, Middle East.
Technically, Indians are from the Middle East.
Can I just say
we can get rid of the native Indians if you want to.
Oh my
We
god.
got a huge Afghan community in St. Louis.
And the South Asian ones.
Oh, they're kind of pretty.
Look, the big booty Latinas will not be touched. The tiny Asian.
No, they're the first to go. They're the first ones. I'm sorry.
So help me God, all right. So help me God.
Never
Here's
ask.
I got a solution, gentlemen, please. We just make it illegal for women to work again, and then we can keep all of the women.
You're right. You're right. See, America should be a state that welcomes only the pretty women. We only want the pretty women. America should be a state that welcomes all the beautiful women.
Are we saying?
They have to be childless, though? They have to be childless.
They can't vote and they can't work, but they can stay here and get free
Childless
services.
women passports.
I don't trust some of your guys' opinion on what beautiful and pretty is.
Oh,
I agree, Snowman.
Hey, you get your vote just the same as everybody else, Vader. I don't know what your problem is. I love democracy. I love the republic.
Remember. You're Vader, right? You're Vader.
I love democracy. I love the republic.
I love democracy and the republic.
Why the fuck does that edit of your fucking face over Palpatine's looks just go so fucking well?
It goes too well together, bro.
That's how you're gonna look when you're old. I swear to God.
You pasty fascist. Fuck you.
Yo, I'm gonna change. If I ever have to rebrand, that's what I'm gonna change my name to. Pasty fascist.
So
You forgot fat.
Can we get
Damn.
Damn. All right. I don't care.
Go ahead, Beans. You got it.
Pimp down. Pimp down.
Can we get rid of the Arabs?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Small hats.
Absolutely.
Actually, we love Israel here.
What about?
Yeah, I for one welcome my new overlords.
What about the Bulgarians, Ukrainians?
The views of the panelists do not reflect the views of the channel.
What about the Africans?
115 IQ and lower. Or I should say 114 and lower.
Honestly,
oh my God, I have breaking news. The Iran's Ayatollah Al-Khamenei has ordered a direct attack on Israel. It is the 1500th one this year.
What?
Joe Cool says there was nobody at the ICE detention center.
No, so the world's still
There's real reporting right there.
Every time you bring up the IQ thing, it derails.
No,
my bad.
Why does it derail though? Like,
because you stop because the well, it does because we stopped talking about the who we should get rid of, but
get rid of everybody that
I'm putting a finer point on it.
Where you're started, not in my opinion, not though. But if you're starting at that 115, that means you qualify, right?
Yeah.
Right. So why are you starting at where you qualify at?
No, I'm 160. I'm trying to be generous to my other fellow citizens out here.
Okay.
As a 125 IQ, I also support this.
Right. Exactly. See how that works?
Of
and
course.
Beans, you're 115 at least.
Everybody
you're in too.
Start where they at. Like
no, I just told you I'm a benevolent dictator. I start well below where I'm at.
Well, the thing about it is right. And you can look it up. I think it's called Mason's.
What am I supposed to do? I'm only like a 90.
You gotta go.
I'm about to say I'm gonna fuck up that test on purpose.
I think both of y'all could edge it out.
I fucking knew it. The Irish. I fucking knew it. I knew it.
Dude, are you stupid? I got like a 131 IQ.
There you go.
Joe says the starting point should be 146.
Right.
Yeah, because that's his.
So, Bunkin, let me ask you this: you don't think it was
Joe Cool went to Kansas to touch tips with Flo? Come on.
Say whoever wasn't here. I want to say 1866.
I can live with that.
I'm gonna be honest. Logistically, don't know how that would even be able to fucking happen. This is my problem, right?
It's like reparations. It just sounds like reparations.
This is like right. It's like logistically speaking, right? How would we make that happen? Because we'd have to trace bloodlines.
Internment camps.
We'd have to trace bloodlines.
Yeah, good luck with that.
They already
And like,
did that.
listen, bro.
They could go online and trace their roots back to the motherland. I thought that.
But how does that even work, right? Because
that would take about 50 years to complete.
Like, I can trace every one of my bloodlines, right, back to the inception of this nation, right? But that's not everyone, right? There could be someone that's half Irish and half Anglo, and their Anglo side was here since the inception, but their Irish side came here on the fucking whatever boats.
Yep.
Whatever.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't qualify because I'm second generation, but I'm okay. You can deport me back to Italy. I'm cool.
He's like, I'll get deported back to Italy if it makes America better. That's pretty base.
I'll just get deported back to Chicago.
Italy's looking for citizens.
That's how you know. That's how you know a real patriot from a fake one that's only putting their ethnicity in favor for all the benefits. He's like, you know what? If it makes America better, I'll go get an Italian woman.
That's fair.
Yep, and I'll make Italia great again.
I just genuinely think
nobody wants a bunch of wops around anyhow.
I'm gonna go make some wops in Italy.
I just
I'm gonna spend all day wop making.
From this point, right, Beans? From this point, okay. from this point, right? We have the people that are foundationally a part of America, and yes, the Italians and the Irish are in that fold as of right now.
What are you talking about? We built America.
That's
oh my
yeah,
god!
my grandfather came
don't
here.
Be sliding the Irish, bro. The Irish are strong in Chicago, bro. They paint the fucking river green, bro.
My grandfather came here in 1901, right at the turn of the 20th century.
It don't take that long for somebody to drop the bullshit up in that boy.
So I'd be 40 years too late.
We're painting rivers green. What does that do to the ecosystem?
every St. Patrick's Day, the Irish turn the river in Chicago green.
I know.
Yep.
It's a wonderful sight.
You know what we do for England? We celebrate the 4th of July.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
one day England's going to get its Independence Day.
1965. I know you.
One of these days, England will get its Independence Day. I'm waiting for that.
No, well, England's going to be your next Middle East.
Hey, look, leave the caliph alone. All right, the caliphate does not appreciate
the English caliphate.
Yeah, the grand caliph of England.
We got same issue in St. Louis. The caliphate.
The caliphate of Minnesota is my favorite American caliphate.
Oh my god! Shut your whore mouth.
Where's that Elon Omar or whatever her name is? Where's she from? Michigan or Minnesota?
Minnesota.
Oh yeah.
You know, I kind of want Trump to like help Somaliland become independent because of that, just to mess with her.
They still are over there working in Somalia. We just
Somaliland. They have a civil war. They're trying to break off, so that's why I'm just like. And I think Elon Omar made a comment that don't be talking about my country, and I'm like, what?
I heard that.
Break that shit up.
Yeah, I heard that.
So
we'll break that shit. Don't play with us.
Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965.
Yes. Wait, what was the question?
I was asking if you knew about the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965.
Yes, I'm very familiar.
Of course, I'm racist.
Well, inform us then, us that don't remember.
How do you not remember?
Basically, it was from the 1920 to 1965. U.S. immigration was governed by a system that restricted immigration from non-European countries and favored Northern and Western Europeans, right? So this is what I'm saying. When we had this conversation about immigrants, we always start at the point where we're okay. Right? Like my people, we cool though, right? Like, nah, let's talk about what would the country look like without all of that fucking immigration.
Beans, your people are cool too. You guys have been here.
Say that one more time.
I said your people are cool too. You guys have been here since we got here. So
Absolutely, but what about them other motherfuckers? I don't.
Who cares?
I oppose European immigration. I think we should deport Europeans too.
Absolutely.
I agree with that 100%.
There's something to be said. There's something to be said for the fact that this is a European culture here in the United States.
Everything
so it makes more sense. It makes more sense to prefer people from Western European countries. And that being said, I'm also for not allowing it anymore and kicking out any of them who have lower than a 159 IQ.
What the United
And in the 60s, I was dealing with race riots, so I didn't have time to do world research.
what America would
Fair enough, Chuck.
What America would look like, Beans, or the United States, if we had zero immigration, is we'd probably have an actual like thought out, secured culture that we have cultivated. For
We'd actually have a real ethno state.
Well, Mexico still owned quite a bit of the United States, even though the Indians were
that
here.
war would have still happened. That war would have still happened, and we would have still won.
Yeah, because Mexico couldn't populate those areas. Not only that, the natives in most of the North American provinces that the Spaniards held were Apache, and they still fought them. Like even after they took out the Spaniards, even after that, after the Mexican-American War, they still were having problems with the Comanches for years and years after that. It wasn't like something that they just pretty much, it was done and done. Like that's it. We own Texas. No, they were still fighting them for years and years. Those were some rugged people, bro. And that's why we became like this rugged, very adventurous country, because we had to get it. We had to get it out the mud. Like none of this was gifted to us. Like we had to conquer and everything like that. And this is just another part of the strife that's gonna like build up our character again. That's it. This is a challenge that we're.
Hold on, what's this? We were adventurous shit.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like as the country,
we as Americans were, and
the royal we.
We are not a nation of immigrants. We are a nation of conquerors, of inventors, of explorers, of adventurers, of men and women who went out and made their own stake in the world, who didn't ask questions. America is the place where tyrants go to die. You have a place in this country as long as you are willing to try to your best to pick up yourself by your bootstraps. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't have help from your community or help people. The issue in this country is we are so worried about giving free shit and helping everybody else than we are our own fellow citizens. And I think that a lot of the problem that we have in this country is that people like libertarians, they think that they like subconsciously in their head, they think they're living in an occupied state, because our entire government's existence is to have socialism for corporations and to help foreigners. And I think that they see themselves as living in a occupied state, so they become against the government. They become against the state. And I think that's what's going on. And I don't know if I'm right, but I truly believe that that's what's happening.
I got a question too. I was doing a little research.
Hold on, real quick, please. I want to ask him a question because I want to respond to what he said.
Go.
What year did America become the country where it was about pulling yourself up by your bootstrap? What year did that start?
America has always. You are only as strong as your weakest link. America has always been a nation, has always had a culture, even before we were America. When the first colonists, because they all weren't pilgrims, but the first colonists, when they set foot on American soil, the Spaniards, the English, the French, even the Scots, the Irish, even the Germans. When those colonists set foot on this land, they found Native Americans who were. That's a good kitty, Dennison. I like that kitty. But they found an area that was largely uninhabited. They started building towns and settlements, and then they found that there were a native population here, some of which were peaceful, some of which were violent, some of which were backstabbing dogs, and that's kind of why we have the issue with the Native Americans throughout our history that we do.
And some of them completely integrated too. That's one thing that a lot of people don't talk about. Some of them completely integrated into the society, and they just blended in, and nobody ever talked about them because they became
nobody talks about how the Native Americans scalped and murdered each other for this land, made agreements with the settlers, and then raided and murdered and raped. They don't talk about how rape wasn't seen as a bad thing in Native American society, because if you were a woman,
the noble savage
and your
myth,
tribe died. The noble savage myth is a lie, and
it's
it is
a fucking
completely
lie.
done to hurt. It is completely done to demoralize white Americans and be used as a cudgel, just like the N-word, just like racism, and it needs to end. We as citizens need to not only stand up for our rights, but stand up for our fellow citizens' rights. Say you have a right to do whatever your rights are without repercussions, because you have the freedom of speech, but you don't have the freedom of consequences. That is the gayest bullshit in there, because if you have consequences for it that can be repercussive, like losing your job or being beaten, those are not freedoms. And if you want to live in a world without freedoms, I'm perfectly fine, because I will kill and die for what I want to do in the betterment of my family. Is that really the world you want?
I'd rather we just be nice to each other and figure this out.
I was doing a little research on these Sovsits that surrender their citizenship, turn in all their documents and stuff, and I found out that technically they could be deported. I don't know where, but technically, since they're illegal immigrants or aliens, they could be deported.
According to their beliefs, which are bullshit.
No, what's bullshit?
Yo, what's up, Wicked? What's up, Yeti? What I was hinting at.
Everything was all good, and everybody was just building shit. Like, that's bullshit, right? Like
the colonists landed building shit. They had to build houses and farms before they starved and died.
Yes,
that's how colonization works.
That's a little bit different, right? Between nobody's around versus there being this
my brother in Christ, they found virgin forests. The native population.
I'm not arguing that.
People think, but it was also a lot more spread out.
Put me somewhere by myself. What I'll do by myself will be maybe different way if you take me somewhere and put me where I have to compete against another person. So
you're conflating you being stranded in the woods, or you go into the woods with people who knew where they were going and had a purpose to go.
Right, you have to hold on and let me finish talking. Like, I gave you that room to get through that whole.
I'm having trouble hearing you, Bubba. Let me turn you up.
Well, you never answered my question. I gave you the freedom to go through your whole soliloquy, right? What I'm saying.
What's the question? You were cut really down. I turned you up to 200%.
Yeah, the problem what I asked you was, when did it become about putting yourself up by your bootstraps? Because you can talk about
it has always been that way.
See what I mean? You can talk about these anecdotal pockets of things, right? But in the grand scheme of things, nobody.
It's not anecdotal.
There's no record. There's nowhere we can look where they're going to say the people who you were just talking about are the ones who built America. Nobody's going to say.
My friends didn't build the 13 colonies, bro.
The 13 colonies were started by individual towns that were then founded by small groups of people that left here,
and they were independent of each other.
They were independent. It was like
the 13 colonies didn't even want to unite at first, bro. They were fighting each other. They didn't want to fight a war against the English.
And because there was no civilization here, the Native Americans were not a standard civilization. They were a nomadic tribe at worst.
No, they had a federation also.
Well, the federations were a lot different than they're very unique in world history. What Native American federations were, but I digress. They were nomadic tribes at worst and shitty little shanty villages at best. So they didn't have civilization. They didn't have infrastructure. They literally had to build from the ground up. That's where the whole pull yourselves up by your bootstraps and the Protestant work ethic, that's where that shit comes from in America.
Yeah, the Indians didn't cut the trees. From the bootstraps, they didn't build the houses. They didn't do any of that stuff.
It comes from a sarcastic statement because it's impossible.
I know that part. I'm talking about the mentality of being a rugged, strong individual. People conflate that with pull yourself up by the bootstraps. The thing about it is, like, what people don't understand is while this rugged individualism has always been a thing, so has the understanding that socialism is a thing, because these pilgrim communities, you can say, yeah, they were rugged individualists because they were, but they would also lean on the church and their community to help them when they needed it. And their church and community would willingly help them because you're only as strong as the weakest link. That's what America has forgotten, and that's what we need to get back to.
Would you say that would be communistic or agrarian?
I would say that it would be agrarian, but I prefer National Socialism to communism.
Yeah, because I don't think that was communism either.
I think we're too.
You have historical socialism that has morphed into National Socialism in the modern time, and you have a Marxist revolutionary thought, which is what people say socialism is.
Yeah, Marx, like, in of himself, when he's talking about communism, he says it cannot happen in an agrarian lifestyle or an agrarian.
That's why they go after the farmers first.
Yeah,
it has to be like a
just like South Africa, like in Ukraine.
You have to control the
Russia.
Food supply to control the
you control them with starvation. It's a communist tactic known throughout time.
Well, no, funny enough, like the place that Marx actually wanted to be like the hotbed of the communist revolution was Germany. He wanted Germany because it was industrialized, whereas Russia was not industrialized.
Yeah, and it took half the world to defeat them.
Like, you know what has made more people in my real life? I specialize in making National Socialists of Americans, right? And I'm the same person verbally that I am, but there's a different aspect when you're talking in real life, right? So I don't know what it is, but that is the number one winning argument with most people that makes them come around to my size, is I point out that it took communism and capitalism, as well as the vast majority of nations on this planet, bombing a country the size of Texas to defeat National Socialism. And on top of that, it took an 80-year propaganda war so that it shall never rear its face again, because they are afraid of it, because it can defeat them.
I'm spooked out just thinking about that.
And National Socialism is not a racist ideology. It is literally for every people out there. It is the self-determination of all peoples. You will enact it differently in every nation, and every group will enact it differently, but it is for all people. Do not make that mistake.
And in the library, we will be serving white cake.
So were you like pro native genocide or something, Orthodox? Like, what happened while I was gone? Like, what's going on? Oh, did we lose Orthodox? Did we lose you?
Oh no, I'm here. What's up?
This guy's saying, wow, the genocide native hater is a National Socialist. I don't think he would advocate that we should genocide natives. But
I never said that.
Yeah, but by saying it was a war and they lost the war.
No. Let me address that. Let me speak for myself. For one, the typhus blankets or whatever, the smallpox blankets, historically didn't happen. That they got that now. Did they get blankets with smallpox in them? Yes. But that was due to trading. That was not due to biological warfare. Do you know why? Because germ theory had not been invented at that time, and they did not understand where these things come from. Now, I'm not necessarily pro-genocide, but it is a matter of human history and human nature. That's the but there. The issue is many Native American tribes would make deals, and then they would then renege on those deals. But while they reneged on those deals, they would initiate a violent raid on the towns and slaughter and rape people. So if you're talking about am I okay with the systematic destruction of groups of people that are pro rape, pro human sacrifice, yeah. And if that cause of genocide, then so be it.
Hey, look, like
Nintendo's down on it.
When the Aztecs were being conquered by the Spaniards, there was a bunch of tribes that did not like the Aztecs, and they joined up because they were like, "Hey, those guys are bad."
Well, it wasn't just them not liking the Aztecs. Like, it wasn't just a bunch of little tribes trying to be.
No, they used to do, like, they already conquered these areas, right? But they would trump up charges so they could invade them again to have more sacrifice.
No, it wasn't even trumping up charges. The flower wars. It's a part of their religion.
Yeah.
They would literally raid people and sacrifice them. And it wasn't. And here's the thing: like, there were 3 major tribes in everything south of America, like that part of Native Americans, like from Mexico all the way down to South America. There were 3 major tribes: the Incan, the Mayan, the Aztecs, and the Inca. Right. And they all had, and those 3 major tribes all had some type of horrid human sacrifice. In the case of the Mayans and the Incans, it was a ball game. And in the case of the Aztecs, it was outright human sacrifice. And those 3 tribes in particularly enforced this form of human sacrifice to maintain control. So yeah, if being okay with the systematic destruction of those cultures and the specific individuals and peoples who would upkeep those traditions makes me an evil monster, I say so be it. I find it funny that we see all these people. Go ahead, I'm Bogarting the panel.
No, you're good. But what was funny to me was that they had this like allure to the Aztecs, right? Because they never deciphered their hieroglyphs, and then like this one white nerd kid like ended up cracking the code, and what they found out is that the manuscripts and all the hieroglyphs were literally saying 10,000 sacrifice here, 20,000 sacrifice there. There was nothing really about it. It was cold and calculating. Like, it was most of their written language just more for like logistics of what they were doing. It wasn't anything deep or anything like that. It was just, this is what do you
mean? What do you mean by this?
No, like literally, like most of their written records were just like.
No, not you. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? I'm afraid now. I don't want to be made into a hippie.
Wow,
that's scary. Being made into a hippie is like, I smoke weed already.
Maybe she wants cunnilingus.
Sound like a racist hippie.
Hippies are.
Oh, you smoke weed? That's one of the people on the list that we're making.
Oh no! All right, so basically, I'm about human rights. I believe in communism. Chuck, do you really hate weed? Is that like a meme, or do you actually
not
like weed?
With a passion? You know, really? The reason why it killed. Flo argues with me with this all the time. But what happened was my brother. This was back before it was legalized anywhere. But he got some weed that was laced with fentanyl, and it killed him. Well, if he hadn't have been smoking weed, that wouldn't have happened. You know.
Yeah, but if the evil sick fucks didn't lace it with fentanyl, he'd be perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can eat a piece of fish that's laced with fentanyl.
Yeah,
I understand that, but that's the reason. That's the reason for my hate, and the other reason was I saw a person killed where I worked because the operator of the equipment was stoned off his ass.
All right, yeah, that is 100%. Both of those are 100% valid, and I'm not gonna try to change your mind because you have every right to dislike weed.
Flo is backing me off a little bit. I'm trying to take a different viewpoint of it, but still, when you experience some of this stuff firsthand, all this feel good, do good shit, don't cut it.
Well, no, and I get it. I hate people who do smoking weed their entire personality. Or they smoke so much weed they're incompetent and stupid. That annoys the shit out of me, and they should definitely be.
Let me say something real quick because I want to issue a thank you and at the same time shake my head. I was just looking up some research based on the stuff that you were saying, right? And I'm reading this, and it says slavery played a significant role in the building of the 13 colonies, right? So this place where you're saying they were doing it by their own bootstraps, that's obviously not true because they were using slaves. And it talks about how in the southern colonies, particularly by the 1700s, enslaved Africans made up over half the population in some areas. But I did also just find out that in 1688, Germantown was the first place to officially issue an anti-slavery petition. There was something called
back then. There was a difference between slavery and an indentured servant, so you got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I know what I'm reading. Yeah, I understand the difference.
Post your sources in the back.
In 1688, were the first to issue a anti-slavery bill, and I'm assuming these people were German because I read something else that said that Germantown was settled by some Germans.
Yeah, it was.
Germantown is German.
There was a pretty extensive anti-slavery movement in Germany that also migrated over here to the U.S.
and a lot.
You're welcome.
And a lot of like.
Can I ask a clarifying question though, real quick?
Dennis and chill. Yeah, what's up, Angry?
It's the Beans. Beans, you said that you read an article that said that slavery played a significant role in the building of the 13 colonies, correct?
Yeah.
So, are you saying that only slave labor built the 13 colonies? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I was about to ask the same thing.
We're bigger than that, bro. Don't do that.
No. In fact, I am not bigger than that. I'm quite small. Let me ask it because I'm gonna go a little bit hard. No disrespect. Slavery is something that has been something that humans have done since the beginning of time. Everyone at one time has been a slave, so it's not a race thing to me. Even in cases when chattel slavery is race-based, slavery in general, it's just your turn at that time to be a slave. Slavery will eventually come back, and that's my warning to humanity. I'm not saying that I want it as policy, nor that it'll ever come back to America as we know it, but slavery is a part of human nature. When you tell me slaves built America, or they built the 13 colonies, no. The way that you have a slave is they do the menial task. They do the hold on. They do the
really quick. Just one favor. If you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. Then I understand my place. I might have to leave. Please don't straw man me though. That really.
I'm not straw. I'm not straw
man you. Okay, but also don't misquote me because I read something to you, so I didn't say anything. So don't mislead the audience into thinking that I said something that I didn't say. I just read something to you that said
asking a clarifying question.
But I didn't say any of that. So
okay, so
hold on, because that is why I asked a clarifying question. I asked that way we wouldn't go down this path of someone being misquoted, and my clarifying question was never answered.
Yeah, because your clarifying question is irrelevant. I never said
it's not irrelevant.
It is because I never said anything. I read.
I'm asking if that's what you're suggesting.
How is it what I'm suggesting if I'm reading something? Are you hearing?
Well, then what are you suggesting with what?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm reading something.
Hold on one second. Gene Seed Bill. No, slavery until the Civil War, slavery was actually allowed in all.
Beans, you're being disingenuous because you know that you brought it up because you were trying to suggest something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have never even brought up what you read. So, what are you trying to suggest?
It doesn't have anything to do with slavery in itself. What I was addressing in our conversation that we were having a few minutes ago before it organically changed, the conversation about bootstraps.
Correct.
Well, I'm about to address that once and for all.
It's irrelevant because I never made any statements. That's my point.
But you brought up an article you read for a specific purpose. What was the purpose?
Gentlemen, I'm running this show, and I would like to address this right now and put it into it. The thing about slavery is slaves have been used throughout human history. Typically, slave labor is done for menial and manual labor, not construction, not high skill things. So while they physically while they physically may have worked to help build this nation, they did not, in fact, build it themselves. And when you incorporate slaves into the population, you were talking about they are part of the society, thus, and you were talking about society as a whole. And that society as a whole did, in fact, pull itself up by the bootstraps. Here's the thing. The initial foundations had to be laid before the slaves could ever come over here to work. So, ergo, slavery in the New World is irrelevant until there is already an established colony, established infrastructure. There we go. Answer done.
Well, what does that mean, though? What's the foundation? When you say
I'll give you a different perspective. I just looked it up right now. The colonies were founded in
Snowman, don't take that the wrong way. You can come back. I just wanted to answer this without a bunch of arguments.
1620. How many slaves
What's up,
were around in
Knight? How you
1620?
doing, Bubba?
1620.
I'm here for emotional support for Beans. I see y'all trying to gang up on him. I don't like that shit.
Oh no, I'm not trying to gang up on anybody. I'm loving the conversation. That's why I had to tell Snowman let me take control, because this is kind of my show, and I don't want anybody ganging up on anybody. And if you feel like I was misquoting you, I do apologize. I don't intend to do that. I'm just taking what you read and saying whoever say that, and for the people who says that. So if you feel I misquoted you, I appreciate you calling it out. And hope that answer I gave you is great.
No, I appreciate it. I think it's misleading, right? Based on what I'm reading, though, right? So it's like I either have to believe you or I have to believe what I'm reading, right? And
you don't have to believe me at all. What are you reading?
No, sir, please. I'm saying you don't have to do that. I'm saying from my own perspective, right? I'm saying for myself, because for me it's about knowing and learning stuff.
Can you post your source? Can you post your what you're reading? Because I am interested in it. I haven't done much research in slavery before the Civil
that's what
War.
I'm saying. It's not about slavery, brother. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. What I was talking about was we were having a conversation about the bootstrapping, right? So I'm saying pull yourself up by your bootstrap. Right now, if I go get some women to sell their bodies for me and give me their money, nobody's going to say that it's me pulling myself up by my bootstraps, because I'm depending on somebody else's labor to finance me. Right.
Well, I'm a socialist, but I'm not that level of a socialist. If you manage to go get a bunch of women to sell their pussy for you, and that's starting a business, right? Just like if you buy a bunch of human capital, you're starting a business. Mm-hmm. And you had to put the initial effort in to get those resources to be able to found that business. Did you not? Look at slavery, because slavery is largely agricultural in nature. You don't see a lot of industrial servitude in slavery. Right. So let's say like you realize the amount of infrastructure necessary to create large plantations and farms that had to be built before there could ever be a slave set foot there to work. So that's what really built this nation. You cannot discount slave labor and slavery. So that's not at all what I'm trying to do. What I'm saying is society as a whole, and slaves are part of that society, whether people like it or not. I think the whole 1/5 compromise or whatever is bullshit. Slaves are a part of that. Are part of your society, whether you like it or not. And the society as a whole pulled itself up by its bootstraps and created itself from nothing. The men and women that we would call our grandparents or our great grandparents were kind of the last generation that built themselves up from nothing, that didn't really have this social welfare system to draw from. And it doesn't matter black or white. If they were American, they busted their ass to do that. And I think that we should respect that and we should honor that.
Yeah, see, and that's what I'm saying. I'm looking at what you're saying. It's like what you're saying is true, but the other side also exists, right? So when you say about them, the infrastructure being laid first, right? So, and right now I'm gonna tell you right now I'm using ChatGPT, and it says slaves were involved in building much of the infrastructure of the colonies, but some of the early colonial infrastructure was already built before large-scale slavery began, right? So they talk about Jamestown and Plymouth, right, which were built 1607 and 1620. And then the first slaves arriving in Virginia in 1619, right? So when the brother says, well, how many slaves were here in 1620? I won't say that he was being disingenuous. Maybe I just felt that way. Very little. But by 1700, I just read to you, it said more than half of the southern colonies were enslaved Africans.
What does she mean by
No,
this?
I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I was just genuinely asking the question.
not
Because I didn't know.
You gotta disregard Chat GPT or these AI. You have to do your own research for right now. Because the problem is you can infect your own bias. These are not research assistants. Please drop that comment, Bumpkin. These are not research assistants. These are large language models. While it does pull from information you can influence based on previous searches and discussions, the information that it will give you and what it will say. So please, instead of reading Chat GPT, please use its sources to do your research from there instead of reading it if you are. Because here's the thing. You have to look at it. You have to look at it like this. Back then, they did not have computers or calculators. They did not have any digital technology to help them with their trades. So slaves, by and large, throughout history, were not educated in trades or reading or writing, for that instance, or for that matter. How would a slave build infrastructure when you have to be able to be a skilled craftsman or tradesman to do that?
You're not serious right now, are you? Let's switch the subject.
No, I'm dead ass serious. Hold on, wait, I'm dead ass serious.
And I don't even
how would a slave with no formal education?
How do you know that?
They weren't allowed to read.
They weren't allowed to read or write or be educated.
Wait, hold on.
And no society throughout history has ever educated their slaves. It's part of the being a slave part.
Right. So you're saying they couldn't read English. What does that have to do with their own language? What does that have to do with their own culture?
Were they educated as a craftsman in their language?
What makes you? So you're saying I'm not going to say so. You're saying because I haven't said it to me. I'm asking you this question. Would you imply to me that white people created craftsmen? That there were no other races who had craftsmen? It was only white people.
When it comes between sub-Saharan Africans at that time and Europeans, abso-fucking-lutely.
That is wild.
Really? Then how come part of the reason that Europe even imported slaves was because I don't know, sub-Saharan Africans were trading human capital for finished goods and things that required craftsmen to manufacture because they didn't have that in their population.
So trading them to do what? Bills, right?
I said traded human capital. No, they were there. My brother in Christ. I can pay you. Mm-hmm. I'm a craftsman of sorts. I know how to build a house. I can pay you to carry lumber up and down a ladder for me, and you helped build the house, but you're still not the craftsman that put it together. Now, am I going to say that absolutely no sub-Saharan African, no black person knew how to build a house or was a carpenter? Absolutely fucking not. But the vast majority of slaves were uneducated manual laborers. They were not skilled craftsmen or tradesmen. That is just a matter of fact. Because, that's kind of the whole point of being a slave, to not be educated in any type of way. That's kind of the point of being
not educated, informed, right? When you're talking about educated, if I go to a trade school, am I being educated?
Yes, you're being educated in your skill and craft.
Right, absolutely. So here's what I'm saying. I know y'all probably not gonna like this, but the people that I know, and I'm talking about black people, right? When they getting things done on their house, guess who's usually doing it? Hispanics. It's usually some Mexicans getting this shit done. I'm from Chicago. There's usually some Mexicans doing this shit. Usually, out of the 6 of them working, 3 of them can't speak English. But somehow they know how to do all this work.
They don't though.
Is that because
by and large Hispanics don't like they
yeah
they'll do the job, fuck it up, and then you have to pay like 3 other groups to do it before it's done right. If you still buy Hispanics.
And now that the construction market has been completely replaced with illegals and Hispanics, the codes and standards for new buildings are just as bad. We're literally building shit that falls apart now because nobody follows any of the rules. They don't give a fuck. It's not their country anyway. What do they care if some white family falls through the floor and dies in the middle of the night?
It's literally just, you know, siphoning wealth out. America's an economic zone, not a country anyway at this point.
Yeah, see,
but here's the thing. There's a difference between Hispanic carpenters coming to a country that they don't speak the language and applying their craft versus sub-Saharan slaves who have no education in trade, in any trade, like coming and being enslaved. Like the difference is the Hispanic carpenter is already a skilled craftsman in his homeland.
Right.
He just brings his trade. Brother, if you were a slave and you were a carpenter, I guarantee you your ass was put to work doing carpentry. But it was done in such small numbers. There were so small tradesmen or craftsmen amongst slaves that it's an irrelevant case.
No, wait a minute. Orthodox. Hold on. I just remembered something. The English had white slaves, like Irish, right? So a lot of them were
indentured servants, yes.
Yeah. So a lot of them were working in the colonies too. So technically, King Beans is right. Part of it was done with a little bit of slave labor in the 13 colonies.
Well, that's why I say that slavery is a natural human thing. There's always going to be slaves that's part of your society. That doesn't take away from the fact that you had groups of people, including their slaves, go to these areas of barren, fresh, pussy fucking wilderness and beat the shit out of it and produce an entire nation that is equal to or greater than ancient Rome.
So wait a minute. I get what you're saying though, right? After processing it, that would make sense, actually, right? Because you're acknowledging that there may be a percentage of them, while not large, that were in fact craftsmen, but it wouldn't have been the majority of them. And here's why I'm saying I can process that as truth, because it wouldn't have made no sense for them to be slaves if they were that, right? And you did say sub-Saharan African, so you're talking about a specific place. So I can see why you're saying what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, like, and it's not hate or racism. Like, I'm literally arguing that because of the technological differences in sub-Saharan Africa and the rest of the world, the likelihood that these were craftsmen, because that's what made up the bulk of the slave in the transatlantic slave trade. Then you had some Europeans in indentured servitude. Now the Europeans, even in the Europeans, I do think that the vast majority of them were unskilled labor as well. But it would make sense that there would be more of them, because to be an indentured servant and be an indentured servant, you'd have to be in debt to somebody or owe somebody money or something. Like it's kind of a punishment for that. So like it's possible that you have more skilled craftsmen, but even then, it's more likely not that it's unskilled laborers that also fell into a debt trap and were also enslaved and sent to the New World as well.
Also keep in mind, this was still an agrarian system. So the majority of these people would have been working on a farm somewhere, be it picking tobacco, cotton, fucking whatever.
All right, hold that thought. Grift break. Everybody support the ethno state. I'm just kidding. We don't want an ethno state. We want a grift state. Everybody's welcome, but everybody's got to pay.
Support the Griff No State. Support the Griff No State. I'm gonna do I should work on that right now. Like an actual good Griff No State intermediate, video that we can play. You know what I mean? With maybe some based people walking. Jesus Christ!
I feel like we should have Erica in the background for that video for some reason. But I'm gonna be real. Show is ending in, I say 30 minutes, unless you send me or Bumpkin a Cash App. $5 extends it for 30 minutes. $10 extends it for an hour. we will add on that time, but in 30 minutes, the show is over. And please, wherever you are watching, hit the like button, share the stream, please, and join the Discord. I'll post the link again in the Discord. We network to grow our streams. If you're a streamer, and for everyone else, we try to do community events and multiplayer games. So please, if you want to extend the stream, hit the Cash App. Cash Apps are scrolling. You could choose between me or Bumpkin. But otherwise, if we don't get some donos, the stream's going to end at 30 minutes. We've been going almost 6.5 hours. I'm getting eepy. So let's go, gentlemen.
Hold on. This is a good idea. Record everyone on panel say Griffno State simultaneously, Bumpkin. All right. Is everyone there? We're going to do a group activity here, okay? I'm not going to get these guys. Yeah.
I don't perform without pay.
And everyone, we're going to do a group activity. See how that works? See how individuals instantly falls?
I just want to
instantly
say,
falls in the face.
You're not monetized, so I can't, super chat you. So my support for the Grifto State until that time comes will be in the form of volunteerism and community participation. Two things which are grotesque to my individualism. So there we go.
Was that Chuck who said he wouldn't perform?
Yep.
Oh, I thought that was Knight.
Why did I get dropped? The fuck, Bumpkin?
Why are you so racist, Bumpkin?
Oh, no. I'm not racist.
Piece of shit. I didn't say a fucking word.
I love democracy. I love the republic.
No. See, I love democracy.
Yeah, bro. How you gonna talk Brother Knight like that? That's evil.
I'm sorry.
Get his ass, Brother Knight. Beat his ass.
I'm sorry.
No, you said it with such enthusiasm. It's called Paximania or something, or Pax America.
Pax Americana. I'll drop it for him. You're not going to be able to find it.
They out there ready to swing on people, boy. Yeah.
You're not.
All right, gentlemen. There's something I usually do. We can talk over them, but there's something I usually do in the last 30 minutes, and that is I do a bum rush. Well, yeah, I take a shit, but usually during that I play a shit ton of videos that mods and other people send me. So we're entering that last 30 minutes, and if somebody wants me to extend it, like I said, it's $5 for 30 minutes. It's $10 for an hour. We will extend it. Hit the Cash App, me or Bumpkin.
Did you find any fresh vid of that?
I did not, but Lauren sent me some of the National Guard there. I'm still looking. Oh, yeah, actually here, I got some leftists complaining saying Trump's America because they see National Guard in the streets.
What would be cool is if that person who said they would hang somebody by their butthole here would send a 5.
That person has actually already sent a lot of money this week.
Hey, Orthodox, everybody in the chat, and everybody in Chicago. I'm about to hop out the porch, so good talking to you guys. I don't want anybody I don't think anybody in here is trying to disrespectful. We just trying to have a conversation, so don't think we're trying to gang up on anybody or anything like that.
You would.
You know what I mean?
All
right, man. I'm gonna catch you guys later.
All right, man. Much love. You be safe. All
right, later.
Drive safe. Make sure you keep your friends and family close, and make sure you call them. You never know how it could be out there. Much love to all truckers in America.
Yeah, all y'all be safe too, man. Be easy.
Yeah,
later.
take it easy, my guy. Here's also Denison's YouTube channel as well.
But I'm gonna play the video. Just tell me if y'all want to talk, and I'll pause it.
Yeah. Is this ICE?
This is the National Guard in California.
Are you sure?
Yes. It is the National Guard and ICE currently.
Okay. The banging noises, is that the people or is that the police?
It's gonna be the
Those
people.
are the people throwing M80s and fireworks at the police.
Oh, I thought they were shooting.
Jesus Christ, Wally. Holy fuck, El Goblin. I'm sorry.
Gordita?
Fucking El
These
Goblin.
Latinas are not the ones that can stay. Just putting that out there.
Well, it depends how good their tortillas are.
Yeah, their ability to cook does
You
increase
need to
their
keep
value.
some of the aunties, that are past their prime. Because that Sunday breakfast, man. Let me tell you.
I think they call them Tio.
Tia?
Something
Yeah,
like
it'd be
My
Tia,
tia?
not T.O. O would indicate that they were a man.
Oh, like Latino and Latina. Okay. So
Yeah. La is female, O is male. I only speak Spanish again because I told my dirty little secret, but there was nobody in there. There was nobody in the chat that could actually go back and tell the greater Hispanic YouTube community, so I could still be a hater. Let's go.
I just want to point out real quick that, like, if they did this shit that we just saw every day for a year, it still wouldn't equal the amount of damage that Dick Cheney did to our country.
Because he accidentally shot that person in the face.
And I just want to remember, which way we need to be facing. We don't need to be looking down.
Is this the donkey? Oh no, that's not the donkey. That's Chuck.
No, that's Dennison. Dennison is the
It's
bait.
Zach
Oh,
Galifianakis.
hey, listen, I can appreciate two ferns and a lily or whatever that shit was called.
Hell yeah.
Oh shit, hold on. This might be like big news. So apparently there's a Black Hawk flying in weapons and ammunition.
Right next to the Home Depot.
Okay, so who's carrying weapons?
Ground zero, of course.
So really, come on, man.
He said, "Come on, man."
Yeah, just like at this point, can y'all not see this shit as Hollywood? This shit is
It does look staged as fuck, though. He's right. You
I
got to
mean,
keep that
if
in
I
mind.
was in charge, they would have live rounds.
But this is ICE and people working together to get immigrants out of here, and they went to a Home Depot.
I'm saying, if you
did
want a
they-
donut, you go to Dunkin' Donuts, right?
It's specifically less than lethal rounds. They're deploying them by the million count, apparently. So this deportation round is not gonna stop anytime soon.
Oh my god. I mean, imagine how big of a cesspool California actually is, though.
Well, you got to remember too, Supreme Court just gave Trump permission to expand that deportation list.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, it's not, dude. It's not even just the video I saw. Like they're doing it in Palomito as well. They're unloading less than lethal rounds, food, and equipment from helicopters. It's not just Blackhawks.
Law enforcement officials unloading gear from now a second chopper. We've seen now 2 choppers landing. They're taking some sort of gear off of these choppers. And you see there the police, I believe this is Border Patrol police. looks like the same.
Those are less than lethal rounds in the
uniforms
boxes
that we saw them wearing earlier in the day. Yeah, Customs and Border Protection.
Less efficient
sits there
workers
on the
too.
chopper.
They should
So
get some of the people
this
that's
is a
standing
CBP
outside of the Home
chopper.
Depot to get them off
We're
the.
going to work in the realm of speculation here, but more than likely what's happening here is they're dropping off some
Hey, do you want to make some money?
but it's possible that we're looking at this has already been. We don't know how many hours this has been.
Come help us unload this shit before we deport
a whole
you.
lot of context.
Hey, bro, that's gangster, dog. That's gangster.
This boy is silly as hell. They should get.
What is more gangster than than fucking getting the ops to do the work for you, bro? Let's be real.
Have you guys ever
Motherfucker, man.
have you guys ever caught a fucking rubber bullet to the chest?
No.
Rock salt to the left shoulder.
Not so far. You got some rubber bullets, Bumpkin?
Nah,
white people shit.
I've been shot with them though.
Have you ever been shot with rock salt? Shit burns like a motherfucker.
Fuck that shit. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, bro. I swear.
I noticed that in this particular riot, it's all white and brown people. I don't mean black. Like I'm not talking about black folks. I mean like actually Hispanics and then like white liberals there with them. That's what I'm noticing. There's like no black people. Like black people are like, this ain't got shit to do with us.
Even when I was in the service, the blacks and the Spanish people had conflict. I don't know why.
Oh, wait, I think I just saw a black guy.
Why is there a shopping cart on fire? What the fuck is going on?
They just be burning shit, bro. I swear to God, it's always the weirdest
that's a
shit.
shopping cart on fire, right?
Yes,
that's a black guy right there.
There's a bunch of trash on fire.
How you don't know that's like a Dominican?
Look at him. There's a black guy. Yeah, got him.
No. He was.
Now we can deport them all. Now we can get rid of them all.
Yeah. Shout out to Poppy Blanco for throwing that rock.
Hell no.
No, bro, this is literally just Hispanics and white liberals. This is not. Hey, whoa, hold up, wait a minute. I don't care about the guy. Hold on. I thought I just saw. Oh no, never mind. She pretty, but she too chunky. I like petite girls. I thought that bitch shot me. I thought she was petite.
Dumpster fires. Yeah.
That is fucking crazy.
On one side you have civilization. On the other side you have a burning fucking shopping cart. That's crazy. That's fucking wild. Note to self:
shopping carts don't burn, rookie.
I know they don't, bro. Somehow
Jet fuel doesn't melt steel shopping carts. All right. Wait, did this man just do a flashbang between their legs?
That is a flashbang, I believe. Or a smoke grenade.
It was not necessary. It was not necessary.
I feel like it was necessary just because it's funny.
You just wanted to do that for yourself. Why'd you
that one was for the law.
Why'd you do that? What are you spitting on the floor?
Sometimes you can never let them take your smile, you know? Sometimes you just gotta do shit to be funny.
Hey, shout out to Bobby Farron. Don't worry, be happy.
We sometimes we do a little trolling.
Sometimes we throw flashbangs into crowds. You know we got talked to about that.
Oh, bruh, I love this. I love when the police do. I'm not a bootlicker. I hate the police, but I love when the police do this because it's so funny. Where they just where they do the fucking Napoleonic combat with the fucking paintball guns, form a firing line.
That's not paintball guns.
Bumpkin, that is paintball guns.
No,
this rapid firing like that?
Those are spice guns.
Same.
Those have to
they got pepper balls.
Same thing. That's what I'm saying. They're fucking paintball guns that they load up with fucking pepper balls. They are in fact paintball guns. You just load them with the pepper balls. You as a civilian can buy the pepper balls. They fit in any paintball gun.
So let me ask you this: your phone rings.
It's POTUS. We need you to come down here and join the National Guard. You going?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I mean, come on, dude. Look at it. It's Call of Duty, but you get paid.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
you realize each state has a thing in their constitution that usually men between the ages of 18 and 46, if needed, are required to join the state militia. Because Flo looked that one up for California.
I'm gonna be like Trump. I'm gonna be Trump. Trump needs me. I'm Trump's top guy. Real quick.
I'm telling you.
I get to shoot pepper balls at Antifa,
Yeah,
and you're gonna pay me.
I get to bully. I get to physically bully communists. What's the per diem? If that bitch is like $30 a day, I'm there.
Can I before I do this? Can I get the use of force policies?
I need to know
$100 a month.
I need to know the ORE real quick.
Just in case.
That's only $900 a month.
You're gonna see my fat ass in the middle of that fucking crowd launching fucking pepper balls at people. I'm trained with pepper ball, bro.
We would just see Bumpkin running through the middle of everybody like toward the fucking Antifa. He found out he could technically get away with a chokehold.
That's $900 a month on top of the being in the National Guard pay.
On top of very
being able to beat communists legally.
Wait, there's anti-commie pay? Oh hell yeah, man!
I live in
very
California,
aggressive,
$900
one-sided, fucking spicy paintball, dude.
So if somebody gave you an extra $900, you would be angry.
An extra.
Yeah, that's what per diem is.
You're actively out there, and that's all you getting is $9.
No.
No, that's how it works.
Then would you throw shit like that dude and lift your back leg up?
What, Nightish? What are you talking about?
You see that motherfucker throw that thing? Rewind your tape you just played.
Oh no, I'm already way past that. Hold on.
He threw it very zesty.
Oh, I thought it was funny.
He threw it very zesty. What is a non-zesty way to throw something? That's my question.
Keep your fucking feet on the ground and just throw the shit.
Okay.
Are these nuns what they call that shit? Conjuring something?
Yes.
How far can tear gas travel? Tear gas can travel pretty far.
Yes, it can.
But if it's really like in the open like that, it really depends on which way the wind's blowing, honestly, and how far it travels.
Yeah. Are they just using CS? What are they using, I wonder?
I have no idea.
But CS is nasty. Ugh.
Let's compare this with the deportation riots in Japan over the Kurds. Man, that's so crazy.
Wow.
They still respect their government.
And it's peaceful.
It's almost like being a homogenous country with strong traditions and culture.
Not even that. Let me rephrase. It's like they respect their community. Right, because after all, they live in the place where they're protesting.
I don't think I've seen that clean of a street.
Yeah,
no, not here anymore.
That's a protest.
Blame your liberal brothers.
Amen.
Amen.
The Japanese don't
that wrong soon enough.
Japanese don't be letting people in there.
Libs are going to destroy us.
Honestly, Lauren, I can't really tell you the difference or how to tell the difference between types of tear gas. Probably based off the canister, but we have to actually see the canister, to be honest with you.
All right, Bumpkin, have you gotten any cash apps?
Let's find out.
I have not. I haven't.
I don't have Cash App.
It's looking. Well, you've donated plenty tonight, Jay.
I'm blocked from my Cash App.
I'm blocked.
Y'all just not popular.
We've made some good money today.
We made some good money tonight for sure. Yep.
Y'all didn't flame the furry hard enough. That's what happened.
I know. No
shit.
Lauren
is a
gets
furry?
a special. Lauren gets a special request because she has given a lot of money recently. She wants me to play the specific video of them destroying a business.
Make sure it's not the homemade. Make sure it's not the homemade movie she made now.
And let's
Well,
make sure when we
Lauren
get back
doesn't
on the
do that.
video,
She's a good Christian girl.
we get bumped into admit he's a fucking furry. No.
Can you drop the dono link again?
Drop the what?
Dono link.
Yeah, one second.
Yep, that's what St. Louis looked like.
Here is my non-dono.
Remember, they're riding. Remember, they're riding over deportations. You know.
Yeah, really showing those ICE agents, aren't they? By smashing up the store owned by some immigrant.
Yep.
It's almost like everything in America boils down to what I can get to mine.
Yep. It's all about me. Exactly.
Isn't that what it actually?
I know somebody's got $5 out there. Yeah.
Where's the cash out?
Yeah. I thought the first law of nature was self-preservation.
What the hell was that?
That is the not a cash app. It's similar to Streamlabs, except it's not a
Yeah. I don't get destroying your own community. Makes no sense. Tear up your whole community because you're pissed at the government. Makes a lot of sense.
I don't think they're really pissed at the government. That's why they hate themselves and they hate the community, and this is an excuse to act the way they want to every day.
All right.
They're wild animals. Drop them on the spot.
I got a cash app from Lauren. She extended the stream until 3:30, and I know her. She likes her booty, so she's gonna get the booty.
Is his name Louis Theroux?
Who?
The guy who's rapping right there.
I think so. I think it's a British guy. I don't know.
Well, rap's not even music, so.
This fucking guy.
I want some Lawrence Welk, by golly.
Support the Griffno State. Thank you, Laura, for supporting the Griffno State.
Some of those troops that are already down there on the ground in preparation for some of the protests that we may see later on today. Let's talk about what could unfold. I want to bring into the conversation now Ken Gray, a national security analyst with the University of New Haven. Ken, good to see you, and thanks for joining us.
Good to be with you.
Of course. So we've been talking about this all morning, but right now these troops are there on the ground. What can we expect? What's the process going to be like going forward?
So the National Guard was activated, federalized, and called into this location to support the federal agents that are there, to support the federal offices that are in the area. The ICE facility yesterday was under siege. The protesters were busy breaking up some of the pylons out front and hurling pieces of concrete at the agents there, and were laying siege to the facility. So the National Guard is there to protect the federal buildings and there to assist ICE in any of its enforcement activity. And there has been a call for protesters to show up at 2 p.m. local time. And so we will see if they are used in any other fashion other than just protecting federal buildings.
But you mentioned it a little bit there, kind of the scenes that we saw yesterday were protesters launching rocks at some of the vehicles that were driving alongside there. I'm keeping an eye out on this picture just to make sure everything is good there. But what can the National Guard do there to try to ease those tensions? What are they allowed to do? What kind of tactics are they going to employ?
Well, any tactics that they use will be less than lethal. So they may be used to hold back crowds or push back crowds. You will see them operating in conjunction with other federal agencies and potentially with the sheriff's office or LAPD in trying to separate the protesters from the targets of the protests. But that being said, they are restricted from being able to be used for arrest purposes. So you will not see the National Guard being used to arrest protesters. At least that is outside their authority at this point.
Just to say on this tangent for a little bit here, let's talk about these other law enforcement agencies. When we talk about some of these local agencies, whether it be the Sheriff's Department or state, California Highway Patrol, even the FBI, DHS, where do all of these agencies come into play during this time?
So DHS has a number of different agencies under it. And ICE is one such agency under that. So ICE is the one that has been carried out these enforcement activities, but they have been assisted by FBI, by DEA, by a number of other federal agencies. They've been doing that here, assisting them manpower-wise all across the country. And so those agencies will continue to help support their immigration enforcement activities. But in addition to that, there may be a call up of federal agencies to assist in the LA area because of the activities going on there with the protests. I remember that back in 1992, during the LA riots there, in response to the acquittal of the officers on the Rodney King case, federal agencies deployed to LA to try to protect resources there. I know, like the FBI's hostage rescue teams were out there because of the problem of potential sniper activity against fire trucks. And so you may see federal agencies deploying their SWAT teams out there to LA in response to these riots. We will see how things go today with this 2 p.m. call up for more protests to take place there in the LA area.
What are some of the things that National Guard troops prepare for when it comes to these instances of protests and riots? And if you can, give us a little bit of an inside look as to how they mobilize and where they're going to be placed.
Sure. National Guard, one of their roles is to be used whenever there's civil unrest, whenever there's a riot. That is part of their regular mission area. And so when they are deploying here, since they have deployed here because of these riots, with the direction of the president to call them up to use them in this role, they will be operating in an anti-riot type mission. But they are acting in conjunction with and in support of ICE and other federal agencies. So I do not think you will see the National Guard take on a separate mission and go off and do their own thing, but instead they will be used as backup, as standing behind and along with the federal agents to protect the buildings there when the riots continue on today.
Something that I haven't had a chance to touch on today just yet is the role that social media plays with these kinds of protests. So we've heard from several lawmakers, also law enforcement officials, talking about the fact that social media really is a quick way to mobilize these groups of people and get them to certain stations. So how is social media going to be used to figure out where are the best placements for troops, but also with any investigations going forward?
Yeah, well, we've seen this in a number of different places that social media and also things like Signal are used to contact different members and move resources.
All right, I had to take a little break, but while I was away, I did see, and I don't want to say their because it looks like it's someone's actual name. So I don't want to say it. I got another $5 Cash App, so we're going until 5 o'clock.
Is that gonna fuck your shit up?
What?
You say you usually shit around about this time.
Oh no, I just got through taking a dump. That's what I was away doing.
You should probably cut it off at 5 because you actually have a video premiering at 5, Ortho.
I thought it was premiering at 6.
And then they said that these people are supposedly protecting shit from getting fucked up. It don't look like they did a good job of protecting that gas station. And then they brought up Rodney King. They didn't do a good job of protecting Reginald Denning.
Well, let me give that gentleman or gentlewoman. I'm not going to say their name because it looks like somebody's real name, and I don't know if they want me to say it. If you want to be recognized for the Cash App in chat, just say, "Hey, that was me," or next time add into the thing that it's okay for me to say your name, but I don't believe in doxing, so I don't say names. But you, good sir or madam, you get your booty. Thank you for the Cash App. Thank you very much for your support. I'm pretty sure that was boring. I did step away and it was only 6 minutes. It looked boring, so we're not gonna go back to that video. I don't like watching old white people talk.
That old fuck was saying some shit.
Oh, you want to go back to it?
No, I said no. That old fuck was saying some shit. He said they was there to protect businesses, and they showed us a fucked up gas station that they didn't protect at all. And then he brought up Rodney King, and what happened with Reginald Denning? They did throw a brick at his head like a football.
Damn. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. I got another news broadcast pulled up.
Yeah, 1 second. I will say this, right? I'm not seeing anything on YouTube or anything like that. But
We're
TikTok is
seeing
going off. It's fucking everywhere on TikTok. If you look at my screen, it's everywhere on fucking TikTok right now. It's everywhere on TikTok. People are
That
down there.
phone looks broken, bro.
And your fingers look gnarly too. Whose fucking face is that?
Bro, fuck you.
Lotion, bitch.
We're gonna get him the fuck up out of here.
Nah, bring it back.
United, I am racist.
Video showing chaotic moments protesters and federal agents clashed across Los Angeles.
It marked the second day in a row of unrest as ICE raids continue.
Bluegrass is saying check GLR. Can you get a link to that, Bluegrass?
Explosive
I don't know what JLR
clouds
is.
of tear gas filled downtown LA last night as police declared an unlawful assembly. There also appears to be some looting at a convenience store in Compton. LAPD says they detained several people and eventually arrested 27.
And this comes as the National Guard troops that President Trump ordered have started to arrive.
Eyewitness News reporter Amanda Pelosi.
Bluegrass already posted something while I had stepped away. They They want it's JRL Investigations has a live group.
I got it pulled up right now.
All right, you want to share it?
Yeah, I'll share it.
Palacios joins us live from downtown Los Angeles with the breaking update.
And Bumpkin, I knew you were racist when I met you on Fight Club.
About to get ugly, folks. I believe.
Got him.
Stay mad.
Oh boy. Hey, they showed a close-up of that guy's face that did that.
Those are paintball guns, though.
Yeah, they're pepperball guns, bro. And pepperball is not fun to deal with, by the way. Bro is holding a stick. Yeah, this is definitely
What's going on with the guy in
National
the middle
Guard.
there? Did he get hurt?
Notice they're all wearing gas masks too.
Oh boy.
Who's that one small hat comedian has like the really grating voice? That's what I feel like is talking like on
Gilbert Godfrey?
Yeah, Gilbert Godfrey, exactly.
Oh, the parrot from yeah.
Oh god, I can't do it right.
Chat, my fingers aren't even that bad. Chat, you guys are being ridiculous. My
Yeah, they're
hands
fucking
are
gnarly.
normal. They're not gnarly, bro. They're literally just hands.
Is he gonna shoot it? Oh, they're shooting it. Oh, look at this.
Oh god,
no! We're live. They're pushing people back. Whoa.
It should have been done on January 6th, by the way.
Is that Chuck in the bottom of the screen?
What is that? More reinforcements.
That's Gilbert Godfrey.
Oh, damn.
Oh, look at that word, Antifa. It says Antifa. It says Antifa on the building.
I didn't realize he had fucking alopecia.
Susan, thank you. Thank you. Very grateful. Thank you, Susan.
Oh my god, dude. FBAs are everywhere.
What?
Thank you very much. Look at this. More law enforcement coming.
Lauren wants to know, panel, would you consider this an insurrection?
Thank the Lord.
No,
Good
the
Lord, I
riot.
don't live in California. And I like the snowy north. Nice and quiet.
Fun fact, George Orwell actually hated
I'm
communists.
thinking about going to Idaho. We are.
He joined the Spanish Revolution, and then he
this.
turned
Alright, so
on the side of
they are bringing in
Antifa
more
or the
federal
Republicans, but he wrote home as his
authorities
disdain and
here.
hatred for communists.
Is that the Homeland Security? Is Homeland Security just roll up?
Shout out to Snow. Thanks for stopping by.
We don't know where this situation, how this is, what's going to happen here. But I think they pushed them back to be able to allow those vehicles to come in to the Federal Detention Center or Metropolitan Detention Center, same thing. This is the detention center here.
Damn, I'm a little fucking
Shout
Gilbert
out.
Godfrey.
No.
Snow shout
They're
out.
bringing it all
even.
in.
By the way, the more diverse a country, the more authoritarian
on the
needs
other
to
side up
the
there?
more authoritarian needs it becomes to be it takes to govern it.
Thank you, 299.
And you're going to see
299.
shit like this. The more diverse the countries go, and the more diverse Europe
Look at
gets, the
this.
more diverse they get. You're going to see these ethnic conflicts
I
breaking
can't-
out more and more.
I can't help but notice, but like all of these National Guard guys
So it's
are white
really
dudes.
popping.
Say it again. That all the National Guard what?
They're all white dudes.
Aren't you celebrating that?
Not really,
Really go
because
down
ethnic
numbers.
conflicts are nothing to
oh,
celebrate.
Oh, what are they doing? They look like they're about to fire.
Shoot him! Shoot him!
They're- Nah, they're getting way too close. Nah, light them up. Let them. There we
go. Oh! Oh my goodness!
This is wild, by the way.
Oh! Look at this! This is crazy! Oh!
It just looks like 4 years ago.
It's popping!
Looked like St. Louis when the Michael Brown thing went down.
Yeah, the same.
That's on the other
You're
side.
gonna see these
the other side
ethnic
has the crowd.
conflicts more and more and more and more.
Yeah. The more they get away with, the braver the other groups will become.
They just
Yeah,
started
look. Last time Trump was in office, it was BLM, and now it's Hispanics
Zero tolerance
popping
here.
off.
Zero tolerance.
You don't
It's
see
like
any
they're not
black. You
playing
haven't
any
seen any
games.
black people in these videos. It's all Hispanics
a
and
lot
white
of times
liberals.
The standoffs go on for a
I
while.
told you they don't like each other.
Law enforcement,
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like what I'm saying is these ethnic conflicts, and as long as we allow white liberals to keep backing them, I think we all get what I mean by that.
Quickly.
Damn, they let off a big one there.
Mossy Oak, thank you for being a member.
Look at that
Push
cloud.
everybody back because of
Shit.
that tear gas. Live in
They
Los
must have
Angeles
a
at the
gas
Metropolitan
cannon.
Detention Center. JLR investigates.
Not laws. Why aren't you out there? Oh, that's right.
Alameda
You're
Street.
Canadian.
How many of you guys, if they called you, would you go?
Oh, I would gladly go.
I would go. It's
Somebody
my line
can't
of work,
breathe.
just outside.
You're right. That's that coughing. That stuff gets in your lungs.
I tried to get into the Gulf War, but they did. They said that if push comes to shove, they'd take me.
Look.
Hold on. Shout out to Amari
They gotta wait for all that
316.
smoke to clear. And then work its way back.
Super old supporter of the channel. Shout out to
It's like a war
him.
going on.
Summer of Fire
In
and
Los
Ice
Angeles.
2025. I like that.
Yep.
That was actually pretty creative. I do.
Literally
Yeah,
like,
that was
a
cool.
war going on.
And I
I
think
like
he
that.
looks more like Anthony
Yolanda
Cunha
RN.
than he does Gilbert Godfrey.
Thank you for being a member for 15 months.
Where'd all the people go?
Bogvet, thank you.
To
Thank you,
find a place to
Magnolia,
breathe.
for covering this.
Yeah, they were shooting fucking spice ball and tear gas and a bunch of shit. Yeah. You know, you
Yeah,
can't say
that
that.
It did disperse pretty quickly, though.
That big
Yeah.
cloud
Doesn't look like,
had to come
TV.
from a gas cannon.
Look at this. Look at all this. This is crazy.
Oh no, the crowd's still there. They just advance a little bit more. God damn.
Laguna
They're gonna
Berry.
drop them.
I mean, they're doing nothing wrong as long as they stay past the line and they protest and they.
Thank you for the
dude on the
tags
bike.
Twitter.
The dude on the bike
Things
looks
are
like he's
going
gonna be a problem, but maybe he's just
Yep.
traffic.
Or X.
That's a
Some people
looks
call
like
it X. I
that
still call
looks
it
like a
Twitter.
check on the back, honestly.
Look at this.
That's a government vehicle because I got one of them.
Here's the thing, not lost. Liberal agitators, everyone on the face of the planet that's not a liberal
Whoa.
or a minority that is typically trying to get them some gibs from the Western governments are fucking sick of you people.
We are live.
It's,
at the
he's
Metropolitan
utterly
Detention Center.
delusional, too.
You know you're
Canadian
arguing with a
police.
Canadian. Yeah.
The Canadian police are almost as bad as the U.S. police.
Yeah, not laws. Either you're not American or you hope to be American.
He's Canadian.
I or us on the panel that are American have a Gestapo. You
are the Gestapo.
Crazy.
You
Pumpkin is the
Thank you
Gestapo.
for being a new member of JLR Investigates.
You have
Andrew,
Canadian
thank you
geeks.
for being a member of JLR Investigates.
Yeah, they shit all over my pond every year. Bastard.
Lauren, confirm Chuck is a Fed.
You damn right.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. You can see people with the signs. The crowd.
Oh, thank you, not laws.
Frank.
Damn
thank you,
Canadian
Frank.
trying to tell me I'm
Live and
stupid.
Crazy Sunday, exactly. Sunday.
Not laws. Why is it not?
expected to take
Why is it
the
not
weekend
a
off, but
violation
this
of
can't be
rights for them to
ignored.
freeze the
This cannot
truckers'
be
money
ignored, folks.
during the
We
trucker
have a major
protests?
situation, literally a battle
But
Not
you
only
somehow
freeze
want to
it,
make us stop
downtown
it.
Los Angeles
didn't
right
they
now.
take the money too, or they just froze it?
They took the money in some accounts. They arrested some
Folks, I did
people,
not
but
want to
they
do this
mainly
over
just
the
froze
weekend
it.
at all.
National
This needs to
Guard,
be talked
LOL. That's rhetorical. That's even.
what
See, I
happens,
feel
what
like
breaks
if you're a protester and you have a bad
conversation
sign,
and
you
a
should be able to
topic that we
legally
know
be
a lot
shot.
about when it comes to
I agree.
the immigration policies, migrants, illegal entry. We know everything about that. We know most things about that. Not everything, but a lot. The topic we're very well versed on, considering that we.
Oh, so if you disagree with their politics, then that's when they can't, right? Thank you for
Hey,
showing that you're
look
a
at there. We got a flag.
Sounds like marchers. I think more people are coming.
Don't tell me they're going to burn it.
Yeah, they're gonna burn it.
Don't let that son of a bitch hit the ground now, or we're going to have a problem. I'm already strapped up. I'm ready.
Again, not laws. If you disagree with their politics, their rights are null and void. Thank you for proving my point.
Worst commenter on YouTube. Not only are you the dumbest, most biased, and lacking of introspection than any other fucking chatter, but you're everywhere. Everywhere I go, your stupid shit is in there. Factually baseless bullshit straight from your Canadian asshole.
Boy, he's high on that maple syrup. He needs to lay off the maple syrup.
Streets are streets. Whose streets are streets? That chant has been used at a lot of like protests around the country on a lot of different issues. Whose streets are streets? So it looks like hundreds are out there.
I rest my case.
Could be 1,000.
Brilliant retort. No, Lowe's. I've just decided to become Canadian. You convinced me.
To be fair, when you're not talking about politics and you're playing video games, not laws is a pretty chill, cool dude.
Oh, he was way left. He's a progressive.
Yeah, but it'd be like walking on eggshells for me, man. I'd fucking mention anything. He want to fucking debate me. And it's just
no,
like
he's different when you're playing video games. He either rolls with the punches or makes a tort back that's equal. He's different. He's cool. He's cool and chill. He's just speaking his opinion.
You guys need to recognize.
He's not real left. He just hates people that he's told are right. There's a difference. When it comes down to it, he's all for confiscating people's money.
Oh, son of a bitch, they're about to light it off. Drop him. Drop him. Shoot him.
Lacey, thank you for being a member of JLR.
Plug him right in the ass.
A ton of money, bro.
Being a member of JLR Investigates.
That's bullshit.
Jennifer, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates.
Don't make me have to buy a ticket and fly out there.
Eyes dried open. Thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. Welcome aboard.
Disgrace the flag like that.
Yeah, we're going to be here. Hopefully this doesn't go into the night. Lisa Marie, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates.
This is going to go on for a while unless they get serious, which they're going to have to do.
Things always get more crazy at night.
Yep, that's exactly repeat of St. Louis.
Yep. This is gonna get really crazy at nighttime.
Ping, thank you. Ping.
I really can't wait for Team White to start having their ethnic riots. I think this when things are going to start getting based around the country.
I see a Mexican flag up there waving. I think we ought to fine Mexico for this, for the damage.
A lot of people there. Folks.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a book from Not Lost. I feel like this is being funded by South American and Central American billionaires or millionaires to have problems in the country.
For God and country. Thank
you. So we should seize all the assets of all those people protesting.
Yes, we should definitely. We should until these riots stop. I guarantee you, if they put a halt to sending money outside the country, or at least to Mexico and South America and the Caribbean, I guarantee you these riots would stop like within 30 minutes.
I take every one of these mother humpers and put them on a plane and take them to Alcatraz.
Is that a fucking Venezuelan flag?
Yes, I think so.
You know, at least he's consistent. He said, "Okay, so block their bank accounts." He's consistent.
I mean, I had to stay armed during the St. Louis incident. That was fucked up.
Just tax the remittances. Everything that's sent out of the country on a remittance now, tax 100%.
How come you're not out there? You should be out there helping.
I like to use that word a lot.
Helping what?
Noticed. This is crazy.
I'm gonna let the feds do what they do.
Well, you should help them.
Why would I help
Tell them
them?
what they're doing.
Gonna do? No, let the feds do what they're going to do, man. Like you guys understand? Like they dropped a Black Hawk helicopter last night. Dropped munitions into that federal building. They are completely stocked. They are fine to handle every one of these people. Like they're all right. Trust me, they're going to be just.
They won't get out of the way, the assholes. That happened to me in St. Louis. Till I pulled out Betsy, and then they moved.
I mean, honestly, all you should do is just let these people form a big old crowd and then surround the perimeter, not let any of them escape, and arrest every single one of them.
100%.
In my opinion, liberals are not white. Liberals are not white. Liberals are literally just gray.
Gray.
They're gray. They're raceless. They're nationless. They want to be tribes of the world. Let them be tribes of the world.
Send them to some other world. I agree. I agree, Lauren. I agree.
The road to hell.
Yeah, no. What they should do is just let them all pile up and let them all, and then use the National Guard and block the streets surrounding them, and then arrest every single one of them.
Well, that is what they do. They're trying to disperse them now. Then they're going to try to push them back and contain them. Then they'll issue a curfew and ask them to clear out. And then anybody who doesn't clear out will get pincered and arrested.
What time is it out there?
It's only 1:30 in the afternoon out there.
Well, 2 o'clock was the call for duty for the protesters.
Yeah, they had a big march at 2, I think it was. Yeah.
What I am not seeing.
There's
Somebody has a sign that says National Guard wall.
Oh, you just now saw that?
What we really need to do is go make some signs and give it to ICE and have them say like deport all trash and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Victor, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
They'll get in trouble if they hold that up, sadly.
5 people.
Deport the hordes.
Well, you know why they wait for dark, don't you? They think they can't be seen that. Yeah.
Is that an Israeli flag?
We cover breaking news.
Ain't it? Yeah.
No, it's got small stars.
No? I can't see.
Commentary and a lot of you in the chat with your
one of the two
questions. A lot of you.
Got to be a South American country.
With your thoughts, opinions. Yes. Hello, John Dunn. Nice to see
Honduras.
you. Welcome back, John.
Is it Honduras? I was down there for a short
I like the avatar,
trip.
John Dunn. You know the shadow figure.
Stuck inside of a fence we couldn't get out of.
Nice to see you back. Nice to see you again.
What would happen if you went to Honduras and flew an American flag and set their city on fire?
You guys also have to check the color schemes that you're seeing, especially on the signs. For instance, the fuck ICE sign is red and black. Those are the typical colors of anarcho-communists or
the governor of California Newsom thinks that this make the situation worse.
St. Louis, they brought a U-Haul trailer that had pre-made signs on it.
You're not playing this time around.
And they just passed them out.
Saying that they'll bring in the military if need be. And I think they would.
Speaking of having the show extended, we are at that time again where we are at the 30-minute mark for the show to end. We're going
is it $10 an hour?
Yeah, $10 an hour, $10 for 30 minutes.
Come on, you cheap cocksuckers.
We got 34 minutes. It was paid to extend an hour because 2 people donated. And
United States.
Yeah, if you guys want to extend the show, donate. I appreciate everybody coming out here and watching and chilling with us.
We should be extending this all day to watch this shit because this is gonna get big, dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah, this is gonna blow up. Yep.
Yeah, like this, like you're gonna. This is what I'm seeing. You got to remember where they're at. Those people believe. It's literally. They believe that's their city. It's a different country.
We have that problem where I live. That a city was overtaken.
We're not going to be
All right, I will make a deal with the chat for the one time only. $50 and I will go live and I will stay live until about 11 o'clock tonight. $50 cash out.
I'll shoot you a couple bucks here. Just let me get home real quick.
Yeah, if other people will give, I don't want to spend on my Social Security.
No, you spent
You've given enough, Chuck, and we appreciate it, man.
Where do we send it to? Orthodox guy or Bumpkin? Who?
Either or, but I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can send it to me. I don't mind.
And I want to say thank you to Lauren for being submissive to a black man that said I would appreciate if she sent that damn money because of the butthole hair thing.
What?
Yeah, that shut down a couple months ago. That's totally closed.
Oh, you have to ask Orthodox to stop the video so I can get
About the hairy butthole. Okay. I put a video back in.
1,000 or 2,000 people don't.
Thank you. We're streaming until 6 o'clock. Someone hit me with a 10. You get your booty, sir. I'm getting drained. So I got some dinner coming. So in a little bit I'll be here.
Just rub one out, you'll be okay.
Yeah, rub one out always.
Hey, is that your name on there? I don't want to say it out loud, but it's your name, right, Orthodox guy?
Yeah, it's Chuck Smith.
Oh, well, I was gonna say CS, but okay, yes. All right. I just want to make sure I'm sending the right person.
That's not his real name.
Is that Imperious?
But
Limp.
Here is your booty, sir, who sent the $10. Again, I don't want to say your real name out. Here is your here's your booty.
Him in the car.
So Imperious just sent a cash app as well. Thank you, Imperious. Here is your booty, sir.
Can I give you though? Can I have you play a video for me, like a chick video instead? I'll post it in the back.
Yes, sir. You can because we do need different dono videos.
Play that one I just posted in the back chat. That's the one. It's like 22 seconds.
You might want to check it first.
There's no nudity. It's a YouTube short.
Oh shit! Yeah, play what he said.
Yeah, Imperious does have peak woman content. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god!
She must be protected at all costs.
I know Jesus loves you, girl.
I put a.
We're gonna have to watch that a couple times.
That's Olivia Dunn. That's Olivia Dunn. That's
I don't even deserve a woman like that.
How old was she?
She's 22, dude. She's 22.
Okay, just checking.
Dude, you know that she makes more every year than any other college athlete?
I can see why.
Well, you know,
Mary Lou, why, right?
She deserves it.
Mary Lou Retna is broke and homeless, damn near.
Does she have a cash app? I'm joking.
Yeah, and she's actually good. She's an All-American and stuff, dude. She's not bad at what she does, you know?
Well, she can have my motherfucking soul if she can squat on it like that.
Yeah, see, that's my idea of what I want. You know what I mean? Like
I put a video backstage. I don't know if you want to play it or not.
You don't qualify, Bumpkin. I don't think she stuck that landing all that perfect neither.
It's about the Pledge of Allegiance.
Stick anything she wants
such
to
a
stick.
hater.
all right?
1 second. Thank you, Wolfpack, for the $10 on Cash App. He said,
Yo, Wolfpack.
Hoping the green hats get crushed. LOL. Thank you very much, Wolfpack, for the $10 on Cash
Who's the
App.
green hats?
Probably the protesters.
National Guard.
That's what I was thinking when he said green because of the uniforms.
Nah, it's probably
My goodness. I'm still watching that video, y'all. I'm sorry.
I put an old one backstage of Red Skeleton explaining the Pledge of Allegiance.
Red Skeleton from the 50s?
Mm-hmm.
It has just been confirmed to me that the donor that I didn't want to mention is in 8 ways. I'm not going to say your real name, but I will say thank you very much for the cash that you sent today in 8 ways. Thank you, thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Imperious. Thank
Now,
you, Chuck.
does that cash add up for a total for the extension or no?
No.
No. The $50 deal is a cash app to me when I will stay live until 11 tonight.
Gotcha.
It does stack. So right now we're going until 7. I just got a $10 cash app.
And I also said I want to shout out Lauren for being submissive to a black man and doing what I said to do, since she's the one who said that shit about butthole hair.
Hey, you get off my woman now. She's mine.
Not after me. You heard what they say. Once you go black,
you never come back.
Oh, the
not
lime
true.
green hats are in the
I'm not gonna say this name out either because this is a new person. So apparently we're going until 8.
Damn.
Cash app.
Way to go.
That's what I'm saying. People want to see this shit burn live, dude. We want to see this shit.
Oh, I'll continue sharing my screen then. Let's run it.
Yeah, we're not even watching it. We're watching these old go.
Let me give this person who just gave their booty. It was a lady. I believe it was a lady. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting very tired, but we will push through. You will get your money's worth out of me. Here is your booty.
she got a nice behind, but they twerking is horrible.
Yes, I agree. That's disgusting.
I don't give a fuck about their actual twerking. I care about what the booty looks like. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it's meaty.
Nice name.
That's
Thank you.
kind of booty that slaps back.
Welcome to JLR.
I just want to know if she's got the grippy socks in the grippy box.
Oh, where is Wolfpack's booty? You're absolutely right. Wolfpack wants some
Ken
booty.
says the dogs.
You're responsible for providing your own booty, sir.
My bad. Let me run this shit, Wolfpack.
That's just a bunch of fat asses.
I know, dude. I'm not like Imperious. I don't like Holocaust victim bitches. You know what I mean?
Well, you know how to tell when your old lady. You know how to tell when your old lady's getting too fat, don't you?
To be fair, Imperious's taste is more along the line of the perpetrators than the victims.
Look up Michaela Dim. Hey, look up. You know who's look up Michaela Dimatier. That's who's real. If you guys are talking about like Michaela Dimatier, like she is incredible.
When you're eating her box and you can't hear the stereo no more.
Oh my
No,
God!
I
Just
don't-
start
no.
launching the fucking. Sorry, just start launching tear gas in the center of the crowd and watch them disperse, bro. Because why are we playing this dumbass game right now?
I'm telling you, it's an insurrection. Drop them. They're invading the country. It's an invasion.
Donald Trump, if you're watching this right now, I'll drop everything I'm doing. I will go to California and I will run.
But I have a
the...
special
Like all he
spot
has
for
to do is
Tex.
deputize U.S. citizens.
Tex, the dog on the
All he has
border.
to do is say all U.S. citizens are
He's
deputized.
got a good new home.
I will.
Imperious, each state has a mandate for you're required to serve if they call you.
That's what I'm saying. If he calls the U.S. citizenry and he will deputize you, you have the protection of the color of law then. Now, I'm not saying you can break the law and abuse these people and do it. No. But I'm saying you then have the ability to join and you can then help them under color of law and follow orders like any other. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
That's the first time I ever agreed with Imperious. Man, I'm going to shoot myself.
It's an
Well, you
invasion.
know, when it
UN
comes, you'd be
organized
surprised how often I agree with the extreme left too.
Sometimes
See,
when you
the
hear
thing
the
is the
sirens,
extreme left
something's
and the
about to
extreme
happen
right
or
are
they're
kind of the
bringing in more
same, just different ways of getting there.
Hey, keep in mind, George Soros paid for this in a roundabout way.
No,
we
no.
paid
The
for this.
sicker part is we paid for this.
Yes,
our
we paid
tax
for
dollars
this.
through USAID has funded all of this.
Yep.
That you're seeing that the tax through the U.S. State Department, through the Department of Defense, through HUD, was funding all of these interest groups that pay these what do they call them? Community organizers to do this shit. And then you had today the LAPD releasing a statement thanking the community organizers, thanking the protesters. Did you see that? Did you see the statement from the LAPD? Look that up, Orthodox guy. Look up the statement by the LAPD and read it. If you want to talk about dystopia.
Chinga la migra. Viva la raza.
Andale.
It's about to pop off. They can't move forward. That's true.
Yeah, they got them contained now. So this will determine where it goes.
And all it takes is one person. One
It looks like
person
it's
to
going
do
to end
something.
peacefully. Honestly, they're just going to.
Yeah, it's called a powder keg. That's what this is. It's a powder keg.
So Wolfpack wants.
All you need is one match, and it's going to blow up.
Yeah, Wolfpack wants to clarify. He said, "I don't think they heard what I meant by green hats. I don't want anyone to think I was speaking of the National Guard."
He said green hats were lawyers for the ADL.
We're ADL lawyers. Yeah, we got it, Wolfpack. No problem, buddy.
Like that chick with the lime green hat right there in the middle. She's a lawyer.
Yep.
Apparently.
Oh, there's lawyers. If you notice, there's attorneys on the front line that when these guys get tackled and arrested, they say, "What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? Give me his name," because they're gonna go right to the right to try to get his bail right then.
That means how to move.
That's what
They're gonna-
lime hat lawyers are there for.
As soon as it pops off, you're going to see full integration, I think, of the guard.
No, if this shit pops off, you're going to see President Trump get a mandate to deport every illegal. No more of this. Goes by.
Supreme Court just gave him permission to expand the list.
A demonstrator will approach the line, just kind of
to repeal the 500,000 what did they call those parolees. No, they gave it those so they can deport those 500,000 are gone. Like that's not a question, they're gone.
Because Biden gave them.
And people forget already there has been 700,000 people that have left the country, illegals, through voluntary or involuntary means. 700,000 have already left.
Since when are you counting? Since January?
Yeah, unfortunately,
This is not a
since he took over.
Who kind of poked the bear.
Yeah, I don't get this, man. This isn't like a planned protest. Like
Yes, it is.
This is a planned protest?
Yes, they said there was a 2 o'clock
it's not
kickoff.
planned. Yeah, it's planned. Oh yeah, they are, dude. They actually on Craigslist and stuff the night before put out ads to pay people $15-20 an hour to come protest.
No,
Yeah.
but
Like, yeah,
but, but is this sanctioned? Like, do they have an actual permit to protest?
No.
No. This is all no. They don't. No.
We hope we don't have to see any of that.
That's what I meant. That's
Well,
what I meant.
and that's what I'm saying. Them in the street is an
By the way,
arrestable
for
offense.
for those wondering, the green hats are only there to agitate and help and
so it looks
Antifa
like
and
here,
BLM.
Probably about a.
And in this case, the
Well, they're there to
Hispanics.
empower them.
Oh, look at all the
They tell
Mexican
them, okay,
flags
we'll get you
popping
out. We'll
up.
get you out. They'll say, we'll get you out. You'll get you out. Do what you got to do. Do what you got to go. Go crazy. We'll get you out. We got bail for you. We'll get you out.
To me, it looks like an invasion from a foreign country.
California,
All those Mexican
dude,
flags.
LA County, like I was saying on this stream earlier, they think there's 1.18. There are 4 to 5 million illegals in LA County.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Check out that flag with
in the
U.S.
people don't
stripes
realize
and the
that
Mexican flag.
And that's fine. I mean, I don't have a problem with people doing the split flag because I have a split flag of the Holy See in America too. That's not the issue. It's when you're destroying shit and riding around with a foreign flag, acting like it's a conquering. You know,
Well, yeah,
I don't
to be
understand
fair,
why
I don't
they're.
even give a fuck if you wave a Mexican flag if you're doing it in front of your house, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand why they're not doing anything yet. It's an illegal protest.
Because remember,
it's not until you start breaking shit and burning shit down it becomes a problem.
Yeah. Once these guys, because remember, these people are gonna. The later it gets, the more drunk, stoned, irritable, tired these people are gonna get, and they're gonna set off. That's the thing. The cops are being very patient. Rules of
What
engagement.
flag is that? The bottom
That's
flag.
Honduras, I think. I think that's Honduras.
Yellow, blue, and red.
It's either
Yellow, blue, and red.
It's either Colombia or Venezuela.
Yeah, it looks like Honduras or Nicaragua, I think, something like that.
It's
So Honduras is the blue one, right? God dang, it's been a while.
yeah, Honduras has blue stars.
The
white
blue
and
star.
blue
Yeah,
star.
what is that? Is that Nicaragua? I don't think it's Venezuela. I thought Venezuela had a different flag. Possibly it could be Venezuela, but
They were breaking things and burning things down last night. They set a building on fire
What's
last
this?
night.
4 cars.
It is day
pockets.
3. Ukraine breast cancer flag.
the Ukraine breast cancer fund. Dude, see, that's the thing. What they should do is these people want to protest so much. Let's round these people up and send them to Ukraine. Send them if they want to see real protesting. Is that Colombian? Okay. Yeah,
All
I'm
the
telling
white
you, this is
people
going
there
to get
for
on. Like, there's no
educators.
way that amount of people in LA are going to have a peace. Even if this wasn't about police or anything, if you have a group of people that big in LA, shit will pop off. Yeah, eventually.
It's going to. Yep. All it takes is one person, and it's going to pop.
I mean, this looks like it's de-escalating to me. Looks like the National Guard has it contained.
Well, the crowd's getting bigger, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. The crowd's going to get bigger and bigger because 2 p.m. is when they wanted to start their whole thing. This is still the pre-party for them.
Yeah, I don't know what time what time is it in California?
It's 1:45 right now. It's 1:45 there. It's 2 hours behind.
Oh, okay.
Wait till the sun goes down. Exactly what I said.
Yep. Well, not just even the sun. Wait till it starts getting dusk, like to where it starts setting a little bit and stuff like that. Then you'll see the people with the masks come out.
So the chants and all that.
They think they're not seeing. Yep.
I would like to point out though, the National Guard is still extremely out fucking numbered.
Yes.
Oh yeah, 2,000 people, but that they are fully armed. And the Marines are already on call at Camp Pendleton. See, that's the thing people should be scared about. He's already put the Marines at Pendleton on guard. So
the Marines?
The Marines in Pendleton are on guard. They're on high alert.
That's
right
in
now,
case it breaks if civilians start shooting. You know, that's.
Well, not just that. No. If they break perimeter on that federal building. If that federal building
or if they seize the building,
become occupied or they get pushed, they're not going to allow what happened yesterday, where 40 federal agents are locked in a building.
Armed or unarmed, if you lay siege to a federal building and you take it, at that point you become a combatant.
It's an insurrection. Yeah, the military is allowed then. Yeah, the military is then allowed to retake it. And I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing that if that happens, a large number of the people are illegal, that the Insurrection Act will then be used. Because then you have public support, because if you're seeing that these are illegals taking federal buildings, most of the public and Congress and the courts will back that up. They won't have the political capital to say no against that. The people will be pissed if they see that they are like, there's one thing where George Floyd and American citizens are taking over and rioting. When it's illegals doing that, that's a completely different issue.
And if they love Mexico so bad, put their ass back over there. Want to wave the flag like they're in Mexico. Coming to this country, you got to assimilate.
Well, remember, and that's the thing. A lot of these people don't believe that that California and the West Coast is part of the U.S. To them, they believe it's the Reconquista, that they're trying to take it back to Mexico.
I was reading about that. Yeah.
Hey, Zero has been the back shot over him.
Those people with the Mexican and Honduras flags, they definitely believe that shit.
Damn, it's becoming the morning, afternoon, and evening show. We don't even need a second stream.
Peace.
So right now we got to stay live till right at 8 o'clock.
I want to thank Bumpkin and Ortha for the opportunity and privilege to restream this.
No problem.
Yeah, this is going to be a good stream.
I appreciate
As
you
we
being
get through
here,
the
bro.
day, dude, like you're going to see more.
Sorry, man.
Yeah. You're going to see more people piling in here real quick. I don't know where their starting point, where they're collecting that.
Like and share the stream, guys. Please like and share the stream.
Already did.
Fucking.
Share it with your abuelita. Share it with your tios.
That just leads like more and more people are coming. Yeah,
I almost started speaking Spanish. My aunt would beat me. I can't do that to her.
No hable no English?
God, is this bad that this makes me want to be on the ground right now counter protesting this shit? Is this bad? Is this like an itch in the back of my
mind?
It's time to become Weimar pilled.
I mean,
I'm throw a bottle of like white phosphorus in there and see what happens.
Don't let them use the narrative against you to like garner support from centralized authority. You know, like when we pick on, you know, some dictator in the Middle East, that people rally around them. Don't let that same effect get to you. You know? But if you want to just go out for your own benefit and smash skulls, you know, God bless you. You're a free American.
Yeah, no, I mean, just solo man walking that crowd of people.
Drop them like a rock.
How many?
You know, like you're playing Skyrim, you know, then I'm all for it. You know?
The thing is the ironic part is, as scary as they seem there, very few of them have weapons because it's California.
Oh yeah, this is not a militant area.
These guys do not have firearms.
You know the problem with
that's why you get to use melee weapons. That's even better.
Bumpkin, you know why it's an issue. Everybody wanting to do the on the ground shit and the counter protests, right? They want you to do these counter protests because they want to then be able to go against the right and say, well, you see, the right came out and it was violent, and that's who started the violence.
Yeah,
and the right's the instigators. The right was the instigators. If the right hadn't showed up, everything would have been fine. That's what they're trying to say. You know?
Boston Massacre it, you know.
Literally, and I don't see why the political-minded right wing doesn't just let these people riot and burn the country. Stop going out there for attention. Just stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah, let them burn their own environment.
Purely
but let them burn their own environment down.
I understand from the purely on the ground perspective of like these riots, like obviously let them get it out of their system, let people see them for who they are, but it does harm like real people that you and I, they're on our side, you know?
Trump has said himself, you know, whether or not you take his word for it, he said that he struggled with this decision, whether or not it would be better for the country if he steps in and defends these places, or if he literally lets them burn the places down so that
I
people
think
can
just
realize, so that people can realize the consequences of what happens when you vote a certain way or think a certain way.
The best way I can see from like a PR perspective would be to like stop like pushing into the protesters. Don't use like too many flashbangs. Just seize and hold down the buildings. Create escort routes for any civilians or like any people who these people are targeting to get out. Just, you know, you have the gear to make sure they don't hurt anyone.
No fear.
Don't give them fuel.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Yeah, no, what you want to do is you want them to make the first move. You want to
Exactly.
instigate them with enough presence. What you want to do is instigate them with enough police presence to get them agitated and then a bottle gets thrown. You get what I'm saying? And then it's
don't
on.
start it. You hold the line in the middle of the street.
Exactly.
You keep
And then once that first bottle is thrown, then it's all good. You know what I mean?
wait for like it's the 21st century. I'd say wait for like 24 bottles to be thrown. You know.
I don't have to hate or fear you in order to not want you in my country. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, this isn't hate. I don't want. It's just the fact that I don't want.
What I hate and fear is like long lines at the hospital and at CVS and like really shitty traffic. Yeah, that's what I hate and fear.
Yeah, what I hate and fear are a bunch of illegals driving around without insurance like we have in Georgia. That's why our insurance
And
is
in
the highest
California, do you know in California a Mexican license plate is a valid license plate?
I mean, technically, it's valid everywhere in the United States because we have a trade agreement with Mexico about.
Yeah, but they never change them when they come here in California. They just keep Mexican plates forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's probably some kind of seasonal resident laws against that to where if you're in
no,
there.
there are. They just don't enforce them. Yeah, no, there are. They just don't enforce them in California. Like that's the whole point. All of this is non-enforcement for 30 years of law.
Word.
And now that there's enforcement of law, nobody's used to it, so they think it's fascism.
Well, we can't blame the enforcers for this too, right? They did refuse to enforce the law until it escalated to the point where
it's the politicians that did not enact the law enforcement arm to do their job that has given these people encouragement to do what they do because they're told the police are wrong no matter what they do to you by the politicians who tell the police what to do.
Wow.
Yeah, well, like I said, do you want me to put that link up of the statement by the LAPD?
Yes.
Also, if you've come to this country in the last 10 to 20 years, your sweat did not build the country. I just want to throw that out there too. Just in case you're confused.
Eric, this is the third day of this protest going on.
The California National Guard is probably made up of California citizens. Just want to let you know, lady. Just throwing that out there.
This is interesting to me because I wonder how things are going to change next term. Because if you remember, like every government, every presidency has the ability to do this. Like when George Wallace stood in front of to try and keep the black kids from entering the white school, Eisenhower commanded the National Guard to arrest him if he didn't step aside. You know? So if we end up with a Dem president after this, I wonder how much they're going to use him to crack down. Given, I imagine this is by far not going to be the first incident.
Okay, are you on the ground right now?
No, that is a buddy of mine from YouTube. He is on the ground.
All right, so here we got the stand opening up.
Hey, Orthodox, I posted in the back the link to that statement, if you want, from the LAPD, talking about how everything was peaceful and everything is beautiful, and we thank the community and the community members. And
yeah,
I mean, I can add sound if you want, but it's just a bunch
can't
of
even look at Instagram.
You know.
Why are all these white people out there? That's what I want to know.
You see, the life hack that they don't want you to know is that they need cheap labor for baristas in uptown LA or downtown LA, wherever the fuck the richer people are. You know?
Well, regular middle class white folks can have maids and servants. You know.
Yeah, their jobs are the ones that they aren't having the jobs that get displaced. You know,
yeah, you want me to watch over my own kids? I mean, I got to get my nails did.
You know, I have a nanny to do that. I have a daycare to do that.
Well, I mean, in my defense, my children are little
Half of them
heathens.
don't even have kids to worry about.
My
I think
children
that's
are all
part of why
legal.
they don't give a shit, because they have no reason to like look after their project. They don't have an incentive to like look after their future or their country's future or their community's future. Like as far as they're concerned, the rest of their life is only going to be worrying about their career and their house and their wealth. You know,
That mask that woman's wearing is worthless.
Hold on. These fellers here, for the most part, are operating pepper ball guns.
Yeah.
I mean, you know how bad the media will get, how many more incidents will spark if they use even a round of lethal ammunition. Doesn't matter if it's right or not. You have to manage the situation purely on what results it will cause. You know, that's the tough part of being a statesman. Like right and wrong is auxiliary to like the needs of life and the needs of death. The needs of least destruction or more destruction. You know, and that
It's
means
about
even if you have some guy
practicality more
throwing a
than
fucking
ideology.
firebomb.
Statesman.
Yeah, exactly. You know, even if like you have people throwing firebombs, you're not allowed to strike back a lot of the time. You know, what matters is protecting your citizenry, and that's a big thing that people don't get about policing in the army as well.
But these guys aren't citizens.
California considers them such, and you know the media will consider them such. You know,
I would support that line of thinking if my Supreme Court agreed with you. Unfortunately, they ruled the police have no duty to protect me at all.
that's true. Yeah, the police is a rough situation, but like
They
the
have no
average
duty to
situation.
protect an individual.
Well,
They rule
this
that
is
they have no
federal.
duty to protect they have
That's true. Legally, that they've
they have
been
no
absolved
duty
of
to
that
protect
duty,
an
which is an
individual.
issue.
They have a duty they have a duty to keep the peace. They don't
Yeah.
have a
But this
duty
is
to an
federal
individual. They have a
now.
duty to keep the peace. That's what this.
Yeah, I
This
guess
isn't
legally
state. This
they've been
is
absolved of
federal.
what I just
So,
said, which is
example,
an
they
issue.
see one person getting stabbed, but if they see a mass like a violent insurrection or some kind of riot, they are required to keep the peace. They're not required to
that's
protect
fair.
the individual.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess legally they've been absolved of that, which is true, and which makes the situation rougher because I do take issues with our policing system, you know. But a part of it, I think, is just the nature of how the hell do you even administer and enforce justice in a country like this? You're going to get cynical very rapidly. Even if you're just like a beginner put on basic patrols, you'll have like your superior officer telling you, don't enforce too many parking tickets, it'll interrupt traffic. You know?
You're going to have California jury notification.
Bro,
You're sound.
Imperious, we can't make you out. We can't make you out. You're robotizing.
Imperious, you're sound.
Yeah, you're turning into a robot.
Okay, let me log back off and log back in. Hold on.
All right.
But we hear that perfectly clearly. It's so weird.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
I mean, the footage that we're watching also broke up at around the same time, so I don't know what it is.
I don't know where he's at, but the crowd's not there where he is.
This is probably just where they're steadily transiting. You know, people are going to stick around
half a block that way. They're half a block off screen, right over there.
That's what I thought.
I imagine this is still like somewhat not militant because you see some civilian cars in between the caravans.
Well, it's 2 o'clock now, right? In California.
Yes, 2 o'clock over there.
So that's when the kickoff was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
And this is East Los Audits.
Well, shout out to East Los Hobbits.
I'd run over them some bitches for being in the road.
If you post this link, I'll post it in our chats.
I got you.
The way they're blocking the road, I just plow through them.
Absolutely. And Here's another thing that kind of bothers me with all this. Beyond whether or not the individuals actually protesting are citizens, non-citizens, documented, undocumented, have a little old ant that's not documented, whatever it is. Once things start burning, that does kind of release the shackles a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Is that a burnt building in the picture there on the corner?
That's a Tesla in the middle of the freaking screen. Talk about hostile territory.
Now see, they're giving in to them. I wouldn't have gave in. I'd have kept going.
Oh, I just found a really good stream, guys.
Is it better?
Shit.
Can you hear me better or no?
It's better.
Very good.
Yeah, welcome back.
I just found a really good stream. Let's go over here real fast.
Yeah, this is just like this. Oh shit! Funny as shit at once.
19, repeat.
Oh, you
it's
found the
it's like
forbidden
some stuff-
stream where it's the scanners.
Yes, sir.
All right, if you guys are watching and you're not subscribed, please subscribe. I'm trying to get monetized. We have finally broke 250. We are at exactly 2,100 watch hours. So if y'all don't mind sharing and subscribing, that would be wonderful. And
you finish. I'm sorry.
and I'm almost there. I am right at halfway now with the subscribers. And I appreciate all of you viewing. I appreciate all the donations to the Griff No State. But you know, you could always give more to the Griff No State.
Exactly.
We are thankful for what we get, and we're glad you're here, though. So, ladies and gentlemen, please like and share the stream. Subscribe if you aren't already. And give me money. I like money.
True.
We love-
Rule number 30. Give me all money.
We love money. We love money.
If you're watching on Denison X, I just put the stream link in there. Please sub up. Support the Griffin State. Victory for our people.
Can I get mute for a second? Hold on. There's something in TOS about broadcasting emergency frequencies or something.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, be careful with this. This is interesting. I'd say share it in the
I would
Discord
just mute
if you
it.
want
Just
to watch,
mute
but
it.
otherwise,
Just mute it
like,
and stream that. Yeah, just mute it.
I don't know. I don't want to risk it, especially if Orthodox is really
somebody
close.
tapped into the central camera system of the LA, so I don't know if this is a wise idea or not.
No,
I don't think that's what this is. This is a bunch of streams and OBS.
Yeah, I was gonna ask who's streaming these, man. Who's streaming these right now?
Okay, so some cities actually have streams that you can go onto on their websites.
That's true. Yeah.
And you can watch them, and it also has an emergency broadcast and radio.
Ukraine is one of those places, by the way.
This might be national. This is probably also it's superseded by national news interest. That I don't think you'd get a TOS on this because it is a national.
Just keep it muted. I'm about to do some research and see what it says because I do know that if you show violence and it's not too gory, as long as you provide context, you can actually get away with. And this was in the examples of TOS. You can actually get away with watching firefights and people die.
Oh shit!
I wouldn't want to risk it, but it was in the TOS. I had to do the little test because I got a strike a couple years ago.
It's because it's the new. It's because it's the public news exception. Like if it is national news, you can show it because it's such a high interest to the public that it supersedes any kind of restrictive. There are superseding clauses like that. That's why, for example, if you had a earthquake, we're building, after 9/11, they were showing people jumping out of the buildings and falling to their deaths and stuff.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, they said the basic information you need when you're covering stuff like war footage is you need the location or a roundabout location, at minimum the country of origin, what's going on, and why it's happening.
But this isn't war footage.
Well, I mean, protesting footage.
It's violence
It could be
within
anything.
our
Civil
country
unrest,
involving thousands of people.
civil
Civil
war,
unrest
anything
counts
like
as
that.
it. Yeah, like for instance, if you can in an example given in the YouTube training test, because for those of you who don't know, if you get a strike, YouTube will make you do a course, and I just didn't do it for like a whole year because I thought it was optional, and they would they would get my like strike away, and I just did it like 2 days ago, and they didn't retroactive. Like now I have to wait until September for it to go away, and it's already been there a year.
Damn.
Like you can show cockfighting, like animal fights, if it's education.
Oh, cockfighting.
Okay. I think if we're lucky, we'll see somebody raiding the Nike store. You know, let's do this for a good cause, guys. Let's rob the Nike store.
And that was literally, that's not me like just assuming, that was literally one of the questions on the test YouTube makes you take.
Well, yeah, I mean, I saw last night. I was watching the streams late night where they show one guy was at that AM PM where they broke in, they beat the crap out of the store clerk, and they were showing that on there, and it didn't get pulled or anything. And they had 20,000 people watching that stream. So
Social justice.
Your point is?
No, what I was saying is that, so I think there are some exceptions for if it's like live news coverage, if it's like a high public interest, as long as you show like viewer discretion advised, public, I'm sure there's exceptions for public interest and live, you know what I mean, documentary.
I want one of them little armored goat buggies right there. Not the big ones on both sides, but that little one right there in the middle with the
I
little
want
short.
that zombie killer truck from what was that, Day of the Dead or Dawn? What was the one where they lived in that city and it had the tower that like that? Anyways, but there was this truck that they made called the Zombie Killer, and it had like electric saws coming out of the sides of it. It had like flamethrowers on it and stuff. It was beautiful.
All I want's an adjustable cow catcher on the front and some expanded steel ribbing. It'll be fine.
Truth, man.
The killdozer, man. Got to get that killdozer.
Well, if it's just zombies, we don't need the killdozer. We still have to drive this thing.
What's crazy is they even got the air flight up on this bitch, dude. They got everything covered.
Yeah, Trump wasn't playing around, dude. Like that when you, yeah. And that's the thing. Like, it's so funny that people think, "Oh my God, we don't have to allow people to riot. We can control this." You know.
Right. Even the people doing this stream, bro, they got literally in this bottom corner, they have fucking flight patterns set up for helicopters. Like,
Yeah, I was looking at that. That was actually part of what I was kind of commenting on, is that bit's flight paths.
Did you guys go into the riots the last time? What was it, like 2020 something? The George Floyd riots. Did you guys go to any of those? That was fun. No? Yes? No?
I don't recall.
I watched.
you guys went
I
there?
know there were a few in my state, but I never went because I was.
Oh, I went there. It was kind of wild. Yeah.
I watched Kyle Rittenhouse live on Facebook at the time it happened.
Yeah. No, I went in my city. It happened, so we took a stroll down there and just scoped out the scene per se. We saw some Anquifas.
Anquifas.
Swear to God, they were robbing a fucking Nike store.
But that's what
they were robbing
are, though.
They were robbing a fucking Nike store.
Yeah, they're little. Like every freaking liberal guy reminds me of like McLovin. Like that's what I am. They're all like little McLovins, dude. They're all just little like weird things.
They're wearing like green cut-off shirts and they smell like fucking celery. Fake ass hippies. Little fake Rambo shirts.
My friend, she lives in LA. She just texted me a photo with her and her Trump flag going, "No deportations here."
Jesus. How's everyone doing? Should I go to a more simpler panel here? Should I go to like back to JLR? I think so.
I'm vibing so far. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm vibing.
I think something more focused, because this is very interesting footage, but also like it's not much immediately going on that we can comment on directly.
It's very chaotic.
Yeah. Not to mention, like, I feel like this is useful to dissect in a vacuum, but I feel like instinctively I'm expecting like Subway Surfers gameplay in the background, you know, with how many fucking cameras there are.
So true, King. There we go. There we go. Much more simplistic. There you go, guys.
California National Guard. Wow.
Still the National Guard. Yeah.
I like how they essentially have
Well, and
big
you know what's the
shields that
funny?
say, "Hey, we're not the
I
police.
wonder if
Don't
like the
kill us."
fact that we can't find as much actionable footage means that like there is actually some control being finally enforced on the ground.
I think so.
Well, and what's
Like
funny
I said,
is that
I'm just
I heard last night all the liberals saying, "Oh, you white people don't even know. Most of the California National Guards are Mexican. They won't line up and create a border against other Mexicans."
Do they know? Do they know?
I feel like the FBI is gonna pop me for being on this stream. Maybe I made a wrong decision here, huh?
You'll be fine, bro. They don't give
Too
a
late.
shit about chuds.
Oh fuck.
first
Well,
time.
anyway, I'm grilling a steak right now. Thanks for letting me on. See ya.
See ya. I'll be visiting your house soon. That's a
Later.
joke. That's a joke. See ya.
Yeah, I don't see many women in the National Guard right there. They're all. It looks like all dudes ready for the riot. You know what I mean? I don't see many women.
Ain't no sergeant first sergeant gonna put a goddamn woman out there in a shield. Come on.
Well, no, that's my point. I'm
It
like,
looks
they notice how all the girls are back there in the radios and doing all the traffic and the logistics and all that. You know, they ain't out there with the damn freaking shields with, the gas masks.
Yeah, female cops can have their fun when like there isn't a city at stake. You know.
Jack, all these guys got the fucking sticks out too. Oh, this guy blocking the camera.
I'm looking at an angle, I think, from behind those guys. So I'm not sure.
Well, no, I think the National Guard, they're armed, but they're not in a. They probably have strapped across their back right now.
Squatch, look at the right side of the VA loading dock. There's a security camera right there. I'm gonna need you to hack into that real quick.
Well, that's the one I got. That's what I'm saying. Like I've got an image from. Wait, my bad. No, it's not that. It's the guy standing on top of the building.
There's a guy on top of the building?
Yeah, check this out. I think. I mean, I don't know what he's on top of. He hasn't shown down. My bad, wrong button.
I also love how they're yelling at the National Guard too. Like, lady, this is misplaced anger. These people have nothing to do with your plight. They can't help you.
This might be a different group of National Guard, but I think it's the same.
Look at that
group.
show of force, though, dude. That's why it's calm. We didn't see all those trucks and all the ATVs and stuff behind them. Yeah. That's not a large enough protest for them to try to screw around with that.
Looking at it, most of this stuff seems to be first aid and supplies.
Yeah.
And munitions and crowd dispersal devices. I'm sure there's crowd dispersal devices.
This guy's on top of the building.
He's on an overpass or something. There's a sidewalk just like over there, I think. I'm not
There's
sure
the
what.
dude with the Honduras flag. He made it to the front.
So they're basically just holding their ground.
Hey guys, I'll be right back in like 10 minutes. I got to run to the store real quick.
We'll check and see what it sounds like.
This has turned back into a protest, it looks like, right? Am I wrong? That the National Guard came in and restored order and we're back to First Amendment boundaries?
Suddenly, protest is peaceful. Weird.
You said suddenly protest is just peaceful. It's almost like when
It's mostly peaceful.
What's up, Natty's karaoke channel? It don't look like they are prepared to fight.
Oh, yeah, the Marines are on the corner. They got real bullets.
Oh, dude. If we see Marines pull up, it's over.
Yeah. Yeah, the Marines are playing cards and chilling right around the corner right now. Waiting.
Any of you guys ever been arrested by the FBI?
Been questioned by the GBI, but not arrested by the FBI.
Oh, okay. Just ask. Asking for a friend.
Chuck, what the fuck?
Don't ask. It's probably not service friendly.
Don't ask, don't tell.
We didn't ask if you were gay, Truck. We're just trying to keep.
Yeah, what's that? The FBI was investigating Chuck for being gay in the military, or what?
My bad.
Well, with my
Since I've had a
clearance,
UTI.
with my clearance, I ran into many problems.
I mean, I still think as soon as it gets nighttime, it's gonna be over, bro.
I got questioned by somebody who I think was an undercover cop of some kind, but I don't know what agency.
Oh, I've for sure conversed with federal agents.
No, they had the real ID. I know that.
Mark confirmed. Don't tell Bumpkin about anything unless it's past the statute of limitations.
What's up,
Queen? So what's going on in this video then? Why is the army trucks everywhere?
It's a riot in LA.
It's just California. This is how they greet everybody.
There's kind of some truth to that.
Welcome to America.
Look at all those Mexican flags.
So that's what they do when you have a protest in America. They get the whole army out.
Yep. Well, they
start burning shit.
They was burning buildings down,
breaking into places.
Yeah, Queen Natty contest for the last 3 days. Last 2 days. They were catching cars on fire, burning down buildings and shit like that. So this is the third day, and this is the response after those previous.
When it gets dark is when you're going to see the action.
Yeah, when it gets dark, that's when stuff just starts lighting on fire randomly. It's crazy.
Then again, we are at a point where if you're just one dude wearing a sign that says "Feed the homeless vets," they'll send the regular cops with 9mm out after you to arrest you for that.
That is true.
So there is.
True.
God bless America.
Where are you calling from, Queen Natty? Where are you calling from?
Australia?
Nottingham. The United Kingdom.
Oh, Birmingham?
England, you know?
That would be England,
Birmingham?
yeah.
Britain. I'm not Birmingham, I'm Nottingham.
London? She's London. London. She's in London.
No, Nottingham.
Oh, Nottingham.
Oh, Nottingham.
Yeah.
Sheriff of the, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't there Sheriff of Nottingham? Wasn't that in Robin Hood?
You're in luck because I've got some Sherwood
Yeah,
for you.
Robin Hood, Galleries of Justice, caves underneath Nottingham. There's more better things to see than in London. In Nottingham.
I spent 6 years in Germany.
We have the oldest pub in England, for example.
I believe that.
Or the Salutation Inn.
Plus, we are coming to a full moon. Oh, of course we are.
A full
Oh,
moon.
some more woo-woo.
All the women get moody on a full moon.
You never attack on a full moon.
You get werewolves.
That would make this day so much better. Just a fucking random werewolf. That'd be crazy.
Honestly, I prefer to beat protesters on an empty stomach. It gets my appetite going. You know, you want to eat afterward.
Imagine the hygiene issues there. Holy shit.
Yeah, them lefties. Oh, yeah.
Imagine having to stand in them uniforms in that.
Hot garbage.
Imagine the
roasting in the sun.
Standing that heat in them fucking.
I guarantee you there is at least one active case of bubonic plague there.
That's why we had the don't ask, don't tell policy.
Bubonic plague? I don't understand, sir.
Isn't that the like circly spots on your chest? I can't remember the difference between black plague and plague.
I spent 14 years doing this. I can do it again.
Yeah, apparently it was rats that caused the fucking plague.
Fleas.
Yeah, but the Pied Piper got rid of the rats, didn't he?
Nah.
It was a joke. Relax, people.
They
I'm
put the
old.
rats
Forgive
under the
me.
ground. The rats are all under the ground, but they come up sometimes because people are leaving rubbish more on the pavements. So we're getting a lot more rats coming up again.
I seen rats the size of a fucking wiener dog before. God damn, they were big.
Bruh. You
Rats over here.
wharf rat?
What's that?
You ever seen a good old wharf rat?
No, I haven't.
Bruh. Big as a possum.
Holy shit. Well, that's about how big these were, if not bigger, a little bigger in the city. They were fucking huge.
Orthodox guy, pumpkin, 1, 2, 3.
Somebody answered, lady.
Yeah.
Do you go to Orthodox church by any chance?
I do not. Orthodox guy is currently not here, but I don't think he goes to an Orthodox church either.
No, I just wonder why he called himself an Orthodox guy.
That'd be
It's
something.
spelled chicky.
Yeah.
He's not true Orthodox.
That'd also be something you have to ask him when he's back.
He's not even fake Orthodox.
Is he taking a nap, Pumpkin?
Nah, he had something he had to deal with.
Oh, okay.
I don't trust Orthodox, actually, to be honest, because I watch Spy Kitten TV.
I can't see what your name is. It's covered up by like the fucking cash app.
People in the Orthodox church, they parade dead bodies and put masks on top of them.
Isn't that a funeral?
I don't know. No, they just get these old corpses and then they put masks on them.
Honestly, I don't see how that's different from like an extremely mysticized funeral.
I've seen
My homie from
bodies
Nottingham.
when I was in Germany at some churches. They had the glass casket.
Yeah, that's like the basis of a mausoleum. Or a
My
mausoleum.
homie from Nottingham wants to know what area you're in.
Why?
That was the proper response.
He wants to stalk you for funsies.
Let's go back to the first feed you had up there.
Yeah, this has gone sideways, although he does appear to be being approached. That's why he put the camera down. Hold on.
Yeah, they do. They do have weapons up. Weapons are up.
Oh my God, you got National Guard now. Bloody hell.
Cops.
No, they're federal now. They're not national. They're federal. They're federal troops. Uh-oh.
Those are 511 tacticals.
ID. ID, please. Whoa, shit.
Another guy right there. Hey,
Did he tell him to get down?
You're right.
Thank God he's got his shoes on, you know.
Yeah.
Did they tell him to get down?
No, sir.
Yeah, we tried to hear, Chuck. I don't know what they're saying.
How'd you get up?
Sorry.
You walked up here?
How'd you get up here?
Okay.
I didn't know that there was no science and nothing posted.
I'm gonna take your backpack.
Yeah. No worries. I'm not gonna resist.
Unauthorized area.
Oh, no. We got to change feeds. Hold on. There's a fight breaking on this other one I'm looking at right now. Hold on.
Go.
I'm not gonna resist, he said.
Oh, no, Eastloss is good at this. He knows what he's doing.
We got arms up, so that's not a good
not
thing.
a fight.
It wasn't a fucking fight. They detained someone.
Well, is this coincidence that both these events set off at the same moment?
That's Bumpkin.
Interesting.
He was trying to rush the crowd.
I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
Hands up! Don't shoot.
You know how you have like the rubber bullets normally instead of the live bullets? Bumpkin is like the fake artillery round that they're going to use. You know?
Hey, bro, just because those artillery rounds are carrying capsaicin doesn't make them fake.
Oh boy! Now we got cars trying to break through the line. This ain't gonna be good.
What's going on here?
No, that could be the arrest vehicle.
Well, the guard didn't move when it pulled up, or the police, whichever it is. They stood their ground. They stopped the vehicle.
Oh, come on. Show the fucking actual stuff that's happening. Come on, camera.
Something about to pop. Something's gonna pop here. Uh-huh.
Oh,
There it goes. There it goes. Throwing shit at them. Yep.
getting a little chaotic now.
Who wants to play for my plane ticket? I'll go out there and fight them bastards.
I got the eye on it.
Me and Betsy will go out there and take care of business. And we don't shoot blank.
You'll be beaten down like a redheaded stepchild. After
Oh,
you
Lord! Not a redheaded stepchild. Oh, we're retreating. That's not a good sign.
Why are they retreating?
We're losing the war, damn it. They need reinforcements. Shit's still flying through the air.
That dude just threw some more shit. Why are we retreating?
Yeah.
That dude just got fucking hit right in the face.
Yep. Pop their ass. Fuck the fake bullets. Put some real ones in there.
Oh no, they're racking out those pepper balls as fast as they can.
Why don't
Fuck them pepper balls.
Why do they only have single fire, bro? They make pepper ball fucking ARs. Like, what is going on?
Oh, they got the Gatling gun style too that fires them pepper balls.
Tell me, LAPD can't get away from break action?
Uh-oh, we got a breakthrough. We got a breakthrough.
Yeah, this is not looking good for LAPD.
They're retreating. What the fuck?
Yep.
Well, somebody got hit.
Injury.
Oh, I got hit by a brick from their own people. Oh, shit. That's
Jesus.
They just
that
arrested me.
What? Wow. Did they?
Yeah, they
on the
got
catwalk?
Yep.
Unauthorized area. This dude's bleeding like a stuck pig.
Jesus Christ.
And that's what beanbags will do to your head.
Yeah.
It's still
I don't think they're not using bean bags, are they?
Yes.
I think they're using a mixture of beanbags and pepper ball. Those single shot are for sure beanbags.
Oh shit, they're advancing again. What the fuck? Why are they ceding ground?
Looks
So
like we got
East
some
Los
injuries out
Audits
there.
just got arrested for filming the police.
He was in an unauthorized area, is what they said.
As far, well, I mean, I had y'all muted over here, was listening to it, and as far as I could tell, he was up there before they closed that area off, and that's part of the reason he didn't leave. Is he went, told him he couldn't be there. He went the other way. They told him he couldn't be there. He went back to the middle and filmed.
They're still retreating. What the fuck?
I think they're trying to spread the crowd a bit.
Wow.
See, all of this went off at the same time. Homie got arrested. That dude got snatched out of the crowd, and then movement started taking place. I don't think that's coincidence.
No, I have to agree with you there.
Conceded effort to crack down.
Well, if you take up a station at a point where you know there's a choke point, and then you back up to the next choke point, the crowd will spread into the area kind of like a gas.
Yeah.
Individually easier to deal with in that situation.
Right, instead of them all being together in one mass.
They're still together in one mass, but you have them focused down so that no one can get out. You can get pictures and identification of everybody. I can't remember the map I read it out of.
I want to see some napalm.
Dude, just stop reliving your war days on our channels. That's not cool.
It's not a day without napalm.
It's easy. You just lead them a little bit less.
Right?
Has somebody laying there against that car, or is that something else?
Yes.
I think he's recording, maybe?
Yeah, he's recording at the edge of the car. He's using the shadow of the car to block the sun.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, he just got hit by a beanbag.
Yep.
And those rubber bullets, they're less than lethal, but that don't mean they won't kill you.
Yeah,
that's right.
And they will cause you damage, you know.
If
you're hit point blank with it, that's a concussion for life.
There is no such thing as a safe bullet. That is the antithesis of what bullets are. Bullets are not safe.
They're still backing up. What the fuck? Viva la Mexico.
So, what happens when all of the guys with the four-wheelers come out tonight?
Good question.
Yeah, these guys are just trying to get to work, probably.
Yep.
From work.
And they're being held up by these assholes.
Imagine rolling up to a stoplight, seeing this. You're like, I'm not getting home.
Oh, I hear sirens. Reinforcement.
Right.
There they are.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. It's going down. Oh, they're heading somewhere else.
I'm glad Chuck's not our war correspondent. You're not supposed to cheer on the fighting, dude.
Oh, shit. Gets my blood pumping. Reminds me of the old days.
Stop it. Get some help. You need some PTSD training, sir.
Could be.
This man a German Shepherd.
This is why you stay enlisted and the other guy turns into an officer, bro. I'll be honest.
He's not.
I got turned down
excited to see a casualty will never win a war.
New members of JLR Investigate, courtesy of Robin. Extra hammer.
I'm so high. I thought somebody gifted some memberships on this channel.
They're taking the all over the place.
Just a second.
What's going to happen here? Where are they going?
Drop them. Uh-huh. There's trouble somewhere else. That's where they were headed.
Also a huge crowd around the corner.
It's a diversion tactic.
Chuck, your mama's a diversion tactic. Stop it.
She's dead, though. God damn.
No,
she was an evil.
I'm trying to fuck your mom in there. Would you give me a break?
My mom was an evil woman. You don't want her.
All right, we turned it down a little bit so we could talk.
My mother was a
what's going on.
saint.
Folks, we have all types of things going on in Los Angeles right now. And police are dispersing to different locations. And it looks like it's spreading out, which could be a very, very major concern here.
Yeah, it's a diversion tactic. God damn.
With what's going on, it seems like there's just people all over the streets. And they kind of left that ICE building or that federal detention center.
That was the point, to divert the crowd away from the fucking ICE center.
So I don't know where all the crowds go to or what. But this definitely does not look like peaceful anymore at all. And I don't think it's been peaceful at all today.
It hasn't been peaceful for the last 3
Got
days.
sirens all over the place. Chaos in the streets.
Something's kicking off somewhere else then.
Chaos
in the city.
streets.
Nice, we got the ICE building back. Chuck is carrying the show. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you for your comments.
Lauren's my babe.
Seems like there's people all over the street. True.
I got another friend of mine out there. Ain't nothing going on, but we'll share the window if something pops off. You can see it.
Okay.
I'm telling them to leave the area.
Oh, dude, we got... They are being excellent examples of why we don't want them here. Oh.
There's one of them green hat fellas.
Yours is being filmed by a Better Potato.
True. This is a good standoff right here. I think there's actually might be a little bit more police force here.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
This is wild. Philip says, I'm waiting for Joe Cool to be seen in the background.
Yeah, I've been looking, but I haven't seen him. I don't know where he's at. I think he's in Chicago.
Kansas City. Kansas City is where Joe Cool is.
He's not in LA, is my point.
Great channels, by the way, all of you guys. Yes, thank you very much. David Wayne, thank you.
Gracias, gracias. Donate. If you love it, donate. Feed these starving animals.
Y'all could feed me some money too over here. I like money. I'm not against it. Griffin State extends far, all inclusive.
I'm not against money.
Where's Radical Coder? That's true.
Oh my God.
Street right now, trying to explain to them how they are perfectly correct in their assumptions on everything, and everything will be just fine. We just have to hold the faith.
Him and his wiener.
Oh wow.
If that boy got any more limp wristed, I'll tell you.
Did you see working out?
Yes, I saw that fake shit.
I'm wondering whether or not he actually had a pillow on that weightlifter.
There wasn't no weight on it. I could tell that.
There wasn't no noise associated.
Yep, too easy of a pull.
Thank you, Distance Lights, for being the best mod ever.
Praise God.
Well, that's the reporter from yesterday.
If y'all want them to continue, you need to donate, please. They don't work for free.
Mail Monkey is in the back. What's up, Mail Monkey? How's it going, buddy?
What's up, gentlemen? Come on, let's be honest, all right? We're all watching this just like we all watch hockey. For the fights, not the game.
I'm here for the game. I'm here for the game.
I am too. Like, the fights are interesting to analyze, but like at the end of the day, I always will mourn the loss or harm towards an American life. You know,
These aren't Americans. Apparently, they're waving the Mexican flag. They're invading.
That denotes that word's the mark of a foreign army.
Yep.
The police are. Anyone standing on the side is.
Chuck was just calling for napalm.
You remember one of the first battles of the Civil War?
Sue me.
Where the citizens lined up on the hillside to watch.
Tactical alert.
Yeah. Was that first of Gettysburg? It might have been.
They're going to.
I'm very rusty on Civil War history. I'll be fully honest, bro.
Guess who got caught up in that battle, sir, and wounded? The people that showed up to watch.
Yeah. That's the most succinct way of putting it.
If you invite Osama bin Laden to your wedding, don't be surprised when a hellfire comes to the roof.
Yeah.
Give me an M60. Give me an M60. I'll clear that crowd.
Stop it, bro. Just stop.
It brings back the good old days.
You are a bloodthirsty pirate. I get it. You're a total ne'er-do-well and an absolute hell on wheels. We understand, Chuck. It's okay.
Why do you shoot women and children? It's easy. You just don't lead them so much.
I don't see no children out there. See a bunch of fools.
Just left a protest here, Orthodox guy. You'll be happy to know they were peaceful sheep.
Right.
Oh, in Chicago?
Yeah.
Kansas City.
Oh, yeah, because it's all white people in Chicago.
Couple of blocks away.
All them trust fund kids.
He's in Kansas City.
A couple of blocks away, the crowd just started moving this way over to where y'all are filming this happening.
Oh, shit,
yeah, Kansas City ain't putting up with this crap.
They're headed that way, Tess?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, there's something going on. You wouldn't shift people without a cause.
Check that other stream. Because that stream that everybody's streaming is actually originates off a Kick.
Is that the scanner thing you're talking about?
Yeah, with the aviation screen and everything.
Yeah, the problem with that one though is it's sharing so many screens at one time. They're like constantly loading and they're really laggy.
Uh-oh. Getting loud again.
Yeah.
I really if that stream wasn't so if the other stream with all the monitors, all the other streams wasn't so laggy, I would totally
There's somebody else with mod powers who can put it up who's got better internet.
No, it's not my internet. It's it's their stream that's constantly loading.
Actually, if you find the original Kick stream to it, you'd probably get a better result. Sharing that.
You got the link to it?
Look at this. This guy's got he's taking notes. They got a planned action going. 100%. $50 to the first one you run over.
Supposed to be helping ICE.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm yelling at you. Are you mad?
Goddamn lesbian.
So scared, guys. It might actually be over.
Damn, Chuck.
I'm brutal, Sasquatch. When it comes to war, war has no rules.
War never changes.
Bro, I'll be honest. Like, you don't understand. Maybe you will one day, but war rots the mind, destroys the mind just as much as the body. And at the end of the day, reveling in it and taking pleasure in it is just as much of a poor coping mechanism, and falling victim to it as being completely traumatized and shell-shocked by it.
It's okay, honey.
No
It's all
longer value your fellow human. You know? I know I'm not ever going to break through to you, but I do want to make this as like, I want to soapbox a bit here, you know?
Have you ever been to war, sir?
Oh shit, Joe Cool's in the back.
This is our favorite Mexican.
Leave the black guy in the back. I understand.
Nah, I'm gonna be real with you. The only way I was able to see was I saw the smoke come up off your screen.
You let a black. Wait a minute. You let a black guy up here? What the hell's wrong with you?
Nah, he's
Chuck.
He's joking.
Who was the guy talking about? Who was the guy talking about?
I love Joe Cool like a brother.
I take
Who was the guy
pleasure in
talking
watching
about
human life,
war
but
is
hey,
coping?
yeah,
Who's
that
that
was
talking?
me. That was me.
Somebody was talking about war is cope. I don't want to zoom in. It look like it's about 12 of y'all up here.
I know it's hard to
Not
see
war
on
is
this phone.
Not war is a cope, but how people cope with war when they go through it.
All right,
You ever been? Have you ever been shot
that
at?
Bumpkin talking?
No, it's
Is that
Zero.
Bumpkin talking?
It's Zero. The guy with the blue powder as his profile picture.
I see you. All right, good job, bro.
You ever been shot at? If you ever been shot at, you understand.
Yes, actually.
But I mean, did you?
Said once great American city, Los Angeles has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now violent insurrection mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try to stop our deportation.
Life is great.
Hell yeah!
These riots only strengthen our resolve. I am directing Kristi Noem, Secretary of State Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with other relevant departments and agencies, to take all actions necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored. The illegals will be expelled and Los Angeles will be set free. He just put this out. Thank you.
He just activated all. He just activated all troops.
He's doubling down.
Los Angeles police.
He's doubling down.
They're swarming it.
Who decided to get this guy into an ego test?
This is crazy.
What have we not learned?
They just
Hell yeah, let's go, baby.
What's up,
Didn't
Imperious?
I say it would happen? Didn't I say it would happen? It took me 15 minutes and it would happen.
Look at this.
And we won't stop at the border once the military moves in.
All over the place on multiple locations.
Yeah,
Los
let's get
Angeles,
Trump into an ego test. That's a good
Manifest
fucking idea, guys.
Destiny 2.
He said that.
It's literally that fucking Squidward game.
Napalm. I keep telling you, napalm.
Angeles.
Oh my God,
Liberate
Chuck.
Los Angeles. They were just
See,
throwing
I told you it was 2
the,
o'clock when they said to show up, though. You know what I mean?
They had one like, I don't know what's going on here.
I have the answer, Trump. Take the answer.
Hey, someone tell me what I missed because I was at my own.
What's going on?
Are
they going to bring in the military? I think they are.
Yes, they are.
At this point, they're bringing in the military.
The Marines.
No.
I'm telling you, the Marines at Pendleton.
Let me just mute this.
He called it an insurrection, therefore he's got the power to bring in the full force of the military.
Yeah, Joe Cool. What's
Can
happening?
someone exactly? This is the insurrection. This is the Insurrection Act now. This is where the Marines at Pendleton were already on high alert.
Yep.
Okay, you're gonna get the Marines coming with those. You ever seen those four wing transport copters? You ever seen those
I just
4 wing
want to recap.
transport
Let the
copters
man
that they
give
used
me
to land at?
Can the guy give me a recap?
Okay,
right
the
quick?
Ospreys.
The Ospreys.
Yeah. So obviously these protests have been going on for 3 days. They've been violent consecutively. And today
You guys been watching violence today?
Yes, we've been watching violence today. Yes, people throwing.
That's what I want to know.
Violence on both ends. People throwing stuff. People throwing fireworks, M80 stuff at the police, and
Bottles.
Bottles,
chunks of concrete. You know, the normal peaceful protest.
And the police have returned with spice balls and the typical crowd control elements. But Trump just released a tweet, or sorry, not a tweet. It wasn't a tweet. It was something. What did it say? Here, I'll read it off to you. It said, "A once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now violent insurrectionists, mobs are swarming our federal agents to try and stop our deportation operations. But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. I am directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with all other relevant departments and agencies, to take all such action necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and to put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this
And
matter.
see, Trump's going to be handless. He's going to be blameless because it's going to be the Secretary of Defense and the Attorney General. That's going to.
That means they're bringing in federal troops.
Exactly. Yeah. No.
Because remember, federal troops there.
No, that's National Guard.
The National Guard were activated under Title 10 orders, federal orders.
Yeah. 502. It's Section 502 that they can deploy them for. Okay. And what the issue is that it's not just that, but because now it is an insurrection, the Marines can be called in.
Wait.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Joe Cool.
Has this anything from a protest that I've been to for BLM and shit? Is this different than that?
Yes.
That's the point. Yes. No, that the BLM should have been an insurrection as well.
Right.
Biden never declared it that.
Hold on, Joe.
It's an insurrection.
Trump.
Yeah, right.
Trump was the president for most of that.
Or Trump. Yeah, or Trump.
He made the mistake not to do this.
He never did it the first time. He's not making that mistake again.
What is an insurrection? Maybe I'm unsure of the definition. Maybe I'm unsure.
An insurrection is an environment to where local law enforcement can no longer assure the civil rights of the people.
That's Tuesday here in Chicago. That's Tuesday here in Chicago, that definition.
That's the point. That's why the military should be in martial lawing every democratic city in this country.
It's an invasion.
I'm talking about periods. Since I've been fucking out here on the west side, the police have taken our rights.
But it's not from foreign criminals.
Black BLM was not foreign criminals. It was a homegrown.
Right. No, but they were paid agitators by they were paid agitators.
Listen,
multinational NGOs.
I was out there in BLM. No one paid me.
This is not American citizens for the most part. There are some there, I'm sure. But this is being instigated by foreign nationals. This is a totally different batch of eggs, brother.
Is it really? You don't think that? Because I'm outside the police station right now. I just left the one here. And I'm sorry, I was getting a text. And I don't know this, but I would say most of these people are U.S. citizens. Half of them are white, black, and a lot of hippies and gay-looking motherfuckers and Hispanic.
Yeah, I'm sure. Joko, where are you at?
And they're carrying the flag of a foreign government, sir. So they're acting as an agent of a foreign government.
I'm at the police station. In Chicago. This was the destination of the protest today. They ended up at the police station.
Yeah, in Chicago, in the Midwest, this protest is happening in LA, in California.
California, what you see protesting right now is an entire state where 30 to 40% of the population are not American citizens, and they see this as a war. We're not going back. This is our home now. We're going to fight you to try to take. You ain't going to take us back. That's what you're saying. That's the difference.
Look at all them fucking people.
Yeah.
Fucking numbers.
No, seriously, dude, look at all these fucking people. I don't think I've ever seen.
It's the most beautiful thing in the world. Tell me.
Drop the motherfuckers on the spot.
Hold on, nigga. I was steady talking. I've been to a lot of these, and a lot of them had turned violent and all that shit, throwing bricks. Every fucking one, except for one, the police initiated. Why are they even there? I assume the police are initiating this shit, moving niggas around. Now, when the police start shooting motherfuckers with tear gas, isn't it fair that they fight back and call their fucking friends? Isn't that what the people are supposed to rise up and do? Why ain't y'all like
No. Because the point is they're
so the police were supposed to let them attack the federal agency?
Here we go.
No, not just that, but the moment that you impede the free right of movement of other citizens by blocking traffic, by blocking ambulance passage, by blocking food, anything like that, you are therefore now denying the rights of others. So you're no longer a protest; you're an insurrectionist.
They're pushing them back.
Because you
Okay,
are
so if there's 10,000 of us, 10,000 of us, and we're
if you,
walking the
to
street, you're not
my opinion
suggesting.
is if there are 10,000 in the street that are blocking the traffic, you can use a chain gun from a Black Hawk. That would be my answer.
Very good. Because 10,000 people in the streets is just every protest ever in history would be illegal by the shit that you're saying.
Well, Joe, they burned shit last night, Joe.
No, the civil rights protests in the 60s did not block traffic. They did not halt ambulance movement.
They walked down the streets. Yeah.
And they let cars pass. And they were on the sidewalks on either side. They did not block traffic. They did not surround vehicles.
They crossed bridges and all that shit in the streets. Well, we're talking about in the streets. Martin Luther King lived walking in the streets.
They did that in St. Louis.
They had permits for their protests.
You need permission to protest? Isn't that a fucking right?
Yes, that's how you protest. If you want to take over a city street.
Peaceful protest.
Yes, if you want a protest of 50,000 people to close streets so that other citizens cannot use those streets and ambulances have to be redirected and medical issues have to be redirected, yes, you need a permit to do that.
Yes, and without a permit, because just people do it every day for parades and shit. Let's not act like it's something spectacular and doesn't happen. Protests here happen all the time. The police will go in front, go behind, and let the motherfuckers walk down the street. Suddenly, whatever this is, it's so serious that we should call out the National Guard because these niggas are protesting in the street.
Yes.
You niggas insane. What kind of worthless fucking people are you?
What are you talking about? It's an invasion.
Listen, when your time comes, when your time comes and your cause is worthy, 10,000 niggas gonna show up. And some bitch ass nigga gonna be in the corner talking about they're blocking traffic.
10,000 niggas in Los Angeles.
They need to be arrested.
There ain't 10,000 niggas in Los Angeles. They're all illegal Mexicans. There ain't 10,000 niggas left in Los Angeles.
It don't look like all illegal Mexicans.
Why do you think these Joe, why do you think these people are for you?
Come and machete
it don't matter if they're for me or not. That's not even relevant.
Yeah,
then why are you standing up for him?
He just wants to see the white man be
right.
toppled.
God no.
He's mad that the white man are still on top.
I may troll you niggas with that, but God no. I'm not about controlling niggas. You should not be controlling motherfuckers.
Lauren,
nobody.
It's going
You should be mad that the white people still on top.
If a cause is, look, I have no problem with 100,000 people shutting a whole city down if they give people enough time to redirect the rest of their lives.
What kind of
I don't
shit
think
is
a
that,
whole
bro?
city should have to suffer of millions of people because 100,000.
That's not how it goes. Sometimes things happen and people come out spontaneously, man.
Oh, this ain't spontaneous.
This was a spontaneous.
And then they get their ass whipped.
This was spontaneous that they were all going to show up at 2 fucking p.m. local time.
Well, no, I assume that this location was chosen days ago when it started.
Someone just threw a sign. All right, here we go.
Yeah, it's gonna pop off here soon.
Snatch them Palestinian bitches right off the front lines.
Yeah, what about that?
And not just that, bro, but listen, have you looked at the graffiti and what they were actually writing and fighting for, dude? They were fighting for communism. And I'm sorry, but communism and black people don't mix. Every communist country ever.
What they write? What does the group?
This is a color revolution.
They literally spray painted. They said communist takeover, communist uprising, down with capitalism.
Yeah, that sounds. I don't know.
That's what the graffiti. The graffiti was not racial justice.
Yeah.
It was not like due process. It was communist. It was uprising. The comunistas. They even wrote comunistas. They were spray painting comunistas. on
Look at
the walls
look
and
at La
stuff.
Raza's actual goals, and then
this
get
is a
back with me.
political uprising.
I got police driving by. I'm letting this drive.
Oh my God, this man.
It's time to issue bullets instead of beanbags.
When your time comes,
You want
Chuck,
your
when your
camera on,
cause
David Wayne?
comes,
You want your camera on?
There's a right way and a wrong way to do a cause. You don't destroy your
no.
community.
Listen,
I
they
see you,
won't give
buddy.
you rules where you can bring them down. That is not a thing. They won't give you laws and permit where you can actually make a change. That's
Hey,
nonsense.
Beans, you still here, man? I got 10 people.
So you're saying that Martin Luther King wasted his time?
Well, I was wrong.
I'll say again.
Because he used the rules, right?
He used the rules.
Beans, you still
Not
here?
according to you guys, because he walked down
You're
the
not going
street.
to answer the question, no.
He was arrested.
He did use the rules.
He was arrested. He was arrested 28 times. It doesn't
he
look
was
like
arrested.
he used.
That's fine.
Doesn't look like he followed the rules. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't look like he followed the.
But that's why he
so
won,
that was
because
the
the
question,
majority.
right?
Yes, he won
Give me
because
a
he
thumbs
followed
up.
the rules,
David, give me a thumbs
and
up.
it forced the system to break the rules because he was beating the system at its own game. That's how
So
the
then
Nazis
he didn't
took
follow.
power.
So he didn't follow the rules, is what you're saying.
No,
Follow
he
the
did
rules, you
follow
don't get
the rules.
arrested
He
28
got
times.
arrested. No, he was protesting on sidewalks, and they broke the rules. That was the whole point.
No.
He was protesting peacefully with permits. And if you remember, the sheriffs and the mayors were not following court orders allowing him to protest, which got the majority of the country behind him and got Congress and the president to send in the military to enforce what he wanted.
Well, I'm just talking about the laws that he broke. I'm not assuming that all 20 Martin
That's the
Luther
point.
King
He
Jr.
didn't break any laws. He didn't break any laws. That was the point. They arrested
You know,
him,
I
but never
don't
could
know what all
convict him.
28. I don't know what all
He could
28
never.
were
They
for.
never convicted him about breaking a law because he
Yeah, I
never
don't-
broke a law.
You bitches act like y'all can't hear me. Who you talking about?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Martin Luther King. Go ahead, Ben. Is that
Oh,
Beans?
okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to
Go
figure
ahead,
out.
Beans. You're a smart motherfucker. He's explaining how Martin Luther King obeyed the laws and followed all the rules, and that's how you get the system changed. I think that's nonsense.
You like, what was Mein Kampf about? You know what Mein Kampf was about? It was about how he lost the Potch in the 1920s, where he physically tried to take over the government. About half the Nazi party was shot in the street. He was put in jail. So what did he write about? He wrote about how you have to use the system to take over the system, and then you change the system. That's the only. You cannot force it. If these people try to force and use force, do you know the LAPD and the NYPD have?
Wait. How was the country founded and started following the system? I don't think so. So don't tell me it cannot be done.
I want to say, like, as a contestant, because I just got back, but like, by that sense, wouldn't like the Nazi Party have also like fought in the streets as they did with the Freikorps and the paramilitary at the time? Obviously, what solidified their power was winning the election, but a good amount of what came before and after that was paramilitary enforcement, which is obviously a lot more organized than this, but still, it is violence on the streets.
Yeah, it starts here though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
this is what
Hitler did not invent right-wing paramilitary violence in the Weimar
hold on.
Republic.
Remember the Reichstag, okay, and the Kaiser both gave Hitler power because they said, we need you to control the communist uprising. Yeah. They did what I said. They turned to a man. Like I said in the beginning, they will turn to a man they don't understand.
Woo! Yeah, I mean, if anything, the thing is that's because Hitler's there to consolidate an existing movement.
You see that they dragging, dude?
I did see, yeah. Fucking hell. But if I'm
did they take him back to put him on the other side?
Maybe. I guess they dragged him over. Jesus. Okay.
That might be what they did.
Okay.
Wow.
They're not playing games. They're not going to play games anymore. Now that they have the law, that they have the president and federal pardons behind them if he does anything, and the Department of Defense behind them. Oh, it's done. They don't care anymore, dude.
Yep. Federal's coming
I'm
in
thinking
now.
I got a law. I think it's in China. They did for their last
Well,
batch of
because what's going to
protests.
happen is if any district attorney tries to charge them with a state crime, the feds are going to charge that district attorney with 18 USC 206, the deprivation of rights under color of law. And that's a federal title. And then that DA is gone.
That's
They will arrest every DA.
That's 241, 242.
Is it 240? I thought it was 206. But okay, you might be right. 241.
Seems people are calming from here at
I don't
least.
know.
I
I
guess
don't know
someone
if
has a
it's true or
bottle to
not.
throw.
But Snow says the Marines are there now. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yep.
I'm gonna look.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Are the
They're
Marines there
blended
now?
in. They're not gonna show their face right now, but there's
It says Trump
20
is
of them
not
right there in
ruling it
that
out.
shot. There's
But I don't
20
know
of
what's
them in
been
that
deployed.
shot right there, guaranteed.
If you can post like a source in the chat.
Yeah, we need a source.
Hey, Chuck, I got a question for you. China implemented a law over there. The police tell you to break up from a protest one time. If you don't do it, you get life in prison. You think
The
that's
fucking guy in stilts broke the line again, bro. After getting
That's
dragged.
China. That's China.
He broke the line
I
again.
I said it was China. I didn't ask you where it was. I asked you, do you think it's okay?
If it's
No, not for the rest of your
each
life.
country is allowed to make their own laws.
I mean, like I say,
I guess
simple
I'm probably talking about morally then.
a
Chuck.
failure to disperse is usually like a 2 to 4 year charge. It's not a huge. I mean, it's a felony, but it's not a huge.
That's why I asked Chuck, because over there it's life in jail. Chuck,
well, in
you think that you agree with
Morally,
those tactics?
right now, morally, I'd be fine if they use real bullets. Morally,
not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. You will know the time. Not yet though, because they can control them fine with non-lethal weapons. They did fine. Like the time will come when they start bringing weapons, and you start seeing like actual riots, like they have in New York, or not New York, Europe, where there's people setting fire to buildings while those people are throwing, and that's when you can start using that. But not yet. Not yet.
Which one of us is crazy? Because I think y'all don't see these people as people. Perhaps I don't see the cops in the state as people. I think this is clear cut. The police are the overwhelming violence. It is in your constitution.
Oh, hell no.
Protests and all of that shit. If a motherfucker put in a bunch of laws saying you can't stand on this sidewalk or so and so in order to break up the protest, the people need to come out and force and beat the cops' ass.
Joe, it's literally their job.
We need
their
people like Joe
job
Cool.
is to impend violence. What are we talking about? That's
He
how
said-
you enforce laws.
Yeah,
We need people like
There
Joe
is justification if the cops go beyond the Constitution. For example, if they start arresting people and shooting people in the street, yes, there's a time for that. But you don't just go and say, oh, because the cops are following designated elected representatives who created the laws, that you go out and beat their ass. No, you just put different representatives in there.
We also need people like Chuck. We need both sides of this. We need both sides of this.
I'm a common sense person, but you operate within the common. You don't destroy the community you're in. It's when they start destroying
So Chuck,
and
let me ask you
blocking
again.
public access.
Anybody
Have a
can
good night,
answer
Bill.
this. Was J6 an insurrection? I think it falls under
That's
rules
where
you got now.
that's where Joe's side disagrees. You do destroy your own communities.
Wait, J6 doesn't fall under the insurrection shit?
No, because an insurrection is a politically motivated act to change the governance structure.
It was literally to change the election. It was literally to overturn the elections. Shouldn't they be shot?
Hold on.
Chuck, shouldn't they be shot?
No, it wasn't.
Overturning an election is not an insurrection. There have been elections that have been overturned in this country prior. No,
Yeah, look at the Battle of Athens in Tennessee.
They didn't fall. Wait. That was a straw man, I think. Not by force. You're talking about overturned by law.
Yes.
By force, they overturned elections?
The Georgia, the
Atlanta
riots. The Atlanta
Battle of Athens.
The Battle of Athens in Atlanta. Yes.
No, that was Tennessee.
It was Athens, Georgia, but yeah.
Did you go back to the 1800s, motherfucker?
McMinn County, Tennessee.
All
Joe,
right.
it was right after World War II.
All right, very good. So
Look
we
it
agree
up.
that they should be. Oh no, I'll take your word for it. So we agree that they should at least be shot, though, right? Even if it's no insurrection, they're breaking all these rules. They're violent. They should be
They
shot,
have the
right?
non-lethal
Chuck?
weapons. They should shoot them.
No, the town went against the police for being corrupt on the
Wait,
election.
Chuck, answer my question. Should those people be shot and blown up, Chuck? J6.
Not at this point, sir.
No.
Chuck. Oh my God, why not,
J6?
Chuck?
No,
Yes.
J6. No, because they had ample opportunity to bring in more reinforcements to protect what was going on. I don't know what happened, but nobody other than a few got violent.
Yeah, this is cold, right? This is
In
crazy.
the videos I've seen showed the police escorting people around.
They did, but that doesn't change the fact that they also beat up a bunch of police and pushed themselves around and broke windows and all that shit.
Yeah, yes, that was a riot, just like this is.
A
I would
riot,
agree with
yes.
you.
Now, what has made this thing now an insurrection, okay, is the twofold. One, the government, the local government cannot assure the rest of the American citizens their rights. Okay,
They never
one.
could. That's nonsense. They never could. I can't assure mine on the west side of
Okay,
Chicago.
well then if
That's
they
a
never
fallacy.
could, the federal government then can take over the state government, and Newsom and all Democrats are out. And now illegals are going to be deported. It's going to be, and therefore it's going to be martial law.
I get
That is what
what's
happened
gonna
in the
happen.
South.
I get what's gonna
That's what
happen.
happened hold on, that's what happened in
Okay.
Reconstruction, where the states could not guarantee the civil rights of black people. So the military was called in to assure that it happened.
I remember.
That was
I
Reconstruction.
wasn't there, but yes, I remember Reconstruction era. By the way, was there ever a coup in this country? There
Yes,
was.
there's been many coups. There's been
a couple of times.
No, there's been one legit coup where motherfuckers have actually snatched the motherfucker up. That was after Reconstruction era. That's when we
you
had
had
black
the Whiskey Rebellion. You had the Whiskey Rebellion, an armed rebellion right after the founding of the country.
Well, I have to. I don't want to be. My mind sucks. I smoke too much weed.
Remember, Washington had to go out there with an army. Washington formed the army and take the army out on American citizens and shove the guns at them. They walked up with a whole army and said, "They said you want to put your gun. You want to fall in line and follow the Constitution, or do you want to die?" That's what Washington said right after the country responded.
I want to ask a question because I heard somebody say something, and I looked it up to confirm it, and they were correct. But what the hell is the point or the purpose of a protest that I have to get permission to do? Like that?
Right. No, that's not. Hold on. There's a difference. You guys could. There's no permission needed. If you're on the sidewalk, not blocking traffic, not hindering other people, you can have 1 million people standing around the city. They do that. They do that. But with a moment that you start blocking freeways, blocking medical transportation, blocking city
violating
works,
others' rights, you just can't violate others' rights, whether you're standing in the middle of the road or swinging on somebody.
It's just the same thing that bums cannot be sleeping and camping on the sidewalk because handicapped people use the sidewalk to move.
Is this live?
No, this is like a highlight reel. This was yesterday.
That's yesterday.
Okay. Oh yeah, I saw this. Yeah.
We see you for what you are, a terrorist organization. ICE out of Paramount. You are not
bullshit.
It's good, bro. What the fuck is standing on the side?
I know, right?
They can break the definition of invasion here. If they wanted to use that, just because they're illegal.
I
This is
wouldn't
why
care if this was
racism is bad, guys.
no, this isn't racism. If this was Ukrainians doing this, I'd say the same damn
No,
thing.
no, this is racism. It's the only way you guys can feel comfortable watching people get
Oh,
unlocked up.
bullshit. Bullshit.
That's the only way you
Joe,
see these guys.
Joe,
It's
I
not
just
nothing to do with race.
how many times do I have
No,
to say I don't care if they're Europeans? I don't like immigration, period, Joe. How many times do I have to fucking tell you that?
no, no, no. I'm just going by my observations. Hear what come out of your mouths today.
If
Clearly,
that's
you
true,
guys
if that's
see
true,
these
why aren't
guys
they going after
as
the
less human than Americans. Would you
why
agree?
aren't
No,
they
I
going
see them
after
as having
the
less rights because
I'm
rights are
talking about
made
the
for
people on the
citizens.
panel. You people on this panel.
Yeah,
You
on the
see
panel.
these
What?
That's true.
guys
Okay,
as
listen, I heard you
less
say you
human
don't care.
than
Yes,
Americans.
yes.
You said you don't care, but
Non-citizens
I'm
have
saying,
less
can you
rights than
tell me why
citizens.
they're not going after it?
A
That is not
non-citizen
what I
cannot walk
said,
in.
Bumpkin. I
A
said you see
non-citizen,
them as less human is my question than
they are
Americans.
less legally protected.
That's not my question. Thank you for answering questions I'm not asking. Are they do I'm telling you, fuck the questions. You niggas see these people as less human than yourselves. It's clear. You bought the smoke.
Right. So my
I
thing
don't
is
see them
to
as less
you,
human. I see them as acting in an uncivilized way, so that the way that you need to counter that is to act uncivilized to them.
right, but
You
you're
familiar
You
with
must meet.
the problem is
You
that
must meet
you're acting like
intent.
there's
You
not
have to meet
proportional, right?
intent with intent.
Go
You
That's
ahead.
have to
Go ahead.
meet
Go ahead.
intent with
and that's the
intent.
part that you keep ignoring. So my question is, why not go after the Eastern immigrants the same way?
We do. Did you not see the Chinese immigrants that were just found out that were smuggling military technology? That the guy's now in jail and might be get the death sentence.
Right, not the,
Yes,
the Chinese dude that's smuggling
Oh shit! I just
military
realized.
technology. I'm talking about
Thank you
and I
guys.
said middle, and I said the East. I said European, right? But
And that's what it comes down to. You're mad that white people aren't getting killed.
right,
Maybe
so
because white people
Let him
aren't doing
fine
this.
tune his
you can
question. Let
comment
him
all you
fine
want
tune his
to,
question.
right?
Let him fine
Don't
tune his
you? I
question
got it,
first.
bro. Like we not never gonna get nowhere if we all talk. So I know how to handle this gaslighting bullshit. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, why not go after the European immigrants the same way after they going after these people?
Because the European immigrants, one, when they're given deportation notices, overwhelmingly self-deport. These people don't self-deport. So because Biden let 20 million people in here and then paid to distribute them to small towns, small communities, and sanctuary cities throughout the country, you have to forcibly deport these people. Because one, you don't know where they are. Two, you don't know who they are. Three, you don't know what they're capable of.
Right.
Okay. So you have to do the very problem here is that the Democrats could be easily making this very easy on themselves. When an illegal is arrested, if they're in jail, just hand it over while they're in jail. There's no need for raids. There's no need. There's no
right, because you're saying that these people will self-deport, but that wouldn't be all of them, right? So I'm saying
and the ones they don't, they get the Europeans because Europeans don't have enclave communities to hide in here. There are cities in California that are entirely run, governed, and implemented by illegals for illegals. There is no city for Irish, run by only Irish people there.
Yeah.
I just fundamentally don't understand this, right? Joe Cool, do you think borders should exist?
Yes, but they wouldn't look nothing like this.
Joe, that is not the question. Do you fundamentally?
I said yes. I thought I answered it first. Yes, is the answer. Yes.
Okay. Awesome. So borders should exist. Therefore, borders should be regulated at bare minimum, right?
Yes, I go for that. Yes.
All right. Okay. So without a border, right, and without regulation, proper regulation,
that's the question.
You run into problems. We have not been properly regulating shit, and this right here is
proper regulation and yours is totally different. Mine doesn't include whatever the fuck you have to go through now. I think if say I'm Venezuelan or something, and my parents live over here. If I want to come over here, I should get over here with a minimal amount of questions. After I'm here visiting my family for 6 months without your fucking mouth and I decide I want to stay over here, you should make it very easy
Why
for
is
me
it a
to
right for
go
people to
there.
come here?
Why though? But
What
why
is the
though?
right of people to be able to come here?
But
Where is the
why
right
though?
that it says you are
Welcome
allowed
back,
to come here?
Denizen. Welcome
Yeah,
back.
That's
why,
my
Joe?
question. What is this? I
I'll
need to know
answer.
this
He's still
moral.
talking.
I
Yeah,
want
why?
the moral answer as to why just because what is the more that they just are able to come. People should just be able to come here.
Yeah.
Right. Under God, some greedy motherfucker does not get to section off an entire continent and say it's mine. I make the rules. Under God, I should be able to go see the pyramids and go see these great things without you forcing me to do shit.
Well, go tell the Arabs that thing, because if you try to go in their country, they'll chop your damn head off.
I
But the
can't even
problem
get
with
you
this,
niggas
though,
to
Joe,
understand.
wait,
Good luck
Joe, hold
talking to
on.
the Arabs.
The
Yeah,
problem with you bringing in God though is because God isn't dictating man's affairs, right? So it's very difficult for you to use that as a reason why in real time and in the natural. You can't use
Well,
God
not just
for
that, but in the Bible, it talks in
right?
in
Come on,
Hebrew
fam.
law.
Let somebody else finish their sentence. It's
Because you don't
okay.
because I'm not
I
talking
swear
about
you'll get all the time you
feelings.
need. It's just
I'm
allow
not talking
us to
about
finish our sentences, bro.
I'm not talking about
Like
feelings. That's the
he
difference.
was
I'm
talking
talking
to
about
me though. He was talking to me
Damn.
though.
because we don't need to be talking about feelings. This isn't about feelings.
Right.
This is
We're
about
not talking about
order and
feelings. We're
law
talking
and
about God.
structure. No, this is about order and structure. You cannot have a society when you let things happen.
Absolutely. Including motherfuckers get to run in their mouth the whole time and not let nobody else
Oh,
talk.
yeah. But the difference is everything I say is truth. Everything I say is reality. Everything I say will happen.
Well, stop it.
Like that, just like I said, everything that I will say will come to pass. Because
Well,
there is nothing
Jesus, we got you. We believe you, Jesus. Now we're trying to talk about you. So what I'm saying is, Joe, that's disingenuous. You have to give us
I can take it out of God. Yeah.
natural. Give us something.
I'll keep it in the natural. Yeah, and just keeping it in the natural, under natural law. This is for everyone, and you should be allowed to go visit your friends and families wherever they settled without being harassed and robbed by another man. Under the natural, no God.
Right, but that's visit. So how do you get
natural law is a Catholic idea.
to stay in
natural law is a Catholic idea.
Yes, visit.
Natural law is
But
a
you're
Catholic
allowed.
But right,
You're allowed to visit.
How do you get from visit to staying there though? Right, to like be.
That's the point. In the Bible, they say you must allow people to travel to worship, but they must leave.
Right.
They must leave.
So you
if
agree
you want to
too?
come here to worship and go to church and then leave the next day, fine, but they can't stay.
Wait. What about me visiting my people for 6 months and then I decide I
Who is
like
my
America, I want
people?
to
Who
stay?
is my people?
I'm
Who
a
is my
Venezuelan.
No. See, Joe,
I'm
that's the
telling
question
you.
you gotta ask. I mean, that's the question you gotta answer because you're the one
I
who's
think I know.
No.
I want to make sure they're going step by step and agreeing with me before I jump off a cliff here. Do you agree, you guys on the panel? 6 months, I should be able to go and visit my mom. I'm Venezuelan. She lives in America. She's been working here all her life. A great, outstanding citizen. I should be able to come in 6 months and make a decision whether
Why?
to
It
stay.
doesn't talk about you. It does. Her doing whatever doesn't mean you can.
Yes, you can. Now what?
No, but hold
Yes.
on. Like you being something doesn't mean other people can just do something because one
There's
person
no
does something.
guarantee with Americans either, bro. That's a bad argument.
What about legally driving on the streets or legally getting a job? How are you going to go about that?
Well, assuming I have a right under nature to ride a horse or drive a bike without you robbing me. If I throw a motor on my shit, you don't get to rob me. That's my opinion.
I get what you say, but see, that's what
gives you that right?
I think it's problematic that you can't give us solutions in real world.
No, hold on.
Wait. Yes, I'm with Bumpkin. What's going to happen in real world is what he is saying. The hammer's going to be put down on these people because people hate them and all of that bullshit. He was asking.
They don't hate them.
When you say you go visit,
they broke the law, Joe.
Let's say you got the bread to visit
you hate
somewhere
them, Chuck.
for 6
You hate
months,
them.
but you don't need no money, right? You can go visit wherever you want to for 6 months. But we talking about once you decide to stay there, once you decide to use the resources of that land, once you decide to do all of that type of stuff. What is it that you think should give you the? Because that's what I said earlier. I wish we had one of these, immigrants on the panel who could tell us why they think they just deserve to be here to the point where they're willing to go and protest and fight for it. What can you actually?
I like it. Yes. Because I have a right to be anywhere, right? If I have a right to be here in America on the West Side, I have a right to be in California. I have a right to be in Egypt. Does that not hold?
No.
You have a right to be there, but that doesn't mean
No,
you
to
have
live and stay and all of that shit. To set up my home and my family where I
based on what? Where does that right come from?
Just nature. No one should fuck with me if I'm not fucking with anyone else.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's not realistic. That's like me saying
I'm not saying it's realistic. You say where the right come from.
Joe, is that's what I'm trying to get you to realize.
It should be realistic. I mean, I'm with Joe.
Look at that police car. Look at that police
They're
car.
cracking down on. Joe said something about strapping a motor on something. They're already talking about cracking down on mopeds and shit. What the fuck? Like,
and these people will follow along like good sheep. Joe, if the law says if it's over 5 cc, you should do this and that, these people will follow anything laid down, bro.
Oh my God.
To be fair, the quality of graffiti has gone down over the last couple of generations.
No, I was thinking I got some police cars, much better graffiti, burned and set on fire, much better than ours. Yes.
In the 80s, we used to do shit up real.
Like I'm not big on international shit, Joe, but I don't think we could just go anywhere we wanted to, especially if we ain't have no money and just post up.
Undoubtedly. We could not, undoubtedly. And I think under God, I hate to bring them back up, but I think that's what his kids are here to do, is to fight against the delusion that people have told you that you get to control other people. It's not a thing. You can directly tell how evil a motherfucker is by their desire to control another person. It damn near.
Well, yeah, I mean, with a lot of pepper balls
wait, hold on. Are you under
and some rubber bullets, you kind of can.
Hold on, Dennison. Hold on. Are you under the impression that there's something called rights?
Absolutely.
Are you under? Is this guy under the impression that there's something called rights?
Yeah.
I answered your question. You just like answering it over and over. No. I love to discuss.
You're breaking up a little bit, Joe.
I answered it twice already. I'm sorry. Maybe I don't know what to do. Is it still breaking up?
You just keep. No. You're good. Just keep going. Just right when you said that, it was a little broken up.
Oh, okay.
He said absolutely. By the way, impervious. He said
a couple
absolutely.
of times. Yes. There are rights. You. I guess that means you don't believe that
they're waving Mexican flags, Joe.
No, hold on.
No, we're talking about rights right now.
What's that?
Okay.
Joe, what grants you those rights?
Well,
Constitution.
Well, you're an American, so what grants you those rights are God.
No, there's nothing in the Bible that grants me any constitutional rights.
It's in the Constitution. It says that you have rights given you by God.
Yes, but the Constitution does not pull those rights.
Oh, it's the
from
Declaration
the
of Independence.
God.
I didn't say I didn't say. I said as an American, which you are claiming to be, you would follow the Constitution, which tells you these rights come from God. And it's not the Constitution. I think it's the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, but the Constitution lied. God never laid out any of those intrinsic laws.
Yeah, have you seen what he did to his boy Job? I mean,
you get to pick and choose. I love that story too. I love it because he came in and interrupted that conversation personally. But fuck, I gotta smoke more or smoke less. I can't hold a thought, and I can't smoke outside the police station.
Joe. Like the problem is
people in the car smoking dope should be not allowed to do that.
Rounded up and deported, I think is what Chuck was about to say there, Joe.
Yes,
sir.
It burned.
Yes, sir.
Bye, Joe.
Flag. So
I mean, to be fair, where would we deport Joe to? And at the same time, I don't mind going to visit him in El Salvador.
I'm black and Native American. I'm black and Native American, by the way. This is going to be a tough one.
We're deporting Joe back to
Tanzania.
What are we talking about here, Joe?
Tanzania.
Joe's going back to South Side.
They got broadband there and they got cops there, so you can make it, JC. You'll be all right.
That's all you need, Joe. You'll be fine. You'll
what
land
about
on your
that
feet,
tree?
kid.
Gotta have that tree, though.
Yes. Yeah, well, I did it.
Are we on the move here, Pumpkin? Are we
I already
moving?
said earlier that I would volunteer to go back to Italy if it came down to it.
Yeah, no, here's the thing, right? When we're talking about rights, there's no God-given rights. The only natural rights you have in nature is to death. That's the only thing that is absolutely guaranteed.
True.
Like rights are guaranteed to you by the governmental apparatus. Like the Constitution is literally the groundwork that is laid out by a governmental apparatus. So rights are a privilege. It's something that can be taken away very easily by the governmental apparatus.
So literally, those pigs in black garb right there, those are your rights.
So you tell me if a thing can be taken away, it doesn't exist. This is your logic that you're chasing right now. You're about to get.
It's not a right.
You're right.
If it can be taken away, it's not a right.
Individual.
Right. No, it's not that it doesn't exist, Joe. It's like we're saying, it's not a right because a right.
You don't know what a right is. Obviously, you think a right means. Wait. You think a right means something that cannot be taken away. Is that baked into your supposition of what a right is?
Correct.
No.
It means it's inherent. It's inherently yours.
No.
Yeah, your life is yours. You have a right to life, but someone can take it away. Therefore, it doesn't exist. You can't have it. Makes no sense.
No,
but you don't have a right to life.
No, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't. This is what I'm saying. Like, you don't have. If someone doesn't have the gray matter to understand abstract thought, you can't explain it to them.
You guys don't know what a right is. I'm trying to explain that to you.
A right is an abstract. Correct?
Yes. Under your definition. Go ahead.
No. It is the only definition. It is an abstract. What is an abstract?
Shit that neither one of us can understand.
No,
so you have no claim to me. You have no better claim than me.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Oh, I'm sorry, Drew. I was just
They should have sent all women out there.
You know, you've declared a citywide tax war with LAPD.
Fat booty Latinas. If they sent all the fat booty Latinas out there, I might have changed my mind on immigration.
I'm telling you.
There we go. Unlawful assembly.
Look like a lot of hippies out here.
Then again, I did already carve out, if we make working and voting illegal for women, all the Latinas can stay.
No, it's just that they, you got so many of them saying that they equal. I feel like, why not just send them all out?
Your rights end when it interferes with somebody else's rights.
I would agree with that, Chuck.
I mean, not even that. It's just like we have to have like fundamental philosophy to what we believe, right?
Right.
For society to exist, yeah.
Yeah.
I reject out of hand that such a thing as rights exist.
Exactly, because they don't. These are privileges that are granted to you, and you're told they are rights.
These are just
something that can be taken away.
Everything
apparatus.
Everything can be taken away by government.
That's why there's no such thing as rights.
Assuming
whoever's got the biggest stick.
Assuming the definition of rights is something that can't be taken away.
Yes.
Now, who's arguing with knuckleheads?
No,
it's
Joe,
baked into your definition.
Can anyone take your right of death away? Can anyone take the fact that you and I and everyone on this panel one day will die? Can anyone take that away from you?
No.
Can that be took? Exactly. You have the right to death. Absolutely. No matter what, be it tomorrow or the next day or 50 years down the line, we will die. That is
so
a right.
This is what a right is. It makes no sense.
Will do. Absolutely.
Yeah. So there's one right you can die.
There's natural rights and divine rights. Neither one exists.
Your definition of rights is much better than mine.
Okay, I'll make it very easy. An abstract is something that is not physical. You cannot touch it. It is a human conception. Time is an abstract. There's no measure for time unless human beings develop something in their own mind that measures time.
We agree so far.
Okay, so it's an abstract, so they don't exist. So the right of freedom of speech is an abstract thought that in human minds you think there's just some reason people should be able to talk and open their fucking mouth.
Wait,
there's no innate right to that.
Because
there's no innate right to people to live.
Wait, is your argument because it's tangible, it doesn't exist? It's because it's not tangible? Is this your argument?
I'm saying it is an abstract, so it doesn't
I heard that part. Yes.
Yes. Because it is not in physical reality, it is a human conception.
All right, let's test that. Let's test that. Do you love your kid?
That's not tangible.
So
you can't measure.
So there's no
Love's not
such thing as
tangible.
love.
It's an
So
abstract. Yes, it's an abstract.
please answer my question.
Yes,
Love
it's
does
an
not
abstract.
exist.
It's an abstract.
Love does not exist.
It
Does
exists
hate?
in the human
Does
mind. It
okay? So
exists in the human. That is
all
an
right, I
abstract.
get you. There's no love, and there is no hate. Correct?
Exactly. These are abstracts created in the human mind.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't see how I can argue with that shit.
Yeah, because you're
No,
fucking stupid.
that doesn't make any sense at all, actually.
It makes absolute sense. It's a human creation.
So here's the thing. I
Love,
just want to ask you
kindness,
one question.
empathy.
I want to ask you
Love,
one question.
kindness,
Let's see how
empathy,
you
hate,
respond to it.
anger. These are human conceptions that we have created in our minds.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They're
Can I
not
ask you a question?
tangible.
Absolutely. Can I ask you a question? Can you
Sure.
react to something that doesn't exist?
Absolutely.
Oh, that was
Absolutely.
dope.
Absolutely. People react to movies.
You don't think shutting down major thoroughfares
People
is a problem?
think they're People think they're
So you
Batman and
just-
Superman.
You just argued against yourself, right? Because you said it's a movie. So a movie exists, right? So
yeah,
they're not reacting to nothing. So you want to try again?
What are you talking about? It is an
I
abstract.
know you speak English, so I
This
know
is
you
what I'm
heard
saying.
what I
He's
said.
a stoner idiot, and he thinks he's smart by smoking a joint.
That's him. I don't
need to
smoke
let the.
weed.
Yeah,
You need
I
to
didn't
let.
say
You
that. I
need
thought
to
it was
let.
brilliant.
You need to let smart people just rule you as they did for most of history.
Absolutely.
The
So when you
problem of
go into
all
ad
of this, the
hominems, it's
problem of
usually
all of this,
it's usually a
the
sign of the
problem
fact
of
that
what
you
you're
don't have a
seeing of
rebuttal,
modern society
and you
is that
realize there's
people,
no
One at a time, gentlemen. One at a time, please.
people that never were given a choice because they were so stupid, they were natural ditch diggers, are now in such luxury that
What do we got going here?
inadequate brains are being
Lumpkin, what
given
do we got?
ideas that they can't handle.
I see people running.
We got me running out of patience.
Movies exist.
Yeah,
So you
people are
wanna try
running. There's protests going on, fighting. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I just saw all the big group movement.
Is
I'm
this their
cool
hero?
with ditch diggers.
I'm with you, baby. I don't want to control him.
Like every time he start getting his ass kicked, they try to.
He get angry and
try
call
to shift
names.
the
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
I can't see the headline. Who declares unlawful assembly? Was it the
Well, it'd
governor?
have to be the Governor Newsom.
It will be the sheriff. The sheriff will do it. The sheriff's the highest law enforcement officer in the county. The sheriff
Didn't
will
they
call the
say it was okay to come up and protest? And then they're going to turn it into unlawful assembly?
Well, you have no right to block a thoroughfare.
Well, if they gave them a right to protest. You can't fit 5,000 people on the sidewalk.
Well,
bro.
you cannot block a thoroughfare. I'm
So they
sorry.
did
You're
it. So they-
That's where the
you're
permit part
impeding.
comes in. My bad.
You're
That's where the
impeding
permit
my
part
freedom
comes in.
of movement.
That's what they
Why-
used when the Canadians protested too. Oh, they blocked the traffic. You niggas is the worst, Chuck. You're worthless ditch diggers.
Well, they blocked the traffic on purpose in Canada. That's the whole point.
Well, call me what you will, but I believe in the Constitution.
No, you do not.
Hey Joe.
Yeah.
Is it possible that that politics is power and both sides will use their political power to suppress either side? Is that a possibility? Maybe.
Yes.
100% accurate. It is. Yeah.
Okay. So like when we point out these little the trucker protests, the left did that. Oh,
Yeah.
the right's oppressing over here. It's kind of like, yeah, but that's just what they do, right?
Kind of. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I'll go for
Okay.
that.
All right. Now,
When you live in a society, you have no right to
We live in a society.
violate.
We live in a
Exactly.
society.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You have
Yeah,
no
well.
right to impede.
I'm trying to fuck your mom in there. Would you give me a break?
Damn, my mom's dead. You can have her.
Oh, God, bro.
That took a turn.
Fuck
I
that
want.
shit. That sounds like AIDS.
I want to see
You know what?
napalm.
You know what's funny is even Destiny had a pretty correct take on this. He was like, I can't believe that there are people actually supporting this, that we live in some kind of third world country where people can just block traffic, fly
Exactly.
flag. Like even
Yeah, he's a
Destiny,
Democrat.
Yeah,
He's
even
a
Destiny,
moderate
the crazy
Democrat.
liberal, understands that you can't have foreign nationals blocking streets, blocking freeways, blocking federal buildings, making it hard for ambulances, and making
What
it hard
about-
for civic
What about
You need
Americans?
to
You
don't
use
know,
the word
bro.
foreign nationals. What about Americans? Is it okay if Americans do it?
No, they'd be arrested. The foreign
So
nationals
don't
would be
say
deported
foreign nationals. Just say
because it's
Destiny
worse when a foreign
understands
national.
that you can't
It's
have people doing this. Is this what we're
it's
saying now?
The
worse when a
stream
foreign national
ends.
does
I'd
it.
like to throw the foreign national shit out because
It's worse when a foreign national does it because they
we're
shouldn't
not
even
we're
do
not
They
it.
doing
are
that.
In
foreign
an hour and
nationals.
20
It's an
minutes is
invasion.
when this shit ends.
Yeah, it's accumulated enough to be in the definition of invasion at this point.
Yes, sir. It's
I'm
a foreign
sorry, but
country invading.
I don't know
it's
if
scary.
if
It's scary
if
because I believe
that's what it is. It's scary. That's why Destiny doesn't like this. It's scary. It scares men who are not men. Men who are men understand when the cause is right. The nigga that sits on his porch and talks about we
This
can't block
cause
traffic
ain't
is
right, Joe.
worthless. Shoot that
This
nigga first.
cause ain't right. This
Very
cause
good.
ain't
So
right.
so when the cause is right, we do rise up and knock a cop out, and it's okay. Do we all agree on that?
Yes.
I'm down.
No, I don't agree on that because I don't
I'm
believe that
fucking
you have the
down.
moral epistemology to tell people what is right or wrong. It's who gets to tell you when you get to do that. And
That's why you have
it's
No.
no
not people,
rights.
and it's not the average cumulative of the population. It's not the mob that just gets to decide, okay, it's time now.
Yes, just FYI, the stream ends at 8 p.m. EST.
What do we got, like an hour and
Eastern.
15 minutes left or what?
Like an hour and 15 minutes, yes. 8 p.m. EST.
Donate.
I guess you could donate to extend it, yeah, but
But
Hey,
you
Bunker,
haven't
real quick.
slept,
Do you
guys.
agree with the sentiment?
Hey,
50,
hey,
$50 to make it to 11 o'clock, as the
I'm a
man
mute.
said.
I'm gonna mute up because I'm gonna drive so I can get away from the police station and smoke some weed.
love you, Joe. Be safe.
You smoking dope and
I'm not
driving.
going
Boy,
nowhere.
that makes sense.
I'm just muting my mic. I'm not going nowhere.
Yeah, smoking dope and driving. That makes a lot of sense.
Bunker, do you agree with
Yeah.
the sentiment that you can have a reaction to something that doesn't exist?
What do you mean?
Do you
Repeat
agree
the
with that
question.
sentiment?
That you can't have a reaction to something that doesn't exist?
Mm-hmm.
I do not agree with that because there is a shit ton of human creations that we have reactions to all the time. Humans, like time is a human concept that we react to all the time. We're talking about old age and stuff like that. Our bodies age, but the time we actually put on our body aging, humans react to all the time. So no, I can't fundamentally agree
Are
with
those
that.
police cars or are they blocking traffic?
I don't know. They zoomed out.
We're slowly losing Bumpkin over here.
Did that answer your question?
To be fair, that could be normal LA traffic.
You saying that in order for you to have a reaction to something, it must exist, right?
No. Beans,
No.
let me repeat what I said.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to clarify. So I get it. You're saying the opposite.
Yeah, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying there is a bunch of human concepts that we react to on a daily basis. As long as it's a human concept, like time or literally anything, really, that we interact with on a day-to-day basis, we can react to it. It doesn't have to be like an actual tangible thing. These are human concepts like time or society or hierarchy.
Something as heart rate change. Just a heart rate change over a thought. Just a single thought. And then you're, oh no, I forgot to do this today.
I just got a Nerdsburg just a little bit. Time is not just an abstract concept.
Thoughts are absolutely in existence, right? But time, that's the good one, time. So in order for us to be able to tell time, like when we created time, did we ever have time without it being tangible? Like, was there ever a point where we were telling time without clocks, watches, and things of that nature?
Many moons ago.
The sun
Many
would have been
moons
the
ago.
first thing. The days and the seasons would have been the first ones.
Yeah.
Many
Right.
moons.
So
Moon
that means
phases.
time was constructed by objects that existed, correct?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you got sun up, sun down. They was able to.
Our concept of it, yeah.
Yeah,
Not only that, it's directly tied to motion.
Beans, I love
And
where you're
genetics.
going with this.
God damn
And
it! Maybe I shouldn't have used time.
Yeah, and you can't use time. That's what I was saying before. Like, you can't let impervious get away with that. Nerd speaking. Time isn't a human concept. It's directly connected to mass and motion.
Yes.
Yeah.
The definition of time is that no, hold on. No. Time is a human condition because we use human concepts to measure it.
Then everything's a human condition, and so the whole thing is moot.
Exactly. That's the point.
So
That's
then,
what I said for.
Well, then the
hold
point
on.
is moot. Everything is abstract, and there's no point to be made.
Nothing exists outside of the human mind. Yes, I've made that argument for a long time.
The sun comes up, the sun goes down. You can base a. They used to use sundial.
If no human sees a sun come up or down, it doesn't happen.
Well, guess what? Everybody sees it.
Loving you, Bumpkin.
Yeah.
I know, and that's why I'm saying. So we understand. That's how we understand. Yes, we
appreciate you, Joe.
Have a good one, man.
Not every human sees it, right?
Joe's saying. Yeah, but the sun's not even going up or going down. It's just the Earth's
It's just us moving that we perceive it.
Yeah, that's what we're perceiving.
But it happens day after day, and you can clock it, you can tag it, you can watch it every single.
And we don't even have to be here, and it still happens.
Right.
Exactly.
But if you were perpetually moving at the same speed, right? If you were perpetually moving at the same speed, right? And therefore there was always sunlight outside, right? And you always rotated with it. Would time then not exist to you? Would the sun always be up?
We'd get older faster. We'd get
no, not unless we were moving.
You want to hear
slower.
You want to hear something really creepy about relativity? So let's say you're standing still, right? And you have a guy running, and the moment you guys get exactly side by side, you guys measure your trajectory, and the guy running would be 4 to 5 days ahead of you if you traveled a light year. Now, why is that?
What the fuck are you saying?
That.
Yeah, let me give you a better one. Let me give you another one. They're not going to understand that one. The same thing, the guy standing still and the guy running. At the same time, if they look out, assuming they have incredible vision, and they see the galaxy of Andromeda, you guys will be seeing it days apart.
I get that. Yeah. Yeah, because it's still
it's called the Andromeda paradox. It's called the Andromeda paradox.
All right.
It's called the Andromeda paradox. I just posted the link in the back if you want to watch a real quick explanation of it. But it's about relativity.
We'll watch that in a minute.
I've heard of that. It's pretty cool.
It's time for a break, guys. It's time for
watch that link real quick. Just watch that link real quick. I'm telling you, like it is fascinating how distance, time, motion.
I hate this guy so much.
Who cares?
I hate Neil
Got
deGrasse
nothing to do with the discussion at hand.
I hate Neil deGrasse Tyson so much.
But it's not.
People don't think that the universe be like it is, but it
he
do.
didn't even know about it. He didn't even know about the other side.
What is the Andromeda paradox?
Well, the Andromeda paradox is the fact that if you and I are looking at Andromeda,
the galaxy.
The galaxy.
Not the stars that make the constellation.
Right. Yeah, not the constellation.
And not the strain that killed millions of people.
Not the Andromeda strain, right? 2.5 million light years away. Then what happens is, suppose you're sitting in your chair and I'm running by. And at the second I run by you, we both look up at Andromeda. Because I'm moving and you're stationary, we're going to see events that are days apart, even though we're in the same location looking at the same time. And you think that relativity, and you think that the light
say relativity and keep talking.
How far? Wait, in this scenario, how far away from me are you when you're running by?
You're in the same place.
We're in the same place, essentially.
So you're like literally running.
I've never heard of this paradox.
And you look up.
It's a little known paradox.
And the thing that you see and I see are days apart.
Days apart.
Because of our physical perspective.
Well, here's what you would think. You would think the light is arriving right now. We should all be receiving this light, but that's not how it works. Motion changes the perception of time. And so we know about that in terms of.
Are we disagreeing with this, guys?
It's not.
Yes, I'm disagreeing 100%.
you talking about?
It's
He's
not the
completely
running
accurate.
at all. We can both be standing side by side and look out and still have that same effect. It doesn't matter about the running
No, but
part.
the motion
It's try-
the
It
motion
does.
But you're going to
motion
see
does
the
it does
same
The
damn
motion is
thing.
what changes your perception
the
of
state,
time.
exactly. It's the
No.
state of motion.
If you're
Yes,
side
Chuck,
by
that's how
side, you're
special
seeing
relativity
the same
works.
thing.
That's not how
If you're
special relativity works.
if you're side by side at the exact same time, you're going to see the exact same thing.
Okay, so since you just repeated yourself twice, I'm going to do the same thing.
Okay.
That's not how special relativity works.
We're not. Kim Jong Un. Whoa.
What the argument is there is no now is the argument, because any motion, no single object is exactly in the same point as one other object. Okay, you can't occupy the same space as another object.
Right.
I love it.
I'll agree with that.
So therefore, no object, when you extrapolate that to Andromeda paradox, will see the same thing, because no object is in the same place to extrapolate to see the same thing.
I disagree.
And at the same speed. I love it.
So motion, it expresses a greater expression of the laws of relativity. It just makes it easier to see. Let's say you take two atoms will never be in the same point. But if you took those two atoms, even if they're not moving, okay, they can't be at the same point. So if you extrapolated that, they won't be at the same point either. They won't half light years away, even if they're not moving.
He's saying because they didn't start off the same place, they can't possibly end up in the same place.
Yeah,
I wonder what it looks like. I wonder what the protest looks like from Andromeda. Just, I'm getting back on topic.
The aliens are probably looking at us.
I'm just listen. We're just taking a tad bit of a break from the protest that's going on right now. I'm doing this for I'm doing this for a Griff No State break. If you're enjoying the content,
hell yeah!
You got naked women.
Yeah, you gotta have a little bit of a downturn, because in an hour or so, once the sun goes down, this shit's gonna turn up. So you gotta, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta take a break and relax for a second to get ready.
After the hordes have been eliminated, we're gonna need money to fund our new.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. Yeah, everyone's better start throwing some money in here in about 30 minutes.
Highway Patrol SWAT team is hitting Road 101 right now. They are beasts. Oh God, here we go.
Nudist colony. We're going to fund the nudist
full
colony.
moon grift should be a real thing. The full moon grift should be a real thing.
The full moon grift. Listen. If you're not donating to the Griffno State, you are a terrorist to the Griffno State. Support the Griffno.
Somebody
Yes, after the hordes have been deported or eliminated, we will need money in order to fund our new Griffno State.
Listen,
here I go again.
I need to supply my
harems aren't cheap, people.
Harems aren't cheap. They're not cheap at all. These bitches.
All right, now, yes, the women's, they need a certain quality of life, and I need to provide it for them. So money me.
Like money me now.
Money me.
I need money.
Money
me.
me.
Do you know how expensive?
If you give me the money.
Do you know how expensive a harem is when that time?
Do you know how expensive balloon rides are?
When that time of month comes around, do you know how expensive that is?
It costs more than money, son.
They all linked up.
That shit can cost you your soul.
You don't have your red wings. The red wings of courage.
No.
Oh no way.
Oh, come on, you lying cocksuckers.
It's like a.
I made no comment, sir.
Like a fucking.
A gentleman never tells.
You never live until you got the red wings.
One more off-subject question, real quick. Pumpkin. Can you tell me why we can't do the high-speed rail?
Same reason why we can't. Same reason why we can't have a
nice things
healthcare system. Because we must import the third world and we must keep capitalism prevailing. That's why we can't have those things.
So
that's why we can't have nice things, Beans.
That's right.
Yeah, that's
Well, I
exactly.
just want to make sure, Pumpkin, are you saying that we could if it wasn't for the 1%?
I'm saying we definitely could if we actually use the money properly within the state. Yeah.
Well, and remember, all those funds, those capital grants and stuff, that's all money funneling to what they do. What the state does, what California does, is they take the federal grants and allocate it to illegals, and then go, "Oh, we don't have any money. You guys got to give us more money for this high-speed rail."
Yep.
Beans,
Yep.
it could literally just be as simple as just not allowing them to allocate those funds somewhere else and legitimately using it.
But then you won't
for
get the
proper
senators and
projects.
congressmen to pass the budgets. That's the whole point. They need the pork barrel spending.
That high rail was a joke anyway.
No, the high rail is not the high speed rail is not a joke, Chuck.
Dude, do you know they estimate now that it's going to cost $100 billion for the high-speed rail from LA to San Francisco? It started out as $4 billion. Now it's going to be $100. Why do you think that is? Because you need to pay everyone off.
Yep. It's one of them pork belly programs.
Oh, that's crazy. See, that's the okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
We can't ever have nice things.
I mean, that would be a new.
I blame the Italians for that.
That would, I would assume, it would create hundreds. I'm assuming this. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm assuming it would create hundreds of thousands of jobs. I could be wrong, but it just depends on how many states it's covering. If you got, well, maybe not hundreds of thousands. It just seemed like it would be a lot of jobs created that way.
Yeah, sadly, liberal democracies in general always create a shit ton of corruption.
I think any government official who takes funds can be shot.
Bro, we had like
twice.
Like 12, 8, 12, and 8 is 20. Yo, we had 20 years of Republican presidency. And well, wait, when was the high-speed rail in China done? Let me look that up.
China.
Yeah. They've been working on this high speed forever.
Beans, you're not gonna get anywhere with that Republican talk, bro. They literally support the same fucking capitalist globalists that the Democrats do. They're funded by the same people.
Capitalism and communism are two sides. Capitalism and socialism are two sides of the same coin. If you put one, it's just like politics. Yes, the political spectrum is a circle. If you go too far to the left, you'll end up on the right. It's a circle.
Imperius, I really enjoyed the first thing you're gonna say there. Capitalism and communism are two sides of the same coin, because that is a
it's true. But that's what I mean. It's true. Like communism is just a form of socialism.
No, come on, you're not that dumb.
Yes.
All of these isms are low resolution view of the human condition. Every economy is all of the isms. What levers are turned up, what levers are turned down, and it's at what level of a resolution you're zoomed in and out of human interaction.
Yes, and that's why economies innately are always come down to moral presuppositions by people, because what should we spend money on? Should we spend it on people's health? Should we spend it on poor people? It will come down to the moral viewpoint of the citizenry.
We should do that with our purchasing power too, though. That's where the real voting and democracy occurs.
But people don't.
Right, so they're dumb and stupid, so fuck them.
Okay, 12 years. So we had 12 years.
12 years.
Oh, fuck no. Wait, they started building on this shit in 1964?
Uh-huh. Exactly. By the time they get done, it's going to have to be redone because the infrastructure of it is so old.
You talking about California or China?
Oh, but this says
California.
This says in Japan. I was reading something else.
Oh, I thought you were talking about California.
No. I'm just wondering, like, is it? It seems like sometimes it feels like they purposely don't do certain things in order for
to use it as a political football during election time.
Exactly.
I wasn't gonna say that, but yeah, that too. Yeah, that too.
And it does also help keep everybody disconnected, uneducated, dumbed down, pissed off, stressed out, anxious, so those things help them keep them in line too.
Because here's the thing, though. Do you believe that system would have an impact on the airlines industry?
Not at the rate they're
Yes. No, not at the rate they're going. No, but if we had a workable transit system based on high-speed rail, of course, yeah. A lot of business class flights that are 2 hours or less would be eliminated.
I was gonna take Amtrak from St. Louis to Orlando. 4 days to get there.
While the elite
How in
take
the
a rocket
hell?
looking like a penis.
Yeah, but the Amtrak train doesn't actually go that fast. I used the train when I moved to Iowa. It doesn't actually go that fast.
Yeah, high-speed rail would go like what, 200 miles an hour?
Yeah,
Some shit like that.
if I remember right, from the ones they built in Japan and China.
Mm-hmm.
China.
I don't fly, so for me it would be awesome. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if I can't say if it would really have a big impact on the flight industry due to the fact that I know people that just like they not driving nowhere. They not driving nowhere. They ain't taking no bus nowhere. They taking like I can get on the plane and be there in 15 minutes. I'm out of here, right? But I think it would be enough people, seemingly countrywide, that would absolutely make the rail service worth building.
As long as it wasn't cost prohibitive.
Actually, rather frequently when we see
shit, are they on the freeway now? Did they get on the freeway?
Oh yeah, that's a good point though.
Look, they're on the
Now, if they're-
freeway now.
Drop them. Drop them. If they're on the freeway, drop them. Right where they
That's what I'm saying.
stand.
Like, yeah, dude, I
we saw
yeah,
1,000
dude.
people gathered in Gloria.
What they say,
I went-
50,000 people?
I've dealt with this in St. Louis. This is bullshit.
They say at least 1,000, but I know it's more than 1,000.
They're probably saying 1,000 just on the freeway.
The crowd has still.
Yeah, I went through this shit in St. Louis where they blocked the entrance and exit ramps of the freeway.
Heading back up towards the federal building. We will see how this plays out. We have cameras on the ground as well as.
And I'm sorry, the longer you let them get by with this bullshit, the more it's going to go on.
Yeah, the protected number right now is 3,000. Snow, you are correct.
Officers were injured.
Okay, yeah, it's going to get bigger too as the night goes on because remember, half of LA doesn't work. They got nowhere to be in the morning.
And wait till they start torching
yeah.
shit.
Bike in question, but there were two.
And most of LA does not work. Most people in LA do not work. They live off social services.
Well, it's like in St. Louis, the town they burnt down was a poor town that serviced the black community, and they burned that motherfucker to the ground. That made a lot of sense. It was mom and pop stores.
I'm concerned with.
He sent live footage. All right, let's see that, Lauren.
I'm concerned with.
Props to Lauren for sending the
where
coverage.
all the
in.
women and
Props to her.
children are.
Lauren, you are a gem.
What Lauren
all
do
up
now?
in them DMs.
Lauren's in everybody's DM.
Watch out now.
Yeah, you should see what she said to me in my DM.
Damn.
These data points.
She don't straighten up, I'm going to spank her booty.
What the fuck is?
Wow. That happened.
I'm concerned with them later on in the night bringing women and children in just as a shield. Like, we don't think that's a possibility, do we?
I hope
They did
not.
that yesterday. They did that yesterday. All the women were in
Did
front.
they?
You watched the video. The women
No
were in front going,
way.
we got to get up closer, get closer, get closer. Oh, yeah. The women are
Well,
the ones that...
as long as there's no kids there, I don't have a problem.
There's no kids there, but the women are almost like the brigade leaders. They're the ones encouraging the men. You hear them?
They do encourage the men. I've seen that IRL in real life.
Well, pussy speaks, in case you didn't know it.
I stopped listening.
I stopped listening to pussy. Never mind.
It's like, oh wait.
Every man is controlled by the power of the pussy. We all know that.
No, control your fucking other head, and then you'll realize that you are truly free.
Guys
Align
would
with
fuck a
God.
knothole. Guys would fuck a knothole in a tree. They don't care.
Yeah, I could fuck a knothole in a tree, and it's not going to tell me what to do.
My oh my! What's that popping noise?
Fireworks.
It's the 4th of July, Chuck.
Well, I was asking because I didn't know if it was the tear gas cannon or if it was fireworks.
Someone get Gramps' iced tea. It's time for his medicine.
He don't
Damn,
want
let me-
iced tea. He wants napalm.
Let me
The
find
link
my
is in the
teeth.
description.
Wait a minute. I got to find my teeth. I took them out somewhere. Where did I put them? Oh shit! Yeah, you pick on Grant. I lived through the race riots. Pick on Grant. I lived through Grenada. Pick on Grant.
Can we please get
Grenada.
these fucking retards off the highway?
Off the highway. I got an easy solution for getting them off the highway, but nobody
Just
likes
let them.
it.
Just let the cars go.
Well, first you got to remove the obstacle, and that's where an M60 comes in handy.
Dude,
I mean, we can give them 10 points for every person hit, like Grand Theft Auto, you know?
Dude, in one
That's
of these
right.
cars, one of these cars, there's like a 6'2", like uber jack dude that was just trying to go to his fucking, just trying to go to the gym, just raging on
Rubbing
pre-workout and roids, bro.
Rubbing his bald head.
I did this in St. Louis. This is bullshit, blocking the roads like this.
It's a good thing Chuck's not there, because this thing would have kicked off already.
Oh, hell yeah. The streets would have been cleared already.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
I would have had him dropping napalm from an F-16.
Yep.
That's fucking
Not
guy.
a problem. Charlie
I love
Delta
the smell of
10.
napalm in the morning, boys.
Smells like victory. Smell that?
That's right. This is against everything. I'm sorry. This is not a peaceful protest when you block interstate.
How do we know that this is not redirecting ambulances that are carrying sick people? Because there's there's 10 million people in LA. How do you know that ambulances right now aren't taking longer to get the people they need? And think fire
100%.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking. That's the issue.
I have no problem in this situation. Call me a fucking oligarch or call me what you want, but I have no problem in dispersing the crowd.
Imagine saying that it's delusional, saying that blocking off a section of the fucking highway stops emergency vehicles. The fuck are we talking about right now? Is everyone mentally ill? Is everyone fucking mentally ill?
No, what it is, no, dude, what it is we've come to such a pussy society where most people are just like, let them do that. That's fine. It's not a big deal, but it'll hurt my pussy more if I see people beating them up.
That's bullshit. I'm not making no
La
friends.
raza! Viva la raza!
You hear its female voices, right? You hear its female voices mostly, right?
Yeah.
Well, drop them where they're at, and you won't have a female voice. Fuck them rubber bullets. Give me the real thing.
Chuck is the end game.
I'm sorry, but this is bullshit.
Oh, no,
I don't care how you cut it.
Sorry. No, you ain't got to be sorry. They're not sorry about their opinion. Fucking speak it out, man. I feel you.
I got nothing for speaking out.
They were writing kill ICE, kill the FBI, kill all over the walls and tagging all that all over. They want to kill these people.
Match the energy, bro. I'm with you.
But once you impede against somebody else's right, you're wrong.
Yep. Regardless of the situation, this is just an example.
Yep. Reminds me of St. Louis. I lived through this crap. Through the roadblocks and everything.
This reminds me of 92, the riots in LA, the Rodney King riots. This is the same fucking thing.
Yeah. Can't we all just get along?
No, sir, it was can't we all get along.
Zephyr, if you interfere with my ability to get to Whole Foods on time, you need to be deported.
Look, I think people would be pissed off that in LA they can't get to their weed shops now.
See,
So
there you go. There's the flag
Yeah, if you
again. That
stand
tells
between
you.
me and my purple.
There you go. That tells you right
That
there.
purple.
It's an insurrection. That flag. Mexico trying to reclaim their property that they lost. These people ain't got a fucking bucket to piss in.
Starbucks is for queers.
I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Some idiot in the chat thinks I consume Starbucks. You must be new here.
Just go to 7-Eleven for $1.99 in the morning. Their coffee's way stronger and better
I
than
make.
Starbucks.
Yeah.
I make my own. Sorry.
I'm just saying, but if you're out and you're on the way to work, just go to 7-Eleven. You get a giant cup for $1.99, and it's twice as strong, and it's way better than Starbucks.
Yeah, but that's Habib. I'm not going to Habib.
Take it easy, Beans.
No, you're talking about what is the Indians? What was an Indian name? Patrick or something? Pakrik or something?
Patel.
Yeah, Patel or something. Yeah, go to Patel.
I've lost my dot. Nobody move! I've lost my dot.
No, you kicked my dog. You did go kick my dog.
Hello, customer service. How may I help you? Yeah, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. We will have somebody call you back.
Wow.
Oh, I can get in the dirt. I'll get in the dirt. This shit pisses me off.
I believe you. My bad. I kicked that off.
That was the weirdest, gayest, most southern fucking Indian accent I've ever heard.
But if they're right, I'm their shoulder to shoulder. But these fuckers ain't right. They're in the wrong. If you're right, I'll back you 100%.
I eat the poo-poo to gain the power.
Unlike my relatives that decided to hide in the hills during the Confederate War.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Look, I wasn't even looking at the phone. I thought one of you guys was banking. I was like, "What in the fuck is going on?" And
I'm not going to have any fans after this stream. I can
Why
see
does it
that.
say STP? I mean, the Stone Temple Pilots were rad, but I don't see what they have to do with
I thought it was stop teenage pregnancy. Look at all the Mexican flags. Drop them.
Thanks, Bumpkin.
Drop them.
Black holes.
I'm telling you, napalm would clear that up. Give me some napalm.
How dare you, sir?
I apologize.
Don't you love the fresh smell of napalm in the morning?
That is the wrong dead heroin addict. What is wrong with you?
Oh, no, don't get me started on.
I'm sorry, Chris Cornell. I didn't mean
My
to.
cats are looking at me like I'm nuts. Like, what you talking about, fool?
What, like, I don't understand this, people. What part of, like, I constantly work in a high adrenaline environment? Like, no.
You're not.
Violence.
You work
this
in a
person
jail
is not
or
good at
prison?
discernment.
You work
This
in a
person
jail
is
or
not good
prison?
at discernment.
Yeah, what part of, like...
Why does he have the ultimate warrior icon? Why does he have the ultimate warrior icon, though?
Well,
I used to visit
that's
many a
Novo's
prison.
other account. Well,
like, bro, prison. Listen, working as a CEO might have given me PTSD, but it definitely didn't, make me afraid of conflict. That's for sure.
Unfortunately, I lost all my firearms in a tragic boat accident.
I fucking didn't. Come get them.
I mean, I worked from minimum security to maximum security. Big difference. Was that lock and load I just heard?
I heard a healthy spring right then.
Yeah, I'm thinking lock and load. I'm getting excited now.
Chuck done got up.
I'm getting a woody from this shit.
How much
Lock and
wood
load.
could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
I know it's wicked.
Hey,
I know you're
Chuck.
scrolling.
I know I done
Hey,
lost all my fans.
is the one with the trying to scare the birds off with the pan? Is that like on our team? Are they being condescending and trying to scare?
No, it's their war chant.
Oh, my bad. That was probably racist as hell for me to say. Then
Nah. War chant was more racist of me to say. Honestly, you're fine.
oh, I wasn't trying to do it. Yeah, go.
Oh, is that Wicked? That makes total sense.
Yeah, I know. Wicked's in the chat trolling. Wicked, or why aren't you out there protesting
Yeah.
with people, man?
Yeah, for real, dog. Those are your peeps.
Those are your peeps.
Yeah.
Go out there and fight for the right.
We saw your Abuelo out there a minute ago, bro.
That totally explains why he was talking shit now. I hurt that dude's feelings like over a year ago. He's still mad about it. It's fucking people on the internet, man. You have to be
supported.
You don't even have to bully them.
People on the internet are weird.
When will the fighting start? LOL. I don't know. This looks pretty lame and tacit. Is that a word?
When will the
To
fighting
me.
start? There's been on and off these tap dancers. That's funny.
Is Wicked Wally the one that showcases the whore?
What?
I said, is Wicked Wally the one that showcases the whore?
Yeah, on his channels, yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty funny.
It is funny. No, it's pretty funny because the girls don't even know how stupid they really are.
Tepid. That's what I was trying to think of.
He lets them co-host
Holy weed,
everything.
Batman.
He just literally sits there for like 8 hours with them, bro.
He doesn't even say a word. He just sits there and lets the simps just give money. It's really funny.
Yep.
It's a genius business model.
Do we have confirmation of life from Orthodox guy?
It's disgusting,
We
if you
have
ask
it. I'm
me.
about to call him. I'm about to call him. Make sure he's all right.
He fell
He's gonna
asleep.
reach REM, and you're gonna call him.
He fell asleep. Yeah. He's a puss.
This is too much foreplay, lol.
He's off rubbing one out. We know what he's doing. Oh, right. We're going to get live. Yeah, I like that.
Collect call from Bumpkin to Ortho guy. Will you accept the charges?
Blumpkin.
You've reached 1-800-FAT-GIRLS, where it's just so easy to stick it in. Your credit card number, that is. For real, that's a number. For real, that's a number.
He speaks from experience, it sounds like.
I was 13. It's just so easy to stick it in. Your credit card number, that is. Please dial. And then they
Are any of y'all old enough? Any of y'all remember the BBS before the internet went wild?
Yes.
There was I got a phone number one time, to dial into. I dialed in, and I got the back channel to the FBI.
No answer.
Holy shit.
That wasn't pretty. Somehow somebody gave me a number to go into the back door of the FBI, but they had protocols set up. They did not appreciate it. And then the one time I did...
Bumpkin or Orthodox, you got to play that video I just posted in the back, dude. You got to play that one.
Well, if he's laughing, then I wouldn't play it.
No, it's nothing. It's not POS. No, it's funny, dude.
Where's your girl Lindsay at, Limperius?
She's in bed right now. I wore her out last night.
Oh, did you? How old are you?
I beat that pussy up real good. Here, play this.
I really don't believe you get out of the basement, but that's just my opinion.
She's in my chat. That's what's funny. So you must not have beat it up that good.
What the
There you go.
Oh, let me
Why is
play
your
it.
YouTube not working?
That's weird.
Limperius, the keeper of women.
Are you using Brave?
Yeah, I'm using Brave.
Yeah, so it's blocking the ad, but the ad is stuck.
1 second. Let me fix that real fast.
You gonna backdoor it?
You could just hit that orange lion button at the top right, and it turns off the ad blocker.
It still didn't work.
Dear.
Yeah, it's not letting me pop up the motherfucking.
Imperius got some fucking hacker fed shit.
Yep. I wouldn't
Now
trust
he
anything
owns
that
all
comes
your
from
credit
him.
card numbers now.
I guarantee you it's not a Fed thing. It's pretty freaking hilarious. It's what I remember seeing when I was a kid. I remember seeing this commercial.
Nah, just fucking around.
How old are you, Limperius?
38.
Imperius now has all your credit card numbers.
Young buck.
Can't fuck up my credit no more than I can. Have fun.
Yeah, I know, right?
Don't say yeah, I know, right? Fuck off. It really won't let me fucking watch this shit.
Well, if you would live within your means, you wouldn't have that problem.
I do live with. I do live within my means.
I'm a man of means by no means.
It literally won't let me play this fucking video for some reason.
The show ends in 35 minutes in case anybody's interested in extending that.
I'm
it's
really
working
tired
for me.
today. You want to share it?
Yeah, hold on.
$5 for 30 minutes, $10 for an hour. If you want it, $50 if you want them to go till 11 o'clock.
I don't know if I can do it.
I would just say, fair warning, it looks like we'll never get our 2 minutes back after we watch this, but you know.
This is hilarious. Just it's so funny, dude. It's so funny.
Audio working?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to talk some shit?
No.
Call me. Start some shit, bitch.
Take me, baby. Take me, baby.
Alright, I take it back. It's funny already.
Hundreds of niggas is waiting for your motherfucking
You gotta be quiet. Listen to what he calls
all
each season.
talking shit about you right now.
I've seen
You want to
this
sell that
shit.
shit? Call these motherfuckers ASAP.
Yeah, I said some shit. What? Man, fuck you and your bone spurs.
The hardest niggas is standing by, ready to pick up that phone. Buff niggas.
Yeah.
Dark niggas.
Never seen a
Asian
buff.
niggas. White niggas.
Suck my dick, Fuck you.
1-213-373-4253. Just dial, nigga. I'll fuck you up. Deaf niggas.
You realize how many guys call that
Shut
number?
up. Listen to the different categories.
Racist
Listen,
niggas.
go back. Listen to these categories.
Mystery niggas. Psych.
Nobody cares.
1-213-373-4253. Just dial, nigga. I'll fuck you up. Deaf niggas. Classic niggas. Racist niggas. Mystery niggas. Psycho niggas. Dog
Imperious.
niggas. Jewish niggas.
You got some motherfucking nerds calling me out Shabbat on some little bullshit ass nigga. Better calm that shit down and come around here and show me some fucking respect before me and my Jewish nigga come up here and beat your ass, nigga. Off top.
Now I know what Imperious be doing.
Call now.
$4.99 per minute.
Imperious be spending them money.
Jewish. You better not be calling me on some Shabbat bullshit.
Oh God.
Oh Lord.
God.
I think that commercial makes you gay, Imperious.
Oh, you can't throw nobody else on the team, no
Fuck
dick?
niggas.
See, that's
Mystery
that
niggas.
bullshit.
Bitch, ain't nobody about to throw you no dick while you out here smelling like a hot NBA locker room during double overtime in the 6th game. You've been wearing that sweater since September 1969.
Fuck you, Fred.
You fucking wish, you musky mushroom goblin bitch.
That's Imperious down in the basement eating Cheetos.
Cheetos. Ugh.
You know, the orange things, he's got them orange crumbs all over the
Fuck
place.
that. Salsa Verde, man.
That was sir.
Goblins need loving too. You need to get the fuck off the internet.
Blumpkin was the racist nigga. Did you see that? Blumpkin was there.
Oh, good terminology there, Imperious.
Yeah.
Can you not?
There used to be
Can
some
you not watch how you speak?
There's. I said the N word, but not the hard R. I didn't say the hard R.
Well, it sounded like the hard R, and I take
No, I said
offense to
nigga.
that.
No, nigga. I say nigga, not
Nope,
R.
that sounded like the hard R to me,
No,
which
no.
I don't appreciate.
No. It wasn't the hard R. The hard R is very distinctive. There's a lot of aggression with the hard R.
Oh, I'll give you distinction. Come see me.
Let's chill before we start saying the hard R live on.
Yeah,
exactly.
Hard R's not real.
I didn't though. I didn't.
I know you didn't.
That's for Fridays only.
You think you're funny, but you're not.
Hard R Friday.
Hard R
didn't.
All right.
Just
well, anyways, I'm gonna hop off here. I gotta go get some food.
Yeah, you better run.
We got.
I'm gonna go run to the protest so I can go have some fun. All right,
Well,
guys.
go run then.
Make sure to record your actions.
This ain't an airport. You don't have to announce your departure.
Well, I do. So I know how much everyone loves
You're not
me.
that special.
And how the
I'm
chat,
sorry.
especially like Blue Jay and Moxie are so obsessed with me and they love me
Oh,
so much.
sure.
I
think
gotta say when
you're
I'm
a
going
gay
to-
man. You're a gay man. Yeah, we know.
All right. Well, anyways, I'll talk to you later, you little fuck pigs. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye bye, Mr. Gay Man.
Fuck pig. Who
I don't know
leaves
what
a
a fuck pig is.
conversation like that? God damn, I'm way too tired for this shit.
Imperious going on a date with his boyfriend.
Stream is ending in 31 minutes.
So you
31 minutes.
We
need donuts.
About 28 hours now. You guys been at
$5 for 30 minutes.
We've been at it's going up to $10, bro. Drop
What? That's not what your partner said.
Well, my partner's currently not fucking here right now. So
What kind of shit is this? I'll hold you to contract law. Yeah. False advertising.
So do you believe motherfuckers need a driver's license, Chuck, or should have one? I know it's the law, but you believe that?
I didn't hear him. What did he say?
Do you believe people should have a driver's license?
Sure.
I think you want to know my honest opinion on it, Joe Cool?
I do.
I think you should be required to have a driver's license, but you should not have to pay for it. Since the state requires you to have it to prove you can drive, it should be free.
I like that argument too. Yeah, it's with most things. I think you shouldn't have to pay for it in that sense that you just said.
I think it ought to be whatever the cost to them is what the cost to you should be.
Yeah.
If you showed me a direct correlation between the standards and tests that are required for the average citizen to obtain a driver's license and an increase in safety and a decrease in the deprivation of rights, then I'd be all for it. But I see in this system, it's just another fee to pay. They don't even care if you pass the fucking vision test half the time.
Well,
any retard can get a license, you know.
Well, Denizen, listen. I think it'd be better for us to have a prerequisite, right? And I think I'm arguing very middle ground by saying that you should not have to pay for it, right? Because then it wouldn't be a profitable thing for the state to do. It would be
you have to pay. You have to pay the employees. So whatever it costs, what you should have to pay. Nothing
Sir,
more.
Just
We
throw
get
it
to
back.
pay either way, though.
Just
That's the
throw it
beautiful
back.
thing about government.
Yeah, just throw it back to the DMV. They're government workers. Like, I hate this idea of private entities or private businesses. Okay, for instance, right? Let me use an IRL example. Okay, all right. Washington State DMV. It is upwards of $300 to $400 to get your license. Okay.
What? I ain't buying that.
So the reason why that is because they outsource their actual people that actually give you the test and actually give you the driver's test, like the written and the driver's test, to a third-party agency or several third-party agencies. You basically have to go through like a driving school to get it, right? You can't just go to the DMV and do it. All right. So therefore, it's like $60 for a written test. That's if you pass the first time. and then it's like $100 to $200 to actually go down and actually drive in a car, right?
I need to see some proof of that.
Not to fucking mention the long ass time that is going to take for you to actually be able to actually schedule a time to do that driving test. Okay, like I think
I need to see some backup for that.
What's your registration? Our registration here is like $150 a year or something.
Oh yeah, no. See, his thing is, I saw that price. I never got my license in Washington. I waited.
Joe, I paid $154 for my tag when I still lived in Illinois.
Yeah, I'm in Illinois. Yeah.
You know, here's the thing, right? Guess what? I moved to fucking North Dakota. Guess how much it is to get your license in North Dakota?
Oh, you moved up there to Nazi territory.
I don't
Guess
know
how much it is?
North Dakota.
$25.
No,
$25.
$25.
It's
I know you just
$5.
like that.
You know why it's $25? Because it's still ran through the DMV.
It's $5 for an 8-year license where I live.
It's still ran by the DMV. Yep.
Yeah.
It's $1 for the insurance thing you're talking about.
So that means that private prisons would be absolutely insane if we follow your line of thinking here.
I fucking hate private prisons.
Yeah, if the DMV does that, imagine what you would do if you had a private prison.
That's another thing too. If I could go and take my driver's test at 11 p.m. on a Saturday, right, and I could schedule it on a day that works for me and not on the next available date that's 6 weeks from now, that'd be another incentive for me to pay that $25.
That's how it
See,
is
all my
here.
experiences with government is they're constantly reaching into my pocket and taking all my money, and then they charge me for a bunch of services that I don't get. The government sucks at everything. It never keeps any of its end of the bargain. It just keeps taking my money.
Really?
Yes, he's right.
Riots everywhere, shit in the food, plastics in the water. I mean, what planet do you fucking live on? When I get paid, they tax it before it even gets into my hand. Then I go and spend it, and they tax it again. And if I put it in my bank account and save some money, they tax what I make on that too.
Yeah, because you're making money.
And then if I invest it into a business, they tax it some more.
Yeah. Listen. I enjoy North Dakota, but I will say this, right? It's really shitty roads here. The roads are fucking trash. Like whenever I go and visit Minnesota because I'm right on the border, legitimately, as soon as I hit that,
you know the difference
across the fucking river there, across that bridge, it's like instantly difference, bro. It's like, damn, these are some nice roads. What's going on? I go back across, bro. It's like I'm in a roller coaster.
Mismanagement.
But yeah,
again,
I mean,
the government is bad.
Management is dropping napalm on a protest, Chuck.
The government.
No, that's smart. That is smart.
I don't listen, man.
You'd put an end to that in a heartbeat. One napalm. Just one napalm, it'd be over.
One napalm.
Just again, because you'd raise so many soldiers and all of that shit. The same thing here. This could go one of two ways. they could really hurt some people. They just lock them up. Nothing's gonna change. But if they do something crazy like the water hose shit that started for the blacks
Fuck
back
that.
in
Give
the
them
60s,
bullets.
or where they
Hang
put the
on. It's
water
fixing to
hoses on them
happen.
dogs, then people like regular people can come out and support them then if you treat them too bad.
If the
Bullet.
politics have their way, if the politicians have their way, tonight is going to be history. Tonight is going down in the history.
Yep.
I want to know that
You're
right now.
going to see the armed forces of the United States in there tonight. Unfortunately.
Well, let's
It's
hope
gonna
when
be
my
bad.
ass goes to sleep in like less than 20 minutes now, or like 24 minutes or whatever, I wake up to a whole different America. Whole different United States.
This shit's entertaining. That's why I wanted Trump to win. I wanted this entertainment and I got it.
It's not entertainment.
I don't know why they decided to get into an ego match with this dude. I don't know why they learned from that.
It's force of law.
No, it's like we're watching the same thing play out over and over and over again. You know what I mean? It's like, how many times are they gonna test this guy?
With Kamala, it would have been so boring. With Trump, narcissist, petty, he responded to every troll comment in the comment section. He's one of those guys. You couldn't have picked a better motherfucker. This is gonna be entertaining.
Hey, listen, I just I don't know. Maybe narcissists aren't that bad. I don't know. Have
He didn't do shit the first time though.
No,
Just
his
let that
hands were
shit burn.
tied.
See, now that's up in the States. It's the governor's fault.
I expected him to lose it this time.
Have you guys seen my evil test?
I'd love to see a Black Hawk come in there.
Your Dark Triad test or your
or an Apache, an Apache 64 would be awesome too.
Well, it's an evil test because Chuck is gonna blow it out of the water.
That's how Israeli works.
Let's see it, Bumpkin.
I'll show you guys. I have a short on my
Chuck
channel.
is gonna fucking kill it.
Guaranteed.
You damn right, Joe.
Chuck's gonna be like, napalm, napalm.
Yeah.
Let it fly.
Here we go.
Damn, you have me beat in egoism?
Okay, I'll share
Holy
mine.
shit.
I'll show you totalitarianism.
80% egoism, 100% Machiavellianism, 80% moral disengagement, 87% narcissism, 70% entitlement, 70% psychopathy, 97% sadism, 100% self-interest, 100% spitefulness, and 87% total dark core. I disagree. As a apparently,
what is your real scores? That's what you really scored?
That's what I really scored. Yeah, I'm not even fucking around.
Some of them I could have guessed. I ain't gonna bullshit you.
That's crazy. That's not even that. I'm not that.
Yeah, I'm only. You guys are leveled out. Wait,
I got like a 23.
Listen, man. Listen.
They had there was a total score. I was just.
Democracy. I love the Republic.
Like, I'm a good guy, bro.
Because everything you was like, you say you're a good guy.
Yeah,
Listen, I told you earlier when I first came in, I told Chuck, you can tell if a person is evil by their desire to control a motherfucker. All of those things qualify you, and you're one of those niggas that's the want to control motherfuckers, Joe. The most.
I don't think I want to control people. I just think people make dumb decisions.
That's so controlling. What you call it?
It's true though. Historically, Joe, they make dumb fucking decisions.
Even now, they make
dumb fucking decisions.
Yes.
But hey, what is dumb is your perspective, though. Like your perspective on what is dumb.
No,
you have to define what is dumb.
All right, keep talking, David. Because I assume that pretty much in general what's dumb, but I think you're going somewhere with this. Are you saying that
Screaming at and throwing rocks at the National Guard is dumb.
it
changes absolutely nothing. It accomplishes absolutely nothing. It's only a short. Yes.
So cool.
Yes.
So cool.
Yeah.
What if I can tell you right now, right? What if I can tell you right now that a 10-year project could turn the entire, the entirety of Australia into like a supercontinent, but they refuse.
So now you can
talk to me.
So now you can single-handedly fix the world.
Water project.
That's
that would do it.
narcissism.
Bringing
Yeah,
water.
no. Yeah, they want to do a water project across the entirety, right? Build a canal,
do it.
and it would and it would like create the entirety of Australia into a green paradise. You want to know why they won't do it? Though?
Any amount of money.
Do you know why they won't do it though?
God damn it, the Aborigines.
Nope.
Yeah.
Because of a fucking goddamn lizard.
They
Oh yeah.
A goddamn
Endangered
lizard.
species.
Okay, Joe, this is what the shit I'm talking about, Joe. People make dumb decisions.
And in my new empire, the entire continent of Australia will be a lush paradise. Victory for the people.
Listen free.
Hey, I'm sorry, guys, but I'm willing to sacrifice one fucking lizard.
Yeah.
For the prosperity
They haven't had a problem.
Everything else on Australia.
They haven't had a problem burning Australia down and clearing out all of those woods and rainforests and stuff.
Yes, but we have a problem with one fucking lizard.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
do you
sounds
watch Friendly Geordies?
Human race versus lizard. Lizard wins.
Because of leftists.
Literally. That's crazy.
Oh my god, Joe! I told you, bro. Listen to me long enough. You'll start understanding.
Listen to me long time.
Listen to me long enough. You'll start understanding.
That's what a narcissist would say.
As a supposed narcissist, I disagree with that. So,
I'm fucking with you.
Let's see, is that?
Oh my god, that's funny as fuck. It's the name of that lizard species, Oshkosh, right? Oh my god.
Is it the one that gets it fans out and runs across the top of the water?
I don't know, bro. I gotta.
It can't be if it's running across the top of the water. There's very little water. 90-something% of the population lives along the coastline.
It better not.
And it's huge. And that place is huge.
Don't play that soundtrack, Jennison. It better not be the one that runs across the top of the water, because that'd be even more fucking retarded. We add water to the lizard that runs across the top of the water.
That'd be more governmental, though. We'd expect something like that. It'd be in line. I couldn't pass up that.
All I'm saying is, Joe, if there was someone in power that'd be like, okay, you're being retarded. Fuck this lizard. We're about to make the best decision for all of Australia. I'll just say that wouldn't be that bad, okay?
Even my Greenpeace ass would be like, yeah, back to politicians, Joe. The politicians are right this time.
It would literally be a supercontinent. It would legitimately be a supercontinent.
We'll find a
one nation, one people.
Now, I can also sell you the idea of America like slowly annexing all of the Anglosphere until we like have the entire Commonwealth, and then we become like the sort of
new British Empire.
That's what he's thinking. That's what he's going. Yeah. See, that scares me. That's that control shit again.
I would be for that.
No, think about it, Joe.
That would usher in an era of peace that would last centuries.
Listen, right? Because listen. Who really wants Australia right now for the uranium?
Imagine Trump. I don't know. I haven't heard nothing about it.
China.
Okay.
China's been trying to control Australia for fucking ever, because
I didn't even know all the fucking Australians I know. Ain't nobody mentioned that shit.
Oh yeah, no, they have a huge problem. They have a huge problem with China. Like they're trying to corrupt their politics and everything right now. I think it should be the U.S.'s job as some that's like our cousins. You know what I mean? To be like, hey, no, you are now 4 extra states.
You understand? China are our cousins too, and they're just more tricked and more fooled. But we're responsible for all these knuckleheads, man. What if? And you stay with me because you said something interesting. Was that you who said the tree fall in the forest, or was that the NGO or somebody? I don't know.
That was Imperious.
That was Imperious. That would have been a great. I wanted to go. I thought that was you, man. Imperious had some good ideas. I thought that was Bumpkin talking. I was like, way to go, Bumpkin. That was Imperious talking all that fucking time.
I heard you, but Bumpkin took it. He took it, though. He took the pat on the back.
Okay, if that
Yeah,
means
that might be
anything,
that might be the ego coming in. That might be the ego.
but Bucket took it. Okay, I hear you. All right, so any chance that we create this world as it is right now, we're doing this. Any chance? We're literally the creators. That energy that you put up, that you put out, is creating all of these things that we talk about. The freedoms, if we put out that energy, your shit would go that way. We're so afraid if we put out, we got to control this thing. It becomes true. All of these things become true. Any chance of that? Because I think that's what's occurring.
But what about Empire?
The movie series.
Listen, right?
It would be. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because right. So let me just, God damn it. Let's just drop the mask real fast, right?
Okay.
We'll drop the mask, okay?
Uh-oh, here it comes. So you ready, ladies and gentlemen?
Are you ready? Okay. So even our conception of everything that we've learned in our modern day, right, has been towards that idea of freedom, right? Even look at something simple as Star Wars, right?
Do you mean just Americans or people in general?
Just Americans.
Okay, go ahead.
Really, just Americans.
Okay, Star Wars, I'm with you.
Star Wars, right? All of the media that we consume, right? They even make parodies.
Westerns and all of that bullshit.
Westerns,
same
all that.
concept.
It's all about freedom, right?
Yeah.
But there's this underlying like reality that you can only have true freedom if the situation is controlled in some factor, right?
At the end of a gun in violence. We've been taught it's going to be in violence. We've been taught that that's how you got to control.
Whoever's got the bigger stick.
Violence is the only way to bring about that control because that is the only apparatus. That is the final apparatus. That's why cops are violent. That's why all.
Okay, let's give you that. And I'm not.
It's the ultimate arbiter of all things.
Let's give it. Let's say it is true. Then the most sage of gentlemen must be at the helm of that, right? Surely violence will be reserved for the most heinous acts.
And one could even argue that he should be violent. He should be like repellent. Violence should be repellent to him, and he should be opposed to violence by nature.
Yes, I'm going there.
So that it only be used when it's truly necessary.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, I don't like violence.
Well, you just dodged, and that just perks a nigga like me ears up. What was the original question? Then I'm smoking.
You asked him if it should be only the most sage of people. With the monopoly on violence.
Yes,
assuming his premise that violence is the arbiter.
Yes, thank you.
The ultimate arbiter.
You agree that it must be the hands of some sage gentleman who uses it extremely sparingly. Do you agree with that? Very good. So no old lady, if she didn't want to sign a ticket, zero chance that guy's going to use violence. In fact, we're going to use violence against him. Yeah.
An old lady?
Yeah, she don't want to sign a ticket. She just spent her last $80. She's grumpy. She won't sign a ticket. You can't snatch her out of the car and electrocute her, throw on the ground. That would be
a ticket is a citation. Why would you do that in the first place?
Well, I mean, that's all. I mean, they do it because their egos are more important than justice or the law.
What about
that's America? He described America just then with his example.
Sorry, Dan.
I get that.
Not rolling down my window. If I don't do that, if the cop busts it and snatches me out the car, he's in trouble, right? We get to do violence to him or something.
The state above him.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
It's definitely the bigger stick life. What the laws don't mean shit when it comes down to survival. And that comes down to
we're not survival. We got
stick.
lesbian, bi motherfuckers who ain't never been out of their condo making laws and shit. It ain't about survival no more. And maybe in some aspect it is.
No, it is always about survival. It doesn't matter how much of like the hyper progressive liberalism seeps into your mind. It is all about survival. Even what those people do is about their own survival, even though they are a very small minority. What they are doing, they believe they are fighting for their survival.
It's just survival of their way of life, though, not their actual.
Yeah.
Very good. Right. Thanks for the distinction. Yeah. Do you believe?
Stay strapped.
Would you rather be bumping in your head? Do you want to be the guy at top and set the rules?
Not really.
I mean, I get you don't want the responsibility and all, but how about none of the responsibility? You're the advisor or something. You like that spot?
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah. Me too.
It's not even the responsibility that worries me. I can take accountability and responsibility easily. Give me all the blame. It's not knowing the answer that would be my problem.
That's exactly what it is for me too. It's not the responsibility. It's not knowing the answer, because there are certain things I don't know the answer to.
So
there are certain things. That's why you have answers, though.
I think you were clear on two things. You can't snatch an old lady out of the car, and you can't bust my window because I won't roll it down, right?
Yeah.
So these things I'm taking, of course, from real life examples. 80-something-year-old grandmama tased and shit because she didn't want to do a ticket because she just paid her.
She was in her
money.
60s, to be fair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 80-something. Thank you. But it's
just to emphasize that it actually happened. Is the only reason I said that is because it actually happened.
Thank you. I don't want to be misquoting that shit over and over. And the window shit has happened endless times to a buddy of mine. They were playing, what is that called? Donkey Kong Fine. I don't know. Pokemon, you drive around and find shit.
Yeah.
And they told the cops, and they's like, no, we're playing Pokemon Go or whatever it's called. No, and they busted windows and they lost that shit in court.
Yeah, and when they bust the windows, they deliberately drag you across the broken glass and then put your face into it on the ground. They also like to use dogs, too. If they can use the dog to hurt you, they get off on that as well.
All right, all that was to lead to this. Bumpkin, if you were real and consistent, you would be out for blood for the officers who does that and things like that.
Yep.
If you were consistent in your beliefs.
I mean, out for blood?
The same way you think you're passionate about these immigrants, you can go on 10 panels in a row and talk about it. You be more, I'm gonna mute up because I got a fire truck. You be more so about something actual violence like this.
Yeah, so I think that violence should be done upon them, upon the governmental apparatus, right? They should either serve prison time for doing acts like that, obviously, but I still value law and order, though.
All right, that's progress. Damn it, that's progress.
I'm not pro cop.
I feel like
I'm
not crazy, Joe. I'm not crazy.
I'm not fucking crazy. I'm not like
no one actually supports these motherfuckers. I mean, let's not get out of hand here.
I mean, I'm not going to support a cop that pulls a 60-year-old lady out of the fucking car because she got a citation. I'm not.
His chief did. His mayor did.
Is what?
His mayor and his chief did. Yeah, he got backed and got away with it.
And they back all these things. You know, we investigate ourselves.
I think he broke her arm too.
Oh,
well,
I know he tased her, but I think he broke her arm too.
That's democracy.
Damn.
I don't know, bro. The mayor
I don't
backed
even
it. What
want to
the
know.
fuck?
90-something% of complaints here in Chicago, and it's a lot of them, have been unfounded. All lies. The system is broken. Someone needs to punch it.
Yeah, but I don't.
Viva la raza.
Yeah, but I don't think just because this system's broken that all systems are broken. You know what I mean? I think that's.
I would agree. And if I hate to admit this shit, but if
I got my suspicions though, Bump.
If I had to recreate it, it would look a lot like this. If I had to recreate it, when someone beats up an old lady, you did a sit in Sasquatch would go down and fuck them up, and we'd lock them up. And stuff. It would look like this. Someone could call them cops. Teresa is good with the finances. When we're making a lot of bread and whatever the fuck, we put it in Teresa's hands. Someone will call her secretary or administrator. So it would look something like this. But the nigga who thinks I owe him money because I rolled a stop sign or something, he dashed out from behind bush. I can beat your ass if you don't comply. The society is crazy. That society I don't want no fucking part of, you evil fucks.
Yeah.
How do we get there? How do we literally become a society where if you jaywalk in front of a police officer when he's in the wrong mood, he
You owe
will
them
pull
money.
his gun at you and
Yes.
scream at you to put your hands up to identify yourself?
You got to
And
end qualified immunity. Qualified immunity.
No, his
fucks every
question,
bit
how
of
did
it.
it begin, was better. I think I have to figure that out because that's just logical. I think how to begin sounded very logical. I don't want to stumble to stifle the conversation.
You're fine, man. We got 4 minutes. You understand, bro?
So basically, under those circumstances, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it all happened because you did not subscribe to Denizen X. YouTube.com/@Denizen-X. Stuff up now.
You did not subscribe to @Bumpkin234 or Pax Americana or @Orthodox Guy.
How does this work?
I've done my part. I'm sub to all those channels. Y'all need to do your part for the Empire.
Is this your channel or Orthodox Guy channel? Y'all share it. How does that work?
We share it. So me and Orthodox Guy.
What about Joe's? I know. I don't think I'm subbed to Joe's.
Joe Cool is the name. I'm popular on YouTube. Just type in Joe Cool. You'll find.
Oh, I know you are, man. I got up in this orbit about 3 months ago. I dig every one of y'all.
How it works? It's me, Orthodox Guy, Garian, and Angry Snowman. We all share this StreamYard.
Yes.
We are all admin.
I love all those cats. Yeah.
Yeah. We run a separate show called Keepers of the Lore where we cover all of the
lore
on the Panelverse, right?
Yeah.
Specifically on the
Keepers
Panelverse.
of the Lore.
It's the way to be in the drama and not of it.
Yeah, it's the way to be in the drama and not of it. Yep.
I love it. Where do you find that on here?
Yeah, it's on. Yeah, we have our own Keepers of Lore channel, but we also stream it on our channels. Yeah, on all of our channels.
All right, I'll keep my eyes open.
We got to do another one of those pretty soon. But
post that bad boy.
Yeah, I can. I'm on an iPhone. If I touch it, it'll snatch me away. Even though we only got 2 minutes, let me push you a little bit. Fucking with my last 2 minutes bump. Auditors, great thing for the community. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say yes.
Yeah.
I would say to a point, yes. I would say.
And that could mean a tiny point. In general, they're great heroes. The new Patriot, yes.
In general, I would say it's good that someone is calling corrupt cops on their shit, right? But I do believe that in cases they do go.
I said auditors in specific. I don't know if you make a distinction. Auditors are the ones who go into the buildings, request records, and do shit like that. You know, the ones that most people hate most, the Long Island audits. You go into a building and say, I can stand right where I'm standing. If the law says I can, sir, you're making people nervous. I'm not going anywhere. This fuck. Those guys. New Patriot.
Would you say the people that do that and not know what the fuck they're talking about should be called out as well?
Yes.
They could be called out for not to know what they're talking about.
Exactly. Still patriots, though. Yes. Yeah. Because I'm an ignorant.
They're still standing on their rights, though.
Yes,
which should be praised if they're to mean anything.
Yeah. Which is the bigger thing.
And who watches the watcher, you know?
Yes, no one, clearly.
I'll tell you right now, if the people cared enough, they would police the police the same way they police us, and that shit would end overnight.
And
as soon as the cop has the likelihood of not going home every night because he gets arrested and put in a jail cell somewhere.
I appreciate that, Chuck.
Hey.
I would like to
I just sent Ken to Ortho for another hour.
God.
Holy shit.
Thank you, Chuck. What do you want to see, Chuck?
I don't want to see anything. I don't
the
need
Empire.
I don't need
nothing
nothing
for the Empire.
This is why Orthodox, be confused. This is why you cats are so easy to love. I shouldn't just say Orthodox. Most people believe that when you have disagreements, and yes, I think you niggas racist, lunatics, and narcissists and shit. But it changes nothing. It means nothing, man. You cats are the greatest, absolute, valuable. And you're not what you think. You think you're better than you are. You think, it's that tough guy bullshit, scary is what it is. You cats are, pretty ahead of the game, actually. I mean, like, I know you believe a lot of nonsense, though, and I know you believe it's the same. I believe a lot of nonsense too.
The communication is on top, like Ortho, and then Bumpkin too. Like their ability to communicate.
You
Like
never
you
get
see
this
how many times.
lucky. You never
Yeah.
get this lucky when someone can actually verbally express as opposed to just yelling at you these points of view.
Yeah.
These niggas are
Yeah.
invaluable.
Yeah.
Or you could just sound like a bag of hot air, like me.
You make sense too, Denison. You make sense too.
Like a water bottle.
Like a water
You clarify. You clarify a lot of technicalities, Dennison. You let people talk, but when they need help, you're like right
You're
there.
my idol in this game, Dan. I ain't gonna bullshit you, man. You're
you're good.
That's
You're
smooth.
good, dude.
That's smooth, yeah.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think fundamentally, my thing is I come from it's just a different philosophy.
That's what we need.
I understand that. You're right, and it helped us too. I'm with you, so don't be too mad at yourself.
Yeah, we need that, brother.
Yeah, I think I'm just evil. I think I'm just evil.
I'm picturing the cat and rubbing his hands and all that shit while he laughing.
Shiva's here. Come on up, Shiva. There's only 10 minutes left.
No, see?
No, there's an hour left.
Oh, hell yeah. Come up anyway, Shiva. There's only an hour left.
No, I said I need to go to bed, and Chuck said, no, you don't. Chuck's like, no, you don't.
This is like God shit, because Shiva is another God in the fucking game.
Yeah. Amen to that.
Yeah.
I don't think you're evil, Bumpkin, but I think you want.
How's the roads going, Bumpkin? Have you been keeping tabs?
I haven't.
Oh, shame on you.
Oh, this is how it's going right now. Let's share the screen here.
I want to see some action.
A bad moon rising.
Where is this? We know.
This is in LA. I don't know what street it's on.
Yeah.
Look at this
in the evening. Hell yeah.
It's supposed to say fuck ice, but it's censored. You gotta love it. This is what America has become, an AI caricature of itself.
This is hilarious, Joe. God has a sense of humor. This is the funniest shit in the world.
It kind of is. As long as nobody gets hurt, this is kind of funny.
I got a feeling, Dan, that hurt ain't what we think it is. I know it's traumatic and all of that shit, but I think hurt plays a role. That's where heroes come in. That's what men are made. It sucks, but in the difficult times, even in moments like this, lawn chair quarterbacking, you are putting your shillings up. It might be a horrible fucking analogy.
Here,
I have sympathy for their pain. I can't actively contain it right now.
Yeah,
I can't endorse. No.
What happened?
Somebody do something from the crowd to the cops.
Yeah, and the cops are showing restraint. They didn't just blast the crowd.
They shouldn't be there, baby. They get no fucking why they there. These are the aggressors. Why are they there? It goes right 9 times out of 9.
Joe,
They're breaking the law, Joe.
There has to be control of the chaos. If there are no rules,
why would there? If the police weren't there, I put forth to you, what chaos would occur?
They're still blocking the interstate.
They were smashing. They were smashing windows, stealing shit, setting shit on fire, wrecking businesses.
I'm telling you, I think it's because the cops I've been in too many protests. The protesters, even us in the Black Lives Matter shit, when those motherfuckers, we surround them and kick them out the crowd or say, hey, goodbye. We push them out the crowd. No one tolerates that shit. When it kicks off, it's some guy from the back of the crowd throwing a brick at the cops no one else is down with that bullshit. And it's the cops overreacting, shooting us. And they shouldn't even been there in the first place because it would have just kept on to a regular fucking march.
But Joe,
most times.
Joe, I've been on the ground there as well, counter protesting these people. And it seemed like it was people in the front All right. I don't know, man. It seems like there's people in the front. Okay.
You say counter protest?
I've counter protested.
We gotta go out together because I feel on both sides, man. I mean, I go to anarchist shit, communism. I go to anything.
What I really like to do is what I did at the inauguration specifically is I would go out and I would counter protest the people that were protesting it. It was hilarious.
Brilliant. Did you film it? You should have filmed it.
Yeah, no, there's an entire edited video and several live streams on my channel.
You know, what is his name? Mo Reese or something? I don't know. Mo on here.
Mo Reese,
he's from Chicago on the South Side. He's a big Trumper. He be out here filming that shit, y'all.
I'm not even a Trumper, bro.
A lot of it,
you might be too
on
smart
both
to be a
sides.
Trumper. You might be too bright.
Yeah, I'm not a Trumper, man.
Yeah.
The only value I find in Trump is that he's a populist. And I think that's the
He's
only way
authoritarian, nigga. That's what you love. You gotta admire him for that because it's your nature. You gotta sit back. Even I do that. Sit back and like, damn.
What's up, Shiva?
He's not, though. He doesn't do shit.
He's not an authoritarian.
He's not. Look at this fucking clown show we're watching right now. It's been all day. These people have been out there throwing rocks and setting fires and shit. You think an authoritarian's gonna fucking stand for that shit?
No, in this lame ass society, right? Because it looks so bad. But a true authoritarian is gonna do what Trump did. Get him, boys, attack. He's proven over and over again he's working through it.
No, a true authoritarian, this protest wouldn't even have fucking happened because I would
have.
I'm sorry. An authoritarian, not I. An authoritarian, not me.
Not I. Well,
not I. Fuck.
Is it too late for free kittens? Shout out to Lou. You just missed the kittens by a few minutes, but thank you for the contribution.
Is it too late for me to take back that Freudian slip I just had? But no, these people, it wouldn't be the National Guard. It would be the straight up military, just in there, just rounding them up, booking and releasing them. Yeah, that's what it would have been if you want to see like actual authoritarianism.
Well, you'll love it. You will love it. Chuck will be like, napalm. Where's the napalm? Right? You niggas will love it.
It would be legitimately, like 1965. Cost beating down on hippies, you know what I mean? It was
yes,
like that.
Yes. You are lucky to live in interesting
Rolling Stones playing in the background.
Right, the Beatles selling everything, walking across.
Don't take my weed, man.
Damn, look at that. Now, see, there's the beauty of fascism right there. If I have to saw
it is, baby. Whoa!
Black garb, black cars, helmets,
right?
Razor wire.
Bye, Shiva. I don't think Shiva was down for it.
I mean, no.
Shiva to go. No, you must have dropped.
How much is this? How much is cleanup gonna cost us? It's not even that dirty. I wouldn't say that.
Wait, are you talking about on the streets? Is that what that person's talking about after the protest?
Oh, I mean, there were several like cars and buildings on fire. So I mean, potentially that's probably gonna cause some damage, but.
Did they vandalize some businesses though?
I think they vandalized some businesses too.
Steve, can we get Steve on because he got shitty internet at the Starbucks? They must be closing. Steve, you got an opinion on any of this madness that you see?
No, I haven't been following the protests. I'm quite pleased to see that Americans are still supporting the Palestinian terrorists.
Orthodox guy is currently not here, but I think the count was, last time I checked, 3,000. 3,000 civilians. Way less police, so.
You're gonna need more civilians.
What are you trying to do, a fucking march on Rome, Joe Cool? Because if you're trying to go march on Rome, I'm interested. But
let me be honest. I don't know if this is the cause. I don't know if this is the cause. I'm talking about if things were correct, then yes. And it wouldn't be all Hispanic motherfuckers out there. It wouldn't be J6 with all white motherfuckers out there. Everybody will come out for the true cause.
But what is the true cause?
Healthcare?
don't know. One of y'all
Nope,
two.
not that. Let's see. Civil rights? Nope, not that one either. How about clean food and water? Nope, can't come together on that.
What would be the true
Some damn
cause?
lizard in
That's a
Australia.
great
Nope,
question,
can't do
bro.
that.
That was a great question.
It's that's the thing, right? That's the thing. I think legitimately, I think either either the United States is going to adapt or we're going to go the way of Rome. I'll be real with you, man.
It looks like Rome, at least for the next
Yeah, this is the decay. This is the decay.
And it's not even cool Rome. We didn't even get fucking emperors.
It's not
and shit.
even cool, Rome.
It's not. It's gay
Yeah.
Rome. It's gay Rome.
It
Yeah.
is soft.
Somehow we built a system that became more gay than Rome.
More gay
fucking
than
people
Rome.
that literally fucked each other in the ass.
Yeah, by multitudes. Yeah.
Without any of the art and sculptures and grandiose buildings, none of the cool
yeah,
stuff.
without any of those contributions.
None of the beauty.
Yeah.
At least
It's
those
just in
gay
Hollywood.
people-
It's
at
just
least
plastered
those-
all over Hollywood.
At least those gay people fucking built sculptures and shit.
Has some talent.
Why do our gay people just?
What the fuck? How soft are our gay people nowadays?
Even our gay
Stop it.
people are high quality. What the fuck?
Uh-oh. I'm assuming
Now, what
the
I want to
police.
know is
Go ahead.
why does that gentleman have a skateboard? What does he think he's going to do?
Get away from these fascist pigs. I'm assuming they shot the tear gas and somebody threw it back.
Yep.
I've been there, bro. I've been there. I've been shot with that shit, gas, all that shit.
Oh
Was
yeah.
this when you were advocating the burning of cities?
I've been detained more times than I'd like to admit.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, this is
Detained. There was a period in my life when being detained was like, a Tuesday.
Hey, I don't know if C was joking, but let me say he's right. I did go through these, and I was live on the internet talking about burn shit down a couple of days, it took like 2 days, and I came back to it. But I got so caught up.
I was joking, but the joke was based on things that I remember you saying.
Yeah, it was absolutely true. Absolutely. I was on the way back to my car on the live. I was like, if that motherfucker burned up, and I meant it. I don't give a fuck. It's fair. I was gone, man. I was grr.
Does someone want to explain the joke to Wicked?
Yeah, it's like he deliberately tries to miss the point, whatever it is. It's like a talent that he has, almost.
It's like a yeah. That is the State Patrol SWAT team. They're clearing out the highways. They're doing a good job getting everybody off the streets so people can go home. Oh, they're clearing out the highways. Oh, fuck. Yeah. That makes sense, honestly.
Are you a badge bunny, Snow?
She sounds like she's a badge bunny.
Yeah, there's some back in the blue.
I've known some badge bunnies in the past.
Most of them.
I want to see some action. Where's the action at?
It's in John Wick.
Chuck's like, where's the napalm?
Yeah,
where's the F-16s?
That's what Chuck
I want to
is.
see an Apache attack helicopter.
Hell yeah. Or C-147. C-147 will work
All right,
too.
let me argue this cause for a while because I just left. I heard some of the arguments, and one I thought was dope. They said there are no illegal people. How about that argument?
There is illegal. They broke the law. They're illegal.
I don't want to argue that with you, Joe.
Okay. Chuck made my day with that shit.
Well, but are there illegal immigrants?
Yes, they are.
How frustrated does he sound every time he confirms that? Yes, there are.
I'm ready for battle, dude. I'm ready for battle.
But not the right one, baby. Not the right. Make it be
Why
a
is the
righteous
chat
one,
advocating for crop dusting them with mace? The fuck is
Ooh, my kind of people. Hell
And the person's name is Peace Dynamo.
Peace Dynamo? Yeah, okay.
I love it. I
love it.
Peace Dynamo. Let's
okay, good. Snow.
mace from the skies.
Piece of your
That makes
chick
sense.
sucks-
No, that makes sense.
Sucks the single of your chick.
What's that?
I said, if Peace Dynamo is single, you're single as well. If it's a chick, if it's a dude, you're probably down too. So it don't matter.
No. I'll do the hole. I don't do the pole.
I'm telling you, Joe.
So you're a top then.
I don't touch shit. Sorry.
When the police kept their distance, I mean, they could come out, but when they kept their distance, I mean, blocks away, and come out in the same type of force, none of these things ever went wrong. None of them. The ones that did go wrong, that made the news, that started the burnings, is when the police did crazy shit, like decided we just gonna come down the middle of the street. Listen, I'm not lying, and I'm not making it up. I was doing 3 of these shits a day, nigga, live. You can't dispute this shit.
I was in St. Louis.
Or you have to assume I'm lying.
Because I was in St. Louis when that shit went down.
The police were you out in them streets during them protests? Because what I'm talking about is something very specific. What kicked off? I was there when it kicked off in Chicago downtown. I was there when it kicked first violence. I was there, and I was here when it happened when my neighborhood got set on fire. I was here on both events, and I tell you, both of them was because everything was good. We were marching, angry as fuck. Police decided to cut us off. Y'all go here and no further. And then they decided to split the line. That's the first time the violence happened in Chicago when they tore up downtown. I say they.
Were you in the road?
Now.
Were you blocking traffic?
You serious? Are you joking?
I'm dead serious.
The shadow of a doubt, regardless, there was a boy in blue or two on the other side that was waiting to kick it off. You know what I'm saying? You know there was a young Chuck in there waiting to pull the napalm. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
No one uses napalm.
Let Chuck be the dictator. It's happening.
Chuck would go back into like the old munitions, into the shit we don't even use anymore. Be like, what's this shit? Drop some of this on them fuckers. I bet they stop protesting.
M67 frag.
Check out my flamethrower.
Yes. we're at this point now. Okay, guys, we're at this point now. No one can extend the show anymore.
Congratulations, by the way.
That's not what your partner said.
Anymore.
That's not what your buddy said.
And we're fucked.
That's not what your buddy said.
Well, listen, no, I'm not making an executive decision, all right? If you donate money past this point, the show will not be extended. Thank you for your money.
Oh, so you're not true to your contract. Got it.
Fuck that right now.
No, you don't. Okay. Chuck, do you understand why we have to end before the 12-hour mark? Or at
before the what? Bar mitzvah?
The 12-hour mark.
Oh, I thought you said bar mitzvah.
Why would I say bar mitzvah?
Well, given your Jewish heritage, I just thought.
There's no reason why you can't start a new stream, though, Bumpkin.
That's right. Tell him, Steve.
I want to go to bed.
I want to go to bed.
You better wake your girl up then. What's his name? Arpel?
Chuck! Fuck up. I want to go to bed.
What's his name?
Now, the question I have is, why are the police blocking off that highway? Surely that's obstructing traffic.
The police aren't.
Go ahead. See? No, he's right. They got it blocked off right there.
The police are blocking off down there in case the protesters decide to go down the highway like they were earlier. They were down there earlier.
The police can communicate with EOC and let them know which roads are closed at real time, like immediately. Hey, we're closing this off. Send any kind of EMT or whatever the other way.
Bumpkin.
Let the people walk.
Protesters can't do that.
Can you tell me what you get when you cross a joke with a rhetorical question?
A joke with the rhetorical question.
A dumb redneck from Kentucky.
I don't know. A me answer.
What?
Shiva.
Did he fall? Oh no, he's
Sorry. I mean, that was a very cheap type joke.
I think it was rhetorical.
Wait, is that? Can you just scroll back a minute? Was that a Palestinian US flag combo?
No, Mexican American combo.
Yeah, Mexican American. Yeah.
That shows you my knowledge.
Same colors as the Palestinian flag, but the Mexican one has an eagle in
How
the
come
middle.
they can't just be hip, man? Like we took the Irish, we took those stinking bastards. How come and whoever else? How come they just can't be here? Let it slide. Leave them alone.
There's too many people.
It's not. We got open room.
There is. The labor market is saturated everywhere. Public services are fucking practically unavailable.
Right.
The inflation is rampant.
Then we'll make some laws, man. Where we'll give people their own land. If you give an immigrant your job, you get 40 acres for free. How about it?
But there's no way to measure that. There's no way to measure that. The way, because you don't. It's not like your employer says to you, "Okay, I'm going to take your job and give it to that Indian person." Instead, they fire a bunch of people and then hire a bunch of immigrants.
You don't have to do that, right? Because when these folks, I'm assuming, when they start understanding they get 40 acres, they get to build their cribs, pay no taxes on that land, it's theirs. These people will leave those fucking jobs, and they know the deal, and they'll be filled with immigrants. Yeah.
I don't know what you're asking me anymore. I would take the land. Are you asking me if I would take the land?
That'll do. Yeah, that'll do.
Hold on, Joe. So your solution to the migrant crisis is 40 acres and a meal.
Just the way you said it got me laughing already.
40 fucking acres and a meal. How did that work the first time around?
I would take that shit today, though. Let me tell you.
It worked well. That was the Reconstruction era before they reneged on the 40 acres and the mule. It went well. We had black senators and all of that bullshit. And then folks went up there and snatched them out of their seats and put white people in their positions. Literally snatched them out, and no one stopped it. And then they reneged on the 40 acre and the mule shit. So when they say the first black senator, they probably excluding the real first black senators because they don't want to be talking about them.
So where is this street party happening?
He just turned it into a Black Power thing again somehow. Somehow it's BLM all over again. Actually, that's Bumpkin's fault.
I'm trying to fuck your mom in there. Would you give me a break?
What?
I'd rather have a mule than a horse.
We'll give them cars. I mean, it's 2025. We'll give them cars.
Mustang for a Mustang, am I right?
Well, we got to open up this land. We got to get rid of that fake scarcity bullshit. We got to make it where people can produce shit, and your job is not to run in and drain all their resources by making them buy permits. If you give a fuck, nigga, I'm paying you anyway. You come in and you show me a proper way to do it. You, the nigga that's out there
It's
to
going
write
to take
the
a vast redistribution of wealth. Are you okay with that?
I'm not sure that it takes that, first of all, and I'm probably okay with it. The first thing I'm talking about, though, is the same. You got niggas running out to write permits all day. Send carpenters out to help. Send inspectors out to help and tell them this is what get doing. I'm going to call Bob. He's going to literally work next to you. Because I pay a nigga to write tickets all day, I might as well pay a carpenter to help a nigga.
So
now
would he be first in line to have your wealth redistributed, Joe?
What? Well, what the fuck did you see where I'm living?
Hey, what's up, guys? When I started this. Hey, what up, Joe? Cool?
What's going on, man?
Oh, shit.
Joe, check this out, man. I will reverse real quick.
Okay,
12-base
okay.
CPDK.
They got internet where you're at, yo?
Fuck 12-base CPDK. What do you think about that, Joe? Fuck
What was the
12-base
verse?
CPDK.
I don't
Sound
know
good, Joe? What
part.
do you think? You approve? 2 thumbs up? Middle fingers too?
Nobody knows what you're talking about,
Hey,
man.
Joe, how do you
Yeah.
feel about that cop that was just killed, bro? If you don't mind me asking you.
On the south side?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was on the south side.
It was in brain dead neighborhood. That's what they call that. The guys right there, brain dead.
Well, they probably call them worse than that, yeah.
No, that's their name. That's the name that's the name of the hood. You know, like old black.
Oh, okay.
Brain
Pork
dead.
beans, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think about the officer?
I gotta be honest. I watched the coverage of some of the stuff, and I heard some of how it happened. But to get to the end of it,
yeah,
because I'm a soft ass nigga, I feel bad for anybody. It happened to anybody, even more so because it's a chick.
But it was a cop, though. But it was a cop.
You say, but it was a cop?
Yeah.
Cops are people too. Cops are my brothers and sisters. They just been tricked.
Right.
But
I can't tell.
my family.
I can't tell.
It was a woman.
Joe, look, let me put it like, I'll make a long story short, Joe. Seeing shit like that happen makes me agree with you. The cops should leave these brothers alone and let them to their own devices. He only had a gun. What's the worst that could happen? It's not like they killing each other over there.
I agree with that too.
Yeah, let them be, man. Let them kill each other.
Well, I'm not so sure they'd kill each other if the shit wasn't if cops wasn't locking motherfuckers up 25 years, you wouldn't need a gun and you wouldn't need to claim territory.
So you're saying the brothers are killing each other because of the cops?
Well, your interpretation sucks. I was saying that I don't believe that these guns would be used for killing as much if the penalty for selling drugs was not life and these crazy so-and-sos. I think it breeds when you claim territory, you have to hold it with a gun, and it breeds this bullshit.
These guys not selling drugs, Joe. You know that. They're not selling drugs. It's not about selling drugs, Joe. You know that. No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not. For a fact, it's not.
It's about territory, yeah?
It's about fuck them on the other side.
Yeah, but it's about territory, yeah?
Yeah, territory, but it's not drug related.
We finance them territories. Everyone.
How do they
them
finance
street
them?
niggas get them guns? How are they financing that shit? Yeah.
Death penalty. That's
You know
what
what,
you
Joe?
do.
One way I know they finance them, they told me themselves, is they believe it or not, they're content creators on YouTube.
Yo,
They told me
stop it. Most of these niggas don't even watch YouTube. Most of these niggas here in the streets don't even watch YouTube.
Joe, let me tell you what I mean. I've heard it from these dudes' mouth, Joe. They make music videos. You know the bullshit raps they make, and the views off of that.
Listen, I know the few do, but you got to know for every one that's making a music video, there are 65,000 of us who didn't. For every nigga that's on YouTube, right? The majority is not making YouTube videos. We can be sure of that. And making money off of YouTube videos.
Joe, do a bunch of these hoods not got rappers?
Your argument will not hold, even no matter what street you take me down. You're not going to convince me that most of the people in the neighborhood are making money off of YouTube. You know how difficult that is?
Yeah, okay, fine. We'll table that one, Joe, but let me understand you then. You're telling me that the reason that the brothers are blowing each other's face off is directly related to the drug trade?
Part of it. It would be a multitude of reasons, of course, right? I'm saying part of it is.
To what extent would you say it is?
Oh God, it'd be so many factors, man. I wouldn't even want to put
50%, 10%, give or take.
Well, yeah.
It is so easy to sell a rap beat online. I know what he's talking about because
they told me themselves, man. My head's a guy, Bumpkinator. They told me that
YouTube,
themselves, bro.
but yeah.
No one's
My head's a guy that I've heard it from a couple of them. They told me.
No one's disputing you that the people who do make money off of YouTube spends it to make guns.
Yeah.
No one's disputing that.
Hey Joe, I gotta go, man. My wife is fatherhood, right? But I want to leave with this, Joe. What a tragedy, right? Chasing a dude that I agree with you. They should let them be, man. Let them brothers be, man. So what? It's only a murder. It's only an armed robbery. So what? Y'all be safe.
Well, you're adding stuff to my belief, but yeah.
Are they taking?
Was that gentleman just advocating armed robbery and murder?
No, he's being sarcastic because he strawmans every fucking thing in the world.
That's exactly what I was saying.
That's right.
I'm gonna start calling him Scarecrow instead of Wicked.
This is right now, apparently. Car on fire. Lovely.
What
caused
caused?
the car before they set it on fire?
What'd you say, Shiva?
Do you think they painted it before they set it on fire?
Yeah, they did.
With the right cause, though.
Is that a self-driving electric car?
What caused Bumpkin would be worthy of what you see here? What had to happen for you to say the people should be out there in the streets burning police cars? What had to happen? Anyone?
Honestly, I think we're already there. We've already been violated by the police alone, never mind the feds and Congress. We should already be burning shit in the streets.
Go ahead, Pepe.
But these people are not fighting for a just cause. They're literally fighting for rights of people.
Okay, but you're sidestepping a little bit. What would be the just cause?
Is that a second car on fire?
Yes.
Very good, Bumpkin. What had to happen that we set two cars on fire, and it's just?
That is a beautiful orange, I gotta say. Like,
it's beautiful. It's absolutely cinematic.
If only they were burning that car to end qualified immunity, then I could, get off on it.
Yeah.
What about that? Bumpkin, good one.
Yeah. Honestly,
He said,
man,
yeah.
Sure. I mean, it's just, I hate this shit. I don't know what the justification is. I could listen. If there was a situation, right? If there was a situation, same situation as right here, right? And there was literally people lined up, absolutely peacefully protesting. Nothing is thrown, nothing like that. And the cop just live round ammunition mowed down the entire fucking crowd. Then
It take all that.
It would take all that to burn a car?
Murder 15 people?
Is that napalm? Is that napalm?
Right.
Chuck just got a boner.
Is that napalm?
Like it is.
Smells like victory.
I think we need live bullets now. I'm sorry.
It's the
Somebody just went into that car.
No,
Live bullet.
They're about to burn that one next.
No quarters. No quarters.
Where are the police? I don't see the police. You see the police?
They ran.
The police are probably withdrawing. They're going to be.
I think they're on the left. I saw somebody run out the way.
You think the feds are coming?
That was a good $60,000 to $100,000 they just burned up of community money.
Oh my goodness!
Per car.
Like you. Good shit.
That is a point, though. That is a point. When you're burning shit down, you shouldn't be burning down the local business owners' fucking
community resources. Yep.
Yeah. Find some federal shit to burn down. I'm just kidding, YouTube.
They need to be locked and loaded with live rounds right now.
Someone else police cars. I'm wrong.
They are police cars.
I don't know. I don't know if they're police cars or not. I would assume maybe.
Hi, Imperious. What's up, buddy? Sorry, I didn't see you back.
If they're electric cars, you're stupid for setting them on fire. Them batteries will explode.
Yeah, they probably not electric.
That sounds like a reason to set it on fire to me, Chuck. I don't know.
If they're electric cars, they probably set the bells on fire.
There's going to be an explosion, too? That's like a bonus.
If I was there, there'd be no prisoner.
Yeah,
no prisoner.
Explosion, right?
Can this car explode within the
with them that close? How stupid!
How do you respond to the accusation from Chad?
Whoa! Something just blew.
You're low, Steve. If you can bump yourself up, and Chuck, you can't just jump over him because it's microphone.
Is that better?
Yeah, it is.
Shout again to Dio for the $2 super chat.
Can you guys hear me or no?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, real quick. Sorry, he has a super chat. Go ahead first.
No, go ahead.
Oh, super chat, money first. Go ahead.
Just Dio says, "Amen." Den fire sign.
Okay. No, did you hear, guys, what the president of Mexico just came out and said? This now might be an insurrection or invasion. She said, she said, and I quote, I'm reading it right now. Let me read the quote from her right now. She's saying, and I quote, if necessary, we'll mobilize. We don't want taxes on remittances from our fellow countrymen.
What?
So
I don't know what that means. What's the taxes on remittance?
What the money the illegals send back to Mexico.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I missed something. I'm sorry. I don't know if my internet was going in and out or something. I didn't hear what you said.
The remittances is the money that the illegals send back to Mexico.
Oh, they're saying they don't want the money?
No. They're saying she's encouraging the illegals here to quote mobilize because that Trump is going to tax the remittances.
Holy cow.
So she's encouraging. That's an outside president encouraging internal strife within America.
That's fucking. That might be a first in my lifetime.
This is entertaining. I told you it was entertaining.
Joe, what's your opinion on that, though?
I say we finished the job that the Mexican-American War didn't. We should have taken all of Mexico back then. I say we just invade it, take it over.
I think it's time.
It's time.
They have all the oil down there, man. They have all the oil down there, dude. Dude, it wouldn't be hard. They don't have guns.
It's time. It's time.
It sounds like part of the plan, anyways.
If you guys reinstate the Emperor of America, he was also the protector of Mexico, right? So you could just kind of fold Mexico in.
Yeah. Boom.
And plus, remember, the southern border of Mexico is a lot easier to guard than our southern border. So it's only like 200 miles long, 100 miles long.
Yeah, it's narrow.
Like, we could conquer that, then shut everything down.
You guys do know that you had an emperor, right? Joshua Abraham.
I did not know that. No, I didn't know.
In the
Could have said
1850s.
Charles V also, because, I mean, pretty much all of North and South America was Spain's at the time as well, so...
I know, Lauren. It's almost 12 hours. It's 7:38 p.m. for me, and
Well, if this is anyone going to send more money in to watch this shit? Because I'll send a couple bucks in. I'm just saying, like
he's gonna start a new.
Oh, you got to go to bed. You got to go to bed, Bumpkin.
I'm going to fucking sleep.
You fuck. You're not a capitalist. You're not being a slut for money.
Here,
what's going on here?
I'll say this right now, right? I'll say this shit right now. If someone sends me in a good amount of money, I will legitimately start another stream, drop the StreamYard link, wait for several people to jump up that want to talk about this, and play this fucking live stream and go sleep in my bed.
I'm gonna mute. I'm driving to the crib.
I mean, that's
I'm telling you, it's gonna get wild tonight, dude. Like there's a reason why the Black Hawk put the ordinances in that federal building last night, because they got intel, saying shit's gonna go down tonight, dude.
Like, yes, I will legitimately do that. All right.
She's like interested now. She's like, wait. You know what someone should do would be a great stream idea? If somebody, like, let's say you do that though, right? But you had little machines that if certain people donated a high amount, like $100, it would shoot you like with water or something to wake you up. You know what I mean? Or things like that. I think that would be a really good stream. Or like, like shoot a ping pong ball at you or something, or turn the lights on, or you know what I mean? I think those would be
a couple pieces of bacon and a fried egg.
Bumpkin. You could make something like that with an Arduino board.
I'm here to save the day for you if you want.
You want to?
I'll come up here and keep it going for everybody. That way you can get some sleep.
Yo,
the man right here.
The thing is, we gotta like end it before 12.
Yeah, I know it's coming up on the 12-hour mark, right?
Well, why don't we just wait till 12, end it, and then you start a stream on your channel, dude. So you don't have to worry about like if someone can't control it, or you can control your channel and get everyone who wants to go over there. Just port everyone.
No, there's actually 4 of us that can control things on this end. That's why I'd rather.
Oh, you're one of them. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, my bad, dude.
Yeah, he's one of them. Thank you, Snowman. Thank you very much.
So if you want to go ahead and make up the StreamYard for the next stream while this one's going, Bumpkin, I'll go ahead and hop on that one when it gets started, and
You said, oh, well, I ain't going to try and talk you into stand up, bumping, but you've been killing, bro.
Yeah, good job, man.
Look at these fat things. Oh, they're really running from famine and stuff, aren't they?
Do you want it shared to your channel, of course, right?
I mean, these people are just liberal Los Angeles citizens.
Make sure as you're setting it, when you set it up in the private chat, you leave all the links you've been using for the live feed, though, too.
There's not even really going to be that many illegal immigrants at some shit like this. This is just
the zombies that live in
fucking
California.
Democratic voters. Yeah,
this
exactly.
is just the zombie, the fentanyl zombies of California.
And a lot of journalists too.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody's going after them yet. You know what I mean?
The cops threw a couple of tear gas canisters at them, and that was it. There were a couple that, like, when they pushed everybody back, the journalists moved in to get better pictures of the police, so they got shot at.
Did they shove them down? You know what I mean? And like throw them to the ground.
No, just fired the tear gas at them, and then they walked away.
I like when they run at them all in the body armor and everything, and then use like the crossbar or like their stick as like a clothesline and check them. You know what I mean? And knock somebody down.
This dude's advocate. We want blood, Chuck. This is your guy. This is your guy. Imperius is Chuck's type of the guy.
There's Chuck's vice president.
Yep.
Fear of the power of violence will keep them in line.
What are you pouring water on that for?
There's some probably people in there that are sad part that don't want the others to do this shit, that know that it's bad. You know what I mean? That are actually legitimate protesters that are just kind of there, like upset about what's going on. You know, that's what I do. Kind of, I feel for those people that are actually like exercising their rights correctly, and the people in here that are effing it up. You know what I mean? I do feel for them.
Just taking advantage of it to be
car
dicks.
melted?
I don't think so. I think that's trash.
That looks like a big old. No, that's a car.
No, that was a car, dude. Look at the wheel, dude. That was a car.
Oh shit! There's a fucking hubcap.
You know what? That really just goes to show you how cheaply cars are made now.
Yeah, and how long that car has been going.
It's not heavy steel anymore. It's mostly aluminum.
Fiberglass and aluminum.
Composite.
That's crazy, dude. Cars couldn't even melt like 30 years ago.
No, dude, I remember in movies in the 90s, if you burned a car, the whole frame was still there and all the rims were still there. You know what I mean?
Just the upholstery was gone.
It was just the inside that was all, but you saw the metal frame and the chassis, and you know what I mean?
Oh, you'd still have the block because the block used to be made out of steel too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the big blocks or small block. Yeah.
Holy shit.
You know what I've just realized, because I'm a fucking moron. There's people in this chat showing up in StreamYard who aren't in the Bumpkin stream, and I thought they'd blocked me, but actually they're in Denizens chat.
I'm telling you, people are going to get, this is going to be another channel. Like last night, people are getting more like regular small, just live channels that do news. We're getting like 25K, 30K people watching them. That's why there's so many journalists out there.
Especially if you do it in the vertical stream too, because you'll get more people that like to just swipe through shorts that'll catch you.
Yeah. Up, down. Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. Like, yeah, I'm surprised there's not a lot more drones activated and stuff like that, but.
For real, yeah. Where's that cam at?
See, that's what I'd be out there doing, man.
That's what I'm saying. I thought people would be doing drones.
Video and everything.
I thought they'd be doing drones. You know what I mean?
There might be a legal process on.
Oh well, the FAA, you can't fly drones anymore without an FAA license, so they can track you.
I don't think that's true.
Well,
it is. No, it is.
You can fly them. They just have to be under a certain weight.
No, they're all chipped now, too. They're all chipped now. All new drones have a certain tracking chip in them that the FAA can track and stuff. So, like, if, for instance, if you fly them in places like this, you'd think, oh, no one knows if I'm flying it or not. Well, now they track the purchase through the chip and everything like that. It's all traceable now. Forgot what law it was, but a couple of years ago,
whoever did that fuck ice graffiti showed a remarkable lack of planning.
I know, right?
Well, it's going to go bye-bye right now.
Joe and I were just talking about how the quality of graffiti has really gone down over the last few decades.
It really has, man. I mean, graffiti artists used to do a whole lot better and more creative job of it.
Yeah.
They used to be craftsmen at their skill.
If you notice, it's a bunch of little like liberal white kids doing it right here. I don't even. I mean, there's a lot of Latinos, but a lot of the ones instigating this shit are all black bloc little liberal white kids. It's. I mean, there are
That's
some
what was
that,
over here. That was at the
Them little
protest
black
here.
bloc pussies are just that too. Bunch of pussies, man.
They're pussies. But if you notice, you can point them out, and they're the ones that are pointing. Look at like that bitch right there with the freaking. You know what I mean? That guy, that bitch right there, all blacked out with the hat and shit. You see her by the tree.
Yeah, those are all.
Viva la raza.
That's like the intro into Antifa is black.
Yeah, that's the black bloc Antifa pussy shit.
Yeah. Okay. Snowman.
Yeah.
Other StreamYards created. The YouTube that I'm watching currently right now is in that channel as over there, and I also dropped it to you in your Discord DMs as well. Lauren is also in the chat as well, and she's been dropping different.
Well, let me jump over there and I'll get it going, and you can say goodbye to everybody over here then.
Okay.
And no, I know idiots, they can't track a homemade drone. But what I'm saying is like any new drones that are purchased, which is most people.
Can I be lazy or do I have to push a button and go to the other stream?
No, you have to push a fucking button, Joe.
I can't push buttons. What is it?
But I will make it easy for you guys preemptively. I will drop the StreamYard link in the back chat so you guys can go over there. Thank you guys for chilling out with us for 11 hours and 33 minutes. It's been a great stream. Thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you, Joe Cool. Thank you, Denizen. Thank you, Shiva. Thank you, Imperious.
Easy.
Bumpkin's bull is coming over, so we got to give him a couple hours with Bumpkin. He's got to have his bull.
I think your mother's coming over. I'm gonna skull fuck her actually.
Oh, that's cute.
You're gonna have to drop them links while I'm in there.
Sounds cute. That sounds cute.
I got you, Chief.
I'm in there now, though.
It's pretty
Same
much
channel articles.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same channel that I've been. That's not the fucking link on.
No, that's the StreamYard link.
So is it this same channel and just this different StreamYard? Is that what's going on, or what? Just tell the chat. The chat doesn't know what's going on. They want to know if we're moving.
Can't you reroute them to the new StreamYard, Bumpkin?
Can I do that?
Yeah, if you go live on it first, you can. Actually,
I'm ready to go live here in a minute.
You don't have enough subs to have the ability, though.
Yes, I do.
Oh, well, never mind.
But can I reroute them to my same channel?
If it's a live stream,
if you start it up live, yes.
Yeah, so let me start it up, and then you can just reroute everybody over here.
Yeah, so the chat's the same chat. They just move right over. I think that's what everyone wants.
Okay, how the fuck do I do that?
And how lazy is Joe Cool? Oh, he's bounced. He can't be bothered to push a couple.
No, the funny part is he could have stayed now, but he decided to push the button.
No, we still need to move.
We still need to, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We can't be redirected.
You guys actually, if you guys can hit the StreamYard link in the private chat for the new StreamYard and hop over right now, as you are all starting to do.
Okay, I'm going to do that right now. Have a good evening, Bumpkin.
You too,
Same
man.
for anyone watching on my
whoever's
channel.
not coming over or anything, have a good evening.
I'm going to fire it up.
Thanks for having us, Bumpkin.
How the fuck do I even do this?
Yeah, I'm just hoping them run there.
Dude, I don't even know how I do this.
Have good dreams. See you in bed.
Just start it.
I still need the link though, Bumpkin.
It's in the private chat.
Have good dreams.
Oh no, it's not.
Dio, just make sure you got the bell clicked, and you'll get notified when I go live again. I'm just gonna restart another live. Links for the Orthodox guy are in the description. Make sure you're subbed.
Okay, I got it now. Who's David Wayne?
David's cool.
Give me 1 second. I'll put this up. Present. Share screen. Yeah, there it is. Share.
All right, everybody. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'll be back. I'll see you all over there.
Let me change computers. I got that on. That way it's a better screen. There you go. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go live. That way you can transfer, Bumpkin.
I'm not going to be able to transfer. I can't transfer. I think I can only accept raids. I can't transfer people.
Okay.
But it's going to go live on the same channels, guys. It's literally
I'm
going
live. I'm literally going live right now.
All right, I'm going to end it here. Everyone take it easy. Bye. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the super chatters. Thank you guys for the money. Bye.
And Tropicana gets its roof torn off, Tropicana Stadium that the Tampa Bay Rays play in. And if you look into it, Tropicana orange juice was created in 1947 at the same time the U.S. military did their first ever experiment on a hurricane. You guys look it up, 1947, first experiment on a hurricane. Bradenton, Florida is where Tropicana orange juice was created, in Bradenton. So you just happen to have Anderson.
I have non-sexual orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
Fuck you. There's another short hat.
You deserve that, wrestler.
It's true. You do this.
It's damn near like a rite of passage in this. Oh my god, it's working.
Mandy says that Dolly grips harder than me. This is fucking unacceptable.
Get pulled out, bitch. I'm not grifting enough.
I really haven't been grifting hard enough. You guys, I just found out I have cancer.
Baggy cancer?
Got cancer in your pee-pee?
You have cancer.